Chapter 001, So Be It. In the city of Luo, Xiao Chen hailed a taxi to Oscar Bar. He had just received a call from his roommate, who saw his girlfriend entering Oscar Bar with a wealthy heir from their school. Xiao Chen, who had been engrossed in his studies at the library, was utterly stunned upon hearing this news. Yao Yao had been unusually distant towards him in recent days. Although he had sensed something amiss, he never anticipated it would escalate so rapidly. Fuming, he arrived at the entrance of Oscar Bar. Yet, upon reaching it, he hesitated. Perhaps Liao Yao was merely out for a casual outing with classmates, or maybe she felt compelled to join them despite her reluctance. Standing at the bar's entrance, he could hear the raucous music and observe the throngs of people coming and going. He decided to wait at the door, believing that once she saw him, she would surely return with him and explain her presence there. Resolute in his decision, he seated himself on a chair across from the bar. His gaze never strayed from the entrance of Oscar Bar. Fearful of missing the moment, Liao Yao emerged. As he watched numerous men and women enter and exit, he remained patient, quietly awaiting her appearance. After several tense minutes, the figure he had longed to see finally appeared. However, the reality was far from what he had envisioned. There she was, familiar yet disconcertingly nestled in the arms of a stranger, her cheeks flushed, evidently having consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Xiao Chen had little knowledge of the individuals at their school, and the affluent heir his roommate mentioned was a stranger to him. He hurried forward, intending to take Liao Yao back to the campus. But what unfolded next shattered his heart. The two of them walked directly into the adjacent Orange Hotel next to Oscar Bar. Xiao Chen halted in his tracks, observing that Liao Yao appeared quite willing to go inside. He stood frozen, unable to fathom that this was his girlfriend, Liao Yao, engaging in such behavior. They had been together for a year, and she had never allowed him to embrace her. Their most intimate moments had merely consisted of holding hands. And now, she was leaning against another man, leaving Xiao Chen utterly dumbfounded. His heart ached as if cut by 1,000 knives. He could scarcely believe his eyes. After much internal conflict, he took a hesitant step forward. He needed to discover what Liao Yao, this woman, was capable of behind his back. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he followed them. After inquiring at the front desk, he learned their room number and hastened to catch up. Guided by instinct, he heard a cacophony of lewd sounds along the way, each one grating on his ears. Finally, he located room 3301. After confirming the number repeatedly, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. However, upon hearing the sounds emanating from within, he froze, his hands suspended midair, resembling a statue trapped in time. The intermittent sounds from inside, though the women's voices were somewhat indistinct, he was certain belonged to Liao Yao. Xiao Chen, you need not worry about this. I shall break up with him tomorrow morning. These words struck Xiao Chen like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in disbelief. How could Liao Yao betray him in such a manner and utter such words? At that moment, voices emerged from within. Sure how? You are amazing. A chorus of triumphant laughter followed. Of course, I am invincible. Hearing these words, Xiao Chen's legs faltered, and he collapsed at their doorstep. Within a minute, the commotion inside subsided. Xiao Chen rose to his feet and knocked on the door. Who is it? Damn it. It's so late. If there's nothing urgent, just go back. We don't need anything from your room. A voice laden with irritation responded. With a surge of frustration, Xiao Chen kicked the door open, startling the two inside. Who the hell are you? Do you want to die? Li Shihao cursed vehemently. Xiao Chen remained silent and made no move to strike. Instead, he slowly advanced with painstaking steps. Once Li Shihao and Liao Yao recognized Xiao Chen, their vitriol ceased. Xiao Chen, what brings you here? Liao Yao inquired, prompting an unexpected laughter from him. His laughter echoed loudly, brimming with arrogance. Seeing Xiao Chen simply laugh, Li Shihao's expression darkened at the memory of his earlier slip. Xiao Chen, you worthless waste, what do you want? I warn you, you know nothing, yet you dare to talk nonsense at school. Just wait and see what'll do to you. With a resounding slap, Xiao Chen struck Li Shihao across the face. You dare? Smack. Do you think you're looking for death? Believe it or not. Smack, smack, smack. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches, Xiao Chen towered over Li Shihao, who was just a little over 5 feet 7. That the imposing figure of Xiao Chen left Li Shihao too intimidated to retaliate. After Li Shihao sealed his lips, Xiao Chen ceased his onslaught, his expression blank and his gaze vacant as he regarded the two, feeling the weight of Xiao Chen's hollow stare. Liao Yao spoke with a hint of guilt. Xiao Chen, it's not as you imagine. And what exactly is it? Surely you won't claim that you were merely playing a game? Liao Yao, if you do not harbor feelings for me, you could have simply told me. Your actions do not just disgust me, they degrade you as well. Upon seeing Liao Yao's pitiful expression, Xiao Chen's heart softened. I do not wish to say more, let it be this way. Let it be. With that, Xiao Chen trudged out of the room. Just then, Liao Yao's voice echoed once more. How did he know we were here? Whatever transpired inside was of no consequence to Xiao Chen any longer. The attendant at the front desk, noticing Xiao Chen's unsteady demeanor, approached him with concern. Sir, are you feeling unwell? Xiao Chen glanced at her. Upon seeing the emptiness in his gaze, she was momentarily startled, but understanding dawned on her. She fell silent, returning to her post as she watched Xiao Chen depart. As he wandered down the bustling street, observing the ebb and flow of vehicles, Xiao Chen cast a glance back. At the Orange Hotel, a smile breaking upon his lips, without a moment's hesitation, he turned away and departed. At that moment, a beauty in a Rolls-Royce Phantom coldly instructed, make a U-turn, head to Luoqing University. Miss, do you wish to revisit the campus? Came the icy response, which went unanswered. Xiao Chen returned to the university, and though the hour had surpassed 10, the playground remained lively with students gathered in conversation. He sought out a secluded spot to sit, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. The name Liao Yao echoed persistently in his heart as he reminisced about their shared moments. He allowed his thoughts to drift freely through memories of the past, contemplating that perhaps pain could temper him, providing the impetus needed to confront the new life that lay ahead. Suddenly, he recalled that night from several years ago. I wonder how the senior is faring now. She must resent me deeply. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have bound the master of the divine brush. Ultimate wife achievement. A mechanical voice jolted him from his reverie, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily stunned. Master of the divine brush? Ultimate wife? Newly betrayed, he pondered the absurdity of such claims. Life achievements? What was that? He recalled the web novels his roommate often read, which featured similar systems. But what relevance did that hold for him? Just as he contemplated whether he was losing his mind, the voice resonated once more in his consciousness. Greetings, host. This system is now bound to you. This is not an illusion. What the? Xiao Chen clearly heard the voice. This was no figment of his imagination. Was this reality? Had he truly been chosen? Once he regained his composure, he inquired, I don't even have a wife. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Hello, host. The voice continued. Name? Xiao Chen. Age? 22. Height? 186 centimeters. Following DNA verification, I can assure you there has been no error in binding. It is indeed you. What? Xiao Chen found himself at a loss, grappling with the concept of DNA verification. Beep. Your wife is drawing near. You have acquired perfect singing voice. Go serenade your wife. Chapter 2. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness yields rewards. At this moment, Xiao Chen was uncertain of the reality before him. Yet he was painfully aware of his lack of singing talent. Despite his reservations, he resolved to sing, for decisiveness grants rewards while hesitation leads to failure. With determination, he approached a group of guitar club members gathered on the lawn and inquired, could I borrow your guitar? I would like to sing a song. A female student, caught off guard by Xiao Chen's handsome visage, felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks as she willingly lent him her guitar. Upon grasping the instrument, Xiao Chen felt an immediate connection, as if the guitar and he were one. His long fingers began to strum the strings, and melodious music resonated through the air, captivating those around him. The previously boisterous crowd gradually fell silent, drawn to the enchanting performance. Unbeknownst to them, the girl who had lent him the guitar was also inching closer, the reigning beauty of Luoqing University, a goddess in the hearts of countless admirers. As he sang of dreams of gallivanting through the world and witnessing its splendor, Xiao Chen's clear voice left everyone in awe. The girl, now near enough to hear him, turned her gaze toward the singer, her cheeks blooming with color as her eyes softened. That big boy has grown up, she murmured to herself. When Xiao Chen concluded his song, there was a brief pause before the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Wow, that guy is so handsome. Can we exchange WeChat? Move aside. You don't even know what year he is in, and you want to add him? Senior, you're so good-looking and your singing is amazing. Hurry, add me. Step back. He is using my guitar. You should add me first. In an instant, Xiao Chen found himself surrounded by a throng of girls, each brandishing their phones in a flurry, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved the accomplishment of singing for your beloved. You have gained unique life charm, unlocking culinary mastery, physical condition 15, charm value 5, endurance 1. We hope the host will continue to strive to please his beloved. Upon hearing the series of notifications, Xiao Chen became convinced that he was indeed bound to a system. Otherwise, why would everyone claim he sang so beautifully? Yet, he pondered why his endurance was rated so low. Was he already strong enough that no further time enhancement was necessary? Shaking off these thoughts, he gazed at the dazzling screens around him and mused about the system's notification regarding his achievement. Where, he wondered, was his beloved? Could it be that all these girls were contenders? Hello, is anyone there? Which one of you is my wife? Surely not all of you. Xiao Chen questioned, perplexed. Ding. Host, your beloved is currently watching you. This system advises unwavering focus. Do not entertain foolish fantasies. Wow, you need to remind me. I am indeed a person of singular devotion. What are you suggesting? Ding. This system has detected that your personality is one of lifelong commitment, which is why you were bound. Please do not doubt this system. Thank you. Thank you? This system seems quite sophisticated. At this moment, a pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen, her expression cold and serious. Only when Xiao Chen said, I'm sorry, everyone. My heart belongs to someone else. So let us forget about WeChat. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. Did her face regain the tenderness she had shown upon first seeing him, her gaze softening? With a slight smile, she replied, let's go. Return home for now. And come back tomorrow. Miss, will you come again tomorrow? Do you enjoy listening to him sing? I will arrange for someone to sign a contract with him, ensuring he sings exclusively for you in the future. No need. Her cold response caused the individual to immediately fall silent, obediently trailing beside the aloof girl. At that moment, Xiao Chen finally broke free from the crowd, scanning his surroundings. Just as he was about to give up, a familiar and comforting figure appeared before him. Lin Qingyun, Senior? Xiao Chen silently mused, recognizing the proud silhouette that mirrored the night he first arrived at Luoqing University 4 years ago. Before he could catch up, Lin Qingyun entered a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Xiao Chen could only stand still, watching as the vehicle slowly departed from the campus. Although Xiao Chen possessed little wealth, he had an appreciation for luxury cars. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was unmistakable to him, a 2018 long-wheelbase model with an official price tag of $92 million. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Chen felt no regret. Instead, a smile graced his face. I wish you well, Lin Qingyun. May you find a rich man who loves you by your side. As the car gradually vanished from his sight, he silently turned back towards his dormitory. Miss, do you know that singer from earlier? Hearing this piqued Lin Qingyun's interest as she replied, what is the matter? He was watching us leave just now. Lin Qingyun smiled sweetly, choosing not to elaborate further. Her thoughts drifted back to that night, recalling the resilient figure, adding a touch of joy to her heart, as if she were anticipating the arrival of tomorrow. Upon returning to the dormitory, her roommates greeted her. Chinner, it's so late. Why are you just getting back? We've already played 5 rounds. Chinner, did you find Yao Yao? You didn't answer your calls. What happened? I told you to let us accompany you, but you insisted on going alone. These were Xiao Chen's 3 roommates, his closest friends, who affectionately refer to each other as sons. I broke up with Liao Yao. Sons, let's log in. Xiao Chen tried to mask his pain, not wishing to burden his roommates with his troubles. A group of young men surrounded him, bombarding him with questions and showering him with attempts at consolation, making him feel a wave of discomfort. Chinner, are you heartbroken? A true man never backs down. Don't worry, I'll introduce you to someone good later. Exactly. Our Liang is a campus heartthrob. With your looks, it would be simple for Liang to set you up. So what if it's Liao Yao? Let her go. Why pine for a hammer? Observe how, for her sake, you toil at a part-time job, enduring hardship and fatigue, returning to your dormitory each night to sleep. The things Xiao Chen wished to avoid have come to pass. Upon hearing of his breakup, These three individuals immediately encircled him, intent on providing psychological support. When he pursued Li Yaoyao, they each offered their counsel, yet now. In this situation, Xiao Chen feels a pang of melancholy. Indeed, he has already parted ways with Li Yaoyao. What is the fuss? Her departure is a loss for her. So why should he feel sorrow? Wang Jiaoyang approached and affectionately ruffled Xiao Chen's hair. You're not even feverish. Why do you seem so different today? Chinner, if you feel the need to cry, then let out. Yes, cry. A father's shoulder is always here for you. Each friend chimed in, leaving Xiao Chen at a loss for words. Observing their concern, he chuckled, It's fine, truly. If something were wrong, would I not share it with you? The others gazed at Xiao Chen skeptically. How could he possibly be all right? With his head downcast and a dejected demeanor. He suddenly looked up with a playful grin and exclaimed, Hey, from now on, I'll be just like you guys. Let us go. What are we waiting for? Let us log in and play a few rounds. The group enthusiastically commenced their exhilarating gaming session. As for Li Yaoyao, Xiao Chen had already found peace in his heart. When they were all fatigued and ready to retire for the night, Xiao Chen noticed a message from an unfamiliar number on his phone. Tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon, I will be waiting for you at the Starbucks CAF. Signed, someone you long for. Staring at the message, Xiao Chen was taken aback. Someone I long for? Could it be my mother? Chapter 003. Learn from the senior? No, my mother wouldn't invite me to a CAF. Who could it be? Recalling what the system had said about a wife, Xiao Chen wondered if it might be her. Tomorrow, it seems, he must investigate. Better to mistakenly confront 1,000 than to miss one. With a mindset of tentative exploration, Xiao Chen decided to see for himself. As he closed his eyes, the exquisite visage of Lin Xingyun and her alluring figure danced in his mind. Alas, he hoped she was happy. Li Yaoyao, let go. She is no longer his concern. Farewell. Oh no, he wished never to see her again. With the system at his disposal, he realized that his wife was paramount. But where was she? Who would comfort his fragile heart? Ding. Hello, host. Please do not fret. What is meant to come will arrive, and what is destined to depart cannot be retained. Hearing the system's notification, Xiao Chen ceased his tumultuous thoughts. He had anticipated a sleepless night. Yet lulled by the rhythmic sounds of his roommate's snores, he soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, Xiao Chen rose early, armed with his resume, and set out in search of internship opportunities. After several attempts, he received the same response from each company: return and await news. Waiting was inevitable. So Xiao Chen returned to the dormitory, where the three companions were still asleep. With a sigh, he turned and headed downstairs to fetch 4 portions of rice bowls. Rise and shine, my sons. Father has brought you lunch. Xiao Chen felt as though he were a devoted caretaker, awakening the others from their slumber. Observing the lunchbox in his hand, they chuckled heartily. Don't just stare. Call me Daddy. You've already taken advantage of me yesterday. It's time to repay your debts today. Chinner, you're being quite distant. Wang Jiaoyang, with his usual audacity, was already accustomed to this. Wu Tao scoffed, Liar, you're as shameless as ever. Casually calling someone Daddy, he promptly turned to Xiao Chen and called out Daddy. This left the others momentarily stunned. In the dormitory, who didn't he know that Tian Beisheng was the most assertive? Did they think they could just make him call Daddy? Was that even possible? But before long, a voice piped up, Daddy. Good sons, hurry and wash up for dinner. The group sprang from their beds, rushing toward the meal Xiao Chen had brought, eating while simultaneously booting up their computers. Quickly, brothers. Log in. Observing their antics, Xiao Chen inquired, Have you found jobs yet? The three paused in surprise before replying, What job? Who is looking for a job? Have you found one? I haven't looked. Have you? I haven't either. I'm currently searching for a wealthy woman. Though amusing, Xiao Chen admonished them. I have applied. I'm just waiting for notifications. Graduation is approaching. And if you have no jobs, are you planning to sleep on the streets? Wang Jiaoyang scoffed in response. Find a job? I'll go straight to direct hiring and date a wealthy boss. Impressive, Jiaoyang. If you succeed, let me know. I'll also seek out a wealthy woman to support me. Xiao Chen was left speechless by this group. Truly, they excelled at nothing but dreaming big. Did they think finding a wealthy woman would be easy? Moreover, would such women even be interested in them? Or were they hoping to date women in their 50s or 60s? No, with women that age, you must also meet their needs. After the meal, Xiao Chen intended to head to the library for some reading, but was intercepted by his friends. What book are you reading? How many years have you been at it? Exactly, there are only a few days left. Hurry and join me for a few more rounds. Forget it. You were the one who dragged us down yesterday, while playing a game, and didn't even enjoy it. Xiao Chen chuckled, teasing them. The book I was reading isn't finished yet. What book could be more important than us? Hearing this, Xiao Chen remarked, how can you compare yourselves to that book? It's Captain's book, and it's incredibly engaging. The others had already begun their gaming battles, leaving Xiao Chen to head to the library. After all, the allure of the captain was simply irresistible. Engrossed in his reading, Xiao Chen lost track of time until he realized it was already 5 o'clock. He remembered he needed to meet someone at the CAF. Fortunately, the CAF was not far from the school, and he arrived shortly, choosing a seat by the window. He ordered a cup of coffee and savored it while observing the amusing happenings around him. At this hour, many white-collar workers were finishing their day, and numerous individuals were being set up for blind dates at home. Xiao Chen sat observing the pairs of individuals engaged in matchmaking. The majority of the women were matched with men who possessed houses, cars, and savings. Those lacking such assets were dismissed without consideration. However, there were also many who believed that a genuine connection was paramount. At that moment, the individuals at the table behind Xiao Chen began to converse. Apologies for my tardiness. I had some matters to attend to at work before I could rush over, and I still arrived late, the man said. The woman, amiable in nature, responded, no problem at all. What do you do for a living? Are you often this busy? It must be quite exhausting. I work in sales, he replied. That must be quite lucrative. She remarked. It's manageable, just enough to get by, he said. Oh, what a coincidence. I work in sales too, she responded with a giggle. The man, upon seeing the girl smile, couldn't help but smile back. Xiao Chen imagined the man repeating in his mind, what a coincidence. I do too. Listening to their exchange, Xiao Chen felt a sweet warmth in his heart. It was undeniable that such women were becoming a rarity. To be honest, I don't have much money. I can't afford a car at the moment, and I live in a rented apartment. Would you be willing to date someone like me? The girl's forthcoming response left all the men present in utter disbelief. Why can't I meet someone like her? They lamented, glancing at their own dates, who were preoccupied with monetary demands, high dowries, and material expectations. I do not seek what you can provide. I can only offer you my genuine self. I do not require you to be wealthy, as I am not, either. I simply wish for us to find joy in each other's company. Everything else will come in time, bread, milk, and all else we desire. If you sincerely wish to treat me well, then together we can achieve anything. The contrast was stark and left the women in attendance humbled. Some of the men voiced their discontent. Forget it. We are not suited for each other. I am looking for a wife like her, not someone who talks solely about money. Upon hearing this, a young man behind Xiao Chen quickly interjected, brother, she is mine. The girl's face flushed with color. They held hands and exited the CAF together, a sight that was nothing short of enchanting. Just as the two had stepped outside, a stunning beauty entered. With her lustrous black hair and a tailored black business suit that accentuated her perfect figure, she commanded the attention of all the men present. Her long legs were elegantly encased in black stockings, complemented by a pair of black high heels. The assembly of male admirers could hardly divert their gaze from her. Her alabaster neck and exquisite features were nothing short of breathtaking. Accompanying her were 2 bodyguards. Upon recognizing her face, Xiao Chen gasped, is that Lin Qingyun, my senior? The striking woman approached him directly, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily flustered, unsure of how to respond. Rising, he managed to greet her with a simple, hello, senior. Lin Qingyun glanced at him and took a seat across from Xiao Chen, coolly remarking, you are quite punctual. Chapter 004. I will take good care of you, and the child upon hearing those words, Xiao Chen realized that Lin Qingyun had summoned him. Yet he could not fathom the purpose behind her invitation. Was it truly because of that night? Senior, what would you like to drink? Allow me to order for you. He offered. No need, Lin Qingyun replied coolly. Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words, merely sitting in silence. Noticing his reticence, Lin Qingyun's expression grew even colder. Do you have nothing to say to me? Xiao Chen hesitated, realizing she had indeed come to address the events of that fateful evening. After much internal struggle, he finally uttered a simple, I'm sorry. Upon hearing his apology, Lin Xinyan gestured for her bodyguards to leave. Once they had distanced themselves, her tears flowed freely. Witnessing this, Xiao Chen panicked and struck his own face in distress. Slap, slap, slap. I'm not worthy. I am truly sorry. That night, I lost control completely. My actions were purely instinctual. He continued to chastise himself, acknowledging the grave mistake he had made 4 years prior. At that moment, however, Lin Xinyan stepped forward, grasping his hand and pulling him into an embrace. This unexpected gesture left Xiao Chen bewildered. Wasn't Tishi there to confront him? Why was she holding him? Lin Xinyan wept openly, releasing him only when he could scarcely breathe. Those observing were left in stunned silence. Eventually, she spoke softly. After that night, I became pregnant. Xiao Chen was rendered speechless, the weight of his actions crashing down upon him. Have you fared well these past 4 years? I'm sorry for everything. He gazed at the woman before him, fully realizing the magnitude of his error. After a moment's pause, he continued, If you are willing, I shall take responsibility for you and the child. No need, she replied, leaving him utterly confounded. No need? What do you mean, senior? I will earn a living, and you merely need to stay home and care for the child. Lin Xinyan regarded him thoughtfully. How much do you think you can earn in a month? If you need money, I can provide you with a monthly allowance of 100,000. In that instant, Xiao Chen comprehended her intent. Goodness, she was suggesting he live off her wealth. Glancing at the bodyguard behind Lin Xinyan, he recalled the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom from the previous night. Clearly, she was not lacking in resources. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, If I do not need to earn money, how much do you make in a month? Lin Xinyan pondered for a moment before replying, I'm not sure. I've never counted. Ah, yet another person unconcerned with monetary matters. Xiao Chen nodded, his expression somewhat dazed. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Xinyan continued, In that case, let us prepare for marriage. Xiao Chen contemplated her words, understanding that her proposal was merely to provide him with a sense of security. After all, she was a woman of considerable wealth. However, marriage would require informing their families first. Rest assured, once my work schedule allows, I will take you and the child to meet my parents. Lin Xinyan sensed that Xiao Chen still harbored reservations in his heart, so she continued, You can first notify uncle and aunt, asking them to send over the household registration book. We can get the marriage certificate first, and then no one will be able to stop us. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood that Lin Xinyan's parents might not be entirely willing, which prompted her to propose such a plan. However, why would someone as exceptional as Lin Xinyan choose to marry him? A person of her brilliance could easily attract admiration from many, even those who have experienced motherhood. Her beauty was beyond reproach. In his 20-plus years of life, Xiao Chen had never encountered anyone more stunning than Lin Xinyan. Now, she possessed not only beauty, but also a remarkable intellect and emotional intelligence that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Not to mention, she was a wealthy woman. Why do you want to marry me? Xiao Chen countered. You're the father of the child. Indeed, he was the child's father, which left Xiao Chen speechless. Do your parents know you intend to marry someone without wealth or influence? We can gradually inform them later. Just perform well and earn their approval, she replied. True. I suppose, Xiao Chen conceded, unable to argue, for the child was indeed his. Responsibility, yes. This is my responsibility, he silently affirmed. All right, the children must be waiting anxiously. Let us go to the car and talk. I've already told them that Daddy has returned. At the mention of the children, Xiao Chen's previously calm heart was stirred once more. I am the father of the child. Observing Xiao Chen motivating himself, Lin Xinyan felt a surge of joy. The boy had not changed. He was still the same young man who had bravely come to her rescue in the past. Before they reached the car door, the bodyguards had already opened it. Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim, These bodyguards are so considerate. Thank you, brother. Lin Xinyan and the bodyguards exchanged looks with Xiao Chen and remarked, Serving the young lady is our duty. Once inside the car, the lavish interior of the Rolls-Royce Phantom left Xiao Chen in awe. Gazing at the starry ceiling, he realized that beneath Lin Xinyan's cool exterior lay a youthful heart. If one were to describe this vehicle, the only word that came to mind was luxurious. As soon as Lin Xinyan entered the car, 2 sweet voices chimed in, Mommy. Where's Daddy? The way Lin Xinyan effortlessly picked them up pierced Xiao Chen's heart anew. For these past years, Lin Qingyun had navigated life in this manner. Xiao Chen silently resolved to make amends to Lin Qingyun with all his love. Daddy is right here. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's voice, the two children turned to look at him, then glanced at Lin Qingyun, asking, Mommy, is he really Daddy? Yes. Uncle Han said he is our daddy, and you told us not to listen to others. So, is he really our daddy? Uncle Han? Xiao Chen, at this moment, realized the gravity of the situation. However, upon reflection, it was quite understandable. A person as exceptional as Lin Qingyun would undoubtedly attract numerous admirers. That surname Han. Just wait. How dare you bully my Qingyun? Indeed, he proclaimed, he is your father. Lin Qingyun offered a reassuring response to the two children. The little ones exchanged glances with Xiao Chen, their faces lighting up with joy. While other children had fathers, now they had one too. Daddy, Daddy. The affectionate calls filled Xiao Chen with excitement. Ah, my dear daughters, come here for a hug. Yet, at that moment, the two children halted in their tracks, their faces brimming with anticipation. Daddy, do you know our names? They asked eagerly. Hee hee. If you can't call out our names, then we won't let you hug us. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were both taken aback. Lin Qingyun had not disclosed the children's names to Xiao Chen, and now both were flustered. Xiao Chen was rendered speechless. He truly did not know what the girls were called. Lin Qingyun had not informed him either. Chapter 005. Only 360? System, do you know my daughter's name? Ding. Host, you have two daughters. The elder is named Lin Xiuemu, and the younger is Lin Xiuhan. Please show more care for your family. When your wife and children are happy, the system will reward you accordingly. At that moment, Lin Qingyun gently pulled the two children aside and said, Daddy is tired now. Why don't you both go home and ask him later, all right? Hearing this, the two daughters immediately displayed disappointment. Sister is named Lin Xiuemu, and the younger sister is Lin Xiuhan. Mother truly gave you both wonderful names. Mu signifies the hope that the elder sister bathes in joyful sunlight every day, while Han wishes for the younger sister to embody an elegant and cultured demeanor. The character Shui reflects the kindness within your hearts, untainted by the world's dust. You must not disappoint your mother's aspirations for you. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun was equally astonished. Could Xiao Chen possibly be communicating secretly with the child within her? How could he deduce this? The two little girls, upon hearing their names, burst into laughter, and Xiao Chen felt a profound sense of belonging as a father. So, can you tell me who is the elder sister and who is the younger sister? Xiao Chen chuckled. Silly girls, you just told me. This is Sister Mu Mu, and this is Sister Han Han. Xiao Chen leaned down to embrace the two clever little ones. The sisters wrapped their arms around Xiao Chen's neck, joyfully planting a kiss on his cheek. In that moment, Xiao Chen felt like the happiest person alive. Ding. Familial benefit. Congratulations, host. You have gained 15 in physique and 5 in charm. Please continue your efforts to keep your wife and children joyful and content. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was elated, feeling a surge of strength within his body. As for endurance, it had not increased. Perhaps it was deemed sufficient already? Ding. Host, you're overthinking it. The system shows your endurance is at 360 seconds. Only 360? I'm quite strong, you know. Ding. Host, please have some self-awareness. Then how can I enhance my endurance? Ding. This system is regarded as the paramount system for one's wife. I believe your inquiry is rather trivial. The key lies in pleasing one's wife and ensuring her happiness. It appears I must exert more effort, for this pertains to my wife's joy and contentment. Xiao Chen desires for his beloved wife to experience the happiness she deserves at this age. His dialogue with the system occurs in an instant. Xiaoli, return home. Lin Qingyun commanded the driver. Am I not going back to the dormitory? What dormitory? Come home with me. Going home, exclaimed Xiao Chen, overwhelmed by the sudden wave of happiness. Indeed, is father not returning home with us? Is he busy again? These three responses elicited an exuberant reaction from Xiao Chen. Rest assured, father will always accompany you from now on. Wonderful. Father will never leave us again. Will you play games with us? Father? Of course. From now on, I can play with you every day. Caring for his two little treasures, along with the monumental matter of his impending marriage, required informing his parents. However, If his father were to discover he had two daughters of such age, he might very well break his legs. It seems this matter necessitates careful consideration. Xiao Chen retrieved his mobile phone. Lin Qingyun glanced at Xiao Chen's phone and promptly took out her own, sending a message to her assistant. These details went unnoticed by Xiao Chen. Opening WeChat, he began conversing with his mother. "Mom, I have something to tell you." Before long, a reply arrived. "Spit it out." Xiao Chen sighed. His mother's manner of communication certainly projected the image of a devoted mother. "It's nothing major. Could you send over our household registration book?" "What do you need the household registration book for?" Xiao Chen, feeling frustrated, decided against further discussion and sent a photo of Lin Qingyun and the two little treasures. "What are you taking pictures of us for?" The flash startled Lin Qingyun. "Hee. I wanted to show my mother my wife and our two precious daughters." Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed. Had he just called her his wife? Although elated, she suppressed her impulse to smile. "Oomph. Your daughters are your treasures. Am I not one as well?" Only then did Xiao Chen realize the gravity of the situation. "My dear wife is the greatest treasure, and my daughters are my little treasures. You all are my precious ones. I want to be the greatest treasure too." "Me too." "Oh dear, this little treasure is starting to feel neglected." The driver, observing the scene through the rearview mirror, contemplated how Xiao Chen would navigate this predicament. She internally felt that Xiao Chen was unworthy of Lin Qingyun, but refrained from voicing her thoughts, knowing Lin Qingyun was her employer. Faced with his wife and children, Xiao Chen found himself in a bit of a quandary. He cast aside his worries and leaned forward, planting a kiss on each of their little faces. Unsure of whether this gesture was appropriate, he watched as the three of them exchanged glances. Lin Qingyun's face reddened even further. The two little treasures then exclaimed, "Father, I want more. I want more. Father, you must kiss me first this time." All right, I shall kiss you first." Xiao Chen lifted both of them and planted a kiss on each cheek. At that moment, a WeChat video call rang out. The two little ones, intrigued by the elderly figure on the screen whom they had never met, leaned closer. Initially, Zhao's mother was ready to scold Xiao Chen for only now introducing his family to his children at such an age. But as soon as the video connected and her granddaughters appeared on the screen, her reprimand was silenced. How could she bear to chastise such precious granddaughters? It is often said that daughters resemble their fathers, and indeed, the two girls looked quite like Xiao Chen did in his youth. "Xiao Chen, where are you? Do the children know I am their grandmother?" Lin Qingyun, hearing the voice, also leaned closer to Xiao Chen to join the video call with his mother. After all, she would soon need to call her mom. Upon seeing such a beautiful woman on her screen, Zhao's mother felt her heart race. How fortunate her son was to marry such a stunning woman. Xiao Chen introduced them to one another. Upon learning that this was their grandmother, the two little ones chimed in, "Grandma, grandma." Xiao Chen could not help but privately marvel at how well Qingyun was raising their children. The joy of hearing his mother being called grandma must have been overwhelming for her. On the other end of the call, Zhao's mother was beaming, her smile widening as she repeatedly acknowledged them. "Ah, hello, my granddaughters." The two little girls, noticing the delight their calls of grandma brought, found it amusing and continued to shout, "Grandma, grandma." This brought immense joy to Zhao's mother, who quickly called for Xiao Chen's father. "Xiao Zhen, come quickly. We have granddaughters now." Chapter 006. "Mom, please send our household registration book over." At this moment, Xiao Chen was tending to a small garden when he heard his wife calling from inside, announcing the arrival of granddaughters. Confused, he wondered where these granddaughters were coming from, considering their two sons hadn't even graduated from college yet. He responded jokingly, "Are you daydreaming?" However, after a brief silence, he heard the sound of children's laughter coming from inside, prompting him to rush in. He found Li Huiyun holding the phone, laughing uncontrollably. It dawned on him that this was indeed true. Goodness, does this mean I've become a grandfather? He hurriedly rushed over to Li Huiyun's side to squeeze in front of the camera. When the little ones saw another person on the screen, they scrutinized him before looking back at Xiao Chen. "Mommy, there's another daddy in the phone. He looks older than our dad." Hearing this, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun couldn't help but laugh. "No, sweethearts, that is your grandfather. Don't you remember? Daddy is your grandfather," Lin Qingyun patiently explained. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen gazed in admiration. She was simply stunning. With a firm pinch of her thigh, she winced in pain. Ah, as long as this isn't a dream. At that moment, Lin Qingyun politely greeted Xiao Chen's parents. Hello, uncle and aunt. The elderly couple, taken aback by the unexpected scene, hurriedly replied, Good, good. It's nice to meet you. I am Lin Qingyun, and these two are my daughters with Xiao Chen. The elder one is Lin Xiumu, and the younger one is Lin Xiuhan. Despite his joy, Xiao Zhan felt a twinge of discomfort knowing his granddaughters did not bear his surname. Lin Qingyun, noticing the change in his expression, smiled and said, Uncle, the children took our family name for registration purposes when they enrolled in school. No matter what surname they have. It's perfectly fine as long as you both are happy, Li Huiyun interjected, sensing Xiao Zhen's displeasure. She discreetly stepped on Xiao Zhen's foot, prompting him to concede, as he too wished for his granddaughters to call him Grandpa. What surname they take doesn't matter. Your happiness is what counts. You needn't seek our approval. Xiao Chen chimed in merrily. Moo Moo, Han Han called Grandpa. The two little girls launched into their new charm offensive. Grandpa, Grandpa, Xiao Zhen, who had been joking about Li Huiyun's unabashed laughter, now found himself grinning from ear to ear. Observing this, Xiao Chen quickly said, Dad, please send our household registration book. Lin Qingyun and I are going to apply for a marriage certificate. Caught up in the moment, Xiao Zhen eagerly replied, Sure. I'll have your mother send it right away. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Lin Qingyun interjected, Thank you, Dad, and promptly hung up the phone. A wave of joy and excitement filled her heart, perhaps because she truly loved Xiao Chen, a feeling she had suppressed for 4 long years. Now, bursting forth in unexpected ways. Feeling Xiao Chen's excited gaze upon her, she turned her head to gaze out the window, not wanting him to see her flushed cheeks. Xiao Chen, bemused, chuckled to himself. Her cheeks were already flushed, and hiding was futile. Yet he felt elated, for this indicated that Lin Qingyun genuinely loved him. Ding! A sweet notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 physique points, 15 charm points, and 1 endurance point. 361? Xiao Chen chose not to dwell on the numbers. After all, making his wife happy was paramount. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, the elderly couple was still processing the abrupt disconnection. They were in a state of bewilderment, grappling with the sudden addition of a daughter-in-law and granddaughters, who were already of school age. This revelation would take some time to digest. At that moment, Xiao Chen sent a message. Just now, Moo Moo accidentally bumped into something. Don't forget to send me the household registration book. Having completed this exchange, Xiao Chen gazed out the window and noticed that the luxurious Rolls-Royce was not headed towards the upscale villas in the city center, but rather towards the mountains in the suburbs. Xiao Chen dismissed any further thoughts, reassured that Lin Qingyun would not betray him, and began to engage playfully with Moo Moo and Han Han. Though Lin Qingyun's gaze remained fixed on the window, she occasionally cast a furtive glance at Xiao Chen. She found his presence increasingly pleasing, a feeling that stirred within her an unexpected shyness, completely overshadowing the boldness she had exhibited upon first meeting him. The driver, noticing the stark contrast in Lin Qingyun's demeanor, inquired, Miss, are you feeling unwell? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a pang of guilt for being so oblivious to his wife's discomfort, realizing that it took someone else to notice it first. He swiftly moved to sit beside Lin Qingyun and gently brushed the back of his hand against her forehead. This gesture ignited a blush that spread across her neck and rendered her cheeks aflame, making her wish to vanish into the ground. You're quite warm. Qingyun, do you have a fever? No, not at all. Xiao Chen's breath brushed against Lin Qingyun's face, leaving her momentarily flustered, her usual commanding presence at work completely dissipated. Ding! Sweet rewards. Stamina 1, Charm 1, Endurance 1. Xiao Chen mused that such rewards only appeared when his wife was happy, which implied that she was indeed in high spirits. Her happiness brought him joy as well, prompting him to wrap an arm around Lin Qingyun and say, Be good. If anything is troubling you, do let me know. Stamina 1. Observing Lin Qingyun's bashful demeanor, Xiao Chen reflected that perhaps he was advancing too quickly. Seeing her tense, he released her. Lin Qingyun gradually regained her composure, feeling a warm sensation wash over her. She covered her face, overwhelmed by shyness. The driver, perplexed. wondered what charm this man possessed that could induce such embarrassment in a young lady. Stamina 1. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen felt quite amused. Lin Qingyun silently repeated to herself, calm down, until at last they arrived home. To Xiao Chen's astonishment, he discovered Lin Qingyun resided on a hillside. Gazing at the opulent decor, he couldn't help but exclaim, this is not mere luxury. It is truly extravagant. The villas here were not simply for the wealthy. One had to possess immense wealth to reside in such grandeur. Observing Xiao Chen's reaction, Lin Qingyun smiled and urged, come on, why are you standing there in a daze? Now that we are finally in my domain, it's time for me to turn the tables after how Xiao Chen had made her feel earlier. She intended for him to experience the thrill of being irresistibly drawn to someone. As Lin Qingyun moved forward, Xiao Chen followed closely behind, cradling the child. Initially, he had assumed Lin Qingyun was merely affluent, but now he reconsidered. This was not just wealth, it was an abundance of riches. Upon entering the villa, Xiao Chen was truly enlightened about the meaning of luxury. At that moment, Lin Qingyun addressed the servants, stating, this is the father of Mu Mu and Han Han, and my husband. From now on, apart from me, he is the most important person in this household. Chapter 007. A man must never admit defeat. The group of servants nodded in unison. Greetings, young master. Xiao Chen found himself momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, there is no need for such formality. However, Lin Qingyun disregarded his words and ascended the stairs. At that moment, the Rolls-Royce that had arrived earlier also reached its destination. Two bodyguards, who were previously seen in the CAF, along with a fairly attractive young woman, emerged from the vehicle. Xiao Chen paid little attention to them, as he settled onto the sofa, embracing two small children. Mu Mu, Han Han, did your teacher assign homework today? Dad, our teacher gives us homework every day. Mu Mu responded. Then let us begin our assignments now, shall we? At that moment, the young woman who had just disembarked spoke up, young master. My name is Xiao Hua. I usually assist the children with their homework. You can entrust it to me. She then handed Xiao Chen a mobile phone. Miss instructed us to purchase a phone for you. This is the latest model of the Xiaowei phone. Xiao Chen accepted the phone and glanced towards the direction where Lin Qingyun had gone upstairs. How thoughtful. After using my old phone for so long, she bought me a new one. Just as Xiao Chen was about to express his gratitude internally, Xiao Hua's next words interrupted his thoughts. Come on, Mu Mu, Han Han. Let's head to the study and complete today's homework. After receiving the backpacks from the bodyguards, the group ascended the stairs to tackle their assignments. At that moment, the housekeeper, a woman in her 50s, approached Xiao Chen and smiled. Young master, I am the housekeeper, and Miss calls me Aunt Liang. I believe it would be nice for you to accompany Miss for a while. Dinner will be ready shortly. Aunt Liang pointed towards Lin Qingyun's room, and Xiao Chen, filled with a cheerful demeanor, made his way upstairs. Aunt Liang, observing Xiao Chen's retreating figure, remarked to herself, the young master appears to be quite robust. Upon reaching Lin Qingyun's room, Xiao Chen knocked gently on the door. Come in. Once he entered, he noted that the decor of this room differed from the grandeur outside. While the exterior exuded magnificence, Lin Qingyun's room embraced a more minimalist aesthetic. Despite its simplicity, the room was well equipped. Upon entering, he found a sofa and a table, which served as Lin Qingyun's workspace. A turn led to a private bathroom, while another area housed a spacious bedroom belonging to Lin Qingyun. Xiao Chen discovered Lin Qingyun seated on the bed, the top button of her professional attire undone. She was in the process of removing her high heels, exuding the allure of a mature woman with every gesture. This scene momentarily overwhelmed Xiao Chen, causing warmth to surge within him, as if a wave of heat might burst forth from his nose. In a hurry, he rushed to the bathroom to splash his face with water. Observing Xiao Chen's reaction, Lin Qingyun sported a satisfied smile. Oof, that will teach you to flirt with me. After washing his face and regaining his composure, Xiao Chen mentally chided himself. No, my wife's allure is simply too potent. I must remain calm. Xiao Chen, what are you doing over there? Come here. Lin Qingyun's voice called from outside. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and approached the captivating woman. Lin Qingyun beckoned him to sit beside her, leaning in to whisper in his ear, I am about to take a shower. Would you care to join me? The seductive tone of her voice left Xiao Chen utterly flustered, prompting him to hastily retreat several steps. "I shall take a stroll downstairs to admire the scenery here," he declared before dashing out. Lin Qingyun, observing Xiao Chen's hasty exit, couldn't help but smile with increasing pride. Once outside, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss as to where to go. Remembering the system's task of cooking for his wife, he cheerfully made his way to the kitchen. The system had rewarded him with the skills of a culinary maestro, and with his prior experience in singing, Xiao Chen felt an abundance of confidence. "Why have you come into the kitchen, my dear nephew?" one of the women inquired. "Indeed, why not take a stroll outside? The meal will be ready shortly." "No worries. I wish to prepare a dish for Qing Yun and the children. Please continue with your tasks." "What? You intend to cook? My dear nephew? You must leave at once. The young lady will surely be displeased." The others, witnessing Xiao Chen's entrance into the kitchen, hurried to dissuade him. Lin Qingyun had previously instructed them that in her absence, Xiao Chen held the highest authority. They dared not neglect him. "It's quite all right, Aunt Liang. I can cook, so you needn't worry about any inconvenience." Look at him, always saying such formalities. "If you wish to try, then go ahead." Aunt Liang, unable to resist Xiao Chen's determination, reluctantly acquiesced. However, upon examining his delicate hands, it was evident that he did not appear to be accustomed to cooking. What transpired next astonished everyone present. Typically, novice cooks would rush to ignite the flames, clumsily flitting about. Instead, Xiao Chen meticulously prepped the necessary ingredients first. He retrieved a prime cut of beef, and, much to the astonishment of those around him, began to deftly slice the steak into smaller pieces. Such high-quality meat, typically reserved for steaks, was being repurposed for stir-fry. Though the onlookers felt a pang of regret for the steak, Xiao Chen's knife skills were so impressive that even the seasoned chefs were left in awe. Such dexterity could only be honed over 40 years of practice. Next, he took a piece of ginger, finely chopped it, and extracted the juice to infuse the beef with flavor. Witnessing this technique, everyone present was left speechless. All eyes were glued to Xiao Chen's hands, eagerly speculating on his next move. The contrast between his earlier hesitance and the confidence he exhibited at the cooking station was striking. Subsequently, Xiao Chen heated the oil, stirred it briefly, and then swiftly controlled the oil temperature. He sauteed garlic until fragrant, added the beef along with the vegetables and seasonings, and tossed everything together before plating the dish. The onlookers gazed at him with admiration. "What is it? Why you all look at me so?" Xiao Chen queried, sensing their curiosity. "Dear nephew, could you possibly teach us how to cook?" one implored. "Indeed, I have been a chef since I was 16 and have cooked for 30 years, yet I have never witnessed such technique." Feeling somewhat bashful, Xiao Chen scratched his head and smiled. "Then allow me to share a little mantra. First blanch the ingredients, then add oil, and if the color is lacking, add oyster sauce. First blanch, then add oil, and if the color is lacking, add oyster sauce." They echoed, momentarily perplexed by his instructions. Xiao Chen chuckled softly, realizing he was merely speaking whimsically. How could one truly teach the art of cooking? It is through relentless self-improvement that one truly hones their skills, and it is essential to embark on this journey of experimentation. Although he has assimilated the skills of an all-encompassing chef bestowed by the system, this particular dish was also crafted by him through the fragmented images embedded in his memory. Is it delectable? That remains to be seen. Upon noticing that the kitchen preparations were nearly complete, Aunt Liang addressed Xiao Chen, saying, "Young master, the meal in the kitchen is ready. You may summon Miss down to dine." Recalling the earlier scene, Xiao Chen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Lin Qingyun was truly enchanting, utterly captivating. However, Aunt Liang seemed to intentionally provide him with opportunities to interact more with Lin Qingyun. With a resolute heart, Xiao Chen pressed forward. For a man must never admit to inadequacy, nor allow a woman to underestimate him. Chapter 008. A feast as he pushed open the door once more. He found Lin Qingyun freshly bathed, donned in loose-fitting attire. Her hair, still damp, was being dried with a towel. Despite the relaxed clothing, her alluring figure was undeniably accentuated. Upon witnessing Lin Qingyun in such a state, Xiao Chen's heart raced anew. "Why are you just standing there? Come over and help your wife dry her hair." Lin Qingyun's mock annoyance hurried him to action, and he quickly stepped forward to assist her. Yet, her earlier words echoed incessantly in his mind. Come over and help your wife dry her hair. Wife, what a delightful thought. Why are you grinning like a fool? You're holding the hairdryer the wrong way. It dawned on him that he had been utterly entranced by Lin Qingyun. Wife, you are simply stunning. I was lost in admiration just now. Xiao Chen, ever candid, expressed his thoughts plainly. The moment Lin Qingyun heard this, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. This mischievous man certainly had a way with words. Ding! Sweet rewards. Constitution 1, Charm 5, Stamina 1. The notification from the system filled Xiao Chen with delight. Although the increments were modest, they could accumulate to something substantial over time. Observing Lin Qingyun's flushed face, which appeared as if one could almost draw water from it, Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. As Lin Qingyun sat before the mirror, Xiao Chen stood behind her, drying her hair. An inexplicable sense of happiness enveloped them both, as they discovered a profound sense of belonging in one another. Their gazes locked, and a desire to kiss her surged within Xiao Chen, while Lin Qingyun closed her eyes in anticipation. Their breaths mingled, creating a warm atmosphere, allowing them to hear each other's heartbeats. Mommy, Daddy, we come call you down for dinner, exclaimed the children. Daddy cooked today, and it looks delicious. They hastily separated, realizing that they must not lead the children astray. Lin Qingyun shyly glanced at Xiao Chen, while the children, noticing their flushed faces, inquired, Daddy, Mommy, what's wrong? Your faces are redder than apples. The mention of apples excited Han Han, who eagerly declared, I want to eat apples. Xiao Chen chuckled as he embraced both children, saying, You can have apples after dinner. Lin Qingyun spoke up, Han, you must listen to your father and eat your meal before having an apple. Mumu gazed at the two of them with a look of suspicion, convinced they were concealing something from her. Moreover, they were deliberately changing the subject. How infuriating! Exiting the adjacent room was where Lin Qingyun typically dined. After all, being a girl, she preferred to simplify matters. Going up and down the stairs could be exhausting. The family of four gathered around the dining table. Han eyed the dishes before her, unable to contain her eagerness, yet she had to wait for the adults to begin eating first. Xiao Chen observed this scene, marveling at Lin Qingyun's parenting skills. The children's exemplary behavior astonished her, especially considering they were only a little over 3 years old. Noticing Han's impatience, Xiao Chen chuckled and served the two children some dishes. After feeding them, she turned to Lin Qingyun. Daddy, I want to eat meat. Daddy, Han wants meat too. All right. Daddy will serve you both. Lin Qingyun felt warmth in her heart as she watched Xiao Chen. She said, Dear, I would like some meat as well. Without delving into Xiao Chen's reaction to this statement, it was enough to say that Lin Qingyun felt a chill run down her spine upon uttering those words. Xiao Chen, startled, thought, did she just call me dear? With Lin Qingyun being so proactive, Xiao Chen was determined not to lag behind and promptly replied, Sure thing, my love. Try the dishes I prepared. Xiao Chen, referring to her as my love, made Lin Qingyun's heart bloom with joy. She slowly opened her mouth, allowing Xiao Chen to feed her. So delicious. Seeing this, their two daughters clamored for a taste of their father's cooking. Thus, Xiao Chen fed the three of them, completing their first meal together. Ding! Double benefits. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a physique of 5, charisma of 5, and stamina of 2. Additionally, you've gained advanced massage techniques, allowing you to pamper your wife and help her relax and alleviate fatigue. Massage techniques? Xiao Chen mused internally. What a splendid skill. Once Xiao Chen had satisfied the three of them, he finally found the time to indulge in a few bites himself. Darling, do you have any plans after dinner? Daddy, after meals, we love to go to the viewing platform to stargaze with Mommy. Yes, Daddy, will you join us to watch the stars later? At the mention of stargazing, both Mumu and Han perked up. Yet, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of surprise at the mention of the viewing platform, though it was somewhat expected given his wife's financial prowess. The three women watched as Xiao Chen hurriedly shoveled food into his mouth. Lin Qingyun, feeling concerned, urged, Take your time. Xiao Chen suddenly realized his eating habits were rather unrefined and sheepishly replied, I was just eager to join you and the baby to stargaze. I didn't want to keep you waiting too long. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable sense of warmth enveloped Lin Qingyun, Moo, and Han. It's all right, Daddy. Take your time. We aren't in a hurry. Father, please take your time eating. I will pour you some water, Xiao Chen said, her eyes brimming with tears. Such a thoughtful daughter is truly rare to find. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lin Qingyun for bringing their two daughters into the world and nurturing them so well. Now, observing the mother and children, he no longer felt the initial awkwardness and unease. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown fond of this feeling. All right, Dad will take his time. No need to rush. Lin Qingyun watched the father-daughter interaction with a heart full of warmth. Although Xiao Chen claimed he was not in a hurry, his actions spoke otherwise as he ate quickly. Burp, I'm full, exclaimed Xiao Chen. Wow, Dad, you're amazing. Henin imitated Xiao Chen's burp, opening her mouth wide, but no sound came out. Dad, teach me. I can't do it. Henin, girls should be a bit more gentle. It's impolite. Lin Qingyun shot a glance at Xiao Chen. Don't teach the child bad habits. Xiao Chen scratched his head awkwardly, overwhelmed with joy, which led to his impulsive behavior. After the family finished their meal, Xiao Hua took the two children upstairs. Typically, when Lin Qingyun was busy, Xiao Hua took care of the kids. Moo and Han were quite fond of Xiao Hua. Seeing them ascend the stairs, Xiao Chen began to tidy the dining table, which delighted Aunt Liang. Not only was this son-in-law kind, but he was also diligent. Son-in-law, you should go up too. Let's handle the cleanup, a nearby servant urged. Xiao Chen gathered the empty dishes and quickly followed upstairs. As he climbed the stairs to the rooftop, Xiao Chen was astonished by the sight before him. A panoramic view encased in bulletproof glass offered an unobstructed gaze of the starry sky. Below him lay the breathtaking nightscape of Luocheng. Numerous astronomical instruments adorned the space. Alongside a playground for the children, a swimming pool spanning 50 square meters, and a tea area. Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Lin Qingyun, who sat alone in the tea area on a tatami chair, gazing at the heavens. At that moment, his astonishment deepened as the panoramic bulletproof glass slowly began to open. The observation deck transformed into an open terrace. Moo and Han, under Xiao Hua's guidance, were playing joyfully. Noticing Xiao Chen seated beside her, Lin Qingyun asked, "So, do you like it here?" Xiao Chen's affection was beyond mere liking. He was utterly enamored. "I love it. This place is simply stunning. Just as long as you like it. I designed this space myself, intending to create a relaxing haven for you and the children. In the past, I would bring the kids here to count the stars, pondering our belonging, wondering where he is, what he is doing, and if he thinks of us." Listening to Lin Qingyun's heartfelt confession filled Xiao Chen with happiness, tinged with a hint of sorrow. He had never anticipated that Lin Qingyun would conceive and bear their two children. Little did he know, she had been yearning for him all along. Xiao Chen found himself engulfed in self-reproach as he gazed upon the woman before him, who had devoted so much for his sake, patiently waiting for so many years. He enveloped Lin Qingyun in his embrace and vowed, "From now on, I shall always be by your side, supporting you and our child. Never depart. I will tend to your every need, ensuring that you both live healthily and joyfully, filling your lives with happiness." Feeling the strength of Xiao Chen's shoulder and the warmth of his breath, Lin Qingyun shyly nestled against him. "I believe in you," she murmured. In the distance, Xiao Hua witnessed Lin Qingyun's demeanor, her eyes brimming with disbelief. The lady of the house was not meant to be a fierce woman of authority. She should command with vigor. Yet here she was, resembling a delicate woman, blissfully resting in Xiao Chen's arms. A wave of blessings for their love surged within her. At that moment, Aunt Liang approached, a bottle of red wine in hand, coincidentally witnessing this tender scene. Her heart swelled with happiness for Lin Qingyun, knowing she had finally found someone to rely upon. "Miss, would you like me to open a bottle of wine?" she inquired. Lin Qingyun glanced at the label and replied, "Please do." As Aunt Liang expertly uncorked the bottle, she regaled them with the wine's illustrious history. This exquisite vintage hailed from the renowned domain de la Roman Icani, celebrated as the premier vineyard in the world, nestled in the Bordeaux region of France. Although it was a wine befitting millionaires, Only billionaires could truly savor it. A gift from a vineyard's owner to the master of the house. The master insisted it be shared with the young lady, and with the arrival of her fiancé, the moment had come to indulge. Xiao Chen listened intently, never having encountered such esteemed names before, fully aware of the wine's opulence. Only billionaires could indulge in its royal essence. As he stared vacantly at the wine in his hand, Lin Qingyun suddenly interjected, clink. The crisp sound of glasses colliding filled the air. Xiao Chen took a gentle sip, the rich aroma of the wine blossoming in his mouth. Ah, this is the taste of wealth, he remarked. Just that small sip, one could easily say, could purchase 5 square meters of real estate in the heart of Luo City. Do you recall the scene of our first encounter? Lin Qingyun asked, her gaze dreamy. Of course, though I may have hazy memories, I can still vaguely recall that moment. It was when I had just been accepted into Luo City University. I had just graduated. Feeling stifled, I sought solace at a barbecue stall with a beer. I attended a class reunion to celebrate my graduation. After finishing his drink at the barbecue stall, Xiao Chen felt slightly tipsy, yet maintained a semblance of clarity. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyun, at the reunion, found herself drugged amidst the dim lighting, with her friends mysteriously dispersed. A group of unruly youths cornered her, and, at that critical moment, Xiao Chen appeared, shielding her with unwavering resolve. The instant Lin Qingyun laid eyes on him, her heart rippled with emotion. Seeing her trapped in the alleyway, Xiao Chen rushed forward to protect her, and as she beheld his strong back, warmth enveloped her heart. Although Xiao Chen was no weakling, he was still outnumbered by the thugs. Severely beaten, Lin Qingyun pulled out her phone to report the incident, threatening the group of ruffians, which ultimately frightened them away. A drunken Xiao Chen, rising to his feet, continued to shout, "Come again. Why are you running?" Lin Qingyun found his antics amusing. Later, when Xiao Chen insisted on going out for drinks, Lin Qingyun, yielding to his whims, accompanied him, feeling a sense of security in his clear, expressive eyes. Unbeknownst to them, after a night of revelry, they awoke in a hotel room. Upon seeing the crimson stain on the white sheets, Xiao Chen realized the gravity of his mistake. After that fateful night, Lin Qingyun was never seen again. Upon returning home, she never anticipated that she would become pregnant. It was only during her studies abroad that she discovered she was expecting. Determined not to terminate her child, she embraced her motherhood. Under the watchful care of Aunt Liang, Lin Qingyun successfully gave birth to Mu Mu and Han Han. Although her parents were initially reluctant to accept this new reality, they ultimately succumbed to their daughter's tenacity and recognized the existence of their granddaughters, who were indeed part of their family. After completing her studies, Lin Qingyun returned to manage her father's enterprise in Luocheng, motivated by a desire to reunite with Xiao Chen. Regardless of her parents' plans, her heart remained steadfastly devoted to Xiao Chen. Later, upon discovering that Xiao Chen was also attending her alma mater, Lin Qingyun eagerly counted down the days until his graduation. Xiao Chen, though he had his suspicions, was unaware of the extent of Lin Qingyun's silent sacrifices. Captivated by her delicate beauty, he could no longer restrain himself and gently pressed a kiss to her forehead. Blushing, Lin Qingyun, not to be outdone, reciprocated with a kiss on his cheek. At that moment, Xiao Chen's WeChat notification rang out, shattering their intimacy. "Hello, Chener. Why haven't you returned yet? Taozi, I won't be staying in the dorm anymore." He abruptly hung up the phone, lamenting the timing of the call. What a splendid roommate he had. "Is he truly your roommate?" Lin Qingyun inquired. "Yes. We have always been quite close. Perhaps he is worried about my safety," Xiao Chen explained. "Does he call you Chener? Does that imply something?" "No. I am the one who plays the paternal role here," Lin Qingyun teased with a mischievous smile. "Give me your phone. I shall reply to them." Xiao Chen, somewhat puzzled, handed his phone to Lin Qingyun. She located Taozi's message and, clearing her throat with a playful smirk, pressed the voice message button. Xiao Chen is taking a shower." Xiao Chen was taken aback. He had never seen this facet of Lin Qingyun. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how Taozi would react to her voice message. "I hope he wishes me well." "He certainly will." Lin Qingyun then proceeded to turn off Xiao Chen's phone, delivering a metaphorical blow to his heart. Chapter 010. This scene was all too familiar to Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, on the other end, what the hell? Chener just hung up on me. He said he won't be coming back. Wang Jiaoyang and Tian Beichun were equally stunned by the news. Not coming back? Will Chener encounter any troubles? Ding dong. Chener just sent me a voice message. Guotao remarked upon seeing Xiao Chen's message. Quick, listen, quick. Guotao tapped on the small red dot. Xiao Chen has gone to take a shower. The delightful, tingling, sweet voice filled the ears of the three. They exchanged glances and Guotao listened again. Xiao Chen has gone to take a shower. Wow, wow, wow. Again and again, the trio listened, feeling a delightful sensation in their hearts. How sweet. This voice must belong to an extraordinary beauty. Chener, just yesterday she was ours, and today she is left again. They suddenly felt that the game before them had lost its allure. Huddled around Guotao's phone, they repeatedly played the voice message. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyan were oblivious to the reactions of Xiao Chen's roommates. Regardless, with their phones turned off, they could not disturb Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyan. Woof! Woof! The barking startled Xiao Chen, bringing back memories of being chased by dogs in his village as a child, instilling a lingering fear. He quickly turned to see a border collie bounding toward them. Xiao Chen sprang up from the tatami mat, maintaining a safe distance from the dog. Lin Qingyan found his reaction amusing. It was hard to believe such a grown man could be afraid of a dog. Don't worry, it won't bite you, she reassured. Yet, despite her words, Xiao Chen remained apprehensive. The border collie circled around him, sniffing his scent while letting out a low growl. This scene felt all too familiar to Xiao Chen. As a child, a dog had circled him twice before chasing him and biting him. He quickly stepped back to create more distance. Lin Qingyan laughed at his fear. I told you it won't bite. It's just getting familiar with your scent. There's no need to be scared. But Xiao Chen was consumed by dread, hardly able to heed Lin Qingyan's words. He kept a safe distance from the dog, ready to flee at any moment. The border collie, observing Xiao Chen's behavior, wore a disdainful expression and trotted over to sit beside Lin Qingyan. Mumu and Hanhan dropped their toys upon seeing the dog and ran toward them. Dudu! Hanhan called excitedly as she approached. The border collie, hearing its name, joyfully dashed toward Hanhan. Only then did Xiao Chen dare to return to Lin Qingyan's side. What? The dog is named Daodu? Do you find it unappealing? Lin Qingyan teased with a smirk. Who would have thought that the one brave enough to confront little rascals would be terrified of a dog? It's utterly amusing. I was once chased by a dog that bit my backside, tearing my pants. Such a traumatic experience. Xiao Chen glanced back to see the border collie had stayed behind, and continued, when it circled around me, just now, I thought it was preparing to bite me. I was so scared. Lin Qingyan observed the amusing expression on Xiao Chen's face, his tone of voice resembling that of a coy young girl. This only added to her amusement. Don't worry, once you feed it some snacks, it won't be so fierce towards you, she reassured him. Xiao Chen nodded, still intently watching the dog's movements. As he spotted Mumu and Han approaching with the dog, a sense of panic washed over him. Daddy, look at Dodo. It's the dog that Mommy and I raised together. Isn't it beautiful? Gathering his courage, he thought. A man must not allow his wife and daughter to perceive him as timid. With a strained smile, Xiao Chen replied, Yes, it's beautiful. Daddy, are you afraid? Mumu inquired, observing Xiao Chen's demeanor. In a bid to maintain his dignity before his daughter, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and reached out towards Dodo, hoping that by stroking its fur, he might earn its favor. How could Daddy be afraid of it? He declared, his hand trembling as he extended it. Lin Qingyan couldn't help but chuckle, interjecting, Indeed, your father is incredibly brave and unafraid. Just as Xiao Chen was about to touch Dodo, the dog emitted a low growl, as if to warn, Dare to touch me, and I will bite. Xiao Chen's hand hovered in midair, caught in indecision. Meanwhile, Mumu and Han eagerly anticipated their courageous father taming Dodo. Recognizing Xiao Chen's apprehension, Lin Qingyan found it humorous but also wished to spare him any embarrassment in front of the children. She reached out and gently patted the dog's head. Sensing her touch, Dodo ceased its growling and wagged its tail. Observing this, Xiao Chen also placed his hand on Dodo, smoothing its fur. Mumu and Han cheered in delight. Yay! Daddy is amazing. Xiao Chen understood that it was Lin Qingyan's gentle touch that had calmed Dodo momentarily. Remembering a dog training video he had seen, he recalled that one must first assert their dominance over the dog before offering it treats to earn its obedience. He gently took Lin Qingyun's hand away and lifted Dodo's head with his own hand. However, Dodo reacted with visible disdain to the unfamiliar scent, baring its teeth and glaring at Xiao Chen. Despite the dog's ferocity, he felt compelled to respond, especially with his wife and daughter watching. Thus, he returned the glare. Perhaps sensing Xiao Chen's assertiveness and noting that its owner did not object to his approach, Dodo gradually relaxed its fierce demeanor. As a clever border collie, it recognized that when it attempted to bite Xiao Chen, its owner had intervened, and with Lin Qingyun smiling, Dodo decided not to hold a grudge against Xiao Chen. It turned away and began to play with Moo Moo and Han Han. Xiao Chen intended to offer Dodo some treats, but the dog remained indifferent, completely ignoring him, which elicited another round of merciless laughter from Lin Qingyun. Don't worry, in a few days, once you become familiar with it, it will warm up to you, she consoled. Surely, it's better to have a dog raised by my wife. Its temperament is so prideful, assertive yet never crossing the line. Xiao Chen gazed at Lin Qingyun and remarked, do not seek to please others, nor bow down for mere trifles. Lin Qingyun found Xiao Chen's words amusing, pondering. Even a dog does not lower itself for a handful of rice. Ha! It has never lacked for food and clothing, and I have cared for it in every way. How could it be swayed by a mere snack? Xiao Chen considered this and realized that the dog might indeed be better fed than he was. It was only natural for it not to care for such trivial treats. Watching Dodo play joyfully with his daughter, Xiao Chen felt reassured. After all, this border collie had grown up alongside them and would not harm them. As time passed, Xiao Chen glanced at Lin Qingyun, who was admiring the scenery, and inquired, my dear, where's my room? Lin Qingyun looked at him curiously. Aren't you going to sleep with me? If you prefer not to share a bed, perhaps you should return to school. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, sleep? You have no idea. In the dormitory, they always snore, and I can hardly sleep at night. Lin Qingyun chuckled at his expression and teased, are you planning to marry me with that attitude? Of course, he exclaimed. I cannot let you raise a child all alone. Oof. Lin Qingyun huffed. Well, let us see how you perform. If you don't meet expectations, I might just replace you. Chapter 011. Do you wish to crush me? Xiao Chen understood that Lin Qingyun was joking. Certainly. Taking good care of you and the child is my responsibility. You're wise, she replied. Tomorrow morning, Moo Moo and Han Han have school at 8 o'clock. The driver will take you to drop them off. Usually, I'm too busy to manage this. With you at home this time, make sure to handle their pickup and drop off well. Rest assured, my dear, I shall accomplish the task. Xiao Chen said with a mischievous smile. Since it's getting late, should we return to sleep? Lin Qingyun glanced at the time. Indeed, it's time for bed. Let us go back. Little Hua led Moo Moo and Han Han back to their rooms to wash up and sleep. Xiao Chen followed Lin Qingyun back to her room. After she finished washing, she found Xiao Chen still standing in place. What are you doing standing there? Aren't you going to wash up and sleep? After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Chen finally spoke. I didn't bring any change of clothes. Lin Qingyun rolled her eyes and pointed to the wardrobe, saying, there, your clothes are already prepared. Go take a look. The bathrobe is in the bathroom. The pink one is mine. You are the white one. Hee, you're the best, my dear. Xiao Chen grinned as he approached the wardrobe. You've thought of everything. Upon opening the wardrobe, he realized what true thoughtfulness entailed. In a 3-square-meter space, the wardrobe was filled to the brim with various men's clothing, suits, casual wear, athletic attire, and even underwear. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Qingyun with excitement. You are simply amazing. He grabbed a pair of underwear and hurried into the bathroom. Although he had been in there once, it was merely to wash his face. He had yet to explore the interior. Pushing open the glass door, Xiao Chen was taken aback to discover that this bathroom was larger than his own dormitory. A grand bathtub occupied the space, and the toiletries were not merely placed haphazardly. A substantial cabinet was dedicated solely to their arrangement. Upon opening the cabinet, he found it stocked with men's grooming products prepared just for him. At that moment, Xiao Chen's heart swelled with gratitude towards Lin Qingyun. How thoughtful of his wife. Lin Qingyun lay on the bed engrossed in her phone, and Xiao Chen wished not to keep her waiting for too long. After a quick rinse, he realized that he typically took showers in the dormitory, so he hadn't accumulated much dirt. While putting on his underwear, he was astonished to discover that these undergarments cost a staggering 30,000 yuan. The price tag was still attached, prompting him to exclaim in awe, "How extravagant!" Initially reluctant to don the bathrobe, he was captivated by the embroidered letters on it. His name was adorned with a heart. How could he not wear it? His wife had put so much thought into this. It was imperative that he put it on. It fit him perfectly. Exiting the bathroom, he found Lin Qingyun still in her white nightgown, absorbed in her phone. His heart raced as he struggled to rein in his emotions. He could not afford to lose composure. The sight of her reclining in bed was enough to challenge any man's rationality. The white nightgown accentuated her gentle demeanor and poise, while her alluring figure was on full display at that moment. Xiao Chen could hardly contain himself, swallowing hard. Upon hearing him emerge, Lin Qingyun did not lift her gaze. It was not due to indifference. Rather, she felt a flurry of emotions as she listened to the sounds of him showering. Several times, she contemplated joining him but restrained herself, wishing to maintain an air of modesty. "Wife, I'm all done," Xiao Chen called. Lin Qingyun still did not look up. "I've laid out your nightgown. Please put it on," he teased. "Real men don't wear clothes to sleep." "Wife, I'm not accustomed to wearing clothes while sleeping," he replied cheekily. Lin Qingyun glanced at him, responding, "If you want to wear it, just put it back in the cabinet." After placing the garments away, Xiao Chen grinned and said, "Wife, are you aware that sitting on the tatami for extended periods is not good for your back? You must be exhausted from work. Would you like me to give you a massage? The system has awarded me advanced massage techniques." Xiao Chen was eager to help Lin Qingyun relax. The mere suggestion of a massage caused her cheeks to flush. "Well then, why don't you massage my back? Sitting all day working on documents has indeed taken a toll on my waist," she shyly replied. Seeing her consent, Xiao Chen's heart raced with excitement as he climbed onto the bed. Lin Qingyun tried to mask her delight, stifling a smile as she lay on her stomach, hugging a pillow while continuing to scroll through her phone. Observing her compliance, Xiao Chen contemplated the massage techniques swirling in his mind, all the while admiring the elegance of Lin Qingyun's back. Xiao Chen directly sat upon Lin Qingyun's back. "Ah, are you trying to crush me?" Chapter 012. Massage. At first, Lin Qingyun felt a twinge of pain, but it was swiftly replaced by an inexplicable sensation of comfort. She sighed. For Xiao Chen's touch was exceedingly pleasurable, eliciting an involuntary groan from her lips. The sound stirred something within Xiao Chen, reigniting his previously calmed emotions. Lin Qingyun soon realized that her moans were perhaps a bit too audible. Yet, Xiao Chen was undeterred, intent on ensuring his beloved's comfort, for her happiness was paramount. He cherished Lin Qingyun and yearned for her to experience joy and relaxation. As Lin Qingyun felt the warmth of Xiao Chen's hands, her body began to radiate heat in response, while Xiao Chen himself reveled in the soothing sensation coursing through him. Occasionally, he too would emit soft sounds of contentment. However, he found the task quite exhausting. After tending to her neck, he progressed to her shoulders, employing techniques that were undeniably impressive, a reward from the system. Lin Qingyun, accustomed to receiving massages from professionals, found Xiao Chen's methods far superior, prompting her to wonder if he had engaged in some clandestine practice. Unaware of her musings, Xiao Chen diligently continued his ministrations. Yet, when he reached her lower back, Lin Qingyun's reactions intensified. Her waist and abdomen were particularly sensitive areas, and Xiao Chen's touch elicited a stronger response from her. "Perhaps we should stop," she suggested, feeling overwhelmed. Upon hearing her plea, Xiao Chen felt a surge of urgency. This was a comprehensive massage routine, and stopping prematurely would not only negate the relaxation effects, but might also result in heightened fatigue, an outcome that was counterproductive. One cannot engage in half measures. A complete service was essential. "Very well, continue," Lin Qingyun acquiesced, not wishing to experience any adverse effects, especially after her tiring day at work. However, as she surrendered to Xiao Chen's touch, her reactions became pronounced. Embarrassed, she grasped a pillow to cover her face, yielding to his skilled hands. Xiao Chen noted that Lin Qingyun's body had transformed into a fluid softness. Initially, her tension had caused her to stiffen, but now was the moment when the massage's benefits were most pronounced. Dismissing any errant thoughts, he focused intently on delivering a thorough massage. Having completed the upper body, Xiao Chen rose to attend to her lower half. Lin Qingyun had assumed that she would remain unaffected during the leg massage, yet she was mistaken. Xiao Chen's technique was simply too exquisite. No matter where he pressed, her body responded with delightful tingles. By now, she had acclimated to this sensation, transitioning from initial tension and discomfort to a state of pure enjoyment. Recognizing that Lin Qingyun had embraced this pleasurable experience, Xiao Chen slowed his pace, allowing her to fully indulge in the exquisite sensations. Every beginning has an end. The delightful massage session has finally come to an end. Ding! Acquire the nutritionist skill. Sweet benefits. Constitution 20, Charm 15, Endurance 5. I noticed you were so engrossed in your work that I hesitated to interrupt you. So I've decided to present all the rewards at once. I never anticipated that this system would be so considerate. Please do not question this system, host. However, what Xiao Chen did not expect was how exhausting this massage would turn out to be. Fortunately, the system enhanced his constitution, or he might not have been able to endure it. At that moment, Lin Qingyun lay sprawled on the bed, utterly motionless, still recovering from the recent sensations of comfort, until she heard Xiao Chen say, "Darling, I've finished. How do you find this service?" "Quite pleasant." I assent it. "Yes, very comfortable. Come here, my husband." Lin Qingyun suddenly beckoned him over, and Xiao Chen complied without hesitation. Peck! Lin Qingyun planted a kiss on Xiao Chen's cheek. Ding! Constitution 1, Charm 5, Endurance 5. This kiss not only delighted Lin Qingyun, but also sent Xiao Chen's spirits soaring. He touched his face, still damp from her kiss. "Well then, you owe me a kiss too. I can't let you have all the fun." Xiao Chen retaliated, planting a kiss on Lin Qingyun's delicate cheek, which left her utterly flustered. She felt completely spent, not wanting to move an inch, lying there on the bed. Xiao Chen had been focused on massaging Lin Qingyun and hadn't taken the time to appreciate her exquisite figure. Wow, she was simply enchanting. "Honey, I want to take a shower. Please run some water for me." "Understood." Though Xiao Chen wished to admire Lin Qingyun's silhouette a little longer, he knew he must obey his wife's command. Hearing the sound of water running, Lin Qingyun propped herself up with great effort, managing to sit up. Xiao Chen's technique was nothing short of exquisite. Lin Qingyun sat on the bed, her mind filled with thoughts of Xiao Chen. The more she looked at him, the more she found him appealing. Embarrassed, Lin Qingyun covered her face, wondering how she had transformed into this state. It was all that charming man's fault. He was so captivating. This made Lin Qingyun feel an irresistible affection. Just then, Xiao Chen emerged after finishing the water. Spotting Lin Qingyun covering her face and shaking her head vigorously, he hurried over. "Darling, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Upon hearing his voice, Lin Qingyun realized he had witnessed her earlier flustered demeanor. At that moment, she wished she could vanish into thin air. What to do? So shy. Xiao Chen was oblivious to the fact that Lin Qingyun's transformation was entirely due to him. "Honey, are you unwell? What's the matter?" Lin Qingyun fought to suppress her fluttering emotions. "I'm fine. I feel very comfortable." Realizing halfway through that she had misspoken, she thought, "What does it mean that I feel very comfortable?" Lin Qingyun retracted her bashful demeanor and assumed a queenly posture. "I can't walk. Carry me over." This left Xiao Chen momentarily bewildered. Such a swift change was utterly unexpected. However, he still picked up Lin Qingyun and walked toward the bathroom. Feeling the strength of Xiao Chen's muscular frame, Lin Qingyun blushed and lowered her head, attempting to avoid looking at him. Although the room was quite spacious, Lin Qingyun had never felt that the distance from the bed to the bathroom could be so interminable. Fortunately, they finally arrived. "Put me down and you go out." Though perplexed, Xiao Chen complied. He gently set Lin Qingyun down and stepped outside. Although he wished to assist Lin Qingyun with her bath, his wife's command was not to be defied. After placing her down, Xiao Chen turned and left the bathroom. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Qingyun silently cursed him. Fool. Chapter 013. The invisible harm we inflict upon each other. Once Xiao Chen exited the bathroom, he felt rather aimless. With Lin Qingyun occupied, he opened his phone out of boredom. As soon as the phone powered on, a flurry of notifications startled him. It was a cascade of affectionate messages from his roommates. Chinner, I have treated you well, haven't I? How could you cause us such distress? Do you realize the magnitude of the blow you've dealt us, fresh graduates like ourselves? Chinner, I never realized you were such a scoundrel. Speak honestly. Where have you been? Whose sweet, tingling voice was that? Don't ignore us. Speak up. Looking at the 99 message notifications, Xiao Chen marveled at how lively the dormitory group had become. He understood that he might have inadvertently caused them considerable distress. After much contemplation, he decided to share the truth with them. As soon as he sent a message, 4 or 5 replies popped up immediately. Xiao Chen chuckled, impressed by their rapid response time. He had never noticed how swift their typing was. Chinner, you're finally online. Where are you? I miss you. Even if you've broken up with Li Yao Yao, you shouldn't mistreat yourself like this. Please don't randomly seek companionship on the streets. Indeed, Chinner, you must maintain your dignity. Reading their messages, Xiao Chen's face darkened. What kind of roommates were these? How could they think so little of him? He sent another message. If you wish to know who she is and where I am, refrain from spamming. I will explain slowly. At that moment, the 3 in the dormitory ceased their chaotic messaging and fixated intently on their screens. Xiao Chen first sent them a picture of his wife and daughter. The 3 stared at the image. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Wait. Isn't this Lin Qingyun, the top student from campus? Oh my goodness. What's going on, you rascal? Is this your wife and daughter? Initially, they thought Xiao Chen had merely found a photo of a goddess from school. Wife? Daughter? The group erupted in disbelief. Chinner, I can't believe it. We've been living together for 4 years. How could you have such a grown daughter? I thought you were like me, still a young bachelor, but I never expected this. I never imagined it. Xiao Chen you. As Xiao Chen perused their messages, he let out a quiet sigh. Oh, my happiness. You simply do not comprehend. Having said all that needed to be said, Xiao Chen chose not to elaborate further and promptly set the group chat to do not disturb. Let them create their commotion, as long as it does not intrude upon his peace. Upon noticing that Xiao Chen had ceased responding, they grew increasingly anxious, left with no choice but to replay that voice message repeatedly. Xiao Chen. He has gone to take a shower. They magnified the stunning photograph. Xiao Chen could roughly surmise their actions. Whatever they wished to do was of no concern to him. After all, they could only gaze at the photos and listen to the voice messages. Let them be. Before long, Lin Qingyun emerged, leaning against the wall. Xiao Chen was puzzled. Shouldn't she feel more relaxed and at ease after the massage? Why did she appear so fatigued? Rushing forward, he scooped her up in his arms. At that moment, Lin Qingyun experienced a sense of comfort. Wherever she went, there was someone to hold her. How delightful. Darling, do you feel unwell? Not at all. I feel quite comfortable. Xiao Chen was perplexed. Comfortable? Then why did she seem so weak? Do you feel tired? Only then did Lin Qingyun grasp Xiao Chen's implication. Not at all. I am not tired. This left Xiao Chen momentarily bewildered. Though Lin Qingyun appeared feeble, her eyes sparkled with vitality. Seeing Xiao Chen's confused expression, Lin Qingyun felt a surge of delight. Thankfully, he was unaware of the reason behind it. Ding. Sweet benefits, Constitution 5, Charm 5, Endurance 1. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Chen knew who he should inquire about. Hey, I used that massage technique on my wife. Why does she look so exhausted? Is this technique a fraud? Ding. Please do not question this system, host. Then tell me, why did my wife end up like this? Ding. Every action has a consequence. Please deduce the matter yourself. Xiao Chen inwardly muttered, if my wife is unwell due to this massage, just wait, you dog of a system. Ding. Host, the massage technique is flawless. Please rest assured. If there is an issue, then I'll be waiting. What the heck? You can hear my inner thoughts? Ding. I find you truly foolish. We are bound together. Naturally. I know your thoughts. Xiao Chen wore a displeased expression. After all, he had been awarded scholarships year after year. Yet here he was being called foolish? At that moment, Lin Qingyun noticed the change in Xiao Chen's demeanor, her expression turning icy. If you do not wish to hold me, then put me down. Xiao Chen was even more bewildered. How could that be? Darling, I would love to carry you wherever. How could I possibly not want to hold you? Humph. Observing Lin Qingyun's displeasure, Xiao Chen hurriedly sought to appease her. Dear, please do not be upset. I assure you, my love for you is unparalleled. How could I possibly refrain from embracing you? Do not overthink it. With such a beautiful wife, how could I not desire to hold you close? Lin Qingyun let out a cold snort. Smooth talker. My love, if you speak like that, I must protest. How can you judge the slickness of my words or the smoothness of my tongue without having experienced them? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun lost her irritation and ceased to argue with Xiao Chen. Gently, Xiao Chen laid Lin Qingyun on the bed and went to turn off the lights in preparation for sleep, mindful that she would need to rise early for work the next morning. With the lights extinguished, Xiao Chen shed his bathrobe and donned attire that would keep him awake through the night. As soon as he reclined, Lin Qingyun wrapped her arms around him, issuing a playful threat, "Don't move. I'm trying to sleep." The position they found themselves in was indeed conducive to slumber. Exhausted, Lin Qingyun utilized Xiao Chen as a human pillow, soon drifting into a peaceful dream. Hearing the rhythmic cadence of Lin Qingyun's breathing and inhaling her gentle fragrance, Xiao Chen quickly succumbed to sleep as well. The following morning, Xiao Chen rose early. While Lin Qingyun remained in slumber, he ventured into the kitchen, joining the staff in preparing breakfast. True to form, her morning meal leaned towards traditional Chinese fare. Xiao Chen busied himself cooking congee for his beloved wife and daughter. Millet porridge, beneficial for the stomach, is rich in vitamins, minerals, and dietary fiber, contributing to blood sugar regulation and weight management. Once breakfast was prepared, Xiao Chen ascended the stairs to rouse Lin Qingyun. Given her exhaustion from the previous night, he anticipated she might linger in bed. To his surprise, upon entering the room, he found Lin Qingyun already clad in her professional attire, her makeup flawlessly applied, ready to descend for breakfast. "Ah, my love, you are awake." Lin Qingyun glanced up at him and remarked, "Where did you go? I awoke this morning and thought you had vanished." Indeed, a person's demeanor can transform with the right attire. Dressed in the outfit Xiao Chen had chosen for her, his entire aura shifted. "Handsome, truly handsome. You are undeniably my man. How could that be? I was preparing a nutritious meal for you and our little one." Lin Qingyun felt a warm glow in her heart upon hearing Xiao Chen had risen early to cook. "At least you possess some sensibility. How do you feel now, my dear? After such a tiring night, do you feel any better?" Lin Qingyun stretched, her exquisite figure captivating Xiao Chen once more. Ah, his wife is perpetually enchanting. Indeed, this morning, I feel particularly invigorated and full of energy. Lin Qingyun couldn't help but acknowledge the effectiveness of Xiao Chen's massage. However, recalling her bashfulness from the previous night, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could she have acted so? Swiftly, she resumed her regal demeanor. "Let us descend for breakfast. Afterward, have Xiaohua take you to drop the child off at school." Lin Qingyun paused momentarily before continuing. "In the daily hustle of life, I often find myself preoccupied, leaving little time to care for them." Witnessing Lin Qingyun's swift change in demeanor, Xiao Chen endeavored to appease her, saying, "Rest assured, my dear wife, I shall ensure that you and the children feel warmth." Ah, what a frustratingly charming man. How could he be so captivating? Lin Qingyun refrained from engaging in much conversation with Xiao Chen, as his allure was simply overwhelming. She certainly did not wish to be starry-eyed so early in the morning. As they descended the stairs, Xiaohua had already helped Moo and Hannon wash up and was preparing to join them downstairs. "Daddy, you haven't left yet? Daddy, pick me up." Moo and Hannon were filled with joy upon seeing Xiao Chen, having pondered the night before whether their father might leave them that morning. Xiao Chen, delighted at the sight of his daughters, replied, "How could Daddy leave? Daddy is here. Come here, my little ones, let me hold you." He scooped them up, one in each arm, and carried them downstairs. At that moment, Lin Qingyun wondered why he hadn't said, "Hold me downstairs?" Wait a minute. Lin Qingyun suddenly realized her thoughts. Was she feeling jealous? Jealous of her own daughters? She shot Xiao Chen a sidelong glance and fell silent. It was all this man's fault that she felt so dependent. Xiao Chen noticed the change in Lin Qingyun's expression, puzzled by her swift shift in mood so early in the day. As Lin Qingyun began to sit down for breakfast, Xiao Chen placed the two little ones on their chairs, initiating the feeding process, one man feeding 3 people. He took a spoonful of porridge and offered it to Moo and Han Han, but for some reason, Lin Qingyun's demeanor grew even colder. She herself was bewildered by her own feelings, unable to comprehend why she felt this way. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, who was equally confused, he offered Lin Qingyun a bite as well. However, as the little ones had porridge dribbling from their mouths, Lin Qingyun opened hers. But perhaps due to a lack of experience, the porridge spilled from the corner of her mouth. Ah, my wife is always so enchanting, no matter the time. Xiao Chen hurriedly took a napkin to wipe her mouth. Feeling his tender gesture, Lin Qingyun's heart warmed, and she ceased to blame him, recognizing that Mumu and Han were also his daughters. As a father, it was only natural for Xiao Chen to be gentle with them. Lin Qingyun felt a twinge of shame for her earlier jealousy. She picked up a spoon to feed Xiao Chen porridge, hoping to make amends. Surprised by this turn of events, Xiao Chen eagerly cooperated with Lin Qingyun's actions. Ding! Sweet rewards. Vitality 5, Charm 5, Endurance 2. Hearing this delightful sound brought joy to Xiao Chen, not merely for the reward, but primarily because Lin Qingyun had fed him. Their family enjoyed a blissful meal together, while the maid in the corner savored the abundance of love. After breakfast, Lin Qingyun set off for work. Due to a scheduling conflict, Xiao Chen had to take the two little ones to school. Sitting in the car, he observed Xiao Hua skillfully preparing Mu and Han's belongings. Curiously, he inquired, "You seem quite young. How long have you been here?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's question, Xiao Hua's cheeks flushed as she replied, "When I was young, my family struggled financially. The young lady, being kind-hearted, took me in for my job and provided substantial support to my family, so I've been with her ever since." Xiao Hua was hesitant to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he also possessed an inexplicable charm that made her feel somewhat uneasy. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, Xiao Hua and Lin Qingyun shared a similar past. He chose not to pry further and instead engaged in playful banter with Mu and Han. The two little ones were thrilled. Lin Qingyun's busy work schedule often left no time for her to drop them off at school. Their joy at Xiao Chen's presence was palpable. Century Summer Sun, the most prestigious aristocratic school in the Summer Nation. Children fortunate enough to attend this institution hailed from families with fortunes exceeding $1 billion. Upon exiting the car, Xiao Chen noticed teachers welcoming the children at the school entrance. The opulence of the decor was indeed impressive, though it paled in comparison to Lin Qingyun's villa. At that moment, a young female teacher, dressed in professional attire, approached Xiao Chen. "Mu, Han, you are quite early today." "Teacher Li, it's my dad who brought us," the girls chimed in excitedly. "My dad is incredibly impressive." Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Li Nuoying greeted him warmly. Having witnessed Lin Qingyun drop off the children before, she had assumed their father would be an old man, only to be pleasantly surprised by the presence of such a young and handsome gentleman. "Hello, I am Mu and Han's teacher," she introduced herself. "Hello, teacher. Are Mu and Han well behaved at school?" Li Nuoying smiled. Both children are exceptionally intelligent and obedient, but Xiao Chen sensed an underlying concern. However, what is it? After all, they're still young. Parents need to provide a certain level of companionship. Both of them often express a desire for their parents to pick them up and drop them off. They frequently ask me why other children have their parents to escort them, while they only have sister Xiao Hua. Understanding the weight of her words, Xiao Chen felt a pang of guilt. He had been unaware of this previously, but he resolved to ensure his children felt their father's love moving forward. "Rest assured, I will come here every day to drop off and pick up Mu and Han, he promised, lifting both little ones into his arms and planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. "Dad, you must keep your promise. If you lie, you will turn into a puppy." Xiao Chen looked earnestly at the two children and said, "You can trust me. When have I ever deceived you?" I knew it. "Dad is the best," Han exclaimed, her affection clear. Ding! Family benefit acquired. Physical health 5, charisma 5. Xiao Chen chuckled. "Your mother treats you very well, too." One must not solely appreciate the father. The mother has also endured considerable hardships for your sake, and it is essential to cherish her a little more. We are aware of that. Mu and Han are quite obedient to Xiao Chen. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Hua and Lin Nuoying couldn't help but feel envious of their family. Lin Nuoying took the two children and led them into the school. Chapter 015. Emotional Connections Everywhere. Prior to entering, the two little ones exclaimed, "Daddy, don't forget to pick us up." "Rest assured, I will definitely come." Xiao Chen stood at the door until the children were out of sight, then reluctantly returned to the car. With his wife and children off to work and school, Xiao Chen found himself feeling rather bored. Without them at home, he had little to occupy his time. Are Xiao Huamumu and Han Hang having lunch at school? Yes, their school employs professional chefs, and they send videos of the children's meals in the parents' group every day. Xiao Chen nodded, realizing he had been overly concerned. In such a prestigious school, it was impossible for the children to be served poorly. What about Qingyun? How does she have lunch? The young lady dines at the company. Xiao Chen made up his mind, took out his phone, and sent a WeChat message to Lin Qingyun. Dear, what would you like for lunch today? I can bring you something. At that moment, Lin Qingyun was attending a morning meeting, her demeanor serious. She always believed that rather than holding a meeting, it would be more beneficial for everyone to engage in tangible work. However, since she had just taken over, conducting meetings allowed her to better understand the habits of the company's upper management. Those who were slack would be dismissed in due course. Ding dong. The serious atmosphere of the meeting was abruptly interrupted by a WeChat notification. The senior executives exchanged glances, wondering whose audacity had led to a phone ringing during the morning meeting, particularly while President Lin was speaking. They could almost envision the punishment that awaited the culprit. As everyone searched for the source of the ringing, Lin Qingyun picked up her phone, and to everyone's astonishment, her formerly stern expression transformed into a smile. The male supervisors were taken aback. They had never witnessed Lin Qingyun's smile in the office before. Now, however, she was grinning at her phone screen. This moment clearly indicated that, in Lin Qingyun's heart, the person on her phone surpassed them all. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's inquiry about her lunch preferences, Lin Qingyun's heart swelled with joy. I will eat whatever you prepare for me. All right, my dear. I shall arrive at your company precisely at 12 o'clock to deliver your meal. Seeing Xiao Chen's prompt reply, Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed and her fingers danced across the screen. Husband. Mwah. Hee, kisses for my wife. Okay, I'm in a meeting now. We'll chat more at noon. Xiao Chen refrained from further interrupting Lin Qingyun's work. As she set aside her phone, her expression returned to its serious, indifferent state. Do not waste this precious time on matters unrelated to work. The others sat in stunned silence. They all gazed at Lin Qingyun with a look of bewilderment, having done nothing but watch as she replied to WeChat messages. Where's I just now? You mentioned earlier that Xiao Chen was unaware he would receive such treatment. Upon returning home, Dodo was let out and was leisurely strolling at the doorstep. Xiao Chen seized this opportunity, thinking it a perfect moment to bond with Dodo. He approached the bodyguard and inquired, how do you typically walk the dog? Seeing Xiao Chen approach, Dodo paid him no mind, engrossed in playing with its toy ball. The bodyguard, noticing Xiao Chen's initiative, responded, the border collie has a high activity level. The young lady instructed that it be walked for 4 hours daily. I usually let fetch the ball. Xiao Chen had observed in the park that dog owners often threw a ball for their dogs to retrieve. Could you demonstrate for me? Xiao Chen requested, wishing to see a demonstration lest he embarrass himself if Dodo failed to fetch the ball. The bodyguard was puzzled, wondering what was so complicated about throwing a ball. He picked up the ball Dodo was playing with, called out its name, and tossed it. Dodo excitedly dashed after the ball, retrieving it and bringing it back to the bodyguard. The bodyguard then handed the ball to Xiao Chen, who thought it was quite simple. He asked the bodyguard to record a video on his phone while he took the ball and mimicked the bodyguard's actions, throwing it. However, Dodo did not chase after the ball, instead fixating its gaze intently on Xiao Chen. Curious as to why Dodo wouldn't he fetch. Xiao Chen was startled as Dodo called out and lunged toward him. Terrified, Xiao Chen took off running, with Dodo energetically in pursuit. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's enhanced physical condition, thanks to the system, allowed him to evade Dodo's attempts to catch him. The bodyguard assumed Xiao Chen was intentionally playing to amuse the young lady and chased after them with the phone in hand. Thus, a scene unfolded with one person sprinting ahead, a dog chasing behind, and another person filming the spectacle. As they raced across the hills, the bodyguard soon found himself exhausted and slowed down. Xiao Chen continued to run, with Dodo still in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, in the house, Aunt Liang noticed that Xiao Hua had returned, but her son-in-law was still missing. Upon inquiry, she learned he had gone to walk the dog. Knowing Dodo was shy and might bite her son-in-law, Aunt Liang hurried outside to check. seeing Xiao Chen being chased all over the place by Dodo. She couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She urgently called out Dodo's name, summoning it back. Hearing Aunt Liang, Dodo ceased its chase of Xiao Chen and gradually made its way home. Xiao Chen let out a sigh of relief, nearly out of breath from running. Dodo walked ahead, and Xiao Chen followed slowly, wary of overtaking Dodo in case it decided to chase him again. He also took the opportunity to retrieve the ball he had thrown. Aunt Liang promptly instructed someone to secure Dodo. The son-in-law remarked, "This dog is quite shy and protective. I found it while walking with Mississippi." Xiao Chen was perplexed. Having spent an entire night with Lin Qingyun, he felt he must have absorbed her scent, yet the dog continued to pursue him relentlessly. "It's fine, Aunt Liang. In a few days, it may become familiar with me," he reassured her. Aunt Liang glanced at Xiao Chen, drenched in sweat, and chuckled, "You truly have a robust physique. After being chased for so long, you hardly seem out of breath." Embarrassed by her compliment, Xiao Chen replied modestly, "Not at all." He then added, "By the way, Aunt Liang, please do not prepare lunch for me today. Could you prepare a container instead? I intend to cook something for Qingyan." Aunt Liang beamed at his thoughtfulness, exclaiming, "Of course, I will prepare it right away. You are indeed considerate of Miss." Xiao Chen smiled and remained silent. It wasn't that he had nothing to say, but he simply lacked the energy. At that moment, the bodyguard who had been recording returned. Xiao Chen took the phone, not bothering to check the footage. How could he allow his wife and child to witness him being chased by a dog? That would surely give Lin Qingyun cause for amusement. He did not delete the video, instead slipping the phone into his pocket. He tossed the retrieved ball to Dodo and retreated to his room. After breaking a sweat, he needed a good shower. Post-bath, Xiao Chen stood by the window, taking in the view outside. He realized just how splendid this location truly was. It provided a panoramic vista of the entire city of Luo. One could hardly find a place in Luo City that offered such a breathtaking spectacle. This prime position must be highly coveted by many business magnates in Luo. He was also curious about the nature of his wife's company, which possessed such formidable strength. Chapter 016. A distasteful encounter. Xiao Chen took a photograph with his phone and posted it on social media before heading downstairs to prepare lunch for Lin Qingyun. The kitchen staff, noticing Xiao Chen's return, gathered around him eagerly. "Young master, we all remembered the cooking tips you shared yesterday. However, the dishes we prepare, regardless of their color or flavor, cannot compare to your stir-fried beef. Is there any secret to it?" Xiao Chen was uncertain how to respond. Culinary skill could not simply be conveyed through words. It required extensive practice. "How about this? You can observe me while I cook. Perhaps you will glean some insights." "I cannot articulate any profound secrets," he suggested. Notably, renowned chefs often do not allow others to watch them cook, as teaching a disciple could lead to the mentor's own hunger. Seeing Xiao Chen's generosity in permitting them to observe, the staff were eager to learn. Xiao Chen held nothing back, explaining the purpose behind each action as he cooked. The onlookers listened intently, unwilling to miss any detail, carefully observing every step he took. A discerning heart creates exquisite flavors. Skillful hands craft culinary delights. From the mountains, birds and beasts are gathered. Across the seas, ingredients are steamed. Grains and fowl serve as the foundation. A banquet features both meat and vegetables. A master chef perfects the art of gastronomy, adept and sought after by countless households. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's poem, everyone began to reminisce about their initial aspirations in culinary arts. Ding! The autonomous unlocking of the gold medal lecturer's skill. Xiao Chen, intrigued by the system's capabilities, pondered its ability to unlock autonomously. To truly excel in a craft, one must not merely be coerced into learning. Rather, it is essential to awaken the seed of passion that lies within. As Xiao Chen's words resonated, a sense of guilt washed over the audience. Indeed, to master the culinary arts, one must rely not on Xiao Chen's explanations, but on personal effort and bold experimentation. Only through such endeavors can one attain the essence of a true craftsman. Each ingredient in Xiao Chen's hands transformed into exquisite dishes, leaving the onlookers in awe. He even crafted the finest dishes into shapes, fashioning the rice into an adorable stitch figure. Yesterday, Xiao Chen had noticed an abundance of stitch figurines in Lin Qingyun's room. which inspired him to prepare a Stitch-themed heart lunch for her. Having completed this, Xiao Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he closed the lid. Glancing at the time, it was just right. Off he went to deliver the meal to his beloved wife. The young ladies at home gazed in wonder at the lunch Xiao Chen had prepared, their hearts fluttering with the desire for such a boyfriend. As Xiao Chen took the driver's seat and headed towards Lin Qingyun's company, she had already set monthly plans and goals for each executive. While she was engrossed in revising documents in her office, her assistant, Xiao Man, entered bearing a large bag of food. Did I not mention that someone would be delivering lunch today? Why do you have such a large bag? Lin Qingyun asked coldly. This is from some male colleagues at the company who asked me to bring it to you. They said that no matter how busy you are, you must not forget to eat, Xiao Man replied, feeling compelled to deliver the meal. Despite the good intentions, Lin Qingyun, already devoted to Xiao Chen, was unwilling to accept favors from other male colleagues, deeming it necessary to extinguish any lingering hopes. Xiao Man, please take this food downstairs to the security guards. Miss, that may not be appropriate. Xiao Man hesitated, sensing Lin Qingyun's icy demeanor. What is inappropriate about it? Upon seeing Lin Qingyun's frosty expression, Xiao Man complied and took the food downstairs to the guards. The guards were delighted, as it saved them 10 yuan on lunch. And these were dishes of a quality they rarely encountered. The younger guards devoured their portions with enthusiasm, while the older ones saved theirs to take home to their families. Lin Qingyun, of course, was unaware of these events. Ding, ding, ding. The phone in Lin Qingyun's office rang. Please speak. Chairwoman, there's a young man downstairs who has brought you lunch and insists on delivering it personally. Lin Qingyun's lips curled into a smile. I said 12 o'clock sharp. Why is he here 10 minutes early? Let him come up, she instructed before hanging up the phone. In a short while, as Lin Qingyun saw the person who entered, a wave of distaste washed over her. Han Shanbai, what brings you here? Observing Lin Qingyun's indifferent expression, Han Shanbai remained oblivious to the underlying tension and boldly stepped inside. He shook the takeout box in his hand, exclaiming, Qingyun, I realized it was lunchtime, so I brought you some food. Han Shanbai, the scion of a Korean enterprise, had pursued Lin Qingyun for quite some time. Despite her unwavering stance that no romantic relationship would ever blossom between them, Han Shanbai, influenced by some toxic sentiments he had encountered, believed that his relentless pursuit would eventually win her affection. Such notions repulsed Lin Qingyun. It was akin to feeding disgust with more disgust. I don't need it. My husband will be here shortly. You should leave, she asserted, unwilling to let any misunderstanding arise with her spouse. Upon hearing this, Han Shanbai's heart briefly trembled before he responded with feigned nonchalance. Qingyun, your husband has already brought you food, so you should eat it while it's still warm. I prepared it myself. He paused dramatically, adding, to make this meal, I enlisted the help of 10 top chefs to teach me culinary skills. Lin Qingyun, no longer wishing to engage in this futile conversation, picked up her phone and dialed Xiao Chen's number. Hello, dear. I'm downstairs. It's 11:56. I should reach your office right at noon. All right, I'll be waiting for you. My love. After hanging up, Lin Qingyun called down to the company lobby, instructing them to bring up a handsome man carrying food when he arrived, ensuring he received a warm welcome. She spoke loudly and used the speakerphone intentionally for Han Shanbai's benefit. Initially shocked by her words, Han Shanbai couldn't comprehend when Lin Qingyun had married, as the Lin family had not issued any announcements. However, he quickly rationalized that her actions were merely a ploy to elicit more affection from him, which filled him with a sense of excitement. He sat down on Lin Qingyun's sofa, placing the meal on the coffee table, and quietly observed her as she worked. At that moment, Lin Qingyun felt a wave of nausea. How could something so repugnant exist in this world? Chapter 17. Is this it? Han Shanbai had pursued Lin Qingyun for 5 years. Even before he entered university, he had relentlessly chased after her. Initially, she bore little aversion to him, and her father even approved of the match with the scion of the Han family. However, after meeting Xiao Chen, her feelings towards Han Shanbai turned sour. His gaze was far less pure than Xiao Chen's, and his thoughts were often base, constantly implying intentions that Lin Qingyun firmly rebuffed. As for his appearance, while he was not unattractive and had his fair share of admirers, in Lin Qingyun's eyes, he simply paled in comparison to Xiao Chen. The disparity felt as vast as the heavens versus the earth. Seeing him lounging on her sofa only intensified her desire to retch. Glancing at her phone, she noted the time, 11:59:23. In just 37 seconds, Xiao Chen would arrive. Lin Qingyun silently counted down the time in her heart. As the final 10 seconds approached, she began to voice her countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Han Shanbua, hearing Lin Qingyun's countdown, recalled the man on the phone who stated he would arrive precisely at 12. A wave of unease washed over him. Lin Qingyun mentioned her marriage. Could it truly be real? As she reached one, she slowly opened her eyes, fixating on the door of her office. Qingyun, don't look, he wants to come. Suddenly, a familiar figure pushed open the glass door. Wife, I'm here. Xiao Chen bounced into Lin Qingyun's office, and upon seeing him, her smile blossomed like a radiant flower. Han Shanbua stood dumbfounded. What had that man just called Lin Qingyun? Wife. Xiao Chen merrily hopped to Lin Qingyun's desk. Ding, ding, ding. Wife, look, I prepared a heartfelt lunch for you. Lin Qingyun joyfully rose and planted a kiss on Xiao Chen's cheek. You're amazing, darling. I'm glad you like it. Of course I like it, but someone seems intent on interrupting our sweet lunch. It was then Xiao Chen noticed a stranger seated on the sofa, glaring at him with a menacing look. Hey, who are you little brat? This left Han Shanbua utterly bewildered. Had that person just called him a brat? He could hardly bear such an insult. Everywhere he went, people had always referred to him as handsome. Now, in front of his beloved, he was being called a brat? Moreover, if he wasn't imagining things. Lin Qingyun had just kissed him. This infuriated Han Shanbua beyond measure. Who do you think you are, daring to address me like that? I advise you to leave this office at once if you know what's good for you. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Chen began to piece things together. You think you're worthy? Xiao Chen glanced at the spread of food on the coffee table. If you've grown a pair, then get out of my wife's office on your own. Don't make me angry, or I'll throw you out. And you can go home crying to your mother about someone bullying you. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun couldn't help but laugh. Envisioning Han Shanbua returning home in tears to tell his mother he had been bullied, this thought made her laugh even more freely. Han Shanbua felt as though he was enduring the greatest humiliation of his life. With a scowl, he declared, Kid, I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. Think before you speak. Xiao Chen found this rather amusing. As a citizen of Xia, why would he not study the esteemed martial arts of his own country, but instead flaunt Taekwondo? Come on, today, I'll make sure you leave here horizontally. Han Shanbua, feeling humiliated in front of his goddess, stood up in a fit of rage, adopting a Taekwondo stance toward Xiao Chen. A reckless challenger had appeared, and Han Shanbua saw this as an opportunity to showcase his manly prowess before Lin Qingyun. Upon witnessing this ludicrous display, Xiao Chen shook his head disdainfully. Darling, should we teach such a person a lesson? Lin Qingyun, who already harbored a strong aversion towards Han Shanbua, found his provocations towards Xiao Chen particularly infuriating. Han Shanbua, I advise you to leave at once. My husband is exceptionally formidable. It dawned upon Xiao Chen that this was the very individual who had coaxed Mu Mu and Han Han into calling him father. Anger surged within Xiao Chen. How dare he bully my daughter in my absence and take advantage of my wife? Hearing Lin Qingyun assert Xiao Chen's prowess, Han Shanbua felt a surge of defiance. She has never even witnessed my fighting skills, yet she dares claim I cannot match Xiao Chen. He resolved to showcase his abilities, believing that defeating Xiao Chen would serve as the ultimate demonstration of his prowess. He approached Xiao Chen with an exaggerated hop, incessantly searching for an opening. Xiao Chen, fueled by indignation, instinctively stepped back to maintain distance between himself and Lin Qingyun, wary of the foolish man bouncing before him. Lin Qingyun's concern for Xiao Chen grew. She had seen Han Shanbua's Taekwondo black belt showcased within his social circle. After all these years, she remained uncertain of Xiao Chen's true strength. Yet despite her apprehension, she chose to trust in her man. Sensing Lin Qingyun's gaze, Xiao Chen turned to her, offering a reassuring glance. However, Han Shanbua seized the opportunity, lunging forward to deliver a swift kick aimed at Xiao Chen's midsection. The enhancement granted to Xiao Chen's physique by the system was not in vain. He quickly reacted, catching Han Shambua's ankle with a firm grip. In response, Han Shambua attempted to leverage the momentum, using his other foot to strike at Xiao Chen's head. This maneuver had proven effective countless times, often yielding unexpected victories. Lin Qingyun's heart raced with concern. Should that kick connect, she would be utterly devastated. Yet, as Xiao Chen leaned back slightly, Han Shambua's leg missed entirely, failing to reach him. With a deft motion, Xiao Chen released his grip, causing Han Shambua to lose his balance and crash heavily to the ground. Well done! Lin Qingyun cheered for Xiao Chen, having feared for his safety just moments before. Hearing her encouragement filled Xiao Chen with joy, and witnessing Han Shambua's predicament brought him a sense of vindication. How dare you bully my wife? You deserve this. Han Shambua, witnessing Lin Qingyun's support for Xiao Chen, felt a swell of indignation. As a scion of the Han family, he could scarcely endure such humiliation. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose, determined to confront Xiao Chen once more. Enough. With your limited skills, you need not further disgrace yourself. To Xiao Chen, Han Shambua appeared merely as a performer seeking attention, devoid of any genuine capability. Consumed by rage, Han Shambua charged toward Xiao Chen with unbridled fury. Xiao Chen observed the scene before him, a smile spreading across his face. In a swift motion, he delivered a kick to Han Shambua's abdomen, propelling him through the air with tremendous force. After taking action, Xiao Chen felt a pang of regret, realizing he may have struck too hard. Witnessing Han Shambua convulsing on the ground, he sheepishly turned to Lin Qingyun and said, "My dear, I fear I may have caused you some trouble." "Not at all. He brought this upon himself. We had already warned him," Lin Qingyun replied, promptly dialing the security department to arrange for Han Shambua to be taken to the hospital. As he was being carried away, Han Shambua stubbornly declared, "Qingyun, I shall return." Upon hearing his words, Lin Qingyun felt a wave of disgust wash over her. Without a second thought, she ordered the removal of the sofa and coffee table that Han Shambua had occupied, determined to rid herself of anything that might remind her of him. The employees, confronted with the expensive furniture worth millions, hesitated, unsure where to take it. "Deliver these items to Han Shambua's residence and inform them that it was my directive," she commanded. Chapter 018. Cast out. Xiao Chen observed Lin Qingyun's actions and felt a deep sense of guilt. "Darling, are the Han family still quite influential?" he inquired. "Moderately. His father has always maintained a partnership with mine," Lin Qingyun responded. Xiao Chen paused, contemplating, and said, "If the Han family seeks retribution, please distance yourself from me. I do not wish for you to suffer because of my actions." He had never anticipated that a seemingly light kick would inflict such significant harm on Han Shambua. Lin Qingyun's expression grew colder as she replied, "Xiao Chen, who am I to you? You are my wife," he asserted. "And who am I to you?" she pressed. "You are my husband," he declared. Lin Qingyun shook her head in exasperation. "Precisely. I am your wife, and you are my husband. In this intimate bond, how could I ever abandon you for an outsider?" she stated firmly. "If you dare utter such words again, I shall cast you out." At that moment, Xiao Chen grasped Lin Qingyun's intent. "All right, I promise I shall never speak thus again." Lin Qingyun, observing his demeanor, approached and affectionately ruffled his hair, saying with a smile, "Darling, do not shoulder every burden alone. Remember, you have me. No matter what happens, we shall face it together." Xiao Chen felt a surge of emotion at her words, overwhelmed by gratitude for having such a wonderful wife. "My greatest fortune in life is meeting you. My greatest joy is loving you. And my greatest delight is having your love. The most beautiful thing is being able to call you my wife." Lin Qingyun rolled her eyes, yet her heart swelled with happiness. "Umph, you haven't married me yet. Fear not, my dear, our household registration will arrive shortly." Upon hearing this news, Lin Qingyun's heart brimmed with joy and anticipation, for it meant that after this afternoon, no one would be able to stand in the way of their union. Lin Qingyun's thoughts were a mystery to Xiao Chen, and the security personnel had already tidied up the scene. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiao Chen took out the lunch he had prepared for Lin Qingyun. My dear, let us dine. The unpleasant matters of the past are behind us." As he cleared the table, he continued, "Today, I have prepared a nutritious lunch for you, and I believe you will relish it. Open it and see. Seeing Xiao Chen's busy figure, Lin Qingyun smiled softly and replied, "Let us not eat here. This is my office desk. If we are to have a meal, let us move inside." Following Lin Qingyun's lead, Xiao Chen soon discovered the hidden wonders of the office. Lin Qingyun pushed open a concealed door, and upon entering, Xiao Chen was astonished to find that the layout within was strikingly similar to Lin Qingyun's room, albeit with a few fitness equipment, a treadmill, a yoga mat, and a simple jump rope. Observing the surprise in Xiao Chen's eyes, Lin Qingyun chuckled as she settled beside the dining table, saying, "Do you think I was born with such a great figure?" Xiao Chen glanced at the fitness equipment and then at Lin Qingyun, marveling indeed. There are no unsuccessful individuals in this world, only the indolent. I had thought your splendid figure was a natural gift. Flushed with the compliment, Lin Qingyun retorted, "Oh, come now, how could not be? My dear, you are so beautiful and possess such an admirable physique. I cannot find another like you in this world." Lin Qingyun snorted, "You certainly have a silver tongue." My dear, quickly open the lunchbox. This is a special nutritious meal, crafted just for you. Lin Qingyun rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen. I know. You've said it countless times." Under Xiao Chen's eager gaze, Lin Qingyun finally opened the lunchbox. "Wow, it's Stitch." Xiao Chen grinned widely, content with her reaction. "Do you like it, my dear?" At that moment, as Lin Qingyun looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes brimmed with affection. How could this man be so considerate and thoughtful? He had not even been told of her affection for Stitch. Yet he had prepared it for her, and the dish was artfully arranged to resemble Stitch, who was holding a red heart tomato, warming Lin Qingyun's heart. "I love it. Of course I do. As a reward, you get a kiss." With that, she tugged at Xiao Chen's collar and planted a kiss on his cheek. Experiencing the softness of Lin Qingyun's lips, Xiao Chen was elated. Observing her satisfied expression, his spirits soared. Ding! Sweet reward. Stamina 9, Charm 9, Endurance 9. Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Chen couldn't help but question, could that charm score be converted into endurance? What does a man need so much charm for? Throughout the day, the glances from young ladies have been unabashedly fixed upon Xiao Chen, leaving him feeling rather shy. Ding! Host, what rewards you receive are entirely at my discretion. Earlier, I misspoke. What I might reward you with depends on your performance in front of your wife. Based on your conduct, this system will grant you certain rewards. Xiao Chen wore a face of bewilderment. What did I say wrong? It seems you merely misspoke. Please, host, do not question this system. Xiao Chen, disinterested in further debate with the system, settled beside Lin Qingyun and commenced the feeding mode. Lin Qingyun, in splendid spirits, consumed heartily. Moreover, with Xiao Chen feeding her, it wasn't long before she let out a satisfied burp. Instinctively, Lin Qingyun covered her mouth, embarrassed by her own actions. She lowered her head in shyness. Observing Lin Qingyun's adorable demeanor, Xiao Chen gently removed her hand from her mouth and planted a tender kiss on her lips. Feeling the kiss, Lin Qingyun's body temperature surged, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to Stitch's heart-shaped tomato. "Are you feeling warm, my dear? Why are you so hot?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun's face reddened even further. "You silly man, don't you know why?" She turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Xiao Chen, puzzled, wondered why his wife had suddenly become upset. "I'm full. The rest is up to you." With that, Lin Qingyun moved to the treadmill, beginning to walk. She needed to digest her meal, unwilling to let her figure falter. Xiao Chen watched her sway her waist on the treadmill, his eyes feasting upon the sight. He indulged heartily in his meal. It must be said, the skills of an all-around chef and nutritionist granted by the system were truly invaluable. After this lunch, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Instead, he experienced a sense of relaxation and contentment, his spirits elevated. Chapter 019. Perhaps you should worry for your son, nearly 30, yet still without a wife. After the meal, Xiao Chen tidied the dining table and quietly sat down, observing Lin Qingyun as she exercised. Despite her already impressive figure, she continued to diligently train. Xiao Chen touched his own body. His muscles were well-defined, not the bulky kind typical of bodybuilders, but rather a perfectly balanced state, slim in clothes, yet toned when undressed. With the system's rewards, Xiao Chen seemed to have entered a state of effortless perfection without even needing to work out. Watching Lin Qingyun perform yoga, he was thoroughly captivated. It was undeniable that Lin Qingyun held herself to high standards. Guo and the others often enjoyed watching yoga videos, and Xiao Chen was somewhat familiar with them. As he observed Lin Qingyun execute those challenging poses, he could only admire her from the sidelines. Without a certain degree of flexibility, such advanced movements were simply unattainable. Although Xiao Chen wished to join Lin Qingyun, he was self-aware enough to realize that he would require her guidance. He certainly did not wish to interrupt her workout. Thus, Lin Qingyun continued her training, while Xiao Chen remained a silent admirer. Until Lin Qingyun sank into the sofa, exhausted, Xiao Chen approached her to offer a massage. "My dear, do your family members remain unaware of our relationship?" Lin Qingyun tilted her head back, her gaze slightly unfocused as she regarded Xiao Chen, who was massaging her shoulders from behind. "They don't know yet, but I will gradually inform them." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart sank. Why was Lin Qingyun hesitant to reveal their relationship to her family? It was evident that Xiao Chen's current lack of standing was a significant factor. Despite his commendable achievements, securing a respectable job seemed trivial compared to Lin Qingyun, the heiress of a vast family enterprise. The disparity was likely insurmountable in the eyes of her family, and this burden surely weighed heavily on Lin Qingyun as well. As he continued the massage, Xiao Chen fell into contemplation. He realized he needed to take action, yet the prospect of starting a business loomed dauntingly before him. If he failed to build a sufficiently successful enterprise, Lin's family would never accept him, leaving Lin Qingyun to bear the pressure alone. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Lin Qingyun noticed Xiao Chen's distracted demeanor and asked curiously. "My dear, I'm considering what I can do to gain your parents' approval of us. I want your father to bless our marriage." Hearing this, Lin Qingyun reflected deeply. "What's wrong? Isn't your stomach troubling you? I have already spoken to my mother, but you shouldn't bear the burden of this family alone. I must contribute as well." Lin Qingyun felt a pang in her heart at his words. "What? You don't want to spend my money? You don't want to live in the house I bought? You don't think taking care of the children counts as contributing to our family? Bringing me meals isn't a sacrifice?" Witnessing Lin Qingyun's anger, Xiao Chen felt a wave of sorrow. "My dear, that was not my intention." Before he could elaborate, Lin Qingyun interjected, "What's this? Are you starting to distance yourself from me? We are a couple, and everything of mine is yours, just as yours is mine. What's wrong with you today?" Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words. Lin Qingyun continued, "You toil so hard at work. And how much can a talented person earn? Moreover, who will care for Mumu and Han Han while you're at work? Didn't you promise to take good care of us and love us?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Lin Qingyun had been so kind, yet he felt ungrateful. "I'm sorry. My dear, I was wrong, but if I spot any business opportunities in the future, I will certainly pursue them. I want to lighten your load." Only then did Lin Qingyun grasp Xiao Chen's intentions. "Your family is currently engaged in development. I could lend you some money to invest in real estate there." Xiao Chen chuckled softly. "It's all right, my dear. I wish to rely on my own efforts." Lin Qingyun ceased to press him further. It was the first time she had witnessed such determination in him. Perhaps he had aspirations of his own that he wished to pursue. At that moment, the shrill ring of a telephone interrupted the debate between Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen. "Hello, Aunt Han, what is the matter? Is there something urgent?" Upon seeing that it was the mother of Han Shanbo calling, Lin Qingyun instinctively understood the reason behind it. "Yinner, why have you sent a sofa and coffee table to our home without any reason?" "Oh, Han Shanbo liked them, so I thought I'd send them over for him to enjoy every day." Unaware of the underlying circumstances, Aunt Han felt quite pleased, believing that her son and Lin Qingyun were making progress in their relationship. Lin Qingyun had always been sensible, and both Han's parents cherished her, having hoped for her to marry Han Shanbo since childhood. Back then, Lin's father allowed the children to develop their own relationships and did not arrange a betrothal for Lin Qingyun, fearing that his daughter might not find happiness. "Oh my, this is simply wonderful, Yinner. You are still as thoughtful as you were in your youth." Lin Qingyun chuckled softly at this end of the line. "Yinner, when will you come over for dinner again?" "Auntie, I've been rather busy lately. Once my schedule clears up, I'll bring my husband to visit you and uncle." Oblivious to the true meaning behind her words, Aunt Han assumed that this husband referred to her son Han Shanbua, unable to contain her delight. Yinner, I understand. You young people nowadays like to call each other husband and wife. It brings joy to us elders. Is she really not catching on? Lin Qingyun sighed. Auntie, you've misunderstood. The husband I mentioned is not Han Shanbua. She called out to Xiao Chen, come here, husband. This is Han Shanbua's mother. And I've called her auntie since childhood. You should greet her as well. Xiao Chen, catching the hint, smiled knowingly and greeted, hello, Annie. Hearing his voice, Aunt Han felt a pang of discomfort. Goodness, that husband wasn't he referring to my son, and I was so pleased for nothing. Ultimately, Aunt Han, being rather shrewd, quickly remarked, Yunner, does your father know about this? You must understand, your father's health has not been good, and you shouldn't upset him. As for those outside, I'll pretend I know nothing and won't mention it to your father, but you must handle this matter with care. Lin Qingyun, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation. Using my father to pressure me? Auntie, rest assured, my father is quite well. My mother has sent our household registration to Luocheng, and this afternoon, my husband and I will be getting our marriage certificate. You need not worry about me. Instead, you should be concerned about your son. He is nearly 30 and still hasn't found a wife. After saying this, Lin Qingyun hung up the phone, thinking to herself, do they really expect me to marry into their family? Absolutely not. While Lin Qingyun was on the phone, she did not hide from Xiao Chen, who listened intently to the conversation. Indeed, he felt he had truly found a wonderful wife. Chapter 20. Growing Up, Learning to Steal Hearts After Hanging Up. Lin Qingyun noticed Xiao Chen grinning widely, and her heart swelled with sweetness. As long as Xiao Chen is by her side, no matter the pressure from others, it becomes insignificant. With him, she can persevere. Hey, are you lost in thought? Has the household registration book arrived? Xiao Chen was still immersed in the words from Lin Qingyun's recent phone call, only coming to his senses when she addressed him. It has arrived. It was delivered while you were doing yoga, just now. Lin Qingyun approached her desk and retrieved 2 exquisitely crafted boxes. Here, this is a couple's watch I prepared for you. Open it and see how you like it. Xiao Chen thought to himself, oh no, I haven't prepared a gift. What to do? I've noticed you've been spaced out today. Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm perfectly fine. Xiao Chen realized the implications of his own words as he spoke. Seeing Xiao Chen's demeanor, Lin Qingyun understood why he was acting this way and laughed. Did you forget to prepare a gift for me? Xiao Chen lowered his head in embarrassment. I completely forgot about needing to prepare a gift. Lin Qingyun stepped forward, cradled Xiao Chen's face in her hands, and said tenderly, it's all right. A gift is merely a token of affection. If you forgot, then so be it. You needn't worry about my feelings. Hearing Lin Qingyun's words only deepened Xiao Chen's unease. Observing his expression brought Lin Qingyun even greater joy. It's fine. I'm just teasing you. I know you haven't had the chance to prepare anything, and that's perfectly okay. You can make it up to me later. As you can see, I lack for nothing. As long as your heart is in it, that's enough. Her words only intensified Xiao Chen's guilt. His wife, so busy, had prepared a gift for him, while he merely transported their children and cooked, with plenty of free time, but no thought to prepare a gift for her. It's all right. Please don't feel guilty. Whether or not you prepare something, having you is what brings me joy. Lin Qingyun, looking at Xiao Chen, felt a pang of discomfort herself. She had forgotten to give him pocket money, which could have helped him prepare a gift. Yes, he would. Oh, please don't feel guilty. Open it and see if you like it. Xiao Chen understood that if he continued to behave this way, Lin Qingyun's good mood would be affected by him. So he forced a smile. Upon returning home, he resolved to surprise Lin Qingyun. Xiao Chen opened the box and took out the couple's watch Lin Qingyun had customized for them. The exquisite craftsmanship, minimalist style, and thoughtful design were evident. The watch face featured a picture of Lin Qingyun with their 2 children, and it felt heavy in his hands. Lin Qingyun looked at Xiao Chen and asked, darling, do you like it? I love it. Of course I do. You put so much thought into it. Saying this, he gently kissed Lin Qingyun's forehead. Feeling his affection, Lin Qingyun blushed, thinking how charming he was. Perhaps beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. Every couple is captivating in their own way. Let me help you wear it. At this moment, Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed a charming red as she held a watch while embracing Xiao Chen's arm. This series of gestures sent a tremor through Xiao Chen's heart. How could his wife be so enchanting? Every move she made radiated feminine allure, constantly tugging at his heartstrings. Perhaps this is what happiness feels like, being loved by the one you cherish, who reciprocates that affection wholeheartedly. After adjusting the watch, Lin Qingyun gazed contently at Xiao Chen's wrist. She had longed to adorn him with it, but had never found the right moment. Today, witnessing this scene filled her heart with joy and bliss. Subsequently, Lin Qingyun took out her phone and captured a photo of them together, connecting it to the watch's Bluetooth to set the watch face to their shared image. Although it was a spontaneous snapshot, Lin Qingyun's beauty was simply impeccable. She looked stunning in every angle. Xiao Chen, handsome in his own right, complimented her well, bolstered by a charm bestowed upon him by the system, making them a match of beauty and talent. "Put it on me," Xiao Chen said, taking the watch and fastening it onto Lin Qingyun's delicate wrist. It must be noted that those who possess beauty seem to radiate grace in whatever they wear. The exquisite watch on Lin Qingyun's slender wrist accentuated her allure even further. "Does it look good?" Lin Qingyun asked, noticing the captivated gaze in Xiao Chen's eyes. The word good hardly sufficed. She was simply breathtaking. Hearing Xiao Chen's compliment warmed Lin Qingyun's heart. Breathtaking. Although Lin Qingyun had been praised since childhood, Xiao Chen's words struck a special chord with her. Their eyes met, and with a gentle closure of her eyes, Lin Qingyun leaned in as Xiao Chen softly kissed her. The sensation of their lips meeting sent a shiver through both of them. Having crossed that threshold, they found themselves at a loss for what to do next, remaining in their embrace like a pair of statues frozen in time. Xiao Chen had witnessed couples kissing around the campus, yet in this moment his body felt rigid, unsure of the next step. Lin Qingyun was equally perplexed, wondering what came next. Should she stick out her tongue? Feeling shy and flushed. Both were deeply attuned to each other's presence until an unexpected visitor entered Lin Qingyun's office, unnoticed by either. "Ah!" The sudden exclamation startled them, causing them to hastily pull apart. Upon recognizing the intruder, Lin Qingyun's anger flared. Her precious moment had been so rudely interrupted by this young girl. "Qiao, what are you doing here? Why can't you stay at your own place instead of constantly coming to mine?" Lin Qingyun glared at Qiao, as if she could devour her with her eyes. "No sense of manners. You didn't even knock before entering." Qiao was taken aback by Lin Qingyun's outburst as she entered the room and encountered this startling scene. Before she could utter a word, Lin Qingyun's reprimand left her momentarily stunned. Although Xiao Chen did not know her, he inferred from Lin Qingyun's tone that this must be her close friend or subordinate, as she would not display such a demeanor without cause. "Oh, so you are the one to cast the first stone." Qiao was not one to back down easily. She approached Lin Qingyun and playfully grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Well, Lin Qingyun, you've grown up and learned to sneak around, haven't you? How daring to bring someone to your office. What? Am I not allowed to visit you at home? Haven't I been coming to see you regularly? Besides, didn't you say we're so close that I don't need to knock when I come in?" As Chapter 21 unfolded, with words dripping like honey, Xiao Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him, interrupted first by his little cotton-padded jacket, and now by Lin Qingyun's friend, Qiao. "What are you babbling about? What do you mean sneaking around? This man is my husband." Upon hearing Lin Qingyun refer to the man as her husband, Qiao was taken aback, scrutinizing Xiao Chen from head to toe. With a flirtatious demeanor, she circled around Xiao Chen, occasionally reaching out to touch him, which infuriated Lin Qingyun. Xiao Chen also felt repulsed by the situation and distanced himself from Qiao, positioning himself next to Lin Qingyun. "Qiao, what are you trying to accomplish?" Lin Qingyun demanded, but Qiao ignored her entirely, gazing at Xiao Chen with a sultry expression. "Hey there, handsome. What do you see in Lin Qingyun? She has nothing that I don't possess. You'd be better off with me. I assure you I'm quite skilled." Xiao Chen regarded the unexpectedly intrusive woman. She was certainly attractive, yet she paled in comparison to Lin Qingyun. Her words only deepened his aversion, and he looked at Qiao with evident annoyance. "What do you want? You're married. This is my man. Are you looking for a fight?" Qiao disregarded Lin Qingyun's outburst, focusing solely on Xiao Chen. "I'm sorry, but in my heart, Qingyun is paramount. Spare yourself the worry. My relationship with Qing Yun is none of your concern. We both understand each other perfectly. You needn't interfere. I will treat Qing Yun with utmost sincerity. Realizing that Xiao Chen had seen through her intentions, Chu Ichio felt her interest wane. Oh, Qing Yun, I'm merely here to test him for you. Don't fret. Although he is quite handsome, I have been married for 3 years. What's there to fear? Lin Qing Yun, now aware of Chu Ichio's ulterior motives, retorted, I don't need to test my husband. I know exactly who he is. Seeing Lin Qing Yun's ungrateful demeanor, Chu Ichio responded with irritation. I was only concerned for you. The last time I visited, you didn't mention anything. And now I catch you too in such a situation. Can you blame me? Your worries are unfounded. Lin Qing Yun snapped, her mood soured by the encounter. She had barely exchanged a few words before Chu Ichio attempted to flirt with her husband. While Lin Qing Yun recognized that Chu Ichio meant well, the circumstances did little to lift her spirits. Oh, Qing, don't be upset. I know you're at an age where you need a man to comfort your heart. I was merely fearful of you being deceived. Why are you still angry with me? Chu Ichio, noticing Lin Qing Yun's displeasure, attempted to soothe her friend. Lin Qing Yun felt a tinge of relief upon seeing Chu Ichio soften. After all, the two had grown up together, and Lin Qing Yun was well aware of Chu Ichio's character. Yet she still felt a surge of irritation. Who is this charming young man? I have never encountered him before. He is the father of Mumu and Hanhang. Chu Ichio, having navigated the upper echelons of society, recognized that her family's business was on par with Lin Qing Yun's. She had a general understanding of the prominent families, yet she was unfamiliar with Xiao Chen. Qing Yun, does your uncle know about this? Not yet, but he cannot stop me. Seeing Lin Qing Yun's resolute attitude, Chu Ichio ceased to question further. It's all right, Qing Yun, I shall stand by your side. If you do not support me, I shall disown you. As the two conversed, Xiao Chen refrained from interrupting and turned to brew tea for them. I truly envy you for being able to seize your own love. Stop. He Bei-chun treats you well. Be content. Lin Qing Yun observed Chu Ichio, who had been lamenting for 3 years, unable to enjoy a fulfilling life with Bei-chun. Lin Qing Yun felt a sense of worry for her dear friend and her happiness. What? He only cooks for me, and it drives me mad. Being good to you is not enough. You should be grateful. Your family is not lacking in wealth. Moreover, having a son-in-law like him is already quite fortunate. He must have endured quite a bit in your household. You should understand him. Qing Yun, why are you also defending him? Chu Ichio glanced at Xiao Chen, who was pouring tea, and couldn't help but marvel at how much this man had transformed Lin Qing Yun. In the past, Lin Qing Yun would have been the one to advocate for her. Would you plan to introduce him to your family? When the time is right. Hearing Lin Qing Yun's response, Chu Ichio found herself speechless. It was a futile inquiry. At the very least, your father would only agree if you were a son-in-law. Just then, Xiao Chen approached with the teacups. Lin Qing Yun smiled at him and said, not a son-in-law. I shall marry him. What? Chu Ichio's mouth dropped open in disbelief as she stared at Lin Qing Yun. What? Is there something you disagree with? Understanding Lin Qing Yun's determination, Chu Ichio knew that once she resolved to pursue something, she would not turn back, even if she hit a wall. As Xiao Chen placed the teacups on the table, Chu Ichio noticed the watch on his wrist and, unable to contain herself, spat out the tea she had just sipped. Lin Qing Yun, I asked you to wear this. Yet you refused, but you wear it for him. Surprised by her reaction, Lin Qing Yun responded, what is wrong? Is it not acceptable for me to wear this with my husband? She waved her wrist adorned with the watch, clinging to Xiao Chen's arm. All right. You've fed me enough dog food. Lin Qing Yun, your transformation is astounding. What transformation? Look at you now, like a delicate woman. Where is the queen from before? Lin Qing Yun smiled and replied, I have been conquered by him. Ding. Sweet reward. Physique 5, Charisma 5, Endurance 1. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Chu Ichio felt thoroughly satiated. Gazing at Lin Qing Yun, she could hardly fathom the enigmatic allure that this man possessed, capable of ensnaring Lin Qing Yun in such a dizzying spell. Admittedly handsome, yet one could not ascertain his true worth. Since her entrance, Chu Ichio had been vocalizing such sentiments, while Xiao Chen chose not to engage in her provocations. Hey, Chu Ichio, what do you mean by this? You've been incessantly disparaging my man since you walked in. Are you looking for a fight? Lin Qingyun could no longer tolerate the situation. What had come over this woman? Chu Ichio, equally perplexed, struggled to accept Lin Qingyun's sudden transformation. Where had the proud queen gone? Although Lin Qingyun's demeanor now exuded grace and elegance, she was a far cry from the aloof goddess she had once been. Chu Ichio regarded Xiao Chen with incredulity, unexpectedly finding him rather handsome. In that moment, he seemed increasingly attractive to her. Chapter 022. Hey, Chu Ichio. What are you doing? Why are you staring at my husband like that? Lin Qingyun sensed something amiss in the way Chu Ichio looked at Xiao Chen. TCH. How petty. Is merely looking at him going to cost me something? Lin Qingyun shot a disapproving glance at Chu Ichio. What are you doing, staring at my husband? She then turned to give Xiao Chen a pointed look, lamenting that he was so handsome yet out in the world for others to see. Startled by Lin Qingyun's intense gaze, Xiao Chen wondered, what have I done wrong now? Why are you here today? If you have something to say, do it quickly. We have matters to attend to. Hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Chu Ichio sighed, realizing that this woman had indeed changed, now dismissing her for a man. Can I not come to see you after such a long time? Surely I should have had enough by now. If there is nothing pressing, you should hurry back. Lin Qingyun was eager to go with Xiao Chen to get their marriage certificate, yet Chu Ichio lingered. Ah, how fickle the world can be. Lin Qingyun, in the past, you would have pulled me along and refused to let me go, and now you're pushing me away. With an understanding expression, Chu Ichio regarded the couple. All right then, I shan't intrude on your affairs. But, Qingyun, do exercise moderation. Do not exhaust your man right from the start, or you may find it impossible to replenish him later. Chu Ichio, what are you saying? Lin Qingyun, her face flushed, glared at her. What nonsense! We haven't even. The moment those words escaped her lips, she realized her blunder. What did she mean by we haven't even? With a playful demeanor, Chu Ichio stood and laughed. All right, I shall take my leave and not disturb you two any longer. You attend to your business, and I will visit you at home this evening. As Lin Qingyun watched Chu Ichio exit her office, she pondered whether she had truly changed. Have you had enough? You've been staring at her since she arrived. Xiao Chen, caught off guard by the question, found himself at a loss. I haven't been staring at her, my dear. Why was I staring at a stranger woman? Xiao Chen has been wronged. He truly wasn't looking. Lin Qingyun took a sip of her tea. Was she being overly sensitive? You know, if we were to compare ourselves, who is more beautiful, who has a better figure, who is more alluring? Of course, it would be you, my dear wife. You are gentle, virtuous, elegant, and intellectual. In my heart, no one can compare to you. With this satisfying answer, Lin Qingyun felt a sense of relief. Yet, she pondered how she could ever compare herself to her close friend. It was all that insufferable man's fault. Perhaps she had indeed changed. Lin Qingyun led Xiao Chen into the inner room and retrieved 2 outfits from the wardrobe. Change into these. We have to look presentable for our wedding photos. Xiao Chen was taken aback by Lin Qingyun's thorough preparation. She even had clothes for him in the office. The white base layer paired with a white shirt, and light blue jeans complemented by white sneakers. Xiao Chen couldn't help but marvel at Lin Qingyun's impeccable sense of style. The choice of attire for their wedding photos reflected youthfulness and sophistication, understated yet elegant. After changing, Xiao Chen settled onto the sofa, watching Lin Qingyun. What are you doing? Are you going to watch me change? Oh, I'll wait outside then. With that, Xiao Chen stepped out, feeling a hint of regret. Once he left, Lin Qingyun's heart raced uncontrollably. Just moments ago, Xiao Chen hadn't shied away from her while changing. After all, he is a man, and they had shared the same bed last night. What was there to hide? But Lin Qingyun was different. Being a girl, it was perfectly reasonable to maintain a sense of modesty. However, while Xiao Chen was undressing, Lin Qingyun beheld his chiseled physique, the perfect muscle definition, and his striking contours, firm and fit. Last night, he had turned off the lights before changing, so she hadn't seen him. She had only felt his taut muscles when they embraced. Today, seeing him like this, Lin Qingyun couldn't help but smile, secretly delighted by the image she had just witnessed. Ah, Xiao Chen's physique was simply irresistible. While Xiao Chen waited outside, he felt no urgency, only contemplating what gift he could prepare that would truly impress Lin Qingyun. This was not exactly his forte. Before long, Lin Qingyun emerged with a graceful stride. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. As she stepped outside, she headed straight ahead, and Xiao Chen had no choice but to follow her with the food container in hand. Upon exiting the office, he noticed a conference room. He had been in such a rush earlier that he hadn't paid attention. Wife, where are our colleagues? How was there only one conference room? Lin Qingyun glanced back at Xiao Chen. The employees are downstairs. This whole building belongs to our company. Why would they all crowd on one floor? Even if they wanted to, there wouldn't be enough space. Hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Xiao Chen felt no particular shock. After all, since yesterday, he had gradually witnessed Lin Qingyun's substantial wealth. Owning an office building in the city center was hardly remarkable. Lin Qingyun, not wishing to draw undue attention or have her colleagues gossip about her, took the elevator directly to the basement. She strode towards the two Rolls-Royces parked there. Although the economy in Luocheng was relatively sound, Rolls-Royces were still a rare sight. Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen occupied the front vehicle, with another following closely behind. This spectacle elicited envious glances from pedestrians, while other vehicles maintained a respectful distance. However, neither Lin Qingyun nor Xiao Chen paid much mind to this. They first collected a package before heading straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The two Rolls-Royces halted at the entrance of the bureau, inevitably drawing a crowd. When onlookers saw Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen emerge from the car, they were left utterly stunned. Today, they truly understood the meaning of a perfect match. Silently, they wished the newlyweds well. Some younger men fantasized about taking Xiao Chen's place, imagining themselves as Lin Qingyun's husband. Meanwhile, several infatuated young women envisioned themselves holding hands with Xiao Chen as they entered the bureau. Alas, such fantasies remained just that. They could only watch as Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun clasped hands and stepped through the doors together. After a series of procedures conducted by the staff, the couple emerged with their freshly minted marriage certificate, a profound sense of happiness swelling within them. According to the civil code, they were now legally married. In truth, they viewed the marriage certificate merely as a document. Their love for each other had long surpassed any formalities. Chapter 023. Money is no object. As they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, holding the marriage certificate, their expressions mirrored the joy they had upon entering, albeit now with an added radiance of happiness. All right, you head back. I must return to work, Lin Qingyun stated before promptly getting into the car. Sure thing, my dear. Let me know what you wish to eat, and I shall prepare it for you at home, Xiao Chen replied. Oh, and don't forget to pick up the child. Of course. Xiao Chen stood rooted, watching the Rolls-Royce drive away, an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. Everything seemed to unfold so swiftly. After that evening, he had buried his feelings for Lin Qingyun deep within. Little did he know, while he was missing her, she was yearning for him too. Perhaps this is what love truly is. Ding dong, ding dong. A series of notification sounds erupted from Xiao Chen's phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he found a multitude of WeChat transfers sent by Lin Qingyun, accompanied by a list of dishes she had ordered for dinner. A smile crept across his face as he retrieved his phone and shared a photo of their marriage certificate with his parents. Subsequently, he posted a screenshot of the red envelopes Lin Qingyun had sent him alongside the marriage certificate to his social media. After completing these tasks, he exhaled softly. Let us go to the mall. He still needed to prepare a gift for Lin Qingyun. Having rarely ventured out during his school days, he lacked experience in shopping. The driver parked the car in the basement and was about to follow Xiao Chen. Brother, it's all right. I can wander around by myself. You must be tired from driving us every day. There's no need to accompany me. The driver initially intended to assist Xiao Chen with his belongings, but upon Xiao Chen's insistence, he remained in the car. Alone, Xiao Chen strolled through the mall, at a loss for which store to enter. His aimless wandering caught the attention of a young girl. What is the purpose of preparing a gift? Surprise. But given Lin Qingyun's affluent background, what gift would truly surprise her? As Xiao Chen passed by a fitness equipment store, he contemplated a massage gun. Forget it. Giving Lin Qingyun a massage myself would be far better than a massage gun. But what should I buy? He found himself momentarily frozen, uncertain. Hey, are you shopping alone? A voice called out, and Xiao Chen turned to see a petite girl who appeared no older than 18. Yes, he replied, which visibly disappointed her. Yet she was not dissuaded. "Hello, I'm Yi Ruchio. It's a pleasure to meet you." Xiao Chen, already irritable, felt further annoyed by the girl's incessant questions. "I'm Xiao Chen. That's all there is to it. Please don't follow me." He attempted to walk away, but Yi Ruchio trailed behind, undeterred. After all, Xiao Chen was quite handsome. If only he could be her boyfriend, she would have someone to boast about at home. "Xiao, what are you looking to buy? I'm familiar with this place and can guide you." Her suggestion halted Xiao Chen in his tracks, as he was indeed unfamiliar with them all. "I want to prepare a gift for my wife. What would you suggest?" Upon hearing that Xiao Chen was married, Yi Ruchio's joyful expression abruptly turned serious. "What kind of person are you to have gotten ahead of me?" Yi Ruchio, who had never failed in her pursuit of suitors, was taken aback. She had never encountered such a dashing man who was already married. Is Xiao Gu already married? Xiao Chen, perplexed, wondered about the girl's reaction. "I even have a daughter." Upon hearing this, Yi Ruchio suddenly clung to Xiao Chen's arm, feigning tears as she exclaimed, "You heartless man, you've stolen my heart and now wish to cast me aside." Xiao Chen was utterly bewildered. "Well, have I ever wronged my wife? Is this girl part of some criminal scheme attempting to swindle me? Hey, what are you doing? When did I steal your heart? When did I become a heartless man? Please stop this nonsense. My heart belongs solely to my wife." "I don't care. If you don't take responsibility today, I want to let go." Yi Ruchio's loud declaration attracted a crowd, much to Xiao Chen's distress. "Please don't cause a scene here. I am indeed engaged, and besides, we have only just met. How could I have stolen your heart? Woe is me. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall not release my hold." Hearing the murmurs of those around them, Xiao Chen did not wish to prolong the exchange. "So, what explanation do you seek?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen relent, Yi Ruchio's previously sorrowful expression blossomed into a radiant smile. "Hee, share your WeChat with me." The onlookers and Xiao Chen were taken aback. Is this how young ladies now request WeChat? This maneuver rendered Xiao Chen momentarily bewildered. "All right, I shall give you my WeChat, but you must first let go. Hee, once you add me, I will release my grip." With no other option, Xiao Chen acquiesced and added her on WeChat. Yi Ruchio gazed at the WeChat on her phone, smiling like a flower in bloom. Suddenly, Xiao Chen was struck by inspiration. Flowers. The idea of preparing a surprise surged forth in his mind. "Having added me on WeChat, you must not delete or block me. Otherwise, I shall cling to you relentlessly." Xiao Chen, observing her demeanor, casually replied, "Very well, I shall not delete or block you. Let me browse freely." Delighted by Xiao Chen's agreement, Yi Ruchio merrily turned and swayed away. Xiao Chen chuckled inwardly. "This girl is quite naive. Once I finish my shopping and leave this mall, I shall block you. The world is indeed treacherous." Shaking off such thoughts, Xiao Chen now had a clear objective: to purchase a gift for Lin Qingyan. Without delving into trifles, it was essential to present something substantial along with the surprise. After much contemplation, he resolved to buy a necklace, as it seemed Lin Qingyan had little need for anything else. She already wore a watch, and earrings would appear too casual. Thus, a necklace it would be. With Lin Qingyan's recent transfer of funds still in his possession, Xiao Chen paid little heed to the amount. Money? Merely a number. He entered a jewelry store that appeared quite respectable. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, the saleswoman greeted him warmly. She could discern that, despite his simple attire, he was adorned in high-end designer brands. In this line of work, one must recognize such details. Failing to cater to a potential big spender could lead to unnecessary complications. "Good day, sir. Welcome. How may I assist you today? I seek a necklace, though I am not well-versed in this area. Could you recommend a few options?" The saleswoman, recognizing an opportunity, responded enthusiastically. "Certainly, please follow me. May I inquire about your budget? This will assist me in making suitable recommendations." "Oh, I have no specific budget. Just show me what you have. If I like it, I will buy it. Money is not an issue." Chapter 24. A is 0? The saleswoman's heart soared upon hearing this. She had not made a sale in 2 weeks and quickly began to showcase options for Xiao Chen. This Swarovski piece is a leader in the world of crystal craftsmanship. The saleswoman deftly retrieved a necklace from the display and began her presentation. "Since you mentioned, sir, that you're not short on funds, allow me to introduce this exquisite piece, designed by a renowned artisan, featuring Swarovski crystals and plated in rhodium, showcasing a dazzling octagonal design that epitomizes a minimalist yet distinctive style. Despite her lengthy description, Xiao Chen found it hard to comprehend, yet the necklace certainly appeared stunning. How much is it? 91,000. Given Xiao Chen's forthrightness, the salesperson promptly quoted the price, aware that some might hesitate at such a figure. This necklace has garnered much admiration since its arrival in the store, yet upon hearing the price, every potential buyer has ultimately retreated. 91,000? How exorbitant! Xiao Chen gasped, initially thinking it would cost a mere few thousand, only to discover it was a staggering 91,000. If you find it too dear, I can show you other styles. The salesperson tentatively suggested, fearing the loss of this lucrative client. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, he was unaware of the amount Lin Qingyan had transferred to him and was checking his balance on his phone. Stop introducing him. Does he look like someone who would spend 91,000 on a necklace? A young man's voice chimed in from behind them. The salesperson, unwilling to relinquish Xiao Chen as a client, recognizing his designer attire, replied, "Sir, you may seek assistance from other sales associates in the store. I truly cannot comprehend why you waste time on such individuals. No need to switch. I'll take this one." The salesperson was taken aback by encountering two such assertive patrons in one day. "Sir, this gentleman was here first. Perhaps you might allow him to decide before you proceed with your purchase. After all, fairness must be upheld. Don't you agree?" The salesperson remained principled, patiently awaiting Xiao Chen's decision. Observing the salesperson's firm stance, the young man ceased his protests, opting to stand behind Xiao Chen and witness any potential embarrassment. Upon opening his phone, Xiao Chen discovered that his WeChat had exploded with notifications. The screenshot of Lin Qingyun's transfer and their marriage certificate had gone viral among his friends. However, he had no time to dwell on that, focusing instead on his balance. 100,341. The substantial sum was courtesy of Lin Qingyun, while the remainder was his own. "May I inquire if there's a possibility for a discount?" The salesperson hesitated momentarily before responding. "Discounts are indeed available here. However, due to the high cost of this necklace, I can only offer you a 10% reduction. He can't even afford it. Just sell it to me." The young man persisted, urging the salesperson to sell him the necklace. Ignoring the young man's remarks, Xiao Chen's spirits soared at the mention of a 10% discount. "No need for 10%. Just remove a zero, and we're all set." Before the salesperson could respond, the young man interjected, "What did you say? Remove a zero? Do you think this is a market for vegetables? You wish to acquire something worth 100,000 yuan for merely 10,000? Are you lost in dreams? To flaunt your wealth without a discount is one thing, but this is akin to offering a mere 10%. Do not squander any more time. Simply sell it to me." The shop assistant, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I apologize, sir, but I lack the authority to grant such a discount." Xiao Chen comprehended their intent. What I meant by rounding down was to take off 9,000 from the total of 100,000, not to disregard the zeros. "You have misunderstood." Ignoring the presence of a man, Xiao Chen directly addressed the shop assistant. "Certainly. Of course, I would like that wrapped up." "Yes, please wrap it." "Wait. I want this one." "I do not wish to round down." The man maintained his firm stance. The shop assistant had reached her limit. She was tired of those who wielded their wealth to intimidate others. She had refrained from speaking out earlier, fearing that Xiao Chen might not afford it, and that she would be compelled to sell to him. Since Xiao Chen was willing to purchase, she preferred not to engage further with the man. After all, this item was unique, and the others paled in comparison. The man would surely not lower himself to purchase something less expensive. "I am sorry, sir, but this is the only one we have. It has already been purchased by this gentleman. If you wish, you may look at other items." The man appeared to be insulted, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Chen before turning to leave. The shop assistant promptly packaged Xiao Chen's purchase, and the payment process proceeded without any unexpected complications. Ultimately, Xiao Chen departed amidst the assistant's cheerful farewell. The next tasks were straightforward for Xiao Chen. He first acquired colorful lights and decorative paper, then ventured to the flower shop for roses, and finally visited the pharmacy to procure a substantial quantity of sodium polyacrylate. Although his funds were depleted, Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy, convinced that his plan was splendid. His wife would surely be astonished. Brimming with enthusiasm, Xiao Chen hurried home. Directing his steps toward the room he shared with Lin Qingyan. Aunt Liang and others watched with curiosity, wondering what Xiao Chen was up to. Yet none dared to interrupt him. Xiao Chen retrieved the decorative paper and began inscribing various affectionate messages. If you feel cold, I shall embrace you. If you are sorrowful, I will wipe away your tears. If you love me, I will proclaim to the world my desire to give you my most genuine affection. You claim I am foolish and prone to smiling, but this is not innate. It blossomed the moment I fell for you. Should there come a day when you tire of me and desire to cast me away, it is simple. Just return my heart. Xiao Chen lost count of how many notes he wrote, believing that the more, the better. He concealed his heartfelt notes in every corner of Lin Qingyun's room, ensuring they were subtle, yet visible in passing moments. Additionally, he crafted notes for his two little ones, placing them where they could easily spot them. He instructed his family not to discard or mishandle them. If they were to be cleaned away, it would surely infuriate him. Afterward, he began adorning Lin Qingyun's room with colorful lights. With everything prepared, Xiao Chen set his sights on the most crucial task. The Paisida are assistants of his surprise. Snow. The servants were taken aback upon hearing this. After all, it was the height of summer. How can you create snow, young master? Not only will I create snow, but I shall also make a snowman. At this moment, the household members had little to occupy their time. Upon learning that Xiao Chen intended to create snow to surprise Miss, Aunt Liang brought everyone over to assist him. It's all right, Aunt Liang, I can manage this on my own. If you're curious, you may simply observe my process. Xiao Chen expressed his desire to prepare the items for Qingyun and the children himself. Understanding his intentions, everyone stood by and watched as Xiao Chen proceeded with his task. He took out his mobile phone, asking someone to help him document the moment. Without delay, he retrieved an oversized basin, placing on the scale to note its weight. Subsequently, he poured an entire sack of sodium polyacrylate into the basin, deducting its weight. As the spectators observed Xiao Chen's series of actions, they were momentarily perplexed. Isn't that powder just caustic soda? Xiao Chen turned back with a smile and clarified, you must have detected the scent. This is not caustic soda. It contains a trace of it, but only minuscule amounts. Listening to Xiao Chen's explanation, the onlookers regretted not applying themselves more diligently in their studies, though they felt fortunate to be alongside the young lady. Xiao Chen, undeterred by their thoughts, continued with his work. After recording the weight, he placed a basin filled with sodium polyacrylate down and set a water bucket atop it, beginning to pour water. One bucket after another. He continued until the total weight of the water surpassed 25 times that of the sodium polyacrylate. Xiao Chen then poured all the water from the bucket into the basin containing the sodium polyacrylate. Upon completing this step, he leveled the ground, taking a shovel to dig a hole of moderate size on the side of the front entrance. At this moment, the sodium polyacrylate began to expand. Its appearance was indistinguishable from snow. Wow, it really is snow. The young master is too impressive. Xiao Chen chuckled and explained. Sodium polyacrylate is a water-soluble linear polymer with remarkable water absorption capabilities. A tiny granule can absorb up to 100 times its weight in water. Once hydrated, its appearance resembles snow, and it feels pleasantly cool to the touch. You can even try it. It won't melt in high temperatures. It only returns to its original state once all moisture has evaporated. And the best part is, it can be reused multiple times. As the crowd listened to Xiao Chen speak of molecules and polymers, they found it difficult to comprehend. They simply recognized that this substance bore similarity to snow, which evoked a sense of admiration for him. Science empowers, and knowledge propels progress. Xiao Chen smiled, ruffling his hair. I learned this from a novel that explained this experiment. Curious, everyone inquired, what book did the young master read? Oh, it was a book by the captain, Xiao Chen replied. They resolved to carve out time to read and learn something new. Meanwhile, the sodium polyacrylate had fully absorbed the water. Time is of the essence, as I must swiftly construct a snowman. Shortly, I need to pick up my precious daughter. Xiao Chen has always been a master at building snowmen, boasting an exceptional physique enhanced by a systematic advantage, enabling him to work with remarkable efficiency. In no time, he had crafted an impressive snowman, standing at a height of 1.80 meters, kneeling on one knee, with a bouquet of roses in one hand and a heartfelt love letter pinned by him in the other. After completing the grand snowman, a small amount of snow remained, and glancing at the clock, he realized there was still time. Xiao Chen hurriedly carried the leftover snow into Lin Qingyun's room, where he proceeded to create a 1-meter-tall stitch on the balcony, striking a pose as if embracing the sky. He placed the necklace he had prepared for Lin Qingyun in Stitch's hand and arranged 8 spotlight lamps around the snowman and Stitch. Despite his meticulous preparations, Xiao Chen felt insufficiently ready, but time was no longer on his side. Mumu and Han Han were nearing the end of their school day. With no time to waste, he rushed to catch the bus to pick them up, mindful of his promise made that morning to greet them after school. He aimed to arrive precisely as the kindergarten day concluded, reaching the school gates just in time. Earlier, when he dropped Mumu and Han Han off, he had not noticed that the parents arriving to collect their children were driving luxury vehicles, with at least a Porsche 911 among them. Xiao Chen couldn't help but marvel at the affluence of this prestigious school. At that moment, he spotted Li Nuoying leading Mumu and Han Han's class as they lined up to exit the school. Standing tall amidst the crowd, Xiao Chen easily caught their attention, and the anxious expression on Han Han's face transformed into joy. "Daddy, Daddy!" Xiao Chen knelt down, enveloping both children in his embrace. "Of course, Daddy will come to take you home." He playfully pinched their cheeks and inquired, "Why did I see the two of you looking so glum just now?" "Hee hee. My sister said you wouldn't come to pick us up, which made me feel sad and unhappy," Han Han pouted. "Oh, Mumu, why would you say that? Daddy wouldn't come for you both?" Daddy, I was just teasing Han Han. I knew you would definitely come to take us home." Hearing this, Han Han felt a twinge of discontent. "Oomph, you naughty sister, you try to scare me. I won't talk to you anymore." Xiao Chen, noticing the budding discord, quickly intervened. He did not want his two little darlings at odds. "Han Han, your sister was merely joking. Don't take it to heart. Mumu, you mustn't frighten your sister anymore. As the elder sibling, you should not bully her." Seeing Xiao Chen's mild irritation, Mumu and Han Han hurriedly apologized, not wishing to provoke his displeasure. "Sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have scared you. Please forgive me." "It's fine, sister. I'm not angry." Xiao Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Mr. Lin, you truly have a way with children." He heard, looking up to find it was teacher Li Nuoying. Merely referring to himself as Lin's father, Xiao Chen felt a hint of surprise, yet he brushed it off. "It's nothing. It's just that your teacher has been quite adept at her guidance." Mumu often exhibited a more assertive demeanor than Han Han, and this was a dilemma that Xiao Chen had yet to resolve. He did not dwell on it, for after all, they were twins, and differences in temperament were to be expected. Such matters cannot be rushed. Nurturing a child requires a patient approach, rectifying their behaviors through daily life experiences. Gradual and considerate guidance is essential. Teacher Li has worked diligently, taking care of so many children while remaining so devoted. She truly embodies the qualities of an excellent teacher. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's praise, Li Nuoying found herself at a loss. Despite her moderate recognition within the school, countless parents and teachers had lauded her. Yet when Xiao Chen complimented her, she was rendered speechless. "You are a wonderful father as well." Li Nuoying felt an odd sensation in Xiao Chen's presence and sought an excuse to leave. Subsequently, Xiao Chen took the two children home. Chapter 026. "We shall lend you a hand, Mumu." "Han Han, do you know what season it is now?" "Daddy, it's summer," exclaimed the two little ones in unison. There are 4 seasons in a year: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. They eagerly competed to respond. "And do you know what snow is?" "I know. Mommy told us that when it's cold, rain can condense into snow." Xiao Chen was taken aback by this answer. Truly, the daughter of Lin Qingyun, even aware of the term condensation. "So, will it snow in summer?" "Daddy, it's so hot in summer. How could it possibly snow?" Xiao Chen realized he needed to clarify this for the children. Otherwise, their understanding of the ecological environment might be skewed when they encountered artificial snow at home. Indeed, it does not snow in summer. However, are you aware of how artificial snow is made? "Artificial snow? Can humans produce snow?" Xiao Chen chuckled and explained, "Yes, artificial snow. We actually have some at home. It resembles snow, but is not real. It's a chemical substance. When you grow up and attend university, you'll learn about this." The two little ones listened intently, their hearts brimming with joy at the thought of snow, as children typically are thrilled by the concept. Yet, upon learning it wasn't real snow, but akin to it, they remained somewhat bewildered. Xiao Chen continued his explanation. Upon arriving home, Xiao Chui greeted the two children. As they exited the car, they spotted a large snowman piled high at the entrance, and they excitedly dashed over to it, touching it all over. Xiao Chen had just informed them that this snow was artificial and not edible, and the children were quite obedient. Xiao Chui played with them for a while before guiding them to their homework. As Xiao Chen returned to the kitchen, everyone gathered around him once more. On one hand, they were eager to learn culinary skills from Xiao Chen. On the other, Xiao Chen had brought them an abundance of surprises in less than 24 hours since his arrival. His exceptional culinary talent and amiable demeanor, coupled with today's demonstration of artificial snow, only enhanced their admiration for him. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy within, as it indicated that he had garnered the approval of those close to Lin Qingyun. After all, in a household where one encounters others daily, should Xiao Chen evoke any aversion, his stay would undoubtedly be brief. Here comes the son-in-law to cook for the young lady. Indeed, the son-in-law is truly kind to her. Xiao Chen smiled and responded, "Today we have guests," and Qingyun suggested preparing several dishes together. The more hands, the better. He recalled that Chu Yiqiu had mentioned her intention to visit Lin Qingyun that evening. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, everyone eagerly stepped forward to assist him. "Son-in-law, you handle the cooking, and we shall chop the vegetables and prepare the ingredients." Xiao Chen, seeing their readiness to help, did not decline. He had initially sought assistance. Yet the chefs here, handpicked by Lin Qingyun, were quite proud due to their high salaries. Concerned that a direct request might cause discomfort, he was pleasantly surprised by their willingness to lend a hand. As the others began to assist him, Xiao Chen's cooking flowed more smoothly. He directed the process, chopping carrots into cubes, cutting the braised pork into sizable chunks, and cleaning the abalone. Under his guidance, what would typically take 2 to 3 hours was completed in just over an hour. Observing Xiao Chen at work, everyone learned quite a bit. Following Lin Qingyun's menu of 9 dishes and 1 soup, the group felt a sense of comfort seeing the fruits of their collective labor. "Aunt Liang, how do you usually dine?" Xiao Chen inquired, genuinely perplexed as he had never witnessed the servants during their meals. "Son-in-law, we typically eat whatever ingredients the kitchen has available," they replied. "However, if you wish to prepare something specific today, we would be delighted." "Oh no, that won't do," Xiao Chen insisted with firmness. "You all cook for Qingyun daily. Why should I not treat you to a meal today? There's no need to decline. Qingyun has yet to return, and I would rather join you in preparing the food than sit idly. What is there to refuse?" Seeing Xiao Chen's resolute stance, they ceased their objections and began working alongside him. In their hearts, Xiao Chen's standing rose yet another notch. Once the meal was prepared, Xiao Chen conducted a final check on his notes, ensuring they remained in place, which brought him peace of mind. As dusk settled, he illuminated the lamp beside the snowman, enhancing its delicate beauty. Having completed these tasks, he settled into a chair at the doorway, awaiting Lin Qingyun's return. At this moment, Xiao Chen noticed that the border collie was also sitting at the door, seemingly awaiting Lin Qingyun's return. Xiao Chen paid it no mind, remembering how it had chased him around the mountains earlier that morning. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Qingyun. "Darling, where are you?" At that moment, Lin Qingyun was already on her way home. Upon receiving Xiao Chen's message, warmth spread through her heart. "I'll be home soon. What's up? Are you missing me?" Such an easy question. It was unfathomable who could possibly answer incorrectly. "Hee, I think about my wife every moment. Don't worry. I'll be home shortly." Lin Qingyun's attitude was evident to Xiao Chen. While she might have been somewhat aloof at first, they now resembled a young couple deeply in love, clinging to one another. "It's nothing to worry about. I'm patiently waiting for you, my dear. Smooth talker. Have you cooked yet? My best friend and her husband are in the car right behind us. Report my wife. Everything has been completed as per your instructions. Lin Qingyun." Upon reading each of Xiao Chen's messages, couldn't help but smile broadly. The driver, who had been driving Lin Qingyun, noticed her happiness and silently marveled at Xiao Chen's charm. Previously, when Lin Qingyun had signed contracts worth billions, he had never witnessed her smile. Now, He quietly wished for Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen's happiness. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen saw that he had 99 unread WeChat messages and began to reply to each one. Those who had not been in contact with him before were now attempting to win his favor after seeing his recent social media posts. When Xiao Chen posted the first update, they merely assumed it was a picture he found online of a luxurious villa, doubting that a recent university graduate could afford such a splendid residence. It was only upon viewing his second post, showcasing their marriage certificate and WeChat transfers of 20,000 each, that they realized Xiao Chen had indeed found a wealthy partner. Xiao Chen replied to their messages in a laid-back manner. Chapter 027. Welcome home, my wife Daddy. Are you waiting for mommy to come back? After finishing their homework, Mumu and Han Han ran out to find Xiao Chen. Upon seeing him sitting at the door, they dashed over, ignoring Xiao Chui's calls from behind. Hearing the voices of his precious daughters, Xiao Chen stood up and embraced them, inviting them to sit on his lap. Are you hungry? If so, I can prepare some food for you both. Though young, Mumu and Han Han understood that their father was concerned for them. Daddy, I'm not hungry. I ate a lot at school during lunch. I'm not hungry either. I want to wait for mommy so we can eat together. As Xiao Chen gazed at his two beloved daughters, a profound sense of happiness enveloped him. All right, then let us wait for mommy together, and we shall dine as a family. Dodo, noticing that Mumu and Han Han had arrived, trotted over to sit beside Xiao Chen, joining them in their wait for its beloved owner to return. What a heartwarming scene it was, one that would stir the hearts of anyone who happened to witness it. 3 people and a dog sat at the entrance, awaiting the warm embrace of home that resided in their hearts. Xiao Chen engaged the 2 little ones in casual conversation, and as they exchanged words, time gradually slipped away. Before long, Dodo stood up, having spotted the distant lights at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Chen, too, noticed, and the group stood at the doorway, gazing at the vehicles ascending the hill. The driver had recognized them as well. Miss, sir, and the children are already waiting for you at the entrance. Lin Qingyun, who usually remained unruffled by life's tempests, could distinctly hear the rhythmic beating of her heart at that moment. A sense of happiness enveloped her. The 4 years of waiting had not been in vain, and the pressure she had endured had not broken her spirit. Now, she knew that every sacrifice had been worthwhile. Disregarding her appearance, she leaned against the window, searching for a cherished sense of belonging. Inside the car, Chu Ichio refrained from speaking to Hibei-chan. Naturally, she also noticed Xiao Chen holding the hands of the 2 children, waiting at the door for Lin Qingyun, which stirred an indescribable feeling within her. It was clear that Hibei-chan would also stand at the entrance to welcome her home upon her return from outings. Yet why did she feel a twinge of envy towards Lin Qingyun? Chu Ichio cast a sharp glance at Hibei-chan, who was equally perplexed by her sudden glare. Following her line of sight, he exclaimed, "Hey, that figure looks incredibly familiar." As they drew nearer, he recognized the young man who had competed with him for a necklace. He had intended to surprise Chu Ichio, but that necklace had been claimed by Xiao Chen. "My dear wife, might I stay in the car and wait for you instead?" Hibei-chan ventured, sensing the tension in her demeanor. Chu Ichio, already feeling unsettled, bristled at his reluctance to accompany her. "What are you doing, Hibei-chan? I asked you to come out for a meal, and you don't want to join me?" Seeing her anger, Hibei-chan dared not resist further. All right, I'll go." Chu Ichio shot him a disapproving look, but chose not to voice any more objections. As the car came to a stop, Lin Qingyun dashed out. Mumu, Han Han, and Dodo rushed toward her, calling Mommy. "Mommy, woof woof." Meanwhile, Xiao Chen stood still, watching the joyful reunion with warmth in his heart. Lin Qingyun affectionately patted Dodo's head, embraced Mumu and Han Han, and took their hands as they made their way toward Xiao Chen. Upon looking at him, she noticed the snowman, Dabai, standing behind him, and an overwhelming wave of emotion surged within her. The 2 embraced, feeling a profound sense of reassurance. "Welcome home, my dear wife." Lin Qingyun beamed, playfully punching Xiao Chen's chest with her petite fist. This enchanting scene did not escape the notice of Chu Ichio and Hibei-chan, who had just exited the car. It was breathtakingly beautiful. "Did you make this with sodium polyacrylate?" Lin Qingyun inquired, pointing at a bai. "Hee. It seems I cannot deceive my wife after all. I had intended to tell you that it has begun to snow at home." Lin Qingyun, radiating a beautiful smile, playfully punched Xiao Chen gently in the chest. "Humph, you still wish to trick me?" Lin Qingyun approached Abai and picked up the note in his hand. "Lin Qingyun, my darling, welcome home." As she read through the notes one by one, tears gradually blurred her vision. Ding. Sweet impact. Constitution 15, Charisma 15, Stamina 15. What a significant boost this time. Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Noticing that Lin Qingyun stood frozen in place, he stepped forward. Upon seeing her tears, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Had he done something wrong? Anxiously grasping Lin Qingyun's arm, he asked, "Wife, have I done something wrong? Why are you crying?" As Lin Qingyun saw Xiao Chen approaching, she leaned against his chest and began to weep. "Please don't frighten me, dear. Your tears unsettle my heart." Xiao Chen gently wiped away her tears with his hand. Lin Qingyun lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears, and spoke softly in the past. "I believe my parents' home was my home. It was not until I became pregnant that I pondered, what is home? What does a true home look like? I tried to emulate my parents and prepared a house for us. Yet I still did not grasp the essence of home. Until your reappearance, Xiao Chen. A place with you and our child is my home. You both are my true belonging." Hearing Lin Qingyun's heartfelt confession stirred deep emotions within Xiao Chen. "Indeed, a place with you and our child is home. That is where I truly belong. Previously, I focused solely on finding a stable job after graduation, marrying a woman, and starting a family, unaware that you quietly bore all the burdens alone. Qingyun, I'm truly sorry for not being there for you, for allowing you and our child to suffer. From now on, I shall embrace my responsibilities as a father and husband. Trust me, I will cherish both you and our child, ensuring that you never experience sorrow again." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun scoffed. "Isn't this what you ought to do?" Xiao Chen scratched his head. "Wife, please don't be sad." This scene deeply moved all the servants in Lin Qingyun's home, as well as the Chu Ichio couple. Just then, the two little ones interrupted. "Mommy, why are you crying? Mommy, did Daddy bully you? Han will help you beat Daddy." Seeing these two mischievous little ones, Lin Qingyun's tears ceased to flow. "Yes, it was Daddy who bullied me. You two must help me. Mumu, help Mommy deal with Daddy. Han, come help Mommy too." Xiao Chen crouched down, allowing the two little ones to reach him. At that moment, the two little ones whispered in Xiao Chen's ear, "Daddy, don't worry. We will hit you gently." Hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but shed tears. They truly are his little darlings. "Hey, you two are making quite a ruckus. Do you think I can't hear you?" Two small children raised their heads only to find Lin Qingyun standing before them, arms crossed, gazing down with an air of authority. They had been discovered. The two quickly sought refuge behind Xiao Chen, clutching his legs and trembling with trepidation. The onlookers regarded the scene with envy, admiring the family's joyful and harmonious existence, filled with love between the couple and playful mischief from the children, embodying cuteness in every way. Everyone's eyes were drawn to Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen's family. Noticing the awkwardness of the situation, Lin Qingyun attempted to ease the tension. "Everyone, please don't just stand at the door. Come inside." Ani Liang, seeing this, encouraged everyone to enter the house for a chat. "Miss Chu Ichio, it has been quite a while since you last visited." "Ani Liang, I've been busy with work, but now that I have some free time, I thought I would come by," Chu Ichio replied. "Come on in. Today, our son-in-law has prepared a wonderful meal," Ani Liang added, as Chu Ichio and her husband followed her inside, without waiting for Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen. Chu Ichio wished to avoid the embarrassment of witnessing Lin Qingyun's affection. "You two little rascals, have you forgotten your mother now that your father is here?" Mumu and Han felt a pang of guilt at Lin Qingyun's mildly angry expression. "Honey, the little ones are just trying to ensure our happiness," Xiao Chen interjected. "Let's not be angry with them, all right? Since your father is pleading for you, I shall let you off this time. But mark my words, should there be a next time, we wouldn't dare." The two children exclaimed as they dashed back home, calling out in playful fear. "Honey, you must be hungry too. Let us head home for a meal." Lin Qingyun feigned annoyance. Now you remember that I'm hungry? Where were you earlier?" I was merely preparing a meal for my dear wife," Xiao Chen replied with a playful smile, linking his arm with Lin Qingyun's as they made their way home. Dodo trailed behind, ensuring their safety. Chu Ichio wasted no time with pleasantries, already seated at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the food. Your intentions for visiting my home are rather transparent, aren't they? What? Am I not even allowed to share a meal? Lin Qingyan remarked. Xiao Chen placed the children on chairs beside the table and went to pull out a seat for Lin Qingyan. He Bei-chun, observing this, couldn't he help but chuckle quietly to himself, recognizing the familiar dynamic from his own home life. Chuichio caught sight of Bei-chun's amusing expression, and her mood soured as her husband sat at the table, his composure lacking. What are you laughing at, Bei-chun? What is so funny? Nothing, my dear wife. How was he laughing? Bei-chun stammered, feeling the heat of embarrassment as he was caught in the act. Oh, a failed attempt at humor, is it? Chu Ichio snapped, her irritation flaring. Why are you being so fierce, Ichio? Lin Qingyan remarked, puzzled by Chu Ichio's harsh treatment of her husband. Qingyan, why do you never stand up for me lately? I wish to support you, but I desire nothing more than for you to live a happy life, Lin Qingyan replied, prompting Chu Ichio to cease her argument. Lowering her head, she questioned herself. Is it my fault? Clearly, he was the one who initiated that ridiculous gesture. Chu Ichio glanced at Bei-chun, then turned her gaze towards Lin Qingyan and Xiao Chen. She could not fathom why Lin Qingyan and Xiao Chen appeared so blissful. Initially, she harbored some affection for Bei-chun, but now, instead of fondness, she felt nothing but disdain. This was merely a matter of habit. Though accustomed, she found herself unfulfilled. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, a bitter taste lingered in her heart, implying that she was dissatisfied with her current situation. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it plainly. Why beat around the bush? You have grown accustomed to Heji's kindness, gradually beginning to feel as though he no longer treats you as he once did. In truth, Higu has not changed at all. It is simply that you have become discontented with the status quo, which is the root of your perceived unhappiness. Bei-chun, upon hearing Xiao Chen's remarks, exhibited an exceptionally sincere expression, far more endearing than that of a biological father. Xiao Chen's two sentences unveiled the struggles Bei-chun had endured over the years, struggles he himself dared not articulate, but which Xiao Chen voiced on his behalf, filling him with gratitude. Chu Ichio, hearing Xiao Chen's words, was not particularly angry, being astute. She was well aware of the reasons behind her and Bei-chun's current state. If I am unfulfilled, can't he treat me twice as well? Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyan fell silent, and Bei-chun, recognizing the opportunity, seized it for himself. Yes, I can. My dear wife, I shall certainly treat you twice as well in the future. Chu Ichio gazed at Bei-chun, seeing echoes of the man who once pursued her. The same feelings stirred within her. Let us see how you perform. Bei-chun, understanding her meaning, responded affirmatively, yes, my dear wife. With the matter resolved, shall we commence our meal? Lin Qingyan remarked with a radiant smile. My husband, truly possesses remarkable skills. These two have been at odds for years. A few words from Xiao Chen have certainly eased their relationship. Once the dishes were served, Xiao Chen initiated his feeding mode. Ding. Double benefits. Constitution 5, Charm 5. Endurance 1. Xiao Chen had grown indifferent to these boosts, feeling that his current state sufficed. An excess might yield counterproductive effects. Just like today when he encountered that little girl at the mall. It suddenly dawned on him that he had been too busy to block her. Never mind that. Feeding my wife and child is of utmost importance. Chu Ichio observed Lin Qingyan, who merely had to open her mouth to be fed, holding chopsticks in her hand. She placed them directly on the table. My dear wife, do you find the meal unpalatable? Xiao Chen and the others looked on with curiosity upon hearing this. Impossible. My dad cooks exceptionally well. Indeed, Sister Chu. You'll know once you taste it. The two little ones said no more, simply affirming that Xiao Chen's cooking was delightful before returning to their meal. Xiao Chen was taken aback upon hearing that Sister Chu was also bewildered. Wasn't she the same age as Lin Qingyan? Lin Qingyan discerned Xiao Chen's confusion and explained that calling her sister made her seem youthful, prompting Mu Mu and Han Han to address her as such. It dawned on Xiao Chen that this was a clever act of self-deception. Observing Bei-chun's utterly perplexed expression, she felt no inclination to elaborate further. Wasn't it self-evident? Chu Ichio, ignoring Bei-chun, set down her chopsticks, initially believing he understood her unspoken message. However, He merely glanced around, oblivious to the fact that he was supposed to feed her. Frustrated, she decided to fix her gaze directly on Lin Qingyun. It was only when he Beichen witnessed Xiao Chen feeding Lin Qingyun that realization struck him. What a straightforward man he was. He Beichen mimicked Xiao Chen's actions, attempting to feed Chu Ichio, but his lack of experience led to silver fungus porridge spilling from the corners of her mouth. Must you be so forceful? How wide do you think my mouth is? Are you trying to stretch it to the breaking point? Seeing Chu Ichio's plight, he Beichan felt a pang of sympathy. My dear wife, your delicate lips cannot accommodate this oversized spoon. It's simply one tea fit. After finally accomplishing something that pleased Chu Ichio, he found himself in yet another embarrassing situation. Aunt Liang, unable to bear the sight any longer, handed he Beichan a smaller spoon, much to the amusement of Moo Moo and Han Han. Sister Chu, you can't even eat properly when Dad feeds you. Hey, maybe I should let my dad feed you instead. Children speak without a filter. Lin Qingyun, unfazed, gently instructed Moo Moo and Han Han. Your father feeds me because he is my husband. He feeds you too because he is your father. Sister Chu has her own husband and does not require your father to feed her. But uncle, he isn't doing it well. Chimed in Han Han. Yeah, he can't do it right, and Sister Chu isn't getting any food. This only deepened he Beichan's embarrassment. If these two little ones thought him inept, one could only imagine Chu Ichio's assessment. It's all right. The first attempt may not go smoothly, but with diligence, the second will surely improve. When I first fed Mom, she also missed her mouth. Xiao Chen reassured them, prompting a contemplative look from Moo Moo and Han Han. My dear wife, I shall improve with each attempt. He Beichan promised, and Chu Ichio chose not to hold his earlier blunders against him, granting him a second chance. As he Beichan followed Xiao Chen's lead, he gradually became adept at feeding Chu Ichio without spilling a drop. Seeing this progress brought relief to Moo Moo and Han Han, for they did not wish to see such delectable meals go to waste. With each feeding, he Beichan's confidence grew, and Chu Ichio felt warmth in her heart as she watched the man diligently feeding her. Once the ladies had their fill, Xiao Chen and he Beichan finally found a moment to enjoy their meal. Darling, we want tea wait for you today. We're heading upstairs first. You can join us once you finish. Hey, Dad, we're waiting for you upstairs. He Beichan gazed at Xiao Chen's family with a tinge of envy in his heart. As a son-in-law in the Chu family, he often felt the pressure. Yet, he was undeniably deeply in love with Chu Ichio. Xiao Chen, I owe you an apology from today at the mall. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had ever met He Beichan. Have we met before? He Beichan, upon realizing that Xiao Chen did not recognize him, felt his initial fondness wane. To his surprise, Xiao Chen, who appeared carefree, was in fact a meticulous calculator at heart. I wanted to buy that necklace you had your eye on. Have you forgotten? Xiao Chen suddenly recalled the incident, where someone had been vying for the same necklace at the mall. However, in his haste to return home, he had not paid any attention to that person. Now, sitting together for a meal, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Oh, so that was you, I didn't recognize you, my apologies. He Beichan understood Xiao Chen's oversight, noting that Xiao had not even changed his attire. With his tall stature and handsome features, He Beichan certainly had an impression of him. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that Xiao Chen had not acknowledged him at all during their previous encounter. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Well, you have a great relationship with Qingyun. Upon hearing He Beichan's remark, Xiao Chen empathized with his predicament. It was indeed quite tragic. Brother He, what are we? We are men. How can a man allow his woman to feel inadequate? Xiao Chen paused, then continued, you must showcase your prowess before her. But, He Beichan's expression soured. What? Xiao Chen inquired, sensing his distress. You mentioned showcasing a man's prowess, but I've never even shared a bed with Ichio. At this revelation, the poor Xiao Chen had just sipped spray from his mouth. Haven't you been married for 4 years? For years, my friend. How have you endured? Xiao Chen realized he had misspoken, as he hadn't intended to delve into that topic. It's all He Beichan's fault for leading me astray. When I speak of prowess, I don't mean in the bedroom, brother He. I mean in everyday life. You must present yourself as a man, someone she can rely on. While you should heed her words, you must also exhibit your own character and charm. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's advice, He Beichan seemed to grasp some understanding. These words echoed counsel once given to Xiao Chen during his relationship with Li Yaoyao. However, such advice was not a panacea. Mutual affection was essential. Unilateral efforts were futile. In Xiao Chen's perspective, he was uncertain if Chu Ichio harbored love for He Beichun, but it was clear that He Beichun was profoundly enamored with her. The issue lay in his approach, which failed to convey his affection effectively. Such matters hinge on personal growth. Love requires not only a beginning, but also diligent nurturing. Passion may gradually diminish, yet affection remains steadfast. Over time, as one becomes accustomed to their partner, the bond should ideally strengthen. If you find yourself growing weary, then perhaps it is your mindset that requires examination. Xiao Chen, not wishing to engage in lengthy explanations with He Beichun, who himself is somewhat perplexed, tidied the dining table after their meal and then ascended the stairs with him. He Beichun, observing Xiao Chen's actions, felt puzzled. Surely such tasks could be handled by the servants? Perhaps this reflects a deeper disparity. Before reaching the upper floor, Xiao Chen was greeted by the melodious sound of Lin Qingyun singing with her guitar. The youthful heart often harbors a touch of recklessness. And now you roam the world freely. Truly, Lin Qingyun is remarkable. Indeed, she is my beloved wife. This song showcases her commanding, queenly voice with exquisite clarity. Xiao Chen recalled that their first encounter was marked by this very tune. Hearing Lin Qingyun sing it again filled his heart with warmth. He chose to listen intently, appreciating the perfection of her vocal prowess without joining in. As the final notes faded, Xiao Chen applauded and approached Lin Qingyun. My dear, it would be a shame for your exquisite voice not to grace the stage. Your singing is simply enchanting. I might just swoon. Lin Qingyun's heart soared at Xiao Chen's praise. For being acknowledged by the one she loves is the greatest comfort. Oh no, it is you who sings beautifully, my husband. Witnessing this tender exchange, He Beichun felt a pang of envy, longing for a similarly joyful existence with Chu Ichio. He was also impressed by Xiao Chen's undeniable charm. Sometimes, flattery requires a certain finesse. However, Xiao Chen's admiration was genuine. Lin Qingyun truly sang beautifully, a sentiment He Beichun failed to grasp. Chapter 030. You're my sweet milk tea moo moo and han han. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun praise Xiao Chen singing, clung to his legs, insisting he sing for them. Faced with the eager gazes of Lin Qingyun and the two little ones, Xiao Chen could not decline. The happiness of his wife and children was paramount. Embracing his guitar, he transformed, embodying a different persona. His expression deepened, and an aura of sophistication enveloped him. With delicate fingers strumming the strings, a profound melody spread through the surroundings, parting the clouds like a beautiful blue velvet sky. As he began to sing, he shattered the audience's preconceived notions of music. He Beichun couldn't help but admire silently. Goodness, I never realized Xiao Chen was so exceptionally talented. No wonder Lin Qingyun is utterly devoted to him. If I possessed such a voice, my wife would not regard me so coldly. Superficial individuals perceive only the surface of things. To love someone is not merely to acknowledge their excellence or abilities. Love emanates from the heart. Regardless of what they do, they are seen as the best and most remarkable in your eyes. I traverse mountains for you, yet remain indifferent to the scenery. At this moment, several individuals were already captivated by Xiao Chen's melodious voice, their eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Qingyun, upon hearing the song chosen by Xiao Chen, struggled to restrain her tears, preventing them from spilling over. Moo Moo and Han Han fell silent as they listened to Xiao Chen's singing, their admiration for him deepening. Hearing such a flawless voice, Chu Ichio came to understand Lin Qingyun's affection for Xiao Chen. However, the couple may have been too entangled in the pressures of marriage to truly experience love, thus failing to comprehend the bond between Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, at this moment, was entirely engrossed in his performance, his gaze never straying from Lin Qingyun. She, in turn, could sense the love he harbored for her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Love is a singular word, whispered only once. It likely stirred feelings of longing in those who heard it. In the bustling city, seeking your name, ensuring your happiness is my lifelong concern. When Xiao Chen concluded his song, the audience remained entranced by his voice, unable to break free from its spell. It was not until Dodo called out that they regained their senses. Wow, Daddy sings beautifully. Daddy is amazing, exclaimed Moo Moo and Han Han in admiration. Indeed, he is remarkable. Lin Qingyun echoed their sentiments. Absolutely, he is impressive. Chu Ichio chimed in, mimicking Lin Qingyun's tone. Lin Qingyun perceived the sarcasm in Chu Ichio's words, but chose not to concern herself with them. Her husband was not to be judged by others. Hearing Lin Qingyun's praise filled Xiao Chen with joy, as her approval mattered more than anything else. I need to use the restroom. You all continue to have fun. Upon hearing Chu Ichio announce her intention, He Bei-chen immediately stood up, reaching out to his sister. Chu Ichio, surprised by his sudden attentiveness, wondered why he had become so considerate. My dear wife, do you need me to accompany you? She replied coldly. No need. Are you that eager to follow me just to use the restroom? He Bei-chen, taken aback by her refusal, was left uncertain of how to respond, watching her retreating figure with disappointment. Only after she had walked away did He Bei-chen dejectedly take a seat next to Xiao Chen. Did I just display a semblance of masculine charm? Lin Qingyun was astonished by He Bei-chen's question, but quickly realized the truth. You did well to stand and offer her a hand, but your subsequent behavior was utterly disappointing. Encouraged by Lin Qingyun's willingness to assist him, He Bei-chen perked up. For only a woman could truly understand another woman. What should I do then? Xiao Chen chuckled. If you wish to accompany her, you should say, I happen to need the restroom as well. This way, it won't seem forced. Your actions not only failed to win Chu Ichio's favor, but may have made her feel as though you were intruding on her privacy, leading to her aversion towards you. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, He Bei-chen was astounded, realizing that there was much to learn in such matters. He wished to retract his earlier thoughts. While women may not necessarily understand each other best, Xiao Chen undoubtedly possessed the deepest understanding of women. The crucial point was that Xiao Chen also comprehended himself. He Bei-chen felt an increasing desire to learn a few more insights from Xiao Chen in this regard. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun felt a twinge of displeasure. Xiao Chen, be honest. Is this how you flirt with other girls at school? Hearing Lin Qingyun's remark, Xiao Chen was drenched in cold sweat. I'm wrong. My dear wife, I am innocent. I would never dote on other girls. That was merely to assist Hege in improving his relationship with your friend. As Lin Qingyun listened to Xiao Chen's explanation, the look in her eyes seemed to suggest he was not lying, and she reluctantly accepted his words. Could you teach me another trick? I wish to learn more. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. Since He Bei-chen could win over Chu Ichio's affections, it would mean that they would not frequently seek out Lin Qingyun. This was favorable for Xiao Chen, as their absence would allow him to spend more time with Lin Qingyun. This is simple, just watch closely. Xiao Chen turned to Lin Qingyun and said, Darling, do you know what you are to me? Lin Qingyun was intrigued by Xiao Chen's sudden inquiry and followed his lead. I don't know. Xiao Chen adopted a very affectionate tone. You are my fragrant milk tea. Lin Qingyun was curious as to why he referred to her as such. Why? Because this way, I can hold you in the palm of my hand. Ding. Sweet bonus. Constitution 3, Charm 3, Endurance 3. Lin Qingyun's face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. How ridiculous. What are you saying? He. Xiao Chen scratched his head, grinning foolishly. He felt satisfied to amuse his wife. He Bei-chen, observing Lin Qingyun's reaction, instantly recognized the effectiveness of this approach and began to contemplate how to apply it to Chu Ichio. Daddy, I want to be held in your palm too. Miju, Moo Moo and Han Han, upon hearing Xiao Chen's intention to hold their mother in his palm, wished to give it a try as well. All right, Daddy will hold you both in his palms right now. Xiao Chen had Moo Moo and Han Han sit in his hands, slowly lifting them into the air, swaying gently. Watching Xiao Chen's actions, Lin Qingyun's heart was in her throat. If they were to fall, how painful that would be. Nevertheless, she did not stop Xiao Chen. Not because she did not care for the children, but because she preferred to trust him. He Bei-chen watched the family with a heart full of envy, wondering if only Chu Ichio did not mind him. Their child would surely be of a similar age by now. Chapter 031. How did it change so much? Moo Moo and Han Han sat in the palm of Xiao Chen's hand, soaring through the air. From initial fear, they gradually adapted, immersing themselves in the thrill. Qingyun, how can you allow him to play like this with the children? Upon returning, Chu Ichio was terrified to see Xiao Chen holding Mu Mu and Han Han above his head, and she reproached Lin Qingyun. Lin Qingyun, however, was not as agitated as Chu Ichio and slowly remarked, "Having children is merely a playful endeavor. Let them enjoy it. You needn't concern yourself with them. I have complete faith in my husband. He is assuredly capable of safeguarding the child." Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Chu Ichio felt a pang of anxiety. What if the child accidentally fell? She was poised and ready to catch Mu Mu and Han Han, fearing they might tumble from Xiao Chen's grasp. "My dear wife, can you guess what you are to me?" When He Bei-chan unexpectedly posed this question, Chu Ichio was taken aback. Yet, her mind was preoccupied with the safety of Mu Mu and Han Han. "What is the timing of this inquiry?" she retorted. He Bei-chan, bemused by her response, wondered why her reply differed from Lin Qingyun's. Xiao Chen, overhearing their exchange, gently lowered the two little ones and devoted himself to assisting He Bei-chan. Observing this, Lin Qingyun chided Chu Ichio. "He is asking you a question. Could you respond properly?" Confused by their reactions, Chu Ichio asked, "What did you just inquire?" "I did not catch that." The others were left speechless. She hadn't heard? Undeterred, He Bei-chan lowered his voice and reiterated, "My dear wife, can you guess what you are to me? What is that peculiar tone of yours? Can you not speak normally?" Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were equally astonished by her retort. Is it possible to play in such a manner? He Bei-chan seemed momentarily disheartened, gazing down at his clothing, unsure of how to proceed. Not wishing to see He Bei-chan so dismayed, Lin Qingyun interjected, "Ichio, he is asking you what you think you are to him. Why are you focused on his voice?" "You have no idea," Chu Ichio replied. "He spends his days at home watching those short videos of individuals in tight clothing shouting about knives and various skills. That voice is just unbearable." Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were rendered speechless by her observation. It seemed Chu Ichio's focus was rather peculiar. What exactly does He Bei-chan fancy? Lin Qingyun's mind conjured an image of Xiao Chen in tight attire. "Qingyun, why are you drooling? You don't fancy the kind of video, do you?" Noticing Lin Qingyun's state, Chu Ichio couldn't help but inquire. Xiao Chen hurriedly approached to wipe Lin Qingyun's mouth. "How could that be? I would never be interested in such things." "Then why were you drooling?" Lin Qingyun responded, "My wife must be hungry, longing for my cooking. Let us not dwell on it." Xiao Chen turned to Lin Qingyun and asked, "My dear, are you hungry?" Hearing his words warmed Lin Qingyun's heart. Indeed, her husband was splendid. Ding! Sweet reward. Constitution 5. Charisma 5. Stamina 5. "It's all right, dear husband. I'm on a diet and shall not eat tonight." Chu Ichio, bemused, noted that they had only dined an hour ago. How could they be so ravenous? She scrutinized Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, thinking there must be some secret affair between the two. He Bei-chan observed Xiao Chen's behavior towards Lin Qingyun, and Lin Qingyun appeared quite pleased as well. He silently mused to himself, another trick learned. It seems I must seek further wisdom from Xiao Chen in the future. I wonder if Xiao Chen would retaliate upon hearing this. Nonetheless, He Bei-chan dismissed such thoughts. With Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen aiding him, he could not afford to falter. "My dear wife, can you guess what you mean to me?" Upon hearing He Bei-chan's incessant questioning, Chu Ichio felt a surge of irritation. Always asking, "What do you think I am to you?" Though somewhat disheartened by Chu Ichio's response, He Bei-chan seized the opportunity to continue. "Hee, my dear wife, you are my fragrant milk tea." Witnessing He Bei-chan's foolish grin only fueled Chu Ichio's anger. "What are you laughing about? Fragrant milk tea? Spare me." He Bei-chan was taken aback, unable to fathom that his wife would respond in such a manner. The two little girls beside them appeared anxious. "Chu Jia, please don't be upset. Kindly converse with Uncle He," one urged. "Yes, Chu Jia. You should ask Uncle He why you are the fragrant milk tea." Earlier, when He Bei-chan sought guidance, the two little girls had been listening closely, perhaps grasping the underlying meaning. Hearing Mu Mu and Han Han's words softened Chu Ichio's heart. She had always adored children. Succumbing to their suggestion, she replied to He Bei-chan, "Why do you say I am a fragrant milk tea?" Seeing an opportunity, He Bei-chan eagerly responded, "Because that way, I can hold you in my palms." Exactly, just like when my father held me earlier, soaring through the skies. The two little girls gazed at He Bei-chan and Chu Ichio with eager anticipation. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, overhearing the exchange, could not help but chuckle as they envisioned Chu Ichio perched in Ibachen's hands, a look of shock on her face. Ibachen was utterly flabbergasted. The scenario was unfolding entirely contrary to his expectations. He had merely recounted Xiao Chen's words. How could it veer off in such a direction? The outcomes were drastically different. Oh no! Ibachen's heart screamed in protest. Why? Why? Chu Ichio glared at Ibachen. Frustration etched across her face. Ibachen, why can't you think of anything sensible? What are you even saying? She had already envisioned herself sitting in Ibachen's hands, her eyes filled with anger. My dear wife, I just wanted to... Before Ibacchen could finish, Chu Ichio interjected. Want to do what? Sit in your hands while you lift me up? Have you lost all sense of decorum? Ibacchen felt wronged, unable to voice his true intentions. He merely wished to express that he wanted her to be happy. Yet, Chu Ichio interrupted him before he could complete his thought. Now, Ibacchen hung his head, uncertain of how to proceed. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun shared a sympathetic glance with Ibacchen. Alas, what a splendid opportunity, what an enticing exchange of sweet nothings. Yet how did their interaction take such a turn? Fortunately, the ringing of Chu Ichio's phone interrupted their awkwardness. Hello, Ichio. Where have you gone with Ibacchen? Why haven't you returned? Oh, Mom, I'm grown up now. Why are you still fussing over me? I'm at Qingyun's house. You little rascal, what's this? Just because you've grown up, you think you can escape my oversight? The author notes, readers who appreciate this may consider leaving a favorable review. Chapter 032. Truly mother and daughter seeing the situation escalate. Lin Qingyun hurriedly took the call. Sister, this is Qingyun. Ichio is with me. We are just chatting. Upon hearing sister, Xiao Chen looked at Lin Qingyun in bewilderment. Wasn't she Chu Ichio's mother? Why was she being addressed as sister? Shouldn't it be auntie? Chu Ichio noticed Xiao Chen's confusion. My mom says calling her sister makes her seem younger. She doesn't want Qingyun to call her auntie. Indeed, it was evident they were mother and daughter. Qingyun, my dear, you've always been so endearing. If only we didn't have two daughters in our family, I would surely claim you as my own. Lin Qingyun smiled awkwardly. What are you saying, sister? We are all sisters here. Xiao Chen listened in astonishment, never having anticipated that Lin Qingyun possessed such a side. Well, since Ichio is with you, I can rest easy. I won't intrude any longer. Enjoy yourselves. With that, Lin Qingyun hung up. She had never liked visiting Chu Ichio's house, fearing her mother's loquacious nature. Lin Qingyun offered Xiao Chen an awkward yet polite smile. Xiao Chen mimicked Lin Qingyun's earlier phone manner. What are you saying, sister? We are all sisters here. This remark elicited a chorus of laughter, as Xiao Chen's imitation was remarkably accurate. Lin Qingyun's expression turned icy as she clenched her fist and aimed a playful punch towards Xiao Chen's lower region. Xiao Chen, are you hoping to become my sister? Startled, Xiao Chen quickly shielded himself. Wife, think of your happiness for the rest of your life. Xiao Chen conceded, and Lin Qingyun ceased her teasing. As they observed the laughter around them, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Although it did little to ease the tension between Chu Ichio and Ibacchen, at least the atmosphere had become less awkward. With their goal achieved, there was no longer a need for playful banter. At that moment, Chu Ichio curiously inquired, how did you create that snowman at your doorstep? It looks so lifelike. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Mu Mu and Han Heng eagerly chimed in. That was made by my dad. Yes, it's artificial snow. My dad is amazing. Having grown up with a silver spoon, Chu Ichio, intrigued by the concept of artificial snow, expressed her surprise. Artificial snow? Even in such warm weather. It should have melted by now. How can it still be visible? Chu Ichio pointed toward the entrance. Ibacchen was equally intrigued and filled with admiration for Xiao Chen, who had ingeniously prepared a surprise for Lin Qingyun by creating a snowman. Xiao Chen, opting for brevity, connected his phone to Bluetooth and projected the entire snowmaking process onto the screen. The purpose of recording this video was to ignite an interest in chemistry within Mu Mu and Han Han, as passion is the finest teacher. As the audience observed Xiao Chen demonstrating the process in an orderly fashion, their respect for him deepened, particularly for Mu Mu and Han Han. Although Xiao Chen had already explained it to them during their return journey, witnessing the process unfold directly allowed them to truly appreciate the allure of science. In the video, When the sodium polyacrylate absorbed water and expanded, the two little girls gasped in astonishment. They could hardly believe that the powder could transform into snow. Chu Ichio and Ibei-chan were equally taken aback. Despite their commendable academic backgrounds, they had never seriously engaged with such knowledge, only skimming through for exams. Witnessing Xiao Chen's impressive expertise prompted them to cast admiring glances his way. However, Lin Qingyun was oblivious to the snowmaking process, her focus solely on Xiao Chen. It was only after the video concluded that everyone regained their composure. Xiao Chen, I genuinely did not anticipate you possessed such skills. Brother Chen, what a surprise. You truly are multifaceted. Of course, he is my husband. He is not someone ordinary. Xiao Chen shyly scratched his head. Yet, Mumu and Han Han were still eager for more. Xiao Chen's phone lay nearby, and they understood how to project the screen. Seizing Xiao Chen's phone, their small hands eagerly began to explore. The phone, a new gift from Lin Qingyun, contained just two videos, one of the snowmaking process and another of Xiao Chen training a dog in the morning. Upon discovering the latter, without a moment's hesitation, they clicked on it. Xiao Chen sensed something amiss and wished to intervene, but it was too late. Oh well, if it brings smiles to my wife and children. Let it play. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the entrance of Lin Qingyun's home, where Xiao Chen was seen tossing a dog toy ball into the distance. The crowd initially found this mundane, merely a case of walking the dog. However, as they relaxed, the plot took an unexpected turn. After throwing the ball, the dog did not retrieve it. Instead, it sprinted toward Xiao Chen, who in fright took off running. Haha, Brother Chen, your expression would make an internet meme that could go viral. Upon hearing Ibei-chan's remark, both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were left speechless. Yet, neither Ibei-chan nor Chu Ichio noticed the change in the couple's expressions. Xiao Chen had never intended for Lin Qingyun to see this. He merely forgot to delete it. Allowing Mu and Han Han to view it without hindrance was his way of hoping to bring a smile to Lin Qingyun and the children. Little did he expect that while Lin Qingyun and the children remained stoic, Chu Ichio and Ibei-chan erupted in laughter. Qingyun, who would have thought your husband has quite the physique? That dog could not outrun him. Indeed, Brother Chen, your physical condition is truly remarkable. In the end, the photographer couldn't keep up with you. Xiao Chen, Lin Qingyun, and the two little girls looked on with furrowed brows at the couple, Chu Ichio and her husband. Oblivious to the unusual tension in the air, they sat there grinning foolishly, occasionally glancing at Xiao Chen. Woof woof. Nearby, Dodo could no longer contain itself and barked at the two. Instead of ceasing their laughter, they only found it more amusing upon hearing Dodo's barks. At that moment, the chime of a WeChat notification interrupted their merriment. Mumu, holding her phone, noticed a message and opened it without hesitation. A WeChat friend named Xiao Qiao had sent a message to Xiao Chen. Brother Chen, it's late and quiet now. I wonder if my brother, who is far away from me, has thought of me. I miss your captivating eyes, your handsome face, your proud stature, and your sturdy physique, especially how irresistible you are, leaving me entranced. I can't sleep for thinking of you, Brother Chen. The sound of Ibei-chan swallowing hard shattered the silence. Xiao Chen quickly turned to Lin Qingyun, who was nearly beside herself with rage, glaring daggers at him. Previously, when Lin Qingyun had lost hundreds of billions at work, she had not batted an eye. But this time, she was genuinely furious. Wife, listen to me. I'm innocent. Wife. Chapter 033. Wife, I'm innocent. Innocent of what? You are the one who has bullied Qingyun. What more can you say? Chu Ichio remarked, empathizing with Lin Qingyun. No matter how playful they might be at other times, she would never allow her friend to suffer even the slightest grievance during a critical moment. Xiao Chen, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Ibei-chan's admiration for Xiao Chen dissipated entirely, realizing that he was a scoundrel. Although Ibei-chan might not be adept at amusing Chu Ichio, he possessed an unwavering heart. Seeing Xiao Chen's true nature only heightened his disdain. Mu and Han Han, unable to comprehend the words displayed, were oblivious to the implications. What do you mean by being wronged? Tell me. I'm listening. Lin Qingyun's voice was icy cold, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Xiao Chen, filled with regret for forgetting to delete that girl's message, realized that if Lin Qingyun did not believe him now, there would be no way to redeem himself. Wife, please don't be angry. Let me explain how this happened. Speak. With Lin Qingyun's frigid tone, Xiao Chen dared not delay. This afternoon, I mentioned I would go to the mall to buy you a gift, and she insisted on adding me as a WeChat friend before letting me leave. I even ran into brother He. I truly have no connection to her. Xiao Chen recounted the situation honestly, and those present listened with skepticism, uncertain of the truth behind his words. Anyone can weave a story. What if you were deceiving us? How would we know? Chu Ichio glared at Xiao Chen, vowing that if he dared to betray Lin Qingyun, she would be the first to make him pay. What I say is the truth. Look, I added my friends just this afternoon. Let your brother verify the timing. It's merely a matter of 2 or 3 minutes from when I met you at the jewelry store. I'm not deceiving you, my dear wife. You must trust me. Adding friends at that time proves nothing. Perhaps you added them afterward. Chu Ichio retorted relentlessly. What must I do for you to believe me? Xiao Chen found himself at a loss, regretting not having his driver accompany him. Now he was at a disadvantage. Call her and confront her directly. Upon hearing the suggestion from Chu Ichio, Xiao Chen turned to Lin Qingyun. My dear, shall I call? The only response he received was a cold, detached call. Xiao Chen took the phone from Mumu's hands and dialed. That is fine. Just call and clarify. Mom won't be angry with you. Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart at the words of his little cotton-padded jacket. Beep, beep, beep. Finally the call connected. Brother Chen, you're calling me so late. Do you miss me? Upon hearing this voice, the crowd felt a wave of disgust. Who is your brother? I ask you now, where do we first meet? Feeling the intensity in Xiao Chen's voice, Yi Ruqiu trembled slightly, taken aback by his ferocity. Yet, with years of experience in charming men, she remained unfazed. Brother Chen, why are you so fierce? The crowd was utterly repulsed by her high-pitched tone. I ask you, where do we first meet? Brother Chen, you claim you don't care about me, yet you remember the place of our first encounter. Seeing that the other party was stubbornly silent, Xiao Chen grew increasingly anxious. If you refuse to divulge where we met, what our relationship is, and how long we've known each other, I will delete you from my friends list. Yi Ruqiu felt no fear at Xiao Chen's threat. She knew as long as she remained silent, he would not delete her. In fact, revealing it could lead to her removal. She surmised that perhaps Xiao Chen's wife was right beside him, listening intently to their conversation. Brother, please don't be so harsh. I am truly sincere toward you. Xiao Chen was in a frenzy. He could feel Lin Qingyun's demeanor growing increasingly frigid. Aware of the young lady's intentions, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Tell me, what must I do for you to acknowledge my innocence? Oh, Brother Chen, you are innocent. We merely engaged in some indiscreet activities. Xiao Chen sensed Lin Qingyun was struggling to contain her anger. Time was of the essence. If this young lady did not confess, he might face dire consequences that evening. I advise you to act kindly and disclose the truth, or else we shall sever all ties, leaving both of us in an awkward position. Xiao Chen now had no choice but to resort to provocation, as sweet words would not persuade that young lady to admit her wrongs. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's icy voice, Yi Ruqiu's heart sank. Indeed, if this continued, Xiao Chen might truly cease to acknowledge her, and the fish caught in such a manner would slip away. No, I was merely joking. I said, our first meeting was this afternoon. The crowd, having heard Yi Ruqiu recount the events over the phone, found it strikingly similar to Xiao Chen's account and temporarily chose to believe him. Lin Qingyun snatched the phone away, launching into a tirade. You vile creature! How dare you tempt my husband? After playing the role of the mistress, you still wish to stand on the pedestal of virtue. Xiao Chen had underestimated Lin Qingyun's prowess. It was as if she had received the true teachings of Master Lu, her words flowing forth in a relentless stream of condemnation. In a hurry, he carried the 2 little ones downstairs, leaving Xiao Hua to keep an eye on them while he raced back upstairs. The battle had escalated, with Chu Ichio joining the fray, and the odds now tipped in their favor. He Beichin stood by, dumbfounded and seemingly paralyzed by fear. Who could have imagined that such a stunning beauty as Lin Qingyun would unleash such fiery words? Her insults were unfiltered, each one logically constructed, and Beichin couldn't help but give her a thumbs up from the sidelines. Yet, Lin Qingyun was oblivious to the broader context. She cared not to know, consumed instead by a singular desire to vanquish this seductress. Why must anyone disrupt the sanctity of another's home, luring away her husband? Fortunately, she had caught on today. Otherwise, with the passage of time, who knew when Xiao Chen might succumb to the charms of this vixen? As the verbal onslaught intensified, Xiao Chen snatched the phone from Lin Qingyun's grasp, disconnecting the call and promptly blocking and deleting the contact. Chapter 34. How long must you two embrace? After accomplishing this, Xiao Chen enveloped Lin Qingyun in his arms. It's all right, my dear. There is no need for concern or fear, for I shall always be by your side. Please trust me. Witnessing Xiao Chen's actions, both Chu Yiqiu and He Beichun were left utterly astonished. They had anticipated at least some resistance from Lin Qingyun. To their dismay, she nestled against Xiao Chen, gazing up at him. Is that so? Of course. You are my wife, my most beloved. How could I ever abandon you? Darling, you worry too much. Xiao Chen's words acted as a soothing balm, restoring Lin Qingyun's peace of mind. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I should have chosen to believe in you, but I was afraid. Be good, there is nothing to fear. I am here. At that moment, Lin Qingyun regained her composure, locking her gaze firmly onto Xiao Chen's eyes. For a fleeting instant, she had allowed herself to believe the woman on the phone. Her heart shattered. It was only when Xiao Chen gradually coaxed out Yi Ruqiu's truth that her anxious heart returned to its rightful place. She had no desire to hurl insults. She had rarely done so, but the actions that threatened her domestic tranquility were simply intolerable. In truth, she should have believed Xiao Chen from the very beginning. How could this man deceive her? Yet, upon hearing Yi Ruqiu's provocative words directed at Xiao Chen, she found herself consumed by rage. Gazing into Xiao Chen's clear eyes, Lin Qingyun realized that she had wronged him. Husband, Xiao Chen raised a finger to gently hush her. It's all right, my dear wife. You need not say a word. I understand. This man, who cared for her so deeply, had been unjustly doubted by her. Lin Qingyun's heart brimmed with guilt toward Xiao Chen and self-reproach for her lack of faith. My dear, it's nothing to concern yourself over. It was merely a trivial matter. I would not wish for such nonsense to affect our relationship. With that, Xiao Chen lightly brushed his finger against the tip of Lin Qingyun's nose, feeling the tenderness with which Xiao Chen treated her. Lin Qingyun was reluctant to see him saddened because of her. After all, it was merely a misunderstanding, and now that it was resolved, there was no need for her to feel sorrowful. Moreover, Xiao Chen did not hold her mistake against her, which was a source of pride for her. She was fortunate to have such a good man by her side. Looking at Xiao Chen's handsome visage, Lin Qingyun smiled, as if nothing had ever transpired. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Dare to have a next time, and I shall make you my sister. Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine and quickly grasped Lin Qingyun's hand. Rest assured, my dear, there will absolutely be no next time. Seeing the earnestness in Xiao Chen's expression, Lin Qingyun returned to her seat. Inadvertently, she noticed small notes affixed in various corners, barely discernible unless one looked closely. Curiosity piqued. She reached out to see what they contained. Though she had a hunch, knowing these were intended for her by Xiao Chen, she was eager to discover their contents. He Beichun and Chu Yiqiu, witnessing this scene, felt a genuine envy towards the couple. It was rare to find such ease in a relationship. They mused that they would not be able to maintain such composure under similar circumstances. At that moment, as Xiao Chen watched Lin Qingyun read his notes, he felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing she might not appreciate his words. Yet, his worries were unfounded. Lin Qingyun felt a warmth in her heart upon reading the notes he had written for her. The man she loved, regardless of his quirks, was endearing to her. Qingyun, sometimes I feel utterly foolish. So foolish that apart from loving you, I excel at nothing else. In the past, I was uncertain about how I would spend my remaining days until I met you. It was then I realized that loving you wholeheartedly is the most significant pursuit of my life. I have often lamented the polluted air of this world, finding it hard to breathe. Yet with your presence, the air I inhale is nothing short of sweet. I used to complain about society, but now I wish to embrace you instead. Ding. Sweet benefits, with a constitution of 10, charm of 10, and endurance of 10. Endurance of 1. Upon hearing this sound, Xiao Chen understood that Lin Qingyun was truly delighted at that moment. Indeed, Lin Qingyun's heart was filled with bliss. Father, mother is no longer angry, is she? Mu Mu and Han Han also stealthily approached, both aware that Lin Qingyun had just been quarreling with Xiao Chen, and they were concerned for him. Hearing Mu Mu's voice warmed Xiao Chen's heart. At least his daughters cared for him. It's nothing, mother was just playing with me. He reassured them. You need not worry. That's good. I was afraid mother would leave you. Yes, if mother leaves you, we both want you, Mu Mu and Han Han said, gazing at Xiao Chen with innocent eyes. Upon hearing such words, Xiao Chen felt tears welling up in his eyes. His precious daughters truly empathized with him. My relationship with your mother is just fine. You two need not overthink it. Everything will be all right. He embraced his little ones tightly, holding them close. He Bei Chun and Chu Yiqiu witnessed this scene and leaned into each other for comfort. This was the first time they had embraced since their marriage. Perhaps influenced by Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen, Chu Yiqiu felt a flutter in her heart, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she sensed the warmth of He Bei Chen's chest. He Bei Chen was quite handsome and always obedient to Chu Yiqiu, accommodating her in every way. Chu Yiqiu felt a stir of affection for He Bei Chen, yet she had never expressed it in front of him. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to his presence, sometimes when he was not by her side. She felt a pang of anxiety. Now, nestled in He Bei Chen's embrace, she found a sense of peace. Perhaps she loved He Bei Chen too. Meanwhile, He Bei Chen was trying to suppress his own excitement, pinching his thigh hard. Ouch! This is not a dream. He reminded himself that this was indeed reality, forcing down the fluttering sensation within, remembering the little insights Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun had shared with him. He maintained this position to instill a sense of security in Chu Yiqiu. Hey, how long are you two planning a hug? Upon hearing this question, they returned to reality from their reveries. They noticed Lin Qingyun's family sitting across from them, observing intently. Chapter 35. Beyond words at this moment. Chu Yiqiu's face flushed crimson. Though it was a natural occurrence, she was reluctant to display her feminine side in front of Lin Qingyun. He Bei Chen seemed to be showcasing his achievements to Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, striving to prove himself. What time is it? Are you two not planning to go home and sleep? Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's inquiry, Chu Yiqiu climbed off He Bei Chen, straightening her clothes afterward. What is the matter? Am I still unable to spend the night here? Upon hearing Chu Yiqiu's words, Lin Qingyun felt a wave of annoyance. After much anticipation, it was finally time to sleep, and she longed for a moment of solitude with Xiao Chen. Yet Chu Yiqiu insisted on staying the night. You should go home. We are all adults now. Why act like a child? Seeing Lin Qingyun's reluctance to let her stay, Chu Yiqiu pouted. Lin Qingyun, you have truly changed. In the past, you would cling to me, insisting that we sleep together. You've changed. Chu Yiqiu's portrayal was vivid, stirring a flicker of sympathy in Lin Qingyun. However, glancing at Xiao Chen, she coldly replied, no. You and He Bei Chen should return home. Do not even think about staying here. Not satisfied with just the refusal, Chu Yiqiu took a more assertive approach. Approaching Lin Qingyun, she pushed Xiao Chen aside and clung tightly to Lin Qingyun. No. Qingyun, please don't send me away. What will I do without you? At a loss, Lin Qingyun looked helplessly at Xiao Chen. Recognizing the effectiveness of her tactic, Chu Yiqiu intensified her plea. Qingyun, do you know how I've managed through the nights without you? After finally having this chance, you still want to drive me away. She pressed her hand to her chest. How will you repay me for the debt you owe? This display of emotion left Lin Qingyun feeling exasperated. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen felt increasingly uncomfortable. It was one thing to contend with a man for his wife, but now a woman was also vying for her attention. His situation felt overwhelmingly difficult. The necklace and stitch plush he had prepared for Lin Qingyun were in her room. If Chu Yiqiu insisted on sharing a bed with Lin Qingyun, all his thoughtful gifts and surprises would be in vain. Initially, Xiao Chen had felt a flicker of fondness for Chu Yiqiu, appreciating her kindness towards Lin Qingyun, but now, her presence merely irritated him. Darling, why don't you consider sleeping in the guest room tonight? Lin Qingyun said to Xiao Chen with a hint of resignation. I can't just kick her out. After all, she is my dear friend. As she spoke, the helplessness in her eyes tugged at Xiao Chen's heart, yet he felt powerless. Chu Ichio was a stubborn guest, and this was a situation born of necessity. It's all right, my love. I will follow your lead. Seeing Xiao Chen's understanding brought Lin Qingyun a sense of happiness, her gaze lingering on him with reluctance. Let us go quickly. Chu Ichio, realizing her scheme had succeeded, laughed and dashed downstairs to Lin Qingyun's room. Husband, please ask Aunt Liang to prepare 2 rooms. He Beichun Shun Ti returned tonight. He Beichun, indifferent, had no preference for where he slept, as he would merely be keeping an empty space. Mu Mu and Han Han followed Xiao Hua back to their room to wash up before settling down for the night. Aunt Liang was swift, soon preparing 2 rooms for the ladies. He Beichun, not one to be polite, went directly into his own room. Lin Qingyun, upon witnessing the situation, chose to disregard it. After all, this was not his first visit. She led Xiao Chen to the room, reluctantly bidding him farewell. My dear, I apologize for the inconvenience tonight. Let us make do for just this evening. Tomorrow, they shall depart. Xiao Chen, moved by Lin Qingyun's reluctance to part, replied, My love, it is of no consequence. I shall abide by your wishes. Yet, despite his words, he harbored a deep-seated wish to rid himself of Chu Ichio, whose presence was an unwelcome interference. Lin Qingyun, on tiptoe, gently placed a kiss on Xiao Chen's cheek before swiftly retreating. Although it was not their first kiss, she could not suppress the elation that surged within her. Xiao Chen watched her retreating figure, instinctively touching his lips, his heart racing. However, he was soon reminded that it was Chu Ichio who had interrupted their kiss earlier that day, and once again, she was the cause of his frustration. He felt thoroughly exasperated by her interference, an annoyance intensified by the fact that she was a woman, leaving him with no avenue for venting his ire. Resigned, he proceeded with his evening routine. Upon returning to her room, Lin Qingyun discovered Chu Ichio lounging on the sofa, clad in her nightgown and engrossed in her phone. That nightgown, which Lin Qingyun had worn only once, was not of poor quality. Rather, its sheer silk fabric rendered it almost transparent. Observing Chu Ichio's demeanor, Lin Qingyun sighed in resignation. Why she never matured? After all these years, she remains unchanged. Noticing Lin Qingyun's return, Chu Ichio smiled and beckoned. Come here, Qingyun. Embrace me. Lin Qingyun felt a wave of nausea and shook her head, replying, No, thank you. I have no interest in that. Perhaps you should seek out Bei-chun, as he might enjoy holding you. I see you quite relish his company. With a mischievous grin, Chu Ichio teased. Hee, are you feeling jealous, Qingyun? Lin Qingyun, bewildered, retorted. Jealous? What on earth for? You overestimate your worth. The coldness of her words left Chu Ichio feeling disheartened. It was evident that Lin Qingyun once yearned for her companionship. During their school days, she would snuggle under the covers and leap on a Chu Ichio's bed. How had things changed so drastically? Qingyun, you have truly transformed. You're nothing like the person you used to be. Lin Qingyun ignored her, devoid of the spirit to engage, and headed directly to the bathroom for a shower. Chu Ichio, feeling the distance, pondered if Lin Qingyun had indeed changed. Disregarding her thoughts, she sprawled on the bed, returning to her phone. However, as she turned her head, she caught sight of a figure standing on the balcony beside Lin Qingyun's bed, seemingly poised to embrace her. This sight sent a wave of terror through Chu Ichio. The scream startled Lin Qingyun, who was momentarily shaken. What could possibly frighten someone as bold as Chu Ichio? In a hurried manner, I donned my clothes and dashed out of the bathroom. There lay Chu Ichio on the bed, her head concealed beneath the covers. However, her posture was rather difficult to describe. Chapter 36, The Ghost Child? Lin Qingyun, upon witnessing Chu Ichio's stance, could only express her bewilderment as she flung the blanket aside. What is happening? She exclaimed, caught off guard. Lin Qingyun had just been in the midst of her routine when Chu Ichio's outcry startled her, leading her to believe that an intruder had entered their abode. Yet, there was nothing amiss. It was merely a cacophony of her own making. Seeing that the visitor was Lin Qingyun, Chu Ichio felt a slight relief. Nonetheless, her countenance was still rife with terror as she pointed towards the balcony. A ghost. Qingyun. There's a ghost. It's a ghost child. Lin Qingyun, upon hearing Chu Ichio's cries, found it hard to believe in the existence of any spectral entity. However, as she glanced in the direction of Chu Ichio's finger, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Lo and behold, what stood there was an entity over a meter tall, with elongated ears, extending its arms as if seeking an embrace. Bathed in the light filtering through the curtains, its presence was indeed unsettling. Despite her skepticism regarding the existence of a ghost child, Lin Qingyun summoned her courage and cautiously approached the balcony. Behind her, Chu Ichio clutched the blanket, paralyzed with fear, her heart racing as she watched Lin Qingyun move away. Just as Lin Qingyun prepared to draw back the curtain, Chu Ichio let out another terrified scream. "Qingyun, don't go. It will eat you." Lin Qingyun shot her a vexed glare. She had nearly touched the curtain when Chu Ichio's frenzied warning sent her retreating once more. "Do be quiet. You're far more timid than you appear when you're scolding He Beichen." With renewed determination, Lin Qingyun reached for the curtain, and Chu Ichio, witnessing her resolve, struggled to suppress her rising panic, striving not to disrupt Lin Qingyun's focus. This time, without any hindrance from Chu Ichio, Lin Qingyun firmly grasped the curtain and yanked it aside, the blinding light immediately illuminating her face. Chu Ichio, on the other hand, shut her eyes, too frightened to uncover the identity of the mysterious being. Lin Qingyun shielded her eyes from the harsh glare, refusing to let it obscure her vision. Ding! Sweet rewards. Constitution 5, Charm 5, Endurance 9. Wow, quite a substantial increase this time. Xiao Chen murmured to himself in his room. Unbeknownst to him, the events unfolding in Lin Qingyun's room were indeed a delightful surprise he had meticulously prepared. As Lin Qingyun beheld the figure of Stitch behind the curtain, her heart swelled with emotion. "You rascal," she thought. The preparations had been quite thoughtful after all. Lin Qingyun had initially presumed that Xiao Chen's surprise consisted solely of the large white dog outside and a few notes, unaware that he had orchestrated something within her own quarters. After a prolonged period of silence, Chu Ichio cautiously opened her eyes, only to find Lin Qingyun staring blankly at the ghost child. "Ah, Qingyun, please don't frighten me. What's that thing?" Lin Qingyun ignored Chu Ichio's pleas, which only intensified her fright. She initially believed that Lin Qingyun had fallen under the spell of that ghostly child. If Lin Qingyun was indeed enchanted, she would be next. She slowly turned her gaze toward the direction of the ghostly child and discovered that it was a snowman, identical to the one at Lin Qingyun's doorstep. A sense of relief washed over her. Rising, she approached Lin Qingyun, only to find her delicate visage marred by streaks of tears. Witnessing Lin Qingyun's sorrow tugged at Chu Ichio's heartstrings, without a doubt, she recognized that this was a scheme devised by Xiao Chen. It was her own actions that had disrupted Lin Qingyun's happiness. If Xiao Chen were present, the two would surely be nestled together in bed, remote in hand, slowly unveiling the snowman as the curtains parted. Lin Qingyun's heart would undoubtedly be filled with joy, while Chu Ichio felt a pang of guilt for instigating such a debacle. Had she known, she would have refrained from insisting on sharing a room with Lin Qingyun, thus preserving their moment of bliss. "Qingyun, are you all right?" Lin Qingyun did not turn. Her gaze remained fixed on the snowman as she gently replied, "I'm fine. I'm very happy." Upon hearing this, Chu Ichio felt an even deeper discomfort. "Shall I fetch your husband? I can sleep in another room." "No need." Lin Qingyun brushed aside the glass sliding door and squatted beside Stitch, noticing a small note affixed to his chest. "Wife, I want to shout to the world how much I love you." At that moment, Lin Qingyun felt nothing but happiness, her heart brimming with love for Xiao Chen. How could this man be so endearing? She removed the necklace from Stitch's grasp and, with practiced ease, adorned her neck with it. "You can sleep here. I'm going to be with my husband." With that, Lin Qingyun strode out the door, making her way to Xiao Chen's room. Within the confines of their home, Xiao Chen had not locked the door and was engaged in a lively chat with his roommates on WeChat, boasting about his beloved wife. Suddenly, Lin Qingyun burst through the door, startling him. "My dear wife, what brings you here?" "What? Am I not welcome?" Hearing the sweet tone in Lin Qingyun's voice, Xiao Chen quickly rose to his feet. Of course you are. I was just about to run to your room. Lin Qingyun chuckled at his words. Oh really? Then why didn't I find you waiting in my room? Did you expect me to come looking for you? Xiao Chen thought of Chu Yiqiu. Had she not been there, he would have already been lying beside Lin Qingyun. But someone else is in your room, so I thought it best not to intrude. What are you afraid of? Lin Qingyun interjected, questioning him. Xiao Chen, feeling a bit sheepish, replied, I was worried I might stumble upon you two in an inappropriate state, and I didn't want you to misunderstand. This response pleased Lin Qingyun, and with a charming smile, she twirled before him and asked, Am I beautiful? As the fragrance enveloped him, Xiao Chen found himself momentarily entranced. Beauty, indeed, is unparalleled, and my wife is undoubtedly the most exquisite in the world. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's compliment, Lin Qingyun's heart bubbled with joy. However, she restrained her expression, for this was not the moment for exuberance. How long have I been here? Lin Qingyun's inquiry puzzled Xiao Chen. Why was she asking that? My dear, you have been here for approximately a minute. Have you not noticed any changes in me after such a duration? This question stumped Xiao Chen. Had she taken a shower? Was her hair damp? Or had she donned a new nightgown that Xiao Chen had never seen before? Chapter 037. Why is it you again? Can't you tell? Lin Qingyun, observing Xiao Chen's bewilderment, felt a flicker of irritation. After all, he was the one who had prepared a gift for her, yet she struggled to articulate it. Xiao Chen, upon Lin Qingyun's entrance, had indeed spotted the necklace he had gifted her adorning her neck, but he believed her mention of a change could not be so simplistic. Of course I noticed. How could I not? Oh, really? Then do enlighten me. Lin Qingyun was unconvinced that Xiao Chen had truly discerned anything, for his gaze suggested he lacked a precise answer. Yet, as he began to speak, his demeanor grew resolute. My dear, you are even more stunning than a moment ago. This response surprised Lin Qingyun, who, while elated, still maintained her frosty facade, as if to convey that if he could not articulate it, she would ignore him. Recognizing his misstep in her expression, Xiao Chen hastily continued. My dear, your figure has improved. Just look at your curvaceous backside and your alluring waist. Truly captivating. Xiao Chen struggled to articulate himself, resorting to highlighting a few of Lin Qingyun's attributes. At last, Lin Qingyun could no longer contain herself. Xiao Chen was the first to dare comment on her physique in such a manner. Yet, rather than vexation, she felt a sense of delight. Had another man dared to utter such words, he would surely have faced her wrath. But Xiao Chen was different. He was her husband, and such remarks from him brought her joy. At the very least, she felt validated in her beauty and physique by her husband's acknowledgement, which filled her with happiness. However, Xiao Chen still had not guessed correctly, and Lin Qingyun decided not to keep him in suspense any longer. Sitting on Xiao Chen's bed, she reached for the necklace around her neck. I purchased this myself, and you couldn't even guess. Oomph. Xiao Chen finally grasped the situation. Had he merely overthought everything? His gaze fell upon the necklace in Lin Qingyun's hand, and from this angle, it offered an unobstructed view of her silhouette. Gulp. Xiao Chen swallowed hard. So fair. And, my dear, do you like it? Lin Qingyun, aware of his reaction, found it amusing. After all, he was her husband, and what harm was there in his gaze? Of course, I adore it. I naturally cherish what you have prepared for me. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun express her affection, Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy within him. As long as his wife was happy, that was all that mattered. He feared that she might not appreciate the gestures he had prepared for her. How delightful it is that my wife is pleased. Lin Qingyun, observing Xiao Chen's bashful demeanor, found it amusing, and a mischievous thought began to blossom in her mind. Do you like me this way? She inquired, displaying her alluring and sensual figure. Xiao Chen could not help but swallow hard at the sight of her long, graceful legs. Of course, I adore you, my wife, in any form. What about this? Lin Qingyun provocatively revealed her thigh, showcasing her exquisite legs before him. Gulp. I love you in every shape and form. Xiao Chen responded with mock seriousness, all the while striving to suppress the thrill coursing through his body. Lin Qingyun found his reaction entertaining. She had not anticipated that this elegant young man could possess such a side. With a sultry lick of her lips, she purred. Then why don't you come and kiss me? a young man in his 20s. Xiao Chen found it difficult to resist such temptation and gradually leaned in to embrace Lin Qingyun. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Lin Qingyun realized she might have crossed a line. Yet, with the opportunity so tantalizingly close, how could she let it slip away? Embracing her resolve, she tugged at Xiao Chen's collar, pulling him down onto herself. With the experience of their first encounter behind them, they both felt less constrained this time. When their lips met, it was as if they were indulging in the sweetest of confections, heralding the arrival of spring. Lin Qingyun's lips were exquisitely supple and fragrant, and the enticing aroma wafting from her filled Xiao Chen with an overwhelming sense of desire. He felt as though he might lose control at any moment. Lin Qingyun, sensing his excitement, was bewildered by the lack of progress. She pondered what exactly Xiao Chen was so stirred up about. It was not that she was unwilling to take initiative, nor was he. Rather, both were novices in this realm, unsure of the next steps to take. Just as Lin Qingyun mustered the courage to initiate a shy gesture, the door swung open, and they hastily separated. Upon recognizing the intruder, Lin Qingyun felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. "What are you doing here again?" Xiao Chen was equally stunned. Why did she always choose to interrupt them at such pivotal moments? Chu Ichio had undoubtedly witnessed their intimate exchange. She had merely come to summon Lin Qingyun back to her own room for the night. Having reflected on her actions, she questioned why she would want to disrupt her best friend's romantic interlude. To make amends, she contemplated switching rooms with Lin Qingyun for the night. However, who could have foreseen such occurrences? First, she stumbled upon them at noon, and now again in the evening. What was going on? Had she been possessed by luck, or was it the will of Cupid? My apologies. Please continue. I will knock again when you are finished. Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen had never experienced such a profound silence before. What is this situation? What does it mean to say, after we finish? You can knock and come in? To speak your mind directly. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's exclamation, Chu Ichio was equally perplexed. Was Xiao Chen really finished so soon? Gathering her courage, Chu Ichio gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed, leaving both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun utterly speechless. What kind of operation is this? Qingyun, may I enter now? They exchanged glances, and Lin Qingyun wondered if she had chosen a rather dim-witted friend. Come in. Just tell us what you need. Why are you hesitating? Chu Ichio replied bashfully. I was afraid of interrupting your important matters. Now that you're done, I can speak. The expressions on Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun's faces were filled with disbelief. What kind of logic is this? Just tell us what it is. It's late, and everyone should be resting, Lin Qingyun stated, immediately regretting her words, as it made her seem overly anxious. All of this was Chu Ichio's fault. Chapter 38. Freshwater resources are scarce. As Lin Qingyun's close friend for many years, she certainly understood Lin Qingyun's intentions. She quickly said, I'm here to swap rooms with you too. You should return to your own room. Xiao Chen had no objections, and Lin Qingyun agreed to go back and sleep, as the bed in this room was not as spacious as her own. On the way back, Lin Qingyun recounted Chu Ichio's eerie child story to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had not anticipated that his preparation would genuinely surprise her. My dear, I apologize for startling you. I never expected it would frighten you, he said sincerely. Lin Qingyun, seeing Xiao Chen's earnest apology, felt no resentment. Had it not been for Chu Ichio's presence, she would not have been scared at all. It's all right, dear. I am not as timid as Chu Ichio, Lin Qingyun reassured him. Xiao Chen, not feeling reproached, further appreciated that Lin Qingyun was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also remarkably understanding. Where could he find such a wonderful wife? Do you like it, my love? Of course. I love it. How could I not appreciate such thoughtfulness from you, dear? It's more than just like. It's an overwhelming fondness. After saying this, Lin Qingyun realized that she had indeed been influenced by Xiao Chen. Her previous self would have simply responded with a plain like, perhaps adding a bit more enthusiasm with very much. Stealing a glance at Xiao Chen, she mused about the charm of this man. Lin Qingyun chuckled to herself, willingly changing for Xiao Chen. As long as you like it, my dear, Xiao Chen thought to himself. As long as Lin Qingyun was happy, nothing else mattered, for she was the most important person in his heart. Once they entered the room, Xiao Chen walked over to turn off the lamp beside Stitch. fearing that the light would disturb Lin Qingyun's sleep. Although Lin Qingyun wished to savor the moment a little longer, Xiao Chen had already turned off the light. She refrained from saying much, understanding that Xiao Chen was merely ensuring the quality of his sleep. I'm going to take a shower now. I was interrupted midway by Qiao. All right, dear, you go ahead. Once Xiao Chen had tidied the bed, he lay down, having already spent the night there before. As Lin Qingyun's relationship with him gradually improved, Xiao Chen no longer felt the awkwardness he had when he first arrived. Seeing Xiao Chen lie down so comfortably brought joy to Lin Qingyun. At least he was in a better state than the previous night. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. Honey, would you like to come and shower with me? Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Chen initially thought he was hallucinating. How could it be? How could Qingyun invite him to shower together? It must be an illusion. Rubbing his eyes, he was astonished to find Lin Qingyun leaning against the bathroom door, awaiting his response. Aren't you able to shower by yourself, dear? Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun realized he was testing her, and she certainly wouldn't lose in this regard. I can shower alone quite conveniently, but as you know, fresh water is scarce. If we shower together, it would save resources. Xiao Chen could hardly believe his ears. Wasn't that a trick his roommate had taught him? It was unbelievable that the person before him was truly Lin Qingyun. Why did she suddenly seem so audacious? Moreover, although water resources were scarce, they were still adequate. What game was Lin Qingyun playing? Yet, since she had extended the invitation, how could he refuse? All right, then I shall scrub your back. Lin Qingyun observed Xiao Chen's face, which had turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and smiled sweetly. Forget it. You don't seem too eager. If you don't want to wash, then it's fine. With that, Lin Qingyun walked straight into the bathroom and locked the door behind her. Xiao Chen's mood felt akin to a roaring fire suddenly doused with cold water. Since his wife had denied him, he decided against showering. He lay back down on the bed, glancing at his phone. I say, have you found any wealthy ladies on direct hire? Any results? Since Xiao Chen had been away from the dormitory for the past 2 days, Guotao and the others were nearing desperation. A perfectly fine person had simply vanished from their midst, and they were struggling to accept it. Xiao Chen didn't reply to their messages, leaving them to glean clues from his words and social media. If their guesses were correct, Xiao Chen had married Lin Qingyun, the goddess of Luo City University. A whirlwind marriage. In their recollection, Xiao Chen always acted after careful consideration. So why the sudden impulsiveness? Could it be that he had been secretly involved with Lin Qingyun all along, unbeknownst to them? Perplexed, they wondered why Xiao Chen had been so unresponsive to their WeChat messages. Chener, you're online again. Pray tell, how are you faring these days, my dear father? Taozi, what prompts such inquiries? Chener, have you wed the goddess-like senior? How is it that the marriage occurred so swiftly? Chener, I perused your moments on social media. Did you serendipitously encounter a wealthy lady, and was it love at first sight? Faced with these absurd inquiries, Xiao Chen was rendered speechless. What manner of thoughts occupied their minds? What kind of questions were these? Nevertheless, they were his close friends from university, and Xiao Chen would not sever ties simply because he had gained wealth and influence. They remained his cherished roommates. Enough of the chatter. Allow me to speak. Very well. Speak. Do enlighten us. I must have my response. Do you assume I possess the same swift fingers as you, having been single for so many years? Upon reading this, their irritation dissipated, and they awaited Xiao Chen's reply. Guotao and the others, now exercising patience, eagerly anticipated Xiao Chen's words. They were determined to uncover the truth behind a situation. I have wed. My wife is Lin Qingyun, the most esteemed goddess of Luoqing University. Upon reading this declaration, disbelief washed over them. Could it truly be? Xiao Chen had married senior Lin Qingyun? They had never envisioned such a scenario. In their dreams, they were the ones destined to marry her, not Xiao Chen. Alas, that was merely a figment of their imagination. Is the senior affluent? What are your WeChat transfers? Are there any other wealthy women in her sphere? Might you introduce us? What kind of mindset was this? Xiao Chen felt a pang of concern for them. Each day was spent pondering such fanciful matters. How could fortune smile upon them? Reading their WeChat messages, Xiao Chen sighed in exasperation and shook his head. Chapter 039. The joys of fatherhood are beyond your imagination. one ought to contemplate serious matters. Fortune does not descend from the heavens without effort. It would be wise to seek steady employment. This is far more beneficial. Xiao Chen considered their well-being, recognizing that not everyone shared his good fortune. Understanding reality was of utmost importance. Upon receiving Xiao Chen's words, they realized he had their best interests at heart. Chinner, do you find joy with the senior? Do you feel any pressure? Is your heart willing but your strength lacking? The first two queries seemed well-intentioned, displaying concern for him, but the latter statement was perplexing. I am indeed strong. What do you mean by heart willing but strength lacking? That notion is absurd. They were aware of Xiao Chen's penchant for bravado and sought to reassure him. Chinner, if you find yourself unhappy, speak to your father. Do not bear the burdens alone. Indeed, should you find it too heavy to carry, return to us, and we shall indulge in some leisure. If there are suitable prospects, Chinner, do not keep them to yourself. Introduce us. Xiao Chen gazed at their WeChat messages, utterly bewildered. What on earth are you all thinking? You failed to comprehend. Do you genuinely believe that having a wealthy woman at one's side equates to happiness? Such superficiality. It is not as you envision. The joys of fatherhood are realms beyond your comprehension. Upon reading Xiao Chen's message, they were left utterly flabbergasted. My dear fellow, can you even fathom the situation? Those few who were rebuffed by Xiao Chen found themselves utterly speechless. They could hardly conceive of what Xiao Chen meant by the experience of being unable to imagine. What are you chuckling about? At that moment, Lin Qingyun emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed, and upon seeing Xiao Chen reclining on the bed with a silly grin, her curiosity piqued. She stealthily approached him and, without warning, threw herself onto him, inquiring about the source of his mirth. Xiao Chen, still lost in his own joy, was completely oblivious to her presence. The sudden weight of Lin Qingyun startled him. Oh, what are you laughing about? Hand it over. Let me see if you're chatting with that young lady. Laughing so heartily, Lin Qingyun seized her phone, and Xiao Chen made no attempt to stop her. After all, she was his wife, and he had no desire to conceal anything from her. Upon glancing at the screen, Lin Qingyun felt her cheeks flush. What on earth were they discussing? Looking at Xiao Chen with a sly smile, she teased, what kind of joy could you possibly have that they cannot fathom? Undoubtedly, it is the joy of having a wife like you that they cannot comprehend. Xiao Chen retorted, feigning innocence. It is indeed true. They simply cannot imagine our happiness. Lin Qingyun chose not to engage further with Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, their companions, noticing his silence, commenced another round of relentless banter. Observing Lin Qingyun's mischievous expression, Xiao Chen sensed something amiss. Lin Qingyun, nestled in his embrace, held his phone and softly remarked, your joy, Xiao Chen, is indeed beyond their imagination. One word, absolute. Xiao Chen understood that Lin Qingyun was merely jesting with their friends. Had it been anyone else, she likely would not have entertained them so readily. With that, Lin Qingyun powered off his phone, ensuring that no one could disturb their moment. On the other side, their friends listened to two voice messages from Lin Qingyun saved in their WeChat, lying on their beds, tears silently streaming down their faces. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun paid them no mind. The night belonged to them. Lin Qingyun, resting atop Xiao Chen, gazed at his handsome visage, feeling the strength of his heartbeat and the quickness of his breath. She casually turned off the main light, leaving only a dim bedside lamp aglow. At this moment, she was undeniably anxious, yet she had waited 4 long years for this. Gently, she pressed her lips to Xiao Chen's, and time seemed to freeze, as if the very essence of her thoughts and even her heartbeat were suspended in that instant. Xiao Chen found himself unable to resist such temptation. Seeing the earnest expression on Lin Qingyun's face, he eagerly reciprocated her gestures. Clad in a crimson garment, her graceful neck adorned with delicate skin, she revealed a captivating form, partially veiled and accentuating her slender waist, which was barely graspable. Her long, supple legs lay bare, and even her exquisite feet silently beckoned Xiao Chen with an alluring invitation. In the realm of passion, amidst the intimate exchanges of the night, they embraced the fleeting moments of desire. The night had deepened, and the two had found a semblance of tranquility. Lin Qingyun lay nestled in Xiao Chen's embrace, her fingers tracing circles on his robust muscles. Their first encounter had been marred by intoxication, yet this moment was imbued with genuine sensation. With a blush gracing her cheeks, Lin Qingyun gazed upon Xiao Chen's visage, her thoughts drifting back to their initial meeting. Xiao Chen, lowering his gaze to admire Lin Qingyun's exquisite features, felt an undeniable stir within him. He pondered the essence of emotions and the nature of love. More than mere physical encounters, it was the intertwining of souls. Human beings inevitably experience a myriad of emotions and desires, such as the nature of existence. In recent days, Xiao Chen had discerned a shift in Lin Qingyun's demeanor towards him. From her initial aloofness to her current fervor, he recognized the depth of her affection. He too was acutely aware of his profound love for her. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Qingyun's sudden inquiry startled Xiao Chen. "Oh, nothing at all. I was just lost in thought," he replied, noticing how much Lin Qingyun appreciated his smile. "What are you daydreaming about?" "I need to take a bath. Carry me." Lin Qingyun's wishes were never met with resistance from Xiao Chen. He lifted her, and they made their way to the bathroom. The strength of his embrace brought Lin Qingyun a sense of security and comfort. Xiao Chen gently placed her in the bathtub and busied himself with filling it with water. Watching him diligently prepare for her, Lin Qingyun couldn't help but smile, sitting in the tub and grinning foolishly. Once the water temperature was just right, Xiao Chen inquired, "How does it feel, my dear?" With a playful smile, Lin Qingyun replied, "Perfect." Xiao Chen, feeling reassured, fetched her toiletries, intending to step out. "Are you not joining me?" Lin Qingyun called out, momentarily catching Xiao Chen off guard. Turning to behold her enchanting presence in the tub, they were soon engulfed in a passionate embrace. A dance of intimacy reminiscent of a night filled with romance under the moonlight. At that moment, the splendid scenery echoed the age-old sentiment of a wedding night, celebrating love's triumph. Chapter 40. Surrendering resistance after a night filled with fervent passion, they awoke in the morning, feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. Lin Qingyun, in particular, felt an abundance of energy surging through her. Stretching lazily in Xiao Chen's arms, she exclaimed, "Ah, ah, ah." Her exclamations startled him awake, his eyes reflecting a mix of fear and awe. Despite Xiao Chen's enhanced resilience bestowed by the system, he had ultimately succumbed to exhaustion under Lin Qingyun's fervent requests. This perplexity led him to seek clarity from the system, which provided a straightforward answer. This system prioritizes the well-being of your wife. Consequently, it will enhance her stamina while you engage, without any adverse effects. Seeing Lin Qingyun so spirited, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of trepidation. In Lin Qingyun's gaze, there was an unmistakable thirst, fixated intently on Xiao Chen. Sensing the unusual tension, Xiao Chen hastily rose to flee. Yet, how could Lin Qingyun grant him such an opportunity? Without waiting for him to fully sit up, she swiftly pressed him back down. Fearing he might inadvertently harm her, Xiao Chen dared not move, surrendering to her will, relinquishing all resistance and struggle, allowing Lin Qingyun to direct the course of their encounter. After an entire night of cultivation, Lin Qingyun found herself effortlessly adept at handling Xiao Chen. Before long, they plunged into another vigorous round of entanglement. This time, however, Lin Qingyun refrained from overly exerting herself, mindful of her impending obligations at work. Moreover, Xiao Chen was her husband, and their future days together were still abundant. With a playful chuckle, Lin Qingyun regarded Xiao Chen lying on the bed. "Enough with the pretense. Do I not know you? How far can you actually go?" Realizing he could no longer maintain his facade, Xiao Chen sat up with a grin. "Wife, do you still need to go to the office today?" "Indeed, I must. There are pressing matters at the company that require my presence," Lin Qingyun replied, donning her clothes, her heart heavy with the desire to remain at home with Xiao Chen. Yet, the responsibilities of her job demanded her attention. She resolved that once this tumultuous period passed, she would make it up to him properly. "I shall rise as well. If you feel fatigued, you may rest a bit longer." Observing Xiao Chen's spirited demeanor, Lin Qingyun noted the weariness that clung to his body, not wishing to impose upon him. After all, only she understood the trials he had endured. "It's nothing. I promised the children I would take them to school, and I cannot go back on my word. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's declaration, Lin Qingyun felt a surge of joy, confident in his ability to care for their two little girls. After dressing and completing their morning routines, they descended the stairs. Moo Moo and Han Han were already waiting below, eager for breakfast together. Daddy, good morning. Daddy, good morning. Seeing Xiao Chen emerge, the two girls joyfully rushed towards him. Only your father requires a morning greeting? Am I to be overlooked? Lin Qingyun remarked, bemused, as both children directed their salutation solely to Xiao Chen. Upon realizing their oversight, Moo Moo and Han Han quickly rectified their mistake. Good morning, Mama. Good morning, Mama. Xiao Chen stifled a laugh, but he could not escape Lin Qingyun's keen perception. Do you think it particularly delights you that they greeted only you? Hearing her tone, Xiao Chen broke into a cold sweat, perhaps a remnant of yesterday's shadows. And no, my dear wife, how could that be? Why would I be pleased? Satisfied with Xiao Chen's response, Lin Qingyun chose not to press the matter further. As the family gathered around the dining table, Xiao Chen initiated his feeding routine. Have sister Yiqiu and Uncle Beichen already left? Moo Moo inquired curiously, having noticed their absence from breakfast. Lin Qingyun found it rather peculiar that Chu Yiqiu, who usually rose with the dawn, had yet to make an appearance that morning. Concerned, she instructed someone to call for Chu Yiqiu. Xiaohua happened to be nearby and ascended the stairs to rouse her for breakfast. As Lin Qingyun stood at the threshold of Chu Yiqiu's room, anxiety gnawed at her. What if something had happened? Normally, this individual was up before the roosters. What could possibly be amiss today? Despite Xiaohua's persistent knocking, not a sound emanated from within. Lin Qingyun sensed that something was amiss. She immediately sprang into action, racing toward Chu Yiqiu's room. Seeing this, Xiao Chen hastily followed suit. Regardless of how ardently Lin Qingyun knocked or called out, silence persisted from the other side of the door. This unnerved Lin Qingyun. If something had befallen Chu Yiqiu in her own home, she would never forgive herself. Xiao Chen, recalling how Lin Qingyun had entered her own room without hesitation the previous night, realized that her urgency led Lin Qingyun to simply continue knocking. The household staff, alerted by Lin Qingyun's commotion, soon arrived. Xiao Chen grasped Lin Qingyun's shoulder, signaling her to step back, and gently turned the doorknob, which yielded without resistance. The fingerprint lock had proven utterly ineffective. The door had not been secured at all. Preoccupied with her work, Lin Qingyun had been oblivious to the unlocked state of her own door. However, upon entering, the scene before her plunged Lin Qingyun into despair. Where were the occupants? She cried out, and the nearby servants exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed by the absence. Miss, when I delivered hot water last night, Miss Yiqiu was indeed in her room. I have no idea where she has gone. Lin Qingyun was in a state of frantic urgency. Where could Chu Yiqiu possibly be? Hastily, she retrieved her phone and dialed Chu Yiqiu's number. Hello, Yiqiu, where are you? A languorous voice responded from the other end of the line. Qingyun, why are you calling so early? Hearing Chu Yiqiu's groggy tone ignited Lin Qingyun's ire. Where are you? Why can't I find you in your room? Chu Yiqiu's voice grew agitated upon hearing this. Oh, I'm fine. Qingyun, just have breakfast and hurry to work. Don't worry about me. Lin Qingyun detected an oddity in her response. Are you in He Beichen's room? How do you know? No, I'm not. I'm in the bathroom. Lin Qingyun, skeptical, approached the door of He Beichen's room. She knocked, but the soundproofing of her home proved too effective, rendering any noise inside inaudible. He Beichen, are you up? Yiqiu is missing. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yiqiu emerged, hiding behind He Beichen. Observing her demeanor, Lin Qingyun felt exasperated. After all, they were married. What was there to hide? Lin Qingyun bore no grievances. She did not wish to extinguish Chu Yiqiu's rare display of initiative. Let us hasten to dine. I must return to the company shortly. Chu Yiqiu followed Lin Qingyun downstairs, appearing as though burdened by a guilty conscience. Upon realizing that the situation stemmed from a mere misunderstanding, the others dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Xiao Chen, observing He Beichen's frail demeanor, felt a sense of empathy and expressed his understanding. After satisfying her hunger, Lin Qingyun departed for the office. Moo Moo and Han Han, under Xiao Chen's guidance, boarded the vehicle heading to kindergarten. Daddy, Why does mom get upset when Ichio's sister sleeps in Uncle He's room? Moo Moo's innocent inquiry left Xiao Chen momentarily at a loss for words. No, it's not that. Mom isn't angry for that reason. Then what makes her angry? Moo Moo's question piqued Han Han's curiosity as well. Perhaps the children were maturing, beginning to ponder more complex matters. Xiao Chen explained earnestly, "It is because your sister Ichio was initially in her own room. However, when your mother could not find her in the morning, she became worried for her safety. It may have appeared as anger, but in truth, she was not angry." Xiao Chen felt he had elucidated sufficiently, and Moo Moo and Han Han appeared contemplative, gazing out at the scenery. The children's inquiries had indeed surprised Xiao Chen. However, the subsequent question truly confounded him. Ichio's sister and Uncle He are married. They sleep together, just as you and Mom are married and sleep together. Moo Moo gazed at Xiao Chen with eager anticipation before asking, "Why do married people need to sleep together? Why can't you sleep with us?" Upon hearing that Xiao Chen could sleep with her, Han Han perked up. Yes, Daddy, why don't you sleep with us? We are your children. Why can't you sleep with us?" This query left Xiao Chen pondering as well. He had always slept with his parents as a child. Did not children require their parents' care? He, too, wondered why Lin Xinyun insisted on having their children sleep apart from their parents from such an early age. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Xiao Chen replied, "The reason for you two sleeping separately is to encourage your independence and foster your ability to make decisions on your own. It is also to cultivate your self-reliance." He was uncertain whether the children could grasp his explanation. Then why can't Mom sleep alone to practice independence? Why must my sister and I be the ones to do so? Moo Moo's questions left Xiao Chen bewildered. How did his precious daughter come to understand so much? "Do you not wish for me to accompany your mother?" In a moment of desperation, Xiao Chen countered with a question of his own. He truly did not know why married couples traditionally shared bed. This had been the custom for millennia, and he was at a loss for a proper explanation. Is it because of love? If I were to explain to the children that this is a tradition upheld through generations, despite being able to elucidate it clearly, it would nonetheless stifle their divergent thinking, confining them within rigid boundaries. Xiao Chen pondered this dilemma, feeling a headache coming on. "But Mom, you're an adult. We are still children. How strange it is that Dad spends time with adults instead of us." "No, I want Dad to sleep with us." Upon hearing Moo Moo and Han Han's responses, Xiao Chen felt even more exasperated. How on earth could he explain this? The driver, overhearing their conversation, was equally astonished at how much the two young children understood. Most kids would simply let it go. Yet Moo Moo and Han Han had rendered Xiao Chen speechless. Suddenly, a concept struck Xiao Chen. Do you both know what emotions are? This rhetorical question did not evoke any resentment from Moo Moo and Han Han, nor did they feel anger at Xiao Chen for seemingly sidestepping the topic. "I know, family love, romantic love, and friendship." Their answer surprised Xiao Chen. Had they covered so much in kindergarten? Yes, the bond we share is familial love, while the friendships you have with your classmates are different. And the love I share with Mom is romantic. Indeed, we understand that. Xiao Chen endeavored to elaborate on these concepts. "I want you to feel happiness and joy with Mom every day. That is my duty as a father and husband. I take you to school, but do not accompany Mom to her workplace. I sleep with her because you have Annie Hua with you, so you won't feel lonely. Besides, the two of you are together. When Mom sleeps at night, she is alone. She was alone before, but now that Dad is back, she shouldn't be alone anymore." Having said all this in one breath, Xiao Chen realized it might sound a bit nonsensical, yet the essence of his message was still comprehensible to the two children. Hearing that Mom is alone, Moo Moo and Han Han clearly felt compassion for Lin Xinyun and did not want her to sleep alone at night. However, they still wished for Xiao Chen to stay with them. "Dad, but..." Hearing Han Han's plaintive tone tugged at Xiao Chen's heart. "What is it, sweetheart? All my classmates have their parents to sleep with them. Why don't we?" At that moment, Xiao Chen understood the meaning behind the two little ones' words. Indeed, they were still quite young, and it was unreasonable to leave them in a separate room to sleep alone. "How about I discuss it with Mom? And we both can stay with you at night? What do you think?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's agreement to sleep with them, the two little girls' faces lit up with joy, and they planted a kiss on Xiao Chen's cheek. "Dad, you're the best. Dad, I love you. If only we had done this sooner," Xiao Chen thought as he slapped his thigh. wondering why he hadn't thought of it earlier. Seeing the radiant smiles on his precious daughter's faces uplifted Xiao Chen's spirits. Dad loves you both very much. Why do you keep saying that? Didn't you get enough yesterday? Qingyun, I truly care for you. Do not gaze upon Han Shanhua. For Lin Qingyun's heart is overwhelmed with irritation. To have one's mood spoiled so early in the morning. What do you want? I am already married to Xiao Chen. Please cease to disturb our lives. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Han Shanhua's emotions appeared exceedingly agitated. Yet, recalling his mother's words, Han Shanhua regained his composure. Qingyun, you know that I truly love you. Have I not demonstrated it sufficiently? The incessant prattle from the other party nauseated Lin Qingyun. Han Shanhua, depart, depart. Observing Lin Qingyun in such a state, Han Shanhua felt a twinge of fear and could only retreat. Yesterday, my mother inquired with your father, and he claimed you are not married at all. Qingyun, I know you merely intend to frighten me. I shall not relent. Watching Han Shanhua's receding figure, Lin Qingyun felt a wave of nausea. Has it already reached my father? It came sooner than I anticipated. Chapter 042. Where's my precious granddaughter? After dropping off Mu and Han, Xiao Chen returned home. With his wife and child absent, Xiao Chen felt a tinge of boredom. Upon opening his phone, he discovered a staggering 99 friend requests on WeChat, leaving him puzzled. What is this situation? Upon inspecting, he recalled the young girl he encountered at the mall, Yi Ruqiu. All 99 new friend requests were filled with insults directed at him, leaving Xiao Chen disheartened. Are the youth today so ruthless? He promptly rejected them all. This marked the third day without contacting his parents, so Xiao Chen decided to make a call. He initially assumed they would answer promptly. However, after a single beep, they abruptly hung up. Believing his parents were upset, Xiao Chen had merely notified them of the situation, not delving into anything further. Just as he set his phone down, a video call request came through on WeChat. Upon connecting, Xiao Chen saw his mother glancing around, seemingly searching for something. Hello, Mom, what are you looking for? Am I not right here on the screen? After hearing her son's words, Xiao mother calculated the time and realized her precious granddaughter should be at school by now. Who is looking for you? Where is my precious granddaughter? Am I not your biological son? You barely acknowledge me, focusing solely on your granddaughter? As soon as the call connected, Xiao mother didn't even glance at Xiao Chen. Her attention was solely on her granddaughter. Xiao Chen was left speechless, pondering how he could exist without her. His affection for the next generation truly so profound. You? Forget it. Your annoyance is considered a blessing. Hearing his wife conversing from within the house, Xiao Zhen rushed in from the yard, thinking his granddaughter was calling again. Is my granddaughter calling? Let me see. Upon hearing his father's singular focus on finding his granddaughter, Xiao Chen felt exasperated. Am I truly their biological child? It seems they are indifferent to my existence. Their eyes only on their granddaughter. They have gone to school. They are not home. You rascal. If they're at school, why are you not at work? Neither Xiao Fu nor Xiao Mu were aware of the specific circumstances, and they were quite displeased with Xiao Chen for not working to earn a living. Qingyun expressed her disdain for his modest earnings and forbade him from seeking employment, a sentiment she communicated to her own parents, leaving Xiao Chen feeling somewhat embarrassed. What? You refuse to earn a living while allowing Qingyun to work? Xiao Zhen exclaimed, his frustration evident. You rascal, do you want me to break your legs? Upon learning that his son was at home while his daughter-in-law was out earning money, Xiao Zhen became incensed. Qingyun's family owned a large company. The income she generated in a single day surpassed what Xiao Chen had earned in a decade of working for others, which was why she opposed him taking a job. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, both parents understood his predicament, recognizing that their son had no financial obligations. However, idleness at home inevitably subjected him to the scornful gazes of his in-laws, and as parents, they were concerned for Xiao Chen's well-being. What did her parents say? Did they offer you a modest position to start? No, I haven't even met them yet. What? You haven't met her parents, yet you live in their house. Xiao Zhen found this hard to accept. Her family was affluent, and his daughter was marrying into an even wealthier household. What if, when he finally met her parents, they opposed their union? That would be a disgrace. Observing his father's expression, Xiao Chen felt a pang of distress. Lin Qingyun insisted that he need not worry. She would persuade her father. Yet, He understood that without his own accomplishments, her father would not regard him favorably. This was precisely why Xiao Chen had been adamant about clarifying matters with Lin Qingyun during their argument yesterday. He aspired to start his own business. Once he achieved success, she would undoubtedly view him in a brighter light, and it would ease the pressure on Lin Qingyun. To his knowledge, her father was the wealthiest man in the Summer Nation, the founder of Xingchen Group, Lin Ji. The mere mention of this name sent a shiver down Xiao Zhen's spine. Despite his decades of experience, upon hearing Xiao Chen utter this name, he noticed the gravity in his parents' expressions, and wishing to alleviate their worries, he reassured them, "Dad, it's all right. I've been contemplating ways to earn money, and Qingyun will assist me, so you need not fret too much." Xiao Fu and Xiao Mu exchanged glances. They were well acquainted with the name Lin Ji. "Hello, Dad, are you there? I can't hear you," Xiao Chen called out through the phone. Slowly, Xiao Zhen replied, "It's fine, son. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you. Just ensure you maintain a sense of moderation." Encouraged by his father's words, Xiao Chen felt invigorated. He would not let any business opportunity slip by. Just as he was about to reassure them further, the call ended. Was this fate? Why could their family never escape the Lin family? "Dear, don't overthink it. Let the children handle their own matters. At your age, you shouldn't be burdened with their concerns." Xiao Chen was perplexed as to why his father had hung up. He was currently plotting his future endeavors. On the other side, Lin Qingyun had just concluded a meeting when her secretary rushed over to inform her of a visitor in her office. Lin Qingyun assumed it was Han Shambo again, which vexed her greatly. Striding back, she pushed open the door to reveal a graceful and elegant woman standing by the glass window, gazing at the crowd below, exuding an air of regality. "Mother, what brings you here?" The woman turned, and her features bore a resemblance to Lin Qingyun's. "Why, can't I come to see you?" Lin Qingyun suspected her mother's visit was related to the Han family. "Indeed, had it not been for you sending our household registration book, I would have remained unsettled." "I must thank you for that." Lin's mother settled onto the sofa, sipped her tea, and spoke slowly. "Your father is aware of your situation." At that moment, Lin Qingyun felt a twinge of anxiety. While her father did not oppose her freedom and love, he harbored reservations about Xiao Chen, who had caused her pregnancy. "All right, I understand. Why don't you inquire about his attitude? It matters not what his attitude is. I'm already married." Lin's mother observed her daughter's obstinacy and smiled. "You remain as stubborn as ever. What are you smiling about? Well, my father was just a poor boy. You disregarded the objections of your parents and chose to be with him. I understand you, but your father does not wish for you to suffer alongside that boy. You graduated from university and are already pregnant. It nearly drove him to despair." Lin's mother, gazing at Lin Qingyun, saw her own youthful impulsiveness mirrored in her daughter. Chapter 43. What should I call you? "Call me Mom. Wasn't it an accident? I thought I had explained it. Moo Moo and Han Han are also fond of you too." Lin Qingyun's reasoning left Lin's mother speechless. Indeed, those two little granddaughters did endear themselves to them both. "I shall not leave for lunch today. Call him over, and let me ensure everything is in order." "Ensure what? We are already registered." Lin Qingyun felt helpless. She wondered if Xiao Chen was prepared for such an unexpected meeting with her mother, fearing her mother's potential dissatisfaction. "Well, you must meet the parents. Allow me to see him. If I am satisfied, it will make things easier with your father." Lin Qingyun then realized her mother was there to assist her, bringing her a sense of joy. Having her mother as support was far better than facing challenges alone. She promptly took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Xiao Chen. "Darling, please prepare a meal for 3 at noon, featuring your signature dishes." "Urgent call," Xiao Chen replied almost instantly. "Received. Salute." Seeing Xiao Chen's quick response brought Lin Qingyun a measure of relief. She was well aware of his culinary skills. She chose not to inform him of her mother's intention to meet him, believing that an unprepared encounter would reveal the most authentic version of him. Lin Qingyun hoped her mother would witness how Xiao Chen cared for her, ensuring her peace of mind and perhaps speaking well of her upon returning home. This was the outcome Lin Qingyun desired. It has been mentioned that he will arrive punctually at 12 noon. "Does he bring you lunch?" Lin's mother inquired with curiosity, recalling how Lin Ji used to take time out of his busy schedule each day to prepare meals for himself. "Certainly. His culinary skills are certainly on par with my father's, and you shall have the pleasure of tasting his creations at noon. I find myself looking forward to it." With her mother-esque support, Lin Qingyun felt a surge of joy within her, for now, she possessed the leverage to stand up to her father. No longer would she be compelled to endure silently, as Lin Ji was more considerate towards Lin Qingyun's mother at home. "I noticed some issues within the documents on your desk. Allow me to offer some corrections." Lin's mother had a profound understanding of workplace culture and had significantly contributed to the establishment of a Xingchen group. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, acting on Lin Qingyun's guidance, began contemplating what dishes to prepare, merging his skills as a nutritionist and an all-around chef. He was unaware of his specialties, but he could adeptly prepare a variety of dishes, each delicious in its own right. The kitchen staff, accustomed to Xiao Chen's presence, instinctively approached to assist him in his culinary endeavors. For them, witnessing Xiao Chen at work was a true delight. Thus, he orchestrated a flurry of activity in the kitchen, culminating in an exquisite presentation of the meal. As the family observed Xiao Chen delivering lunch to the young lady, they could not help but feel envious, each fantasizing about their own boyfriends bringing them lunch. Alas, they lamented the absence of such companions. Upon arriving at the Xingchen group's entrance, the receptionist recognized Xiao Chen. "Here, to deliver lunch to the president again?" she asked with a smile. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement, offering a brief grin. The receptionist promptly pressed the elevator button for him, knowing well that the president had instructed them to treat him with the utmost care. As the elevator doors gradually closed, her heart raced with excitement. It was no wonder, for Xiao Chen exuded an undeniable charm. Upon reaching the top floor, Xiao Chen bounded into Lin Qingyun's office with exuberance. "Ding, ding, ding. Darling, I'm here," he exclaimed, holding the lunchbox and leaping to her side. Witnessing his antics brought a smile to Lin Qingyun's face. Though her heart was mature, she relished his playful attempts to amuse her. "Look at how happy you are. Is bringing me lunch the source of your joy?" she teased. "Of course. Being able to bring lunch to my wife fills me with immense happiness." Hearing his words, Lin Qingyun's heart blossomed with delight. However, her mother had entered the adjoining room 10 minutes early to observe how Xiao Chen treated her daughter. Yet, this did not concern Lin Qingyun, for regardless of circumstances, Xiao Chen remained the one she cherished most dearly. "Will you bring me lunch every day from now on?" she asked. "Is that even a question?" "Absolutely." Gazing into Xiao Chen's sincere and unwavering eyes, Lin Qingyun felt reassured that he would always treat her with such kindness. "All right, once I finish reviewing this document, we shall go eat." "Sure thing." Xiao Chen settled onto the nearby sofa, remaining completely silent so as not to disturb Lin Qingyun as she worked. His curiosity piqued. Lin Qingyun had asked him to prepare a meal for 3, specifically his specialty dishes, suggesting that an important guest was on the way. Xiao Chen glanced around, but saw no one else present. Nevertheless, he felt content simply to share a meal with his wife, disregarding who the third person might be, as long as it did not interrupt their time together. He sat quietly, admiring Lin Qingyun's focused demeanor, finding her truly beautiful. Yet, Lin Qingyun's heart was restless, especially knowing her mother awaited them in the other room. Resolutely, she decided to stop working and stood up. "Shall we go eat? Is it that urgent?" "No worries. My dear, I'm not hungry. We can eat once you're done." Xiao Chen knew she had barely finished her page, so it was unlikely she had completed her work. "You may not be hungry, but I am. We can continue this afternoon. Let's eat first," Lin Qingyun insisted. Since she had made her decision, Xiao Chen chose not to argue further. He followed her into the adjoining room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of an elderly lady seated at the dining table. Lin's mother, hearing the commotion at the door, turned her gaze towards them. After carefully scrutinizing Xiao Chen's features, a ripple of recognition stirred within her. Xiao Chen. She recalled Lin Qingyun mentioning his name, coupled with his appearance. It struck her, this must be from the Xiao family. Upon seeing Lin's mother face to face, Xiao Chen was taken aback. Could this truly be Lin Qingyun's mother? They bear such a striking resemblance. Annie? Call me Mom." Lin Qingyun shot him a look for addressing her mother as Annie. She hoped to keep her mother pleased, knowing that such a term might not sit well with her. Hearing Lin Qingyun's words filled Xiao Chen with excitement. Mom, we're meeting the parents so soon? She didn't even give me a heads up. Lin's mother, forcing herself to suppress her emotions, endeavored to appear composed. She was not unreasonable. After all, her daughter had already registered their marriage. Given that Xiao Chen had addressed her so warmly, there was no reason for her to not reciprocate. She stood to greet them. You must be hungry. Please sit down. Seeing Lin Qingyun's mother was warm and welcoming, Xiao Chen relaxed his initial apprehensions. However, Lin Qingyun felt a sense of dread. Xiao Chen was too young and naive, easily falling for her mother's charm. She knew this would lead to revealing vulnerabilities in their conversation. Indeed, experience trumped youth. Lin Qingyun promptly took a seat beside her mother to thwart any potentially tricky questions aimed at Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, he retrieved his prepared lunch from the container and set on the table. Today, the rice prepared for Lin Qingyun captured the scene of her family of four seated on a park bench. Upon seeing the rice placed before her, a warm sensation blossomed within her heart. Lin's mother, noticing this, couldn't help but smile knowingly. This young man indeed has a thoughtful side. Although Xiao Chen's pockets were not filled with money, he sat opposite Lin Qingyun with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant, awkward yet polite. Lin's mother observed Xiao Chen's every move, and he was acutely aware of her scrutiny, maintaining a genuine and unpretentious demeanor, revealing his most ordinary self. Witnessing Xiao Chen's poised composure, Lin's mother felt a growing admiration for him. She had encountered many who, upon meeting their future mother-in-law for the first time, became tongue-tied with nervousness, as well as those who feigned charm to win favor. Xiao Chen's demeanor brought a sense of ease to Lin's mother, and she gradually developed a fondness for him. Once Xiao Chen had arranged all the dishes on the table, he courteously announced, "Mom, we can begin our meal." Lin's mother accepted the chopsticks he offered, casually selecting the dish closest to her and savoring it slowly. Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen watched her with eager anticipation, hoping the meal would suit her palate. For to win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. My culinary skills may be lacking, so I ask for your generous tolerance. Lin's mother meticulously tasted Xiao Chen's dishes. The flavors were pure and rich, showcasing remarkable culinary expertise. Every aspect, color, aroma, taste, texture, presentation, was impeccable, far surpassing the meals prepared by her own husband. Not to mention, it rivaled the offerings of even the most illustrious five-star establishments. He could certainly be regarded as an exceptional chef, perhaps even better than the one they employed at home. This dish melts in the mouth. Its robust flavor is both rich and subtle, leaving a lingering aftertaste that is utterly delightful. Xiao Chen's culinary prowess was truly remarkable. As Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen witnessed Lin's mother praise Xiao Chen's cooking, their hearts swelled with joy, for they had achieved a significant milestone. It is an immense honor to receive your commendation. As long as the food pleases your palate, that is enough for me, Xiao Chen humbly responded. Lin's mother, pleased with his reply, encouraged, "You two should eat as well. It's embarrassing for me to eat alone while you both watch." Only then did they realize they had been intently gazing at her, awkwardly diverting their eyes. Lin's mother had simply found the food delicious and had not intended to offer a critique. She merely expressed her feelings as she noticed their focused attention. Seeing that Lin Qingyun had yet to touch her chopsticks, Xiao Chen gently inquired, "Darling, shall I feed you today?" Lin Qingyun appeared to recall something astonishing, wondering if he would continue to feed her in the future. However, Lin Qingyun quickly realized that Xiao Chen had only inquired about her because his mother was present. Had she not been there, he would have begun feeding himself long ago. Lin Qingyun glanced at Lin's mother and intentionally spoke in a loud voice, "Darling, I desire you to feed me." "All right, open your mouth, my dear." Xiao Chen instantly grasped Lin Qingyun's intention and picked up his chopsticks, commencing his feeding ritual. Observing Xiao Chen's adept movements, Lin's mother discerned that he was indeed a habitual offender, undoubtedly having fed his daughter on numerous occasions. Yet, during her own courtship with Lin Ji, she had never received such treatment. Watching her daughter, Lin's mother felt a mix of happiness and dissatisfaction. "No, when I return, I must insist that my husband feeds me as well." Despite being her daughter, She was thoroughly savoring this display of affection. After Lin Qingyun had her fill and took a couple of sips of water, she excused herself to engage in some exercise. Xiao Chen then picked up his bowl and began to eat. Following this meal, Lin's mother felt quite pleased with Xiao Chen. Yet she needed to ascertain whether he truly belonged to the Xiao family. Xiao Chen, may I pose a few inquiries? Suddenly addressed by Lin's mother. Xiao Chen set down his bowl, swallowed the morsels in his mouth, and replied, "Please, go ahead." Observing his actions, Lin's mother felt warmed by this young man. "It's all right. You can eat while answering. I'm not particularly hungry and am in no rush. Please proceed." Given Xiao Chen's principled demeanor, Lin's mother refrained from pressuring him to eat. "How are your parents faring?" Xiao Chen had anticipated Lin's mother would inquire about his relationship with Lin Qingyun, but to his surprise, she was asking about his family. "My parents are well and in good health. Your surname is Xiao." Now even more perplexed, Xiao Chen recalled that she had just called him by name moments ago. "Indeed, I am Xiao Chen, a splendid name, the morning son of the Xiao family." Lin's mother paused before continuing. "May I inquire about your father's full name?" Having encountered various inquiries before, Xiao Chen found it peculiar that she was so focused on his family. "My father's name is Xiao Zhen." Upon hearing this name, Lin's mother solidified her thoughts. She could not deny that Xiao Chen bore a striking resemblance to his father, which explained why she had associated him with that particular Xiao family. Xiao Zhen, Chapter 045. With his daughter present, Xiao Chen could not escape. Noticing Lin's mother's astonished expression, Xiao Chen inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing Xiao Chen's concerned voice, Lin's mother quickly adjusted her demeanor. "No. How are you and Qingyun faring?" This abrupt change of subject raised Xiao Chen's suspicions, yet he could not pinpoint the reason. "We're doing quite well. That's good to hear. Please continue your meal. I have finished my questions." Xiao Chen was left bewildered. "Is that all? She only asked about my family and merely touched upon my relationship with Lin Qingyun." Xiao Chen felt a wave of confusion, casting a curious glance at Lin's mother. Upon noticing Xiao Chen's gaze, Lin's mother was taken aback and quickly turned her head away. Avoiding eye contact, with the other party's dismissal, Xiao Chen resumed his meal, cradling his bowl. Although Lin's mother averted her eyes, she remained acutely aware of Xiao Chen's every move. Just moments ago, Xiao Chen had introduced himself as Xiao Zhen. How could she maintain her composure upon hearing that name? Her thoughts spiraled back 25 years to an era marked by ruthless commercial competition, a time when opportunities were abundant yet perilous. Back then, Linji Star Group was merely a fledgling enterprise. Despite the wealth of prospects, the landscape was fraught with fierce rivalry. Numerous companies vied for dominance, with a relentless stream of innovative technologies emerging in the public eye. It was during this period that Xia country ascended to global supremacy, unfulfilled by the status quo. Linji boldly ventured into the realm of the internet, a territory dominated by a few major corporations that no one dared to challenge. Linji's emergence incited widespread discontent among these established enterprises, leading them to impose sanctions on his company. No business was willing to collaborate with Linji, effectively severing his financial lifeline. On the brink of bankruptcy, Xiao Zhen approached Linji, proposing a partnership. Xiao Zhen wholeheartedly endorsed Linji's vision, and their ideas aligned seamlessly. Together, they initiated a counteroffensive against the dominant internet giants of the time. Xiao Zhen invested nearly all his entrepreneurial savings to support Linji. It could be said that without Xiao Zhen's initial contributions, Linji would not have achieved his present success. Yet, just as Linji was on the cusp of victory, Xiao Zhen vanished without a trace. The company collapsed, employees were laid off, and Xiao Zhen and his wife disappeared overnight. This enigma lingered in Linji and his wife's hearts. Given the circumstances, Linji refrained from searching for Xiao Zhen and continued to expand his enterprise. It was not until he reached the pinnacle of the internet that a new employee, Xiao Zhen's former assistant, joined his company. From him, Linji learned that Xiao Zhen's contributions were far more significant than what was publicly known. It was Xiao Zhen who shielded Linji from the oppressive forces of the larger corporations, granting him the breathing room necessary to flourish. However, by the time Linji sought to uncover Xiao Zhen's whereabouts, he found himself at a loss, oblivious to Xiao Zhen's origins. Upon first laying eyes on Xiao Chen, Lin's mother instantly recognized him as the youthful Xiao Zhen, and her heart was tumultuous. Regarding the potential reunion, Lin's mother understood that it would unfold naturally without haste. With her daughter present, Xiao Chen could not evade his fate. This matter required consultation with Lin Ji before any conclusions were drawn. Gazing at Xiao Chen, Lin's mother couldn't help but reflect. Perhaps this was destiny at play. Now, if Lin Ji were to learn of Xiao Chen's true identity, he would undoubtedly embrace the situation with open arms. Needless to say, Lin Ji's good relationship with his daughter Lin Qingyun makes it impossible for him to harbor any discontent towards Xiao Chen. After making up her mind, Lin's mother stood up to bid farewell to Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun. All right, you young people carry on with your affairs. I shall take my leave now and not intrude upon you too. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qingyun halted, her cheeks flushed. What was her mother even saying? What young people's matters? Xiao Chen had just finished tidying up and hurriedly went to see Lin's mother off. Lin Qingyun pulled her mother aside and inquired, "How'd it go? Did you pass her scrutiny?" Lin's mother, observing the rosy hue on Lin Qingyun's face, found it amusing. Turning to Xiao Chen, she said, "No need to worry. The next time we meet, I will bring Qingyun's father along to visit you." Lin Qingyun felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. At least Xiao Chen had passed her mother's test. Xiao Chen, too, felt a sense of reassurance and released the anxieties that had been weighing on him. "Yes, I knew you would stand by my side," Lin Qingyun exclaimed excitedly, grasping her mother's hand. "Such a wonderful son-in-law. I certainly do not wish to let him slip away to someone else." Hearing Lin's mother praise him, Xiao Chen smiled knowingly at Lin Qingyun and replied, "Thank you for your kind words." Lin's mother was quite pleased with Xiao Chen's demeanor. Lin Qingyun hurried to open the door for her mother. "Why are you being so attentive and eager for me to leave? I've never seen you act this way before, perhaps due to the events of the previous night." Lin Qingyun had become particularly sensitive. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She retorted, "I'm not. Why would I be in a hurry?" Lin's mother, well aware of her daughter's thoughts, chose not to elaborate further to spare her from additional embarrassment. Once they reached the elevator, Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen followed suit. Xiao Chen pressed the button for the basement level 3. Lin Qingyun chuckled at his actions. "Silly. Luo City is so far from the capital. Do you think my mother intends to drive back?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen was momentarily perplexed. Was it not necessary to drive to the airport? Observing Xiao Chen's bewildered expression, Lin Qingyun pressed the button for the rooftop. Once the elevator doors opened, Xiao Chen understood her intent. To his astonishment, 2 helicopters came into view on the rooftop. Having only seen helicopters in military programs, Xiao Chen was undeniably taken aback by the sight of real helicopters before him. Indeed, his wife's financial prowess was not to be underestimated. Lin's mother found Xiao Chen's astonished reaction endearing. Had it not been for Xiao Chen's father, their family could hardly afford to board a helicopter. "Yinner, when you have some free time, take Xiao Chen out more often. Don't leave him cooped up at home all the time." Lin Qingyun found this statement rather exasperating. "Do you think I wouldn't want to spend time with my husband? I have no time. Every day at the company is filled with so much to do, and you still blame me. If you are too busy to manage, why not seek help?" Lin's mother sighed, troubled by Lin Qingyun's lack of awareness. "My father did not say that I must meticulously review each document without any errors." Mother Lin implied that Lin Qingyun should spend more time with Xiao Chen to prevent him from feeling too lonely. Work can certainly be set aside for a while. You young individuals ought to engage more with one another, rather than being glued to the cold screens of your phones. What kind of feelings can be nurtured that way? Mother Lin, somewhat frustrated, secretly wished for Xiao Chen to be more considerate, but aside from being the father of Xiao Chen, she genuinely appreciated him for his polite and composed demeanor. Perhaps this is why mothers-in-law begin to favor their sons-in-law. Upon hearing her mother speak of interaction, Lin Qingyun felt a flush of embarrassment. She internally grumbled, "Why must everything be said aloud? You need not worry. My relationship with Qingyun is quite good." Xiao Chen, noticing Lin Qingyun's mortified expression, stepped in to alleviate the situation. "It is I, the son-in-law, who understands. Why can't Qingyun be a tad more understanding?" Initially, Lin Qingyun felt a mix of embarrassment and anger at her mother's words. but hearing the term son-in-law melted away her displeasure. Xiao Chen, upon being referred to as a son-in-law, also breathed a sigh of relief, as it confirmed that Mother Lin had completely accepted him and endorsed the relationship between him and Lin Qingyun. They exchanged a glance and shared a knowing smile. Their hearts warmed in that moment. Observing the two, Mother Lin felt a sense of comfort. Knowing her daughter had found someone who truly loved her. Mom, remember to speak well of me to Dad when you get home. After Mother Lin boarded the plane, Lin Qingyun shouted after her. As Xiao Chen watched the helicopter prepare for takeoff, he took Lin Qingyun's hand and ran to the sheltered area behind the windbreak. As the blades whirled, Xiao Chen watched his mother-in-law depart. Once the aircraft had flown far away, Lin Qingyun playfully pecked Xiao Chen on the cheek. You performed admirably today. My mother acknowledged you. This is your reward. Xiao Chen touched his face, bemused. Is this it? Lin Qingyun, amused by his cheeky expression, devised a playful plan. She leaned close to Xiao Chen's ear and whispered something. Upon hearing her words, he felt a surge of warmth on his face, a gentle trickle of blood escaping his nose, which he wiped away with his hand. I'm getting flustered again. Lin Qingyun, noticing his nosebleed, erupted in laughter. Xiao Chen could only helplessly accept that he was indeed too youthful and passionate. Yes, this is how a man should act. He consoled himself, acknowledging that any man, with a hint of vitality, would succumb. Lin Qingyun's every smile and frown brimmed with feminine allure, explaining Xiao Chen's lack of resistance. She was simply too captivating. After her laughter, Lin Qingyun retrieved a tissue from Xiao Chen's pocket and gently dabbed at his nose. However, as she stood on tiptoe to assist him, his nosebleed continued to flow unabated. A complete pack of paper had dwindled to its final sheet, and Lin Qingyun found herself in a state of urgency. How could this predicament persist? She fashioned the last piece into a cylindrical shape and promptly inserted it into Xiao Chen's nostrils. Observing the absurdity of a roll of paper protruding from his nose, Lin Qingyun could not suppress her laughter, pointing at Xiao Chen in amusement. He, too, glanced at his reflection in the windscreen beside him. Indeed, he resembled a pig's snout adorned with a green onion. Quite the spectacle. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen remained indifferent, confident in his own charm. Once Lin Qingyun had her fill of laughter, she led Xiao Chen back to her office, for her work remained unfinished. With the assistance of her mother earlier that morning, she had accomplished a significant portion of her tasks. Just wait here for me. Once I finish, we shall venture out for a stroll. The mere mention of shopping invigorated Lin Qingyun, hastening her pace as she perused the documents. Xiao Chen, seated in the office, felt he was a distraction to her work, so he retreated into Lin Qingyun's private chamber and sprawled on the bed, engrossed in his phone, recollecting the voice message Lin Qingyun had shared in their group chat the previous night. He couldn't resist checking in on the group of young men he affectionately referred to as his sons. How about it? Have you grasped the joy of being a father? In the past, when Xiao Chen sent a message in the group, they would often ignore him. Now, however, his notifications were met with instantaneous replies. I. Upon noticing Xiao Chen online, they bombarded him with a flurry of playful insults, reflecting on how he had treated them with kindness as a father. He felt genuinely hurt by their reactions. No matter what Xiao Chen said, their playful taunts persisted unabated. Xiao Chen pondered, was he truly such a target for their ire? Was it merely because he had married shortly after graduating from university? Do you truly harbor such disdain for me? He questioned, unable to resist. Amusement is one thing, but do not jest with matters of the heart. You know that your casual voice messages can be quite impactful for us recent graduates, don't you? Chener, remember to introduce your father to a wealthy woman. The remarks from Guo and Tian Beisheng were somewhat manageable, but he wondered what was going through Wang Jiaoyang's mind. Jiaoyang, I must admonish you. You are adept at nothing but dreaming. Do you truly believe that finding a wealthy woman is so simple? You would do better to focus on securing a position for yourself. Chener, you don't understand. A wealthy woman is my lifelong aspiration. Do you think that having a wealthy woman will guarantee happiness? Upon uttering this, Xiao Chen regretted his words. Wang Jiaoyang was impervious to reason. Any counsel was futile. I yearn to experience a joy beyond my wildest imagination. Xiao Chen chose to disregard him. He reflected on He Bei-chan, who, despite being from a wealthy family and having been taken into the Chu family, had faced ridicule. Yet, this fellow was still fixated on finding a wealthy woman. Young people ought to rely on their own efforts to reap rewards. Merely dreaming will not lead to financial freedom. Rather, it may lead to a complacent existence, ultimately rendering one ineffectual. After all, not everyone is fortunate enough to have a wife as wonderful as his own. Xiao Chen, wishing to avoid further conversation, opened a short video application and began scrolling through the content. Unbeknownst to him, he soon succumbed to slumber, in a hazy state of semi-consciousness. Xiao Chen felt someone tugging at his clothing. Startled awake, he found himself in his wife's room, aghast at the thought of being violated by another. Chapter 47. Tension Rising Wife? What are you doing? Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Lin Qingyun caressing him. Seeing that Xiao Chen had awakened, she hastily turned away, pretending to be engrossed in her phone. Wife, are you awake, darling? What's the matter? Lin Qingyun feigned innocence, gazing at the bewildered Xiao Chen with an expression of feigned ignorance. Xiao Chen was left bewildered. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Yet, he distinctly sensed the sensation of someone exploring his body and witnessed Lin Qingyun's quick turn, rising to assess his disheveled appearance. He pondered whether it had all been a dream. Lin Qingyun continued her charade of ignorance, observing him with a feigned concern. What is wrong, dear? Did you have a nightmare? With each question, Xiao Chen struggled to discern reality from fantasy. However, the state of his attire left him convinced. It was undoubtedly Lin Qingyun who had taken liberties while he dozed. And you ask me what is wrong? You've already removed my trousers, and yet you inquire? At this, Lin Qingyun's expression grew even more innocent. What is wrong? I haven't done anything. Xiao Chen was certain that he would never undress himself in his sleep. It could not have been his doing. Then how do my trousers come off? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun's cheeks, already tinted, now appeared almost translucent. Xiao Chen found himself captivated, observing Lin Qingyun in her professional attire, her hair slightly tousled, the top button of her crisp, white shirt undone. The black pencil skirt clung to her long legs, encased in sheer black stockings. Resolutely, Xiao Chen attempted to regain his composure, refusing to let Lin Qingyun cloud his judgment. Noticing the way he gazed at her, Lin Qingyun leaned closer, pinning him beneath her and whispered tantalizingly into his ear, "Wasn't this you're doing?" The sultry timbre of Lin Qingyun's voice, coupled with the ticklish sensation against his ear, rendered Xiao Chen momentarily powerless to escape her grasp. He found himself submitting to her, lacking even the slightest inclination to resist. As she roamed across his body, unbeknownst to them both, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun found themselves spiraling into a new round of passionate conflict. They stood facing each other, the tension palpable. Once again, Lin Qingyun held the advantage, quickly cornering Xiao Chen into a state of desperation. Yet, rather than fatigue, she seemed invigorated by the encounter, growing stronger with every moment. Time and again, she pressed him to his limits, forcing Xiao Chen to surrender his ground, allowing Lin Qingyun to have her way with him. Upon perceiving the precariousness of the situation, Xiao Chen unfurled the white flag. However, Lin Qingyun was not swayed by such a gesture. Surrender was not the hallmark of a true man. Hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Xiao Chen was filled with trepidation, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at her. Lin Qingyun laughed heartily. "Is this the extent of your prowess? Is this all you can muster? Do you still dare to provoke me?" Xiao Chen inwardly cursed, realizing that it was she who had instigated this conflict, yet she accused him of provocation. Nevertheless, as a man, how could he possibly yield to a woman? Regaining his confidence, he plunged into a renewed bout of fierce combat with Lin Qingyun. "Little girl, my weapon possesses no sight. Beware of its merciless edge. What era are we in, referring to me as little girl? You should concern yourself with your own affairs, impudent brat." As Xiao Chen charged towards her, Lin Qingyun was invigorated, meeting his assault with a counterattack. This time, she distinctly sensed that Xiao Chen had grasped the intricacies of warfare. Initially, their exchanges were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Gradually, However, Lin Qingyun lost the initiative, allowing Xiao Chen to take command of this monumental battle. Though Lin Qingyun had relinquished control of the skirmish, she relished the opportunity to exchange tactical insights with Xiao Chen. As the battle wore on, Xiao Chen's stamina visibly waned, while Lin Qingyun, bolstered by the system's support, gradually reclaimed her rightful dominance. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Xiao Chen, accompanied by his subordinates, fled in haste. Lin Qingyun, seizing the moment, personally led her troops in pursuit of him. Before long, Xiao Chen found himself vanquished once more at Lin Qingyun's feet. Yet she was relentless, insisting on engaging him in another 300 rounds of combat. Though Xiao Chen possessed the means to continue, supported by the system's enhancements to his endurance and time, Lin Qingyun was endowed with boundless resources and strength, allowing her to deploy troops without fear of severe depletion. Xiao Chen was simply no match for her. Employing the 36 stratagems, he resolved to escape. Yet, how could Lin Qingyun be oblivious to such tactic? She swiftly blocked his retreat. As Xiao Chen found himself in the valley, hoping to evade Lin Qingyun's onslaught, he discovered that she had meticulously laid a trap, awaiting his unwitting entry. Never did he fathom that his illustrious career would culminate in defeat at Lin Qingyun's hands. Reluctantly, he was compelled to engage her in a life-or-death struggle once more, determined to ascertain a definitive victor. Yet, with Lin Qingyun enjoying the advantages of time, terrain, and morale, Xiao Chen struggled to devise an effective countermeasure for this unforeseen predicament. Lin Qingyun, embodying the principle of remaining as immovable as a mountain while striking with the force of thunder, left Xiao Chen at a loss. Through this intriguing and unparalleled confrontation, Xiao Chen gradually gleaned new tactical insights. With techniques as swift as the wind and as gentle as the forest, he managed to hold his ground against Lin Qingyun's formidable formation. However, she possessed an inexhaustible supply of troops and an indomitable spirit. When they clashed once more on the battlefield, Xiao Chen ultimately succumbed, not due to a lack of desire to win, but rather because of Lin Qingyun's overwhelming strength. In the end, he could only once again raise the white flag and surrender. Lin Qingyun observed that Xiao Chen had once again succumbed to defeat at her hands, his figure cowering in a corner, trembling. A sense of compassion stirred within her, for he was her husband, and the last thing she desired was to leave him with a psychological scar. Since he had surrendered, she decided to show him mercy, stipulating only that he utter a sweet word to please her. Upon realizing that Lin Qingyun was willing to spare him, Xiao Chen felt a glimmer of hope for the future. General Lin, truly invincible and majestic, I am utterly exhausted and lack the strength to fight on. I beseech you to show leniency and grant me my life. After all, the days ahead are long, and it is essential for General Lin to manage wisely. To defeat me to the point of extinguishing all hope for survival is hardly the valor befitting such a heroic figure. Do you need to instruct me on this? I am well aware of my own heart. Your wisdom is commendable. As for what the future holds, one must await the next installment to find out. Chapter 48. So what if I married the father of my child? Do you have an opinion? Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, Hihui returned to her home. On the rooftop, 2 rows of bodyguards awaited her arrival, initially intending to accompany her to Luo City. However, Hihui issued a stern command. Anyone who dared follow her would find themselves without a job the next day. No one was bold enough to defy her order. Lin Ji had employed them to ensure the safety of Lin's mother, but they dared not disregard Hihui's command either. Hihui found Lin Ji's methods rather vexing. If he feared for his safety, why could he not accompany her himself? Yet, given the current circumstances, she had no time to dwell on such matters. Upon exiting the elevator, she noticed that the persistent elders from the Han family, who had been keeping tabs on her daughter, had arrived once more. Seeing Hihui, Han's mother hurriedly rose, flattering her with, "Madam Lin, you truly possess exquisite taste. To travel such a great distance just to see Qingyun is a testament to your devotion. With a mother so concerned for her, how fortunate is our dear Yun." Hihui, irritated by the affected tone, suppressed her annoyance. Mindful of Lin Ji's business dealings with Han Jiaran, isn't it true that the esteemed Han Shambua visits our Qingyun daily? As her mother, I'm merely checking on my daughter's well-being. Seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in He Hui's tone, Han's mother continued to flatter. I have arranged for my son to purchase several villas in Luo City, so he need not travel back and forth, allowing him to spend more time with Qingyan. He Hui found such mama's boys utterly distasteful, lacking any independence. They were worlds apart from her beloved son-in-law. She chose to ignore Han's mother and seated herself beside Lin Ji, who held her hand, wary that she might unleash her frustration on Han family. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? Lin Ji asked, prompting Han's mother to exchange glances with Han's father. Unable to coax a response from her husband, she continued, indeed, Qingyan sent over a sofa and tea table yesterday, worth millions, claiming that Shambua liked them, so she had them delivered for him to lounge upon. Lin Ji was not surprised. He suspected that perhaps his daughter harbored feelings for Han Shambua. He was somewhat taken aback upon hearing the news. Yet after a moment of contemplation, she surmised that there must be some misunderstanding. She promptly took out her phone and began inquiring with Lin Qingyan. It is her heartfelt intention. As long as you all are pleased, that suffices. Upon hearing Lin Ji utter these words, He Hui promptly stepped on his foot with her stiletto heels. Over the years, Lin Ji had endured numerous instances of He Hui's trampling, and he bore it silently, aware that he had likely misspoken and therefore chose to refrain from further commentary. Oh dear, we absolutely adore her. Just last night, his father remained stubbornly seated on that couch, refusing to budge, no matter how much we called to him. Can you guess why? Lin Ji glanced at He Hui, who was engrossed in her phone, and offered an awkward smile. Han's mother continued. He claimed it was a gift from his beloved daughter-in-law, and he wished to linger a little longer. Lin Ji was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Han family held such affection for their daughter. Perceiving Lin Ji's gaze, Han's father felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had not truly remained seated on that couch. It had been moved to the bodyguard's quarters upon Han's mother's insistence. Observing his wife's audacious fib without a hint of preparation, Han's father felt a sense of shame. How bold she was to say such a thing. Having just been stepped on by He Hui, Lin Ji dared not say much more and merely nodded in silence. He and Han's father had shared some camaraderie in their youth, and he held a degree of respect for his character. Noticing Lin Ji's taciturnity, Han's mother inquired, Our Qingyun is not yet married, is she? No, the child insists on making her own decisions. Upon hearing this, Han's mother felt a surge of joy. This indicated that what Lin Qingyun had said over the phone yesterday was indeed false. Well, considering Qingyun and Shambua are of similar age, and Shambua treats her well, while Qingyun also has a fondness for him, why don't we expedite the wedding arrangements for both families? Lin Ji was momentarily astonished. Why was the Han family in such a hurry? Lin Qingyun had told him that if she wished to marry, she would return with her partner to introduce him to him. What was the Han family scheming? If their daughter were inclined, she would have long since brought Han Shambua to meet him. At a loss for what to do, Lin Ji was uncertain. At that moment, He Hui set down her phone, having unraveled the mystery regarding the sofa and coffee table. Han's mother, spare us. Hasn't our Qingyun already informed you that she and Han Shambua are simply not meant to be? Please cease discussing this matter. We are not in agreement. The expressions of everyone present, including Lin Ji, turned to one of astonishment, as none had anticipated He Hui would so abruptly sever ties. Lin Ji wished to argue, but recalled that He Hui had just returned from Lin Qingyun, and she must have learned something significant. Han's mother was equally taken aback by He Hui's sudden confrontation. Yet what could she say? Your Han Shambua has been incessantly pestering our Qingyun. Let the children resolve their own affairs without your meddling. I am quite fatigued, so I kindly request that both of you take your leave. He Hui decisively issued an eviction order. Father Han has always been a man concerned with appearances, and today, Mother Han's actions left him feeling utterly humiliated. Without a word to her, he rose and bowed to Lin Ji and He Hui, apologizing, I am truly sorry for the interruption. I shall take my leave now. Seeing her husband depart, Mother Han followed suit. Lin Ji, bewildered, contemplated whether he had inadvertently offended his business partner. Yet, upon meeting He Hui's resolute gaze, he held back the words that nearly escaped his lips. Yin Er is already married. The news delivered by He Hui struck Lin Ji with astonishment, illuminating the urgency with which the Han family sought him regarding their child's marriage. To whom has she wed? How could she decide such a monumental matter behind my back. Observing Lin Ji's fury, Hui remained unfazed, calmly stating, "She married the father of her child. It happened just yesterday." "What? How dare you?" Lin Ji's rage surged as he grappled with the revelation that both his wife and daughter had conspired in secrecy to wed, igniting his indignation. "That child bears the surname Xiao. I care not for the name. I am heading to Luo City this instant. They must annul this marriage." Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this name, Lin Ji's fury abated, and Hui continued, "Mu Mu and Han Han's father is named Xiao Chen, the son of Xiao Chen." Only then did Lin Ji grasp why his wife would not allow their daughter to marry haphazardly. She had found the benefactor from years past. He quickly knelt beside Hui, tenderly massaging her legs and shoulders. What on earth is happening? Lin Qingyun had confided in her mother about Han Shambu's situation. Returning to find Xiao Chen weakly sprawled on the bed, seemingly devoid of energy. She playfully patted his backside. "Stop pretending. Are you truly that exhausted?" "I feel perfectly fine." Chapter 49. Xiao Chen defeated Xiao Chen, facing Lin Qingyun's audacious expression and the pain radiating from his backside, pulled the blanket over his face in defeat. This battle had been a resounding loss, an utter rout. Lin Qingyun, witnessing his demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle as she yanked the blanket away. "Why shy away? Let us go shopping." Xiao Chen mused to himself, "You're not tired at all. The system grants you stamina, while I am genuinely charging forward. How could we possibly compare?" "What? You don't wish to go?" Hearing the chill in Lin Qingyun's tone, Xiao Chen remained still. Realizing she might have been too harsh, Lin Qingyun leaned beside him, gazing at his face with a smile. "Darling, what is wrong? Are you upset?" Xiao Chen turned his head away, unwilling to meet her gaze, vividly recalling her earlier actions. "Darling, please don't be angry. I understand my mistake and promise I won't treat you this way again." Upon hearing those words, Xiao Chen felt a slight sense of relief as he slowly donned his clothing. Lin Qingyun, observing Xiao Chen's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle quietly to herself, surprised to discover this endearing side of him. Xiao Chen was well aware that Lin Qingyun was laughing at him. Yet what could he do? After all, she was his wife, and he couldn't help but indulge her. To do otherwise would be to disregard her entirely. Once Xiao Chen had dressed, Lin Qingyun changed into a different dress. Gazing at her neighborly charm, Xiao Chen found it hard to believe that the Lin Qingyun before him could treat him in such a manner. She wore a cream-colored dress that radiated an air of innocence and naivety, her lustrous black hair cascading casually behind her, complemented by a pair of white high-top canvas shoes. She exuded a refreshing uniqueness, yet still carried that regal aura. Xiao Chen couldn't help but marvel at how stunning his wife was. She looked exquisite in anything she wore. Noticing Xiao Chen lost in thought, Lin Qingyun felt a flutter in her heart but feigned annoyance, playfully asking, "Can you drive?" "I have a license, but I've never actually driven," Xiao Chen replied, having obtained his license right after graduating high school, but lacking the opportunity to get behind the wheel. Lin Qingyun then produced a small suitcase, presenting it to Xiao Chen. "There are keys inside. Choose a car." Staring at the little leather case, Xiao Chen felt bewildered. But when he opened it, he was astonished by the sight that met his eyes. It was brimming with car keys, almost a compilation of every high-end vehicle imaginable. As he gazed at the multitude of keys, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Bugatti Veyrons. So many luxury cars that left him utterly dazzled. "Wife, what is this?" "These are cars prepared for you. I didn't know your preferences, so I bought them all." Lin Qingyun's words left him incredulous. "You bought them all without knowing what I liked?" Noticing Xiao Chen's expression, Lin Qingyun felt a twinge of confusion. "What's the matter? Don't you like them?" "If I had known, I wouldn't have bought so many. There are still dozens parked in the garage. Of course I like them. How could I not appreciate what my wife has prepared for me?" Xiao Chen exclaimed, marveling, "Have I truly become a youthful laborer? The Ferrari emblem is a horse, and the Lamborghinis is a bull." Ultimately, Xiao Chen chose the key to a Maybach. It was better to remain low-key. The Maybach's comfort surpassed that of sports cars, ensuring Lin Qingyun wouldn't feel fatigued. After selecting the car key, Lin Qingyun led him downstairs. Upon arriving at Lin Qingyun's underground garage, Xiao Chen finally comprehended the true essence of luxury. This was real opulence. The vast garage was filled with an array of extravagant vehicles. Just seeing the keys had not prepared him for the experience of having such cars before him. It was simply astonishing. The best part was that all these cars were meant for him. At that moment, Xiao Chen understood what it meant to have a harem of beauties. With so many cars, he could choose whichever he desired. The thrill of all was simply indescribable. Xiao Chen gently pressed the car key and effortlessly located the majestic Maybach 57. Lin Qingyun, noticing Xiao Chen's eagerness to take it for a spin, promptly settled into the passenger seat. As Xiao Chen grasped the steering wheel, a surge of vitality coursed through him. The two fastened their seatbelts, and with a gentle turn of the ignition, the vehicle roared to life. With the enhancement of his system's physique, Xiao Chen maneuvered the car with remarkable ease. "Darling, I'm about to race," he exclaimed. Seeing his enthusiasm filled Lin Qingyun with joy. "Let us head to that commercial street near the school," she suggested. During her university days, she often visited that lively area, and now that they had the chance, she wished to share it with Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen drove, feeling the exhilarating push of acceleration, he could hardly contain his delight. After all, what young man could resist such temptation? Though he claimed to have never driven before, Lin Qingyun initially believed him. Yet, once on the road, the car behaved like a wild stallion, galloping along the highway. Lin Qingyun felt a rush of trepidation as they narrowly avoided several vehicles. With a deft turn, Xiao Chen effortlessly evaded disaster. The sensation of soaring through the streets thrilled her, gradually igniting her own taste for adventure. "Weren't you just saying you've never driven before?" Lin Qingyun inquired, astonished. He seemed like an experienced driver. "Indeed. Aside from driving school, this is my first time," Xiao Chen replied, leaving Lin Qingyun somewhat stunned. How could someone drive so proficiently on their first outing? It was undeniable that talent indeed existed. Even riding in her family's helicopter had not been this exhilarating. Observing Xiao Chen's composure, Lin Qingyun felt utterly at ease, confident that he would not encounter any mishaps because she trusted him. Despite the thrill, Xiao Chen adhered strictly to traffic regulations, never once crossing a line. Discovering a sense of freedom within the confines of the rules was an exhilarating pleasure in itself. Before long, Xiao Chen arrived at the bustling commercial street near Los Angeles University. After parking, Lin Qingyun eagerly pulled Xiao Chen along to sample the local delicacies. Surrounded by stalls offering takoyaki, an array of barbecue delights, and various snacks, she indulged at each vendor. Xiao Chen watched her with astonishment. "Darling, I thought shopping meant buying clothes, not sampling street food," he remarked. "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to eat?" She teased. "I simply didn't expect you to enjoy these street treats," Xiao Chen admitted. Lin Qingyun chuckled. "When I studied at Los Angeles University, this was my favorite spot. I find nothing wrong with street food." Seeing Lin Qingyun in her element, Xiao Chen eagerly assisted her by carrying the snacks, making it effortless for her to enjoy. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure ahead. "No way. Isn't that the young girl I ran into at the mall? Yuruchio?" Unexpectedly encountering her here, Xiao Chen recalled that the other party had previously stated that if he dared to remove her from his friend's list, she would persistently cling to him. A chill ran down his spine. What should he do? His wife was right here, and if the two were to meet, and that little girl decided to act willfully, he would truly find himself in a predicament. Just as they were about to cross paths. What to do? "Wife, I need to use the restroom. Why don't you wait for me at that milk tea shop?" Chapter 50. A true man, charge forward. Xiao Chen hurriedly handed the items in his possession to Lin Qingyun and headed in the opposite direction. "Take your time. I'll wait for you at the milk tea shop." "Got it." As Xiao Chen walked away, Lin Qingyun intended to sit for a while at the milk tea shop. "Qingyun Jie?" Upon hearing someone call her, Lin Qingyun turned around and was pleasantly surprised. "Is it you, Qiu? You've grown so tall. Are you shopping alone?" Yuruchio had also heard Lin Qingyun's voice and, upon looking over, recognized her. "Yes, I'm just taking a stroll by myself." The Lin and Yi families frequently interacted, and Yuruchio had known the elegant Lin Qingyun since childhood. "Alone? Why don't you join us for some shopping? It can be quite dull by oneself." Accepting Lin Qingyun's invitation, Yuruchio happily accompanied her into the milk tea shop. From the shadows, Xiao Chen observed this unfolding scene. Is this what it means to socially die? Watching the two enter the milk tea shop, Xiao Chen inwardly exclaimed in frustration. How could this girl possibly know Lin Qingyun? As he waited for his wife inside the shop, he felt quite troubled. Xiao Chen looked skyward and lamented. What am I to do? In a daze, he spotted a stall selling masks across the street. He certainly could not abandon his wife. A true man must charge forward. Xiao Chen approached the small stall, trying on various masks, almost sampling them all. The masculine masks were too large for him, as they revealed his profile from the side. The terrifying masks would likely frighten Lin Qingyun, which would be undesirable. Ultimately, in the astonished gaze of the stall owner, he purchased a mask of Sailor Moon, specifically Usagi Tsukino. With the gazes of numerous onlookers upon him, he donned the Sailor Moon mask and entered the milk tea shop. Upon entering, he immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Although Xiao Chen felt quite embarrassed, he was willing to go to great lengths for his relationship with Lin Qingyun. Besides, with the mask on, most people wouldn't recognize him. Lin Qingyun recognized Xiao Chen at once and warmly embraced his arm. Onlookers were left in disbelief at the sight of the stunning goddess embracing a man who was seemingly a fan of Sailor Moon. Some male patrons, witnessing Lin Qingyun's affection toward Xiao Chen, felt a pang of envy. How could such an enchanting goddess be with someone like him? Do you enjoy role-playing? Observing Lin Qingyun's excited smile, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of fear. How could Lin Qingyun's thought process be so peculiar? Just wearing a mask. How could it lead to role-playing? No, I do not have a wife. I have no intention of playing around, truly. Are you really certain? Lin Qingyun looked skeptically into Xiao Chen's eyes. Absolutely not. At that moment, Yi Ruqiu approached, gazing at Xiao Chen's appearance, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Though she couldn't quite place it. Sister Qingyun, is this your husband? Upon hearing Yi Ruqiu's voice, Lin Qingyun immediately regained her composure. Yes, this is my husband, Xiao wife. Xiao Chen interjected hurriedly, fearing Lin Qingyun would reveal his name. However, Lin Qingyun did not notice this small detail and was startled by Xiao Chen's sudden interruption. What are you doing? You scare me. Seeing that Lin Qingyun did not mention his name, Xiao Chen playfully whined, Hey, it's nothing. I just wanted to call you. So I did. I didn't mean to frighten you. Lin Qingyun shot him an annoyed glance. Sister Qingyun, your husband is truly romantic. He must be quite handsome as well. At this moment, Xiao Chen dared not say much, afraid of exposing his true identity. That goes without saying, of course he is. Lin Qingyun mimicked Xiao Chen's tone as she spoke to Yi Ruqiu. Feeling regretful, Yi Ruqiu thought it would have been better to shop alone, wondering why she had come to endure this display of affection. Sister Qingyun, I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Witnessing the interaction between Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen, Yi Ruqiu felt she could no longer remain. Just yesterday, she had encountered a handsome man, and when she playfully flirted with him, his wife had scolded her mercilessly. Now, immersed in Lin Qingyun's affectionate display, she felt overwhelmed and wished to escape at once. Lin Qingyun merely waved goodbye to Yi Ruqiu, who vanished from sight, leaving her curious about what had transpired with the girl. She truly had not changed at all since childhood. Once Yi Ruqiu had departed, Xiao Chen removed his mask, relieved not to have been discovered. Discovered? Xiao Chen thought. How did I let that slip? Although he wished to explain, the look of suspicion in Lin Qingyun's eyes made him hesitant to lie. One can deceive for a moment, but not for a lifetime. That young lady knew Lin Qingyun and addressed her as sister, indicating a significant relationship. He knew he could not keep this secret for long. Observing Xiao Chen's shifting expressions, Lin Qingyun was convinced he was concealing something from her. I advise you to speak the truth, otherwise we shall become sisters. Initially hesitant, upon hearing Lin Qingyun mention becoming sisters, Xiao Chen decided to embrace the situation. After all, he was a man, and he had no fear of being seen as a sister. He simply did not want to deceive Lin Qingyun. Right, I just don't want to keep secrets from Qingyun. Do you remember the person who messaged me last night? Of course. What about it? Intrigued by this revelation, Lin Qingyun inquired, Is that woman nearby? Xiao Chen observed Lin Qingyun, who was already poised to confront Yi Ruqiu, and hurriedly sought to placate her. My dear, promise me you won't be upset before I explain. If you don't tell me, you might as well not come home tonight. Upon hearing that the woman who had tempted her husband was nearby, how could Lin Qingyun remain calm? Please don't get agitated. Allow me to explain. A bold young man approached, inquiring, Miss, who has angered you? I can take care of him. He cast a provocative glance at Xiao Chen. Generally, Xiao Chen dismissed such individuals, regarding them as inconsequential, unworthy of his attention. What belonged to him could not be taken away. If it were, it was not worth his affection. Lin Xingyun seemed oblivious to the young man's words. You first, and once you've spoken, I shall decide whether to be angry. The young man, feeling awkward, had no choice but to retreat. The girl from last night is the one you were with earlier. I excused myself to the restroom upon spotting her, fearing it would upset you. I had no idea you two were acquainted. Worrying you would be anxious, I donned a mask. Xiao Chen glanced at the mask in his hand, as if struck by a realization. My dear, I genuinely did not intend to engage in role-playing. Chapter 51, Tomorrow Night. I shall inspect the goods. Upon hearing the series of explanations from Xiao Chen, Lin Xingyun stood on tiptoe and gently patted his head. Had you spoken sooner, this would have been resolved. Why the hesitation? If you clarify things with me, would I truly be upset? Do not overthink it. However, hearing the earlier words warmed Xiao Chen's heart, yet Lin Xingyun's final remark left him apprehensive. But what? He ventured cautiously. Lin Xingyun smirked mischievously. But I actually think we could try role-playing. Xiao Chen, realizing he had inadvertently led her to this thought, regretted his inquiry. What a miscalculation. Dear, what nonsense about role-playing. I refuse to participate. Xiao Chen recalled Lin Xingyun's formidable nature, feeling a sense of dread. He truly wished to avoid this scenario. Continuing down this path, he sensed he might meet an untimely demise. What did you say? You're unwilling to play? Gazing upon Lin Xingyun's mildly furious visage, Xiao Chen felt torn. Her curiosity piqued by his masked appearance. Lin Xingyun merely found it intriguing and wished to experiment. Little did she expect his reluctance. Perplexed, Lin Xingyun pondered. ISN, tea joy meant for two? It wasn't tea, as if she were hoarding it all for herself. Why was Xiao Chen reacting this way? Then grant me a moment to prepare. Xiao Chen, recognizing Lin Xingyun's terrifying prowess, was not devoid of happiness. Rather, he had experienced too much joy. Realizing he was merely making excuses, Lin Xingyun understood his intentions. However, she had her own clever strategies. Is my husband preparing a surprise for me? One word, absolutely. With that, Lin Xingyun's remark cornered Xiao Chen, leaving him with no escape. Such a ruthless tactic. Xiao Chen, feeling helpless, had no choice but to comply. All right, preparation takes time. My dear wife, please be patient. He initially thought that by delaying, Lin Xingyun might just forget about it. However, her subsequent words plunged Xiao Chen into despair. Great. The longer the preparation time, the more it shows that you care, and you dare say you don't like it. If you truly dislike it, why take such a long time? Lin Xingyun observed Xiao Chen's awkward yet polite smile and continued, No worries. I'll give you a day. Tomorrow evening. I expect to see the results. Staring at Lin Xingyun's pure and adorable face at that moment, Xiao Chen could scarcely believe it. How could such fierce words come from her lips? He resolved that he would not prepare anything for her. He envisioned himself in a moonlit rabbit costume, not only wearing it, but also being bullied by Lin Xingyun. While he could tolerate many things, this was one he could not endure. This absolutely cannot happen. Xiao Chen thought. Even if it means my demise, I refuse to be humiliated in such attire by Lin Xingyun. Order number 99. Your drink is ready. Wife, what number are we? Upon hearing the staff call out the order, Xiao Chen seized the opportunity to change the subject. Lin Xingyun, well aware of Xiao Chen's intentions, smiled mischievously. She would not let him escape so easily. We are indeed number 99. Go collect it. I'll be waiting here. As Xiao Chen made his way to retrieve the drinks, the memory of Lin Xingyun's smile sent a chill through his heart, leaving him perplexed about its cause. Just then, Yi Ruqiu hurried back. Upon seeing her, Lin Xingyun swiftly grabbed her arm, desperate to prevent her from spotting Xiao Chen. What if we put on a show on the street, with the sister and the younger sister fighting over the brother-in-law? Ruqiu, why did you come back? Lin Xingyun held onto Yi Ruqiu's arm tightly. What's wrong, Sister Xingyun? You're hurting me. Lin Xingyun, feeling embarrassed, released her grip, mentally repeating, This is my sister. I must not go too far. Yi Ruqiu looked at her delicate arm, which bore the marks of Lin Qingyun's grasp. Sister Qingyun, I only returned to grab my milk tea. With that, she turned her gaze towards the counter. That person looks a bit familiar. Seeing Yi Ruqiu's expression, Lin Qingyun felt hopeless yet resolute. If Yi Ruqiu dared to learn the truth and still attempt to snatch her husband away, she would show no mercy. Ruqiu, there's something I need to tell you. Wait. Don't run off. Before Lin Qingyun could finish, Yi Ruqiu dashed toward Xiao Chen. She had made it clear that should anyone dare to remove her from their friend list, she would cling to them relentlessly. No distance would deter her. Xiao Chen was puzzled. Had Yi Ruqiu not already left, why was there still 3 cups of milk tea? Just as he hesitated, he suddenly felt someone embrace him from behind, followed by a cheerful exclamation. Brother Xiao Chen, as I awoke this morning, I found myself unable to locate you. Where have you gone? Do you no longer desire my presence? Xiao Chen stood frozen in place, recognizing that familiar voice. Was it not Yi Ruqiu? How could she have returned? With my own wife standing here, I am utterly perplexed. Hastily, Xiao Chen set down the milk tea in his hand and extricated himself from Yi Ruqiu's embrace. What brings you back again? Oh, brother, are you too excited to see me? Yi Ruqiu remarked playfully, amused by Xiao Chen's evident nervousness. Upon noticing Lin Qingyun approaching from behind, Xiao Chen's heart sank. Thankfully, he had already explained the situation to Lin Qingyun. Surely, his wife would understand. Excited, you say? How can you return after I told you I am married? Please cease this nonsense. The onlookers had witnessed Xiao Chen's intimate moments with Lin Qingyun, and now, with a little girl appearing on the scene, it painted a rather unsavory picture. Was he truly a scoundrel? Brother, just last night, you professed your love for me. How have things changed so swiftly? Have you grown weary of me? Xiao Chen's mind raced with exasperation. It was a miracle his wife hadn't scolded him into oblivion the previous evening. In broad daylight, how could such brazen words escape his lips? Who has dared to touch you? Do not spread such baseless accusations. The crowd, having heard this exchange, solidified their belief in his guilt. A true rogue. A scoundrel. How could you stoop so low as to pursue such a young girl? Do you not fear moral condemnation? Little sister, I am an attorney. If he has inflicted any substantial harm upon you, speak up, and I shall ensure he pays dearly. Goodness, you are quite the character. A moment ago, you were embracing a goddess, and now a little girl seeks your affection. Truly, a model for our generation. In an instant, a torrent of scornful remarks hurled toward Xiao Chen. Ignoring the cacophony, he directed his words solely at Yi Ruqiu. Please, conduct yourself with dignity and refrain from this unruly behavior. Upon saying this, he felt an inkling of discomfort, realizing that his words echoed the sentiments of a true rogue. At that moment, Lin Qingyun finally arrived. Brother, is it because I failed to provide you with sufficient pleasure yesterday? Lin Qingyun could hardly believe her sister would utter such words. Xiao Chen, overwhelmed by the surrounding vitriol, desperately sought Lin Qingyun's assistance. Yi Ruqiu, what are your intentions? Hearing Lin Qingyun's voice, Yi Ruqiu recognized her own haste. Should Lin Qingyun inform her parents of the situation, she could very well face dire consequences at home. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun, Xiao Chen felt as though he had found salvation. Qingyun, what brings you here? Lin Qingyun glanced at the assortment of snacks she held, contemplating that had it not been for these treats, she would have arrived much sooner. What brings me here? You are attempting to steal my husband, and you question my presence? Yi Ruqiu, it seems you have grown quite bold, daring to bully my husband. Lin Qingyun asserted her authority, wrapping her arms around Xiao Chen's and glaring at Yi Ruqiu. Yi Ruqiu was utterly taken aback. The person who had berated her the previous night was her own sister. Having grown up trailing after Lin Qingyun, she now aspired to claim her sister's husband. The onlookers were equally astonished. If the elegant woman was the wife, then a little girl must be the sister-in-law, correct? Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were indifferent to the opinions of others, standing firm in their integrity. They were unconcerned with the judgments of others. It simply did not matter to them. Yi Ruqiu lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Qingyun's gaze. Flustered as she had never considered that her pursuit of a partner could lead to her sister's husband. Sister Qingyun, I was wrong. Lin Qingyun felt a surge of anger, but she could not bring herself to chastise someone who had grown up under her care. It's all right. This is all a misunderstanding. Let us resolve it. Do you dare to insinuate again that you have a connection with my husband? With Lin Qingyun not blaming her, Yuruchio felt a slight sense of relief. I didn't know he was my brother-in-law. If I had known, I would never have shown interest. Xiao Chen regarded Yuruchio with some sympathy, recognizing her youth and naivety. Disrupting someone else's family life is inherently wrong. If you wish to pursue romance, seek a suitable boyfriend instead of randomly accusing someone on the street of bullying you. Yuruchio absorbed Xiao Chen's words, though whether they truly sank in remains uncertain. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I truly did not mean it. I merely found it amusing. I have no desire for romance. No man is worth it. Upon uttering this, Yuruchio hastily covered her mouth, realizing her slip. After all, her brother-in-law was simply a man. Xiao Chen exchanged an awkward glance with Lin Qingyun, and they understood each other in that moment. This young girl might have been hurt by someone else. Ruchio, you mustn't dismiss all men due to one person's actions. Look at your brother-in-law. He is a good man. Lin Qingyun patiently imparted her wisdom. Hearing Lin Qingyun's admonition, Yuruchio grew more defiant. Men are all driven by lust. Isn't that what you taught me, sister? Indeed, Lin Qingyun had once been naive, but she had matured since then, often finding herself attracted to Xiao Chen. Ruchio, while many may be swayed by appearances, it is human nature. Both men and women can be tempted. The crucial aspect is whether one can control oneself. As Yuruchio appeared deep in thought, Xiao Chen interjected, it's essential to immerse yourself in positive influences rather than solely consuming frivolous material that can distort your values. Perhaps weary of it all, Yuruchio clutched her milk tea to her chest and dashed out the door. Sister Qingyun, brother-in-law, I understand. I will remember what you said. Watching Yuruchio flee, Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen exchanged glances, resigned. This age is marked by rebellion. Perhaps in a few years, things will be different. This fellow, when it comes to deceit, displays not a trace of trepidation, effortlessly transforming falsehoods into perceived truths. Upon witnessing the reality, Xiao Chen hastily interjected, indeed, you have seen for yourself. She speaks of events that never transpired as if they were genuine. My dear wife, you must now believe that I am wronged. I believe you. With such striking good looks, it's no wonder other girls can't help but gaze at you. Xiao Chen cast a glance around, suddenly realizing his own popularity. It dawned on him that he had been blissfully unaware of the admiration surrounding him. Those girls, having initially perceived Xiao Chen as a scoundrel, now yearned for his affection, and with the misunderstanding dispelled, he became even more appealing to them. They wished to replace Lin Qingyun, dreaming of becoming Xiao Chen's girlfriend. Alas, such aspirations were futile. In Xiao Chen's eyes, there was only Lin Qingyun. Is it truly my fault for being handsome, my dear wife? Xiao Chen murmured softly, leaning close to Lin Qingyun's ear. What do you think? You're out here, charming all the flowers. Lin Qingyun observed the envious gazes from the other girls directed at Xiao Chen, causing her inner turmoil to swell. What are they staring at? Have they never seen a handsome man before? Their eyes are practically popping out. Indeed, have they never encountered beauty? Lin Qingyun grew increasingly exasperated at Xiao Chen's remark. They can only stare. What else can they do? It's utterly ridiculous. Indeed, it is. Surely, they have never seen someone as beautiful as my wife. They envy me for having such a stunning partner. Xiao Chen echoed Lin Qingyun's sentiments. Lin Qingyun continued to scrutinize the glances from other girls, their eyes flitting over Xiao Chen, which only intensified her irritation. I want to eat lamb skewers. Xiao Chen opened a fruit tea for Lin Qingyun and took the snacks from her hands, joining her in a new round of indulgence. Lin Qingyun was absorbed in her shopping spree, purchasing whatever caught her fancy. Xiao Chen's hands were laden with an increasing number of items. Yet his robust physique allowed him to keep pace with Lin Qingyun effortlessly. Despite his fingers being filled, he followed her without struggle. Having amassed such a bounty, Lin Qingyun's spirits lifted, and she shared laughter and conversation with Xiao Chen along the way, drawing the attention of passers-by who couldn't help but admire the enchanting couple. Lin Qingyun noticed that Xiao Chen could no longer hold all his purchases and felt a twinge of guilt. Darling, let me take some of that. I'll help you carry it. Not at all, my dear wife. Just focus on enjoying yourself. Eat and drink well, he replied. I can't eat all this. We should go pick up the kids and head home. Xiao Chen nodded, acknowledging that the time was right. Moo Moo and Han Han will be so delighted to see you. Of course, I am their mother. They will surely be thrilled to see me. Chapter 53. The Master of Disguise. The couple drove to the kindergarten where Moo Moo and Han Han attended school. As they arrived, they found Xiao Chen as friends already waiting at the gate for the children to be released. Lin Xinyan took out the snacks she had purchased and shared them with the others, encouraging them to return to the car while she and Xiao Chen waited for their precious daughter. Before long, a resounding roar echoed nearby. A Ferrari came to a halt beside Xiao Chen and Lin Xinyan, from which emerged a reasonably attractive young man. With a haughty demeanor, he adjusted his attire and surveyed the crowd with an air of arrogance. This action, in an instant, captured the attention of those around. Oof. In my youth, I was far more handsome than him. Who is this dandy? A dandy? Just him? Perhaps he's simply a kept boy by some wealthy woman. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen and Lin Xinyan were engrossed in their romantic conversation, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment, an alluring woman also exited the vehicle, swaying her hips as she nestled into the young man's embrace. The onlookers, seemingly unfazed, simply awaited the arrival of their own children from school. My dear, when will you have the time to visit my parents? Since his phone conversation with Xiao Chen's parents, he had been eager to bring Lin Xinyan and their child home to meet them. Since starting university, Xiao Chen could only return during the winter and summer breaks, leaving little time otherwise. Do you want me to accompany you back? Lin Xinyan felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of meeting Xiao Chen's parents. Don't you wish to meet my parents? Of course. We've already obtained our marriage certificate. It's indeed time to meet your family. Now that they were wed, it was only a matter of time before Lin Xinyan would meet Xiao Chen's parents. Then, my dear, when do you think we can make the trip? Xiao Chen observed Lin Xinyan, her chin resting on her hand as she contemplated. Ah, how can my wife be so adorable? Truly, she embodies every charm. Seizing the day seems more prudent than waiting for an auspicious occasion. Tomorrow is Saturday, which will be perfect for a visit. Lin Xinyan agreed, and Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy, knowing his parents would be overjoyed to meet Lin Xinyan and their child, Moo Moo Han Han. Miss, if we devour all the snacks you brought, it would be quite embarrassing. The couple had not even noticed when Xiao Hua had alighted from the car. It's all right. I've had my fill. I need to save some room for the meal my husband prepares at home. Seeing Xiao Hua holding the treats Lin Xinyan had provided brought comfort to Xiao Chen, knowing that those Lin Xinyan had invited genuinely cared for her well-being. Don't worry. Enjoy yourselves. You seldom have the opportunity to explore the streets, so these are for you. Xiao Hua and her companions were thoroughly enjoying their snacks in the car when, suddenly, someone, whether the driver or another, remarked, "These are still warm. Could it be that the miss bought them but didn't he have time to eat before giving them to us?" The group pondered anxiously, as they could not stomach the thought of eating something Lin Xinyan had not yet tasted, and thus offered it back to her and Xiao Chen. "Miss, perhaps you should try a few bites." Lin Xinyan, touched by Xiao Hua's earnest gaze, felt reluctant to decline and casually took a skewer to taste. However, an incongruous voice broke through. "Darling, look at that person eating street food. It's utterly filthy. I would never partake in such." Lin Xinyan found no offense in the words spoken, yet Xiao Chen was instantly displeased. How could roadside stalls be deemed filthy? Do you consider yourself immaculate? While one may boast of their own cleanliness, daring to utter a disparaging word about Lin Xinyan was simply intolerable for Xiao Chen. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's rebuke, the woman immediately adopted a feigned demeanor. "Darling, look at him, he dares to insult me." The man beside her cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Chen and slowly replied, "It's best not to engage with people of such lowly status." Initially, Lin Xinyan felt indifferent, but his words irked her. If he had merely spoken of himself, it would have been inconsequential. However, to dare to speak ill of her husband was deeply unsettling. "Darling, do not stoop to their level. Those who have never experienced the world often believe themselves superior. Such individuals may appear grand on the surface, but in reality, they embody the essence of filth. Do not worry, my dear. I shall not let such trash trouble my mind. Their insults are merely an invitation for more rebuke." With Lin Xinyan offering him solace, Xiao Chen decided to let the matter go, thinking it absurd that such a person would feel elevated by their wealth. Darling, since they have the audacity to provoke you, do you not know the chairman of this school? Perhaps he could send a few people to remove them. Their presence is truly irritating. The woman continually exaggerated her grievances to her husband. Indeed, such people are not worthy of my intervention. Let the principal handle this matter. With that, the man, brimming with arrogance, took out his phone and began to make a call. Xiao Chen, witnessing this, could only shake his head in disbelief at the absurdity of his posturing. Fear not, my dear. I could easily take on 10 of them. Observing Xiao Chen's unwavering confidence, Lin Qingyun felt reassured, recalling how he had dealt with Han Shambua. Miss, should I summon the bodyguards? Xiao Hua, feeling anxious, worried for her mistress's safety. Do not fret, Xiao Hua. Did Xiao Chen not just declare he could take on 10? Xiao Hua was aware of Xiao Chen's culinary skills and quick thinking, capable of running for extended periods without pause, even when pursued by a dog. However, being swift does not equate to being a fighter. Yet out of respect for Lin Qingyun's words, she refrained from voicing her doubts. Once the man ended his call, Lin Qingyun too took out her phone and dialed a number. Oh dear, husband, see how she mimics you in making calls. Does she not realize her own limitations? Surely, she can only call upon the local teachers here. Hearing the laughter from the other end, Xiao Chen was filled with disgust. How could one act so shamelessly and still seek validation? Speak another word, and I shall not hesitate to confront you as well. The woman, noticing Xiao Chen's accusatory gesture towards her, felt a flicker of fear and clung tightly to the man, seeking comfort. He merely glanced at her before turning his gaze away. Witnessing this scene, both Xiao Chen and Xiao Hua were rendered speechless, marveling at the extent of her pretense. Is this not an extraordinary display of artifice? My dear son-in-law, I wish to refer to him as the master of pretense. What do you think of this name? Upon hearing Xiao Hua's whimsical title, Xiao Chen could not suppress his laughter, for he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Xiao Hua possessed a flair for mischief. Hello, this is Lin Qingyun. Upon connecting the call, Lin Qingyun succinctly introduced herself to the person on the other end. Chapter 054. The King of Pretense, my dear, look. She doesn't even disclose what she does, and yet mimics you in pretense. The woman inadvertently revealed her innermost thoughts before hastily sealing her lips. What am I pretending to be? A man? Or pretending to be a man? Xiao Hua interjected, responding directly to the mention of the master of pretense. The man's expression contorted momentarily, only to revert to a facade of normalcy, feigning as though nothing had transpired. Xiao Hua and Xiao Chen could not help but marvel at the man's remarkable ability to maintain his pretense. It was truly impressive. Since alighting from the vehicle, he had consistently projected an image of being exceptionally handsome, maintaining that posture without faltering. I shall henceforth refer to him as the King of Pretense, Xiao Chen mused, finding the situation increasingly amusing. Meanwhile, in the office, the chairman of the board was engaged in discussions with his secretary when he received a call from the young master of the Li family. He reported that someone outside the school was putting on airs, requesting that security be dispatched to address the situation. Such trivial matters. Yet he had to interrupt his own affairs to respond, albeit reluctantly, as the Li family held significant shares in the institution. He was compelled to send someone to investigate. At that moment, his other phone rang. This particular number was reserved for family and a select few business magnates. He could not afford to be dismissive. He swiftly pushed his secretary aside and answered the call. Miss Lin, the children will soon be dismissed. If you find it inconvenient to wait, I can head to the office now to escort Xue Mu and Xue Han out. The Lin family was not to be trifled with. Their shares in this school exceeded his own. However, they showed little interest in the chairmanship, which had allowed him to assume the role. No need. Someone just mentioned that I should have you send someone to escort me away from the school entrance. What is your take on this matter? Gao Bo felt a chill at Lin Qingyun's icy tone. Currently, Lin Qingyun oversaw all enterprises under the Lin family in the entirety of Luocheng, and he feared that offending her might lead to dire consequences for himself. Rest assured, Miss Lin, I shall promptly make my way to the school entrance to resolve this issue. With that, Gao Bo dashed out of his office, heading straight for the entrance of the school. A mere frivolous playboy from the Li family paled in comparison to Lin Qingyun in his estimation. After hanging up, Lin Qingyun gently caressed Xiao Chen's face. My dear, even if you could defeat 100 men, I would not wish for you to be harmed over such trivial matters. Fear not. I have already taken care of it. You worry too much for my sake, Xiao Chen replied, enveloping Lin Qingyun in a tender embrace. This gesture elicited a wave of envy from those around them. Had it not been for the trouble stirred by someone seeking to provoke the young lady, Xiaohua would have returned to the car long ago. Enduring their coupledom at home was one thing, but to witness it publicly was an entirely different affair. Xiaohua initially had no desire for romance, yet now finds herself yearning for a boyfriend. They are embracing, and soon, when others emerge, they will be in for a surprise. Observing this, a woman unleashed a torrent of venomous words upon Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun. Our young lady is already exquisite. Do we need your input? Upon hearing this, the woman was infuriated, stamping her foot in frustration. Xiaohua, witnessing her distress, felt a slight sense of satisfaction. It seems you are merely envious of our young lady's beauty, resorting to your foul mouth to attack her. These words struck a chord with the woman, transforming her expression into one of rage. Darling, they are bullying me. The young master of the Li family remained confidently perched against his Ferrari, as if oblivious to the unfolding drama. The woman, seeing his indifference, stomped her foot in irritation and huffed disdainfully. Xiaohua, noting her silence, wore a triumphant smile, as if celebrating her own victories. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun exchanged knowing glances, both amused by Xiaohua's demeanor. Before long, a long line of security personnel emerged from the school. Which one of you is young Master Li? The young master, brimming with pride, waved his hand. The long line hastily approached him. Young Master Li, whom do you wish to expel? The leader, presumably a captain, surveyed the surrounding individuals, puzzled as to who among them was causing trouble. Those over there. The woman, frustrated by her husband's silence, pointed toward Lin Qingyun and her companions. The crowd looked towards Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen, who remained engrossed in their affectionate exchange, oblivious to the impending threat. They must be here to pick up a child, the captain reasoned, observing that Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen did not appear to be impoverished, especially with a Rolls-Royce parked behind them. Hesitant to approach, they feared offending a powerful figure. A single word could lead to dire consequences. Those are the ones. Did you not receive orders from the principal? Hurry and remove them. The woman, exasperated by their inaction, urged them. However, upon seeing the Rolls-Royce, none of the security personnel dared to make a move. At this moment, young Master Li could no longer remain passive, frustrated that his own entourage was paralyzed with fear. A bunch of useless fools, listening to his tirade. The others could only endure. The skirmish among the powerful was not something they dared to meddle in. Li Shihua, feeling a loss of face, began to stride towards Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen. The woman and the security team followed behind helplessly. Hey, you all, apologize to her. Li Shihua pointed at the woman beside him, demanding an apology from Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen. You expect my lady to apologize to you? You are not worthy. If apologies are to be exchanged, it is you who should apologize. Xiaohua was the first to react, unable to contain herself. You little girl, be careful, or I shall tear your mouth apart. The woman cast a venomous gaze at Xiaohua, putting on an air of superiority. Who do you think you can intimidate? As a group began to encircle their mistress, the bodyguards in Lin Qingyun's vehicle could no longer remain passive. They emerged from another Rolls-Royce, following closely behind Lin Qingyun. Li Shihua, still too young and unaware of his family's actual influence, dared to contend with someone whose bodyguards traveled in a Rolls-Royce. I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, you shall regret it today. You scoundrel. Even if your father were here, he wouldn't dare speak so boldly. At that moment, Gao Bo ran over. Li Shihua, do you have any idea whom you've provoked today? Hearing Gao Bo's voice startled Li Shihua, who wondered why he was defending them. Had that woman just now been in contact with Gao Bo? Miss Lin, I hope you weren't frightened. It's nothing, Lin Qingyun replied coldly, her terse words sending Gao Bo's heart racing. Li Shihua, this is the chairman of the Starry Sky Group. Even if your father were here, he would have to show respect. In Gao Bo's eyes, the Li family was nothing compared to Lin Qingyun. I advise you to apologize to Miss Lin immediately. Chapter 55. Mother, why are you here? Li Shihua, now recovering from his earlier shock, realized that he had indeed crossed the wrong person. Starry Sky Group? As he recognized the gravity of his mistake, he felt the situation was amiss. Yet, his pride prevented him from uttering an apology. What is Starry Sky Group? I've never even heard of it. I won't apologize. A nearby woman, assumingly sure how possessed considerable clout, began to scold him like a shrew. Silence. Li Shihao quickly interjected, aware that someone whom Gao Bo respected was not someone he could afford to offend. If his father faced issues at work because of him, how could he continue to flaunt his luxury car and chase after women? The woman, feeling wronged by Li Shihao's interruption, pouted and complained. You didn't say that in the car. You said if anyone bullied me, you'd make them pay. Why are you backing down now? Faced with her unreasonable behavior, Li Shihao's face twisted in frustration. This woman, whom he had only met the night before and had initially found appealing, was proving to be a fool. Did she not realize how much more powerful the other party was? Miss Lin, please forgive me. Do not stoop to the level of this foolish woman. Unable to reason with her, Li Shihao reluctantly sought Lin Qingyun's forgiveness. You instigated this with your foul mouths, trying to drive us away, and now you expect an apology? Who do you think you are? Xiaohua vented her anger towards Li Shihao. He knew it was his fault. He had not anticipated this woman's considerable influence, especially with Gao Bo treating her with such respect. Upon hearing Xiaohua's account, Gao Bo was equally taken aback, realizing that Lin Qingyun had endured such humiliation at the school gates. If Lin Qingyun were to blame him, he would be unable to bear the consequences. You reckless fool. How dare you confront Miss Lin for the sake of this woman? Hurry and apologize to Miss Lin. Li Shihao's father had some connections with Gao Bo, yet he understood the gravity of the situation as Gao Bo reprimanded him. Reluctantly, he bowed to Lin Qingyun. I sincerely apologize for causing you any distress, Miss Lin. In truth, it was hardly a matter worth such an uproar. It was merely that you three persistently provoked my lady, and an apology from just you would not suffice. It is that vile woman's fault. When had Lin Qingyun ever endured such humiliation? To be driven away while merely picking up a child? Xiaohua, with clarity of thought, pointed at the woman behind Li Shihao. What? What have I done? I am not at fault. Li Shihao felt a surge of frustration upon hearing her words. It was an inconsequential incident. What was wrong with enjoying some street food? He had merely mentioned to that foolish woman that the street food was unsanitary, and she began to complain, and now she refuses to acknowledge her fault. If you do not apologize, do not bother coming to find me again. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted to one of immediate anxiety. I apologize, Miss Lin, please forgive me. If she did not apologize, everything she had done to win Li Shihao's favor would be for naught. She had spent all her savings to present herself appealingly, hoping to catch his eye. After finally gaining his attention last night, she was unwilling to let all her efforts go to waste. Miss Lin, would this satisfy you? Gao Bo, noticing the woman's apology, turned to Lin Qingyun for confirmation. Ordinarily, she would not have deigned to engage with such a person, but it seemed that only after delivering a decisive blow would they relent. Seeing Lin Qingyun's disinterest, Xiao Chen interjected, You better watch your tongue. With such arrogance, it is only a matter of time before you regret it. Xiao Chen had no desire to associate with such individuals. He had seen plenty of them during his school days. Had she not spoken so arrogantly, mocking Lin Qingyun, he would not have had any dealings with them. Daddy, Daddy. At that moment, Mu Mu and Han Han had finished school and joyfully ran over to the tall figure of Xiao Chen among the crowd. Let us call it a day. The children are out of school. You may leave. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's directive, Gao Bo promptly instructed Li Shihao and the others to retreat to a distance. Miss Lin, should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to contact me directly. I will do my utmost to assist you. Gao Bo, an astute individual, understood the implication behind Lin Qingyun's words. Then I shall not intrude further. With that, Gao Bo departed for the school, not casting a glance at Li Shihao, as his secretary awaited him in the office. Since Lin Qingyun no longer required his presence, he had no reason to linger. What is this? You two little rascals only recognize your father and not your mother? Lin Qingyun mentioned to Xiao Chen that Mu Mu and Han Han would surely be delighted to see her. Little did she know, These two little rascals had their eyes solely on Xiao Chen. "Mom, what brings you here?" Moo Moo and Han Han exclaimed, immediately rushing into Xiao Chen's embrace, pecking his face affectionately like little chicks pecking at grains. Their conversation with Lin Qingyun was merely a fleeting moment amidst their excitement. Upon hearing such words, Lin Qingyun was taken aback. Had her significance in her children's hearts diminished to such an extent? "Why am I here? What do you mean by that? Shouldn't I be here?" Lin Qingyun's mood was already sour, and her daughter's words stung her heart further. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's icy tone, Moo Moo and Han Han felt a twinge of fear. "Dear, you've misunderstood. They only expressed their surprise at seeing you, albeit clumsily," Xiao Chen quickly interjected, sensing his wife's irritation and striving to ease the tension for the children. "Mom took time to pick you up. Aren't you excited?" Upon his inquiry, the two little ones voiced their true feelings. "Excited. With both Dad and Mom here, we're overjoyed." "Yes, Mom, we're so happy you came to get us." "See, my dear, they are genuinely happy," Xiao Chen said, noticing Lin Qingyun still pouting. He took her hand gently. "Please don't be upset." Observing this, Moo Moo mimicked Xiao Chen's gesture, each child grasping one of her hands. "Mom, please don't be mad at us, all right?" "No, wait, Mom. Please don't be angry." The others couldn't help but chuckle at Han Han, referring to her mother as wife. Lin Qingyun, unable to contain herself, affectionately ruffled the children's hair. All right. I'm not angry. Just don't forget your mother when you see your father." Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a pang of jealousy. "My dear, I've only recently entered their lives. Their affection for you is deeply rooted." Lin Qingyun felt warmth from Xiao Chen's comforting words. "Let us head home. I crave your cooking," she said. At the mention of home, Moo Moo and Han Han instinctively followed Xiao Hua towards their Rolls Royce. Xiao Chen attempted to call them back, but Lin Qingyun stopped him. "They can't ride with us." Xiao Chen did not argue. His car lacked child seats, rendering it unsafe for the little ones. However, once Moo Moo and Han Han boarded, they did not see Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen, adamantly insisting on getting out to find their father. "Your father and mother have driven off. You must remain in this car, seated in your designated spots. We will see your parents upon arriving home," Xiao Hua explained, but Moo Moo and Han Han were unconvinced. "No, I want to ride in the same car as Dad. I want to ride with Dad too." With no other option, Xiao Hua had to bring Moo Moo and Han Han back out to search for Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun. As the two individuals settled into the vehicle, they noticed Xiao Hua disembarking with the children in search of them. "Darling, drive away. Do not allow them to board." Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Xiao Chen could not help but chuckle. It was so amusing. "My dear, we are adults now. Why engage in childish quarrels? Let them come aboard. Xiao Hua can hold them in the back. I shall drive slowly." Hearing Xiao Chen refer to her, Lin Qingyun pouted and exited the vehicle to greet the two little ones. Xiao Chen found himself caught between his wife and the children, realizing the complexities of this delicate balance. If he tended to the older one, the younger would feel neglected and vice versa. All he wished for was Lin Qingyun's understanding. "Daddy, can you drive? Daddy, you are so handsome. I've never seen Mommy drive. She can't drive at all." Once they were inside the car, the children chattered incessantly, oblivious to the fact that Lin Qingyun's expression was gradually turning frosty. With the two children seated in the back, Lin Qingyun took her place in the front passenger seat, leaving Xiao Hua momentarily bewildered, as only leaders typically occupy the rear. Noticing Xiao Hua's hesitation, Xiao Chen encouraged Xiao Hua to sit in the back and keep an eye on them. Only after hearing Xiao Chen's assurance did Xiao Hua feel emboldened to take her seat in the back. "Buckle up. I'm about to drive fast." Upon hearing the term drive fast, Moo Moo and Han Han perked up with excitement. "Yay, Daddy is driving fast. You are amazing, Daddy." Observing the children showering him with praise while neglecting to mention Lin Qingyun, Xiao Chen seized the opportunity to remark, "You know, your mother is incredibly talented, but you are too young to comprehend. She is far superior to me." Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed at Xiao Chen's words, exclaiming, "What are you talking about?" Xiao Chen, noticing her reaction, began to feel a sense of retreat. He had not intended to imply that kind of superiority. Yet, who could predict Lin Qingyun's interpretation? Upon hearing Xiao Chen praise their mother, The two children exchanged glances and pouted. This exchange did not escape the notice of either Lin Qingyun or Xiao Chen. When you grow up, you will understand your mother's greatness. For now, you are too young to grasp it. Watching the children pout, Xiao Chen felt a pang of discomfort. Without Lin Qingyun, would they enjoy such a high quality of life? Having everything they desired? These two little ones, having never experienced hardship, remained blissfully unaware. We understand, Daddy. Mommy is also very impressive. We know. Their demeanor troubled Xiao Chen, as he felt a pressing need to instill in them a sense of gratitude. Tomorrow is Saturday. You both do not have to attend school. Shall we visit Grandpa and Grandma? Upon hearing Grandpa and Grandma, the children recalled their video call with the elder Xiao Chen. Is that the old daddy? Lin Qingyun clarified. That is not the old daddy. He's your father's father. Ah, I understand now. It's Grandpa. With Lin Qingyun's explanation, the children remembered her previous tales of their father's father being referred to as Grandpa. Did you see that? Had it not been for your mother imparting such knowledge to you, would you not have become the subject of ridicule upon venturing outside? Moo Moo inquired of Han Han. Han Han, do you truly believe I could evoke such laughter from you? Han Han glanced around, responding, You are hardly amusing. I possess the greater wit. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, finding solace in their youth, mused that with time, things might improve. My dear, could you please call my mother and inform her that we shall return home tomorrow? Lin Qingyun took Xiao Chen's phone, opened WeChat, and felt a warm glow seeing herself pinned at the top of Xiao Chen's chat list. The earlier displeasure brought on by the children dissipated instantly. After connecting the call to Xiao's mother, she greeted, Hello, Mom. Xiao Chen and I, along with the children, will visit you tomorrow. Xiao's mother, expecting a call from her beloved granddaughters at this hour, was pleasantly surprised to see Lin Qingyun's exquisite face on the screen, exclaiming, What a beautiful sight. Believing she had misheard, Lin Qingyun looked at Xiao Chen in confusion. My mother complimented your beauty. Upon confirming this, Lin Qingyun felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Are you satisfied with a daughter-in-law like me? While Xiao's mother was still lost in admiration of Lin Qingyun's visage, she quickly responded, Absolutely. We are indeed fortunate to have such a lovely daughter-in-law. Xiao Chen is truly blessed. Lin Qingyun blushed even deeper at this praise. As I mentioned, we will visit you tomorrow. Wonderful. I am eager to see my precious granddaughters. Noticing Xiao's mother's unwavering focus on her granddaughters, Lin Qingyun handed the phone to the children. Nana, Nana. The sound of her granddaughters calling her brought immense joy to Xiao's mother. Hello, my dears. Tomorrow, I shall prepare delicious treats for you. Xiao Zhen leaned in closer to the phone, chiming in, Grandpa, Grandpa. This delighted him, as he cherished these moments with his granddaughters, despite feeling shy around Lin's family. The four family members engaged in spirited conversation over the phone until they arrived home, their chatter seemingly unending. Lin Qingyun, undeterred by their banter, exited the vehicle and headed towards the house. Xiao Chen, aware of Lin Qingyun's lingering annoyance with the children, scooped them up and hurried after her. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by two individuals on the sofa, both of whom queried in unison, What brings you two here again? Hearing Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun speak simultaneously, Chu Ichio and He Beichen stood and waved. Ichio remarked, We heard your meals are delightful, so we decided to drop by during mealtime. Before He Beichen could finish his sentence, Chu Ichio covered his mouth. Don't heed his nonsense. I simply missed you and wanted to visit. Moo Moo, Han Han, come here and let your sister give you a hug. Lin Qingyun, Xiao Chen, can't we have a bit of private space? We can only spend this brief time together in the evening, yet those two come to disturb us. Moo Moo, Han Han, why don't you two go upstairs to do your homework first? After arranging the children, Lin Qingyun headed upstairs alone. Chu Ichio also sensed the awkwardness and hurried after her. Xiao Chen, the little knowledge you shared with me yesterday was indeed useful. Last night, Ichio visited my room. Can you believe it? After 3 years, that was the first time. Hearing He Beichen's words, Xiao Chen smiled politely, wondering how this guy dared to say everything out loud. As long as it's useful, that's all that matters. He Beichen looked at Xiao Chen bashfully, rubbing his hands together, which made Xiao Chen feel a shiver run down his spine. So, what brings you here today? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's question, Chen scratched his head and replied, "I want to learn a bit more about that subject from you." Xiao Chen, seeing the anticipation in Chen's eyes, found it hard to refuse. "What aspect do you wish to learn? I will share everything I know with you." Chen was unsure of what to ask, only knowing that being with Xiao Chen meant he could learn something. "It's fine, you continue with your tasks. I'll just follow behind you." Xiao Chen said nothing more. Following him was certainly better than sitting on the sofa, watching videos, and singing aimlessly. "I'm heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. If you want to come along, feel free." With that, Xiao Chen made his way toward the kitchen, and Chen followed closely behind. Upon entering the kitchen, it was evident that everyone anticipated Xiao Chen's arrival, as they had already washed and chopped the ingredients. Whatever Xiao Chen needed, he could use. The rest would be for their own cooking. "Master, you finally arrived. We were getting anxious. Indeed, if you hadn't come soon, we would have gone out to look for you." As Xiao Chen stepped through the kitchen door and saw everyone's warm welcome, his earlier irritation caused by Chen and Chu Ichio evaporated. "Oh, you've prepared all the ingredients." Noticing the abundance of ingredients laid out on the counter, Xiao Chen was slightly surprised. "Yes, we've been waiting for you to cook. What dishes do you plan to prepare today, Master? Let's watch and learn." Based on the nutritionist skills provided by the system, Xiao Chen selected several ingredients to prepare a nutritious dinner for the three of them. He generously explained why he chose each ingredient while picking them. Chen hadn't expected Xiao Chen to be not just a skilled cook, but also meticulous in ingredient selection. He himself cooked at home with Chu Ichio, but it was always based on what she wanted, without any consideration for health and nutrition. Observing Xiao Chen's actions, Chen realized that his self-proclaimed title of a good husband was utterly insignificant in comparison to Xiao Chen. He wanted to observe Xiao Chen's cooking techniques, but the crowd in the kitchen surrounded Xiao Chen completely, leaving him unable to get close. "Could you please make some room? I'd like to move to the front." Xiao Chen also heard Chen's voice. Instead of squeezing in with everyone, why not simply make room? He despised such arrogance, where one abuses their status to bully others. As everyone stepped back to form a large circle, visibility was restored for all. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's instructions, the crowd complied without hesitation. The previously chaotic scene quickly transformed into one of order. Only Chen continued to push and shove, insisting on positioning himself beside Xiao Chen, much to the displeasure of those in the kitchen, who dared not voice their discontent. This fellow was a far cry from her own husband. One was celestial, while the other was terrestrial. Xiao Chen paid him no mind. All were equal, and his self-centered demeanor was certainly unappealing. It was likely that he behaved similarly at home. No wonder he felt discontented. As the crowd observed Xiao Chen's culinary techniques, astonishment was evident in their expressions. Despite having watched him for several days, his methods never ceased to amaze them. The once lively kitchen had transformed into a classroom since Xiao Chen's arrival. Everyone eagerly listened as he shared the uses and techniques of various ingredients, often posing questions that Xiao Chen generously answered, revealing the principles behind his actions. Lin Qingyun had visited the kitchen a few times before, but she had never encountered a kitchen that resembled a classroom. "Ah, darling, are you playing the role of instructor here?" Upon hearing their young lady's voice, the crowd turned toward the entrance. Lin Qingyun, clad in a darker outfit, entered the kitchen. "Miss, your husband possesses remarkable culinary skills. Indeed, such prowess could easily secure him a position as a head chef in any 7-star hotel. You are indeed fortunate." Grateful for the compliments directed at Xiao Chen, he felt that their recognition alone testified to his culinary brilliance. Lin Qingyun, hearing their praises, expressed her gratitude on his behalf. "Wife, what brings you here? Aren't you returning home tomorrow?" "I can't cook. If I don't learn, what if my mother disapproves of my culinary skills?" Xiao Chen felt a surge of happiness upon realizing Lin Qingyun's concerns. "Don't worry, dear. They all adore you, so there's no need for such apprehensions. I still wish to learn from you." With her resolute attitude, Xiao Chen ceased to object. "Then observe first, and then you may try your hand." The crowd made space for Lin Qingyun to stand beside Xiao Chen. Seeing this, Chu Ichio chimed in, "Darling, I want you to teach me to cook as well." Chen, witnessing Chu Ichio's eagerness to join, found himself pondering a saying. Do not engage in comparisons. Be steadfast in your own path. If one must compete, let it be in a realm of brilliance. Yet, Xiao dared only to contemplate this in silence. Chapter 58. The midsection chopped thus within the confines of the kitchen. Two couples engaged in a subtle skirmish. Lin Xingyun genuinely aspired to learn the art of cooking. She sought to alleviate some burdens from Xiao Chen. The prospect of preparing meals together filled her with a sense of joy. In contrast, the Chu Ichio couple merely sought to engage in a competition. Observing Xiao Chen instruct Lin Xingyun, Chu Ichio insisted that Xiao also teach her. Yet, many of Xiao Chen's techniques were beyond Xiao's grasp. He could only watch Xiao Chen's gradual teaching and then relay that knowledge to Chu Ichio. Without having internalized those methods and lacking personal insight, he found it challenging to instruct Chu Ichio effectively. How about this? Tonight, you two shall dine on your own creations, while our family enjoys our own culinary efforts. Lin Xingyun, seeing Chu Ichio's sudden enthusiasm for cooking, presented her with a dilemma. What's this? Xingyun, do you not wish for me to taste your dishes? Chu Ichio resorted to provocation, but it was ineffective against Lin Xingyun. Taste. There is no need for that. As long as my husband finds it delectable, that suffices. If he enjoys my cooking, then it is worthwhile. Why should I let you taste it? Upon hearing Lin Xingyun's words, Chu Ichio felt a pang of disappointment. She had come here precisely to savor Xiao Chen's culinary creations. Now, it seemed Lin Xingyun had devised a way to prevent her from doing so. Xingyun, no way. I insist on tasting your dishes. Dream on. Whatever you desire is available here. Can't you cook for yourself? Lin Xingyun showed no leniency towards Chu Ichio, who had intruded upon her delightful evening with Xiao Chen. Chu Ichio's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, very well. But do not be surprised if you find yourself drooling over my dishes later. Lin Xingyun, upon hearing this, felt as if she were listening to a jest. Are you dreaming? It would be fortunate if you didn't drool. How could I possibly drool over your cooking? Chu Ichio chose to ignore Lin Xingyun and leaned closer to Xiao, whispering conspiratorially, once we finish this dish, let us not continue. During dinner, I will sneakily snatch their food. Xiao felt a thrill at the prospect of Chu Ichio's plan to pilfer food. Is it really that exhilarating? What's wrong? Are you afraid? Chu Ichio challenged. Remembering Xiao Chen's teachings about being assertive, Xiao confidently replied, how could we be? We shall seize all their dishes. All of them. Chu Ichio stifled a laugh, her hand covering her mouth. Impressive, but we must leave some for Moo Moo and Han Han. The two whispered excitedly in the corner, while the others remained focused on Xiao Chen's culinary endeavors. Lin Xingyun's participation invigorated the atmosphere, and despite the heat of the kitchen, everyone was absorbed in the joy of learning. Under Xiao Chen's guidance, Lin Xingyun independently completed a dish of stir-fried ostrich eggs. Husband, how does my creation fare? Xiao Chen picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece, savoring it thoughtfully. My dear wife, I must say, you are truly a genius. Such exquisite mastery over the cooking process. The individuals in the kitchen expressed their admiration for Lin Xingyun's culinary creations. As she absorbed their praises, a sense of joy enveloped her heart, particularly as her dishes received acknowledgement from Xiao Chen, which warmed her spirit. Ding! Sweet rewards. Constitution 20, Charm 20, Stamina 10. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Xiao Chen felt a surge of curiosity. It seemed an age since the system had bestowed any rewards upon him. Yet, at this pivotal moment, the reward was slashed in half. However, Xiao Chen, feeling indifferent, recognized that Lin Xingyun had myriad methods at her disposal. Hey, why has it taken you so long to grant me a reward? This system is contemplating whether to enhance your skills. I have no time to entertain you. Upon hearing about new skills, Xiao Chen's heart leapt with excitement, pondering whether to acquire a skill that would endure and never fade, thus liberating him from the fear of Lin Xingyun's formidable prowess. What skill are you considering? Have you made up your mind? Not yet, Xiao Chen responded. I didn't expect you to say anything. Let's discuss it once you've decided. He found himself at a loss for words, realizing the system had a knack for grand promises. This system acknowledges your commendable achievements as the beloved spouse. However, beloved spouse is merely a branch of the greater achievements yet to be unlocked. Xiao Chen discerned the seriousness of the system's tone. What other systems are there? When will you bestow them upon me? Why the rush? Once I've made a decision, I shall grant them to you. No need to hurry. Xiao Chen felt a sense of bewilderment. The system was hardly a machine, possessing its own thoughts. Disregarding those musings, he chose to engage less with the system. Casting a glance at the porridge on the stove, he called out, "My dear, dinner is ready." Lin Xingyun shot a glance at Chu Yiqiu and her companion, having taken considerable time to prepare a single dish, and chose to ignore them. Grasping Xiao Chen's hand, they went to summon Mu Mu and Han Han for dinner, as she wished for them to praise her culinary skills. Meanwhile, the kitchen staff busied themselves serving the dishes that Xiao Chen and Lin Xingyun had prepared. As dinner approached, Chu Yiqiu hastily washed her hands and rushed to the dining table, ready to feast. When Xiao Chen and Lin Xingyun descended the stairs with their two little ones, they found Chu Yiqiu and He Beichen already seated at the table, eagerly awaiting the meal. Without uttering a word, they had intentionally prepared enough food for 5 adults. Wary of the possibility of Chu Yiqiu and He Beichen resorting to trickery at the last moment, "Xingyun, hurry down, I'm nearly starving. If you're hungry, you can start eating," Lin Xingyun replied, feigning modesty. Knowing Chu Yiqiu's nature, Lin Xingyun understood that she never shied away from food, especially when it came to meals prepared by her husband. "In that case, I shan't hold back." With that, Chu Yiqiu began to devour her meal. After settling the 2 children, Xiao Chen activated his feeding mode. Watching Lin Xingyun being fed by Xiao Chen, Chu Yiqiu, who had initially been ravenous, suddenly found her own meal less appealing. He Beichen had indeed learned something. Upon witnessing Xiao Chen feeding Lin Xingyun, he hurriedly began to feed Chu Yiqiu as well. Although he experienced the satisfaction of having food readily available, Chu Yiqiu still felt a sense of discontent. "Where were you earlier?" He Beichen, sensing Chu Yiqiu's reproach, quickly explained, "At first, I noticed you weren't in a hurry, and I thought you preferred to enjoy your meals thoroughly, which is why I didn't start feeding you right away." Indeed, she was unaccustomed to being fed by He Beichen and found it unsatisfactory, eyeing the delectable dishes before her. Chu Yiqiu seized her chopsticks and devoured her meal with great fervor. Chapter 59. Why does your face resemble that of a monkey's backside? Xiao Chen served the stir-fried vegetables prepared by Lin Xingyun to Mu Mu and Han Han. "Is this dish delicious?" At this moment, Mu Mu and Han Han were not shy, savoring the flavors thoughtfully. "Tasty, very tasty," Xiao Chen continued. "Now, can you guess whether this was made by Daddy or Mommy?" Hearing their enthusiastic response, Lin Xingyun was eager to know the children's answer. "Of course, it's made by Daddy. Daddy's cooking is superb." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyun's heart sank. Had her position in the children's hearts been supplanted by Xiao Chen? You guessed incorrectly. This was made by Mommy. Xiao Chen was well aware of Lin Xingyun's thoughts. Yet he chose to gently guide Mu Mu and Han Han, encouraging them to recognize their mother's capabilities, emphasizing that there were many things their mother could do that he could not. "Mommy can cook? I've never tasted Mommy's cooking." The children remained skeptical about whether the dish was indeed prepared by Lin Xingyun. "Today, you shall taste it. This is Mommy-esque cooking. Would I deceive you?" As Xiao Chen fed the 3 of them, he explained further. "Wow, Mommy is amazing. You're wonderful, Mommy." Han Han chewed on the dish made by Lin Xingyun, giving her a thumbs up. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xingyun's spirits lifted slightly. Having raised the children on her own, it stung to see Xiao Chen overshadowing her. However, she felt a sense of gratitude for having a supportive husband who could guide their children. He Beichen observed the happiness radiating from Xiao Chen's family, and a pang of envy struck his heart. If only Chu Yiqiu had accepted him earlier, perhaps they too could have had children of such an age. How wonderful it would be if we had children like Mu Mu and Han Han. Chu Yiqiu, overhearing He Beichen's wistful remark, shot him a fierce glare. "What is that supposed to mean? Do you want to have children? Do you know how painful childbirth is?" He Beichen genuinely desired to have his own children, longing to escape the daily envy of others. "There are so many people in the world, all born of women. I cannot bear children. Had I the ability, our child would have already been born." Chu Yiqiu, who had been enjoying the meal prepared by Xiao Chen and Lin Xingyun, felt her mood darken upon hearing the undertones in He Beichen's words. He Beichen, desire to conceive? If so, then pursue the necessary procedures. If you wish to have several children, then so be it. The incessant chatter is quite tiresome. Observing the pained expression on He Beichen's face, Chu Ichio continued. For 3 years, you have never taken the initiative, yet you lament the absence of children. Do you think I don't yearn for a child? The only occasion when we almost did was instigated by me. Mid-sentence, Chu Ichio realized the awkwardness of the situation as Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were still present. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze after uttering such words. Lin Qingyun sensed the discomfort and sought to ease the tension, suggesting, such matters take time. There is no need to rush. Perhaps next month, you will find yourselves expecting. If memory serves correctly, it was He Beichen who claimed that Chu Ichio had never permitted him to share a bed with her. How had the narrative shifted so dramatically? The atmosphere at the dining table grew palpably tense. Fear not. If you take the initiative, everything will fall into place. Xiao Chen observed He Beichen's bewildered expression and felt the weight of the awkwardness, choosing to remain silent thereafter. After ensuring Lin Qingyun and the children were satisfied, Xiao Chen began to tidy up. Darling, we shall wait for you upstairs, Lin Qingyun chimed, while the children piped up. Daddy, we're going to play. Daddy, eat slowly. We'll head upstairs first. Witnessing Lin Qingyun ascend, Chu Ichio followed suit. With everyone having departed, He Beichen leaned toward Xiao Chen, anxiously inquiring, Xiao Chen, what did you mean by that earlier statement? I didn't quite comprehend. Observing He Beichen's perplexed demeanor, Xiao Chen patiently elucidated. Didn't Chu Ichio just say that you've never taken the initiative? After pondering momentarily, He Beichen nodded. As a man, one must act when the moment calls for it. Allowing women to take the lead is hardly commendable, Xiao Chen asserted, albeit with a tinge of self-doubt. For it was not his inability, but rather Lin Qingyun's formidable nature that posed a challenge. However, when we first married, she was quite resistant. He Beichen protested. Brother, you've been married for 3 years now. Surely she must harbor some feelings. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, He Beichen experienced a revelation. Thank you, Brother Xiao Chen, for illuminating the path ahead. It's as if the clouds have parted, revealing the azure sky. Xiao Chen, unfazed by He Beichen's enthusiastic response, continued with his plan. Therefore, you should keep her at home more often. Spending time together will help nurture your bond. He spoke this with feigned nonchalance, expecting He Beichen to heed his advice and spend time alone with Chu Ichio in their home. However, He Beichen's next remark abruptly yanked Xiao Chen back to reality. No, I believe our families should interact more. If she sees how well you and Lin Qingyun get along, her perception of me will surely change, just as it did last night. Listening to He Beichen's unwavering logic, Xiao Chen forced a smile, internally exclaiming in frustration. Must he intrude upon the world he shares with Lin Qingyun? Xiao Chen had intended to further persuade He Beichen to reconsider, hoping he would refrain from encroaching upon his household. However, He Beichen appeared as if he had won a lottery worth billions, grinning broadly as he ascended the stairs, utterly indifferent to Xiao Chen's peculiar gaze. He made his way upstairs to seek out Chu Ichio. Xiao Chen, at a loss for words, observed his dazed demeanor, clearly a result of excessive bullying by Chu Ichio. Reflecting on the kindness of his own wife, Xiao Chen resumed his meal, clutching his bowl. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Qingyun was interrogating Chu Ichio about how she had inadvertently ended up in He Beichen's room the previous night. He Beichen merrily bounded up the stairs and seated himself beside Chu Ichio. Wife, what are you discussing? Chu Ichio cast a disdainful glance at He Beichen's foolish expression. We're talking about your nonsense. Lin Qingyun had already rendered Chu Ichio's face crimson with her inquiries, and He Beichen, oblivious to the situation, began peppering her with questions, causing Chu Ichio's face to flush a deep shade of red. Noticing her cheeks turning as red as a monkey's rear, He Beichen, who rarely saw her embarrassed, grew concerned. Wife, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Why is your face so red? Chapter 60. Millions, oh no. Even a $1 million sound engineer cannot remedy this. Lin Qingyun, hearing his words, felt speechless. Previously, He Beichen had been rather taciturn, but now he had become quite loquacious, and his choice of humor was decidedly vulgar. Chu Ichio was equally at a loss for words. Didn't he Beichun realize how inappropriate his comments were? Your face looks like a monkey's rear. He Beichun, if you can speak, say something sensible. If not, kindly remain silent. He Beichun, looking utterly bewildered, wondered what was amiss. Was this the humor Xiao Chen had mentioned? Just like a man. At that moment, Lin Qingyun's words jolted him awake. How could you be such a blockhead? A monkey's rear cannot compare to Ichio's lovely face. Realizing his description was misguided, he Beichun hurriedly attempted to rectify his mistake. Wife, how about I sing you a song to cheer you up? Chu Ichio understood he Beichun's intentions were good, though his expression was clumsy. What can you sing? Indeed, she had never witnessed he Beichun sing, not even a hum. I can rap. Chu Ichio and Lin Qingyun exchanged incredulous looks. Is that even singing? You merely shout and recite lines. We've heard you at home so often. Even Wadama has learned it. Feeling indignant at Chu Ichio's skepticism, he Beichun insisted, Wife, how can you doubt me? I won't rap. I'll sing confession balloon for you. With a fervent expression, he gazed at Chu Ichio earnestly. After hearing Xiao Chen sing the night before, he had secretly practiced at home all day. Are you sure you can sing such a difficult song? Chu Ichio questioned, doubting his ability. If he truly could sing, a show-off like him would have flaunted it long ago. Wife, why do you not believe in me? I can sing. Seeing his unwavering conviction, Chu Ichio decided to give him a chance. Then sing. A cappella? He Beichun initially intended for Lin Qingyun to accompany him on the piano while he sang. But the prospect of singing alone made him somewhat apprehensive. What else do you expect? Chu Ichio questioned, perplexed. You can't play any instruments. What else could you possibly want? My dear, isn't there a dedicated music room at Qingyun's home? I was hoping she could provide me with some accompaniment. I can accompany you on the guitar. She offered, but the music room is downstairs, and I'd rather not go down. Lin Qingyun, too, was disinclined to descend. After all, strumming a guitar was simple enough. And it was right beside her. Why bother going down? He Beichun preferred the rich quality and strong rhythm of the piano. Yet Lin Qingyun was unwilling, and he could accept the guitar as an alternative. Fine, but you must keep up with my tempo. Lin Qingyun rolled her eyes. I'll play according to the original rhythm, she replied. With that, her nimble fingers danced over the guitar strings, and melodious notes began to waft through the air. For a moment, both Lin Qingyun and Chu Ichio were entranced by the enchanting melody. However, halfway through, Lin Qingyun abruptly halted, casting a bewildered glance at He Beichun. Why aren't you singing? She inquired. He Beichun, wearing an awkward expression, replied, Did you even play the part? You didn't play it. How could I sing? Lin Qingyun was at a loss for words. She had already reached the second line, yet He Beichun hadn't managed to hum a single note. Nonetheless, she decided not to dwell on his shortcomings and resumed playing. At that moment, Chu Ichio noticed the absurdity of the situation. How could the introduction of a song linger for so long without a single lyric? Having heard Love Confession before, she halted Lin Qingyun's fingers. Do you even know how to sing? You think I haven't heard it? If you can sing, then sing. If not, spare us the embarrassment. Embarrassment? What embarrassment? At this juncture, Xiao Chen approached with a graceful stride, intrigued by Chu Ichio's remark about embarrassment. How could one be embarrassed at home? Perhaps it was true that comparison breeds discomfort. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's voice, Chu Ichio fell silent. Lin Qingyun invited Xiao Chen to sit beside her and recounted the earlier events. Xiao Chen, baffled, remarked, If you can't do it, why pretend? Observing He Beichun's uncomfortable demeanor, she felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps he isn't prepared. Let me accompany him. Xiao Chen took the guitar resting on Lin Qingyun's lap and began to play. The sound of her strumming brought a sense of comfort to Lin Qingyun. Encouraged by Xiao Chen's words, Chu Ichio sought to give He Beichun another chance. As the music progressed, Xiao Chen soon realized that He Beichun had no intention of singing. By the saying, she prompted, directly encouraging He Beichun to start. Not wanting to disappoint Chu Ichio, He Beichun steeled himself and began to sing. The coffee on the left bank. Xiao Chen nearly snapped a guitar string upon hearing He Beichun's voice, but for his sake, she persevered. Singing harmonies, she guided He Beichun as he continued. Simultaneously, She signaled for Lin Qingyun to join in. With Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen leading, He Beichen managed to follow along, albeit with some difficulty, as he sang in tune. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Ichio found herself singing along with the group. You say I'm a bit difficult to pursue, wishing for me to retreat. Gifts need not be the most extravagant, just the leaves of the champs, Lissy yes. In the distance, Xiao Hua, who was playing with Mumu and Han Hang, was drawn towards the melodious voices, leading the children closer. The trio settled beside them, quietly absorbing the song. Upon noticing Xiao Hua, Xiao Chen gestured for her to join in their singing. Although Xiao Hua felt an innate desire to harmonize, she hesitated, fearing her participation might disrupt their rhythm. However, encouraged by Xiao Chen's invitation, she joined in their chorus. While the song may not have been ideally suited for a group rendition, under the guidance of Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, it did not feel out of place. As the final notes faded, Xiao Chen couldn't help but glance at He Beichen. This fellow's voice was a cacophony, a million, oh no, even a billion sound engineers couldn't salvage it. Surprisingly, Chu Ichio failed to discern He Beichen's vocal shortcomings, believing he sang rather well. Didn't he expect you to hold back a bit? After a brief trial, He Beichen recognized his own limitations and refrained from responding to Chu Ichio's remarks. Each person has their own strengths, and excelling in one's domain is commendable. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, He Beichen realized they were directed at him. Wife, the truth is, I cannot sing at all. When Qingyun plays the guitar, I can't even manage a note. This time, my ability to sing is entirely due to Xiao Chen's influence. Huh? Do you think I'm unaware of your antics? Spare us the pretense. Must we all indulge your charade? It's utterly pointless. Chu Ichio retorted directly, having already offered him a way out with her previous compliment, only for him to sit in silence. This is simply asking for a rebuttal. Chapter 61. A family must be harmonious after completing the song. The group felt an insatiable yearning for more and requested Xiao Chen to lead them in a few additional tunes. Although Mumu and Han Hang were not familiar with the songs, they could hum along to Xiao Chen's melody. After several songs, their interest in music deepened. Daddy, I want to sing beautifully like you. I also wish to create such lovely music. When they were toddlers, Lin Qingyun would play the piano for them, but the little ones were often reluctant, causing a ruckus whenever she took them to the music room. Surprisingly, Xiao Chen's songs sparked an interest in music within them. If you wish to sing, I could teach you both. Hearing Xiao Chen's willingness to instruct them brought immense joy to the girls. They eagerly picked up Lin Qingyun's guitar and began strumming. At that moment, He Beichen suddenly proposed going to the movies. What movie shall we watch? Chu Ichio inquired. Isn't it the case that at home we can have whatever we desire? Why must we come here for accompaniment in a movie? Such fuss. When He Beichen had just married Chu Ichio, he had learned many ways to engage with girls, but none proved effective with her. Eventually, he had given up, yet now it seemed he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Shall we watch a horror film? Upon hearing this suggestion, Chu Ichio's expression changed dramatically. Lin Qingyun noticed the shift in Chu Ichio's demeanor and recalled their childhood, particularly the zombie movie that had left a profound psychological scar on young Chu Ichio. According to Chu's mother, by the age of 13, Chu Ichio was so frightened that she could not go to the restroom alone and required adult companionship for any task. Nightly, she was often awakened in terror. What is the point of watching horror films at this hour? Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's immediate refusal to watch, Chu Ichio felt as though she had found an ally. What is wrong with you today? Why are you so troublesome? If you want to watch, go by yourself. He Beichen felt a pang of grievance as Chu Ichio snapped at him again. After all, many bloggers acclaimed that watching horror films with girls was beneficial, as they would instinctively seek comfort in one's embrace during frightening moments. Why then did none of these charming methods work for him? Xiao Chen saw through He Beichen's thoughts and found them rather foolish. To achieve his desired effect, it was not necessary to watch a horror film. How about we watch Pirates of the Caribbean instead? A regular film would suffice, as long as it has a few thrilling moments. That sounds good. I absolutely adore Captain Jack Sparrow. Upon hearing the mention of Pirates of the Caribbean, Chu Ichio's interest was piqued. He Beichen felt even more wronged. Why was it that whatever he suggested was met with indifference from Chu Ichio, while Xiao Chen's words garnered unanimous approval? Xiao Chen had not anticipated that Chu Ichio would enjoy it. He simply mentioned it offhandedly, unaware that he had fortuitously struck a chord with her. Wife, what do you think? Are you interested? Xiao Chen proposed, to which Lin Qingyun had no objections. Ultimately, they decided to watch the movie and migrated to the private cinema in the basement, gathering together. Xiaohua expressed concern that Mu Mu and Han Han were too young for such films. However, Xiao Chen disagreed, believing that exposing children to new experiences would broaden their horizons and cultivate divergent thinking. With Xiao Chen's consent, Xiaohua led Mu Mu and Han Han into the cinema. It was their first time in this new environment, and the two children were visibly excited. As the film began to play, Mu Mu and Han Han were awed by the vast screen and booming sound, leaving them utterly astonished. They quickly settled down, engrossed in the movie. When Captain Jack made his appearance, Chu Ichio excitedly grasped He Beichen's arm. Seeing Captain Barbassa's skeletal crew, Mu Mu and Han Han nervously nestled against Xiao Chen, while Lin Qingyun leaned on his shoulder. Chu Ichio grew increasingly exhilarated, and He Beichen, observing Xiao Chen's family, pondered why Lin Qingyun could comfortably rest on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Yet Chu Ichio could not lean into his embrace. As the film reached its climax, Chu Ichio mimicked drawing a sword, fully engrossed in the experience. Though He Beichen was already lost in the film, watching with greater intensity than Mu Mu and Han Han. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun observed the exuberance of Chu Ichio and He Beichen, and could not help but marvel at the fact that these two had finally discovered a shared passion. Throughout the film, Xiao Chen's family exuded warmth and sweetness, while He Beichen and Chu Ichio were thoroughly engrossed. Quickly, let's watch the second installment. He Beichen excitedly exclaimed before Chu Ichio could utter a word. Indeed, the way Captain Jack orchestrates his strategies is utterly captivating. Upon witnessing the enthusiasm radiating from Chu Ichio and He Beichen, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun decisively declined. If you too wish to watch, you may do so in the comfort of your own home. Lin Qingyun's unsparing words doused Chu Ichio's excitement like a bucket of cold water. Qingyun, I've noticed you are quite adept at delineating between us. Of course, I'm a married woman now. I cannot afford to be like you. Chu Ichio regarded Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen with a hint of suspicion, suspecting they were sharing some clandestine connection. Yet, recalling He Beichen's demeanor from the previous night, her cheeks began to flush. Fortunately, the dim lighting of the cinema masked her changing expression from prying eyes. As Lin Qingyun emerged from the basement, she inquired first, "Do you require a driver to take you back? Return? Qingyun, do you wish to usher me out?" Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were taken aback by this familiar refrain. "Then you may as well stay in the same room as last night," Lin Qingyun casually instructed before leading Mu Mu and Han Han upstairs. Xiao Chen recalled his promise to Mu Mu and Han Han that he would spend some time with them in their room that evening. When Lin Qingyun returned to their room, she noticed Xiao Chen had yet to come in. Having already changed in her nightwear, she decided to seek him out for a return to sleep. "What are you doing here?" she asked, finding Xiao Chen in Mu Mu and Han Han's room, crowded around a children's sink brushing their teeth. At the sound of Lin Qingyun's voice, the trio turned in unison to face her. This sight struck Lin Qingyun as amusing yet heartwarming. "Dear, Mu Mu and Han Han wish for me to keep them company for a while before bedtime. Being young, they require companionship." Lin Qingyun felt a pang of emotion at this revelation. In her busyness, she had spent little time with the two children, especially when they were merely 2 years old and she was preoccupied with work. As the three continued their brushing, they noticed Lin Qingyun glance at them before leaving, prompting them to return to their reflections in the mirror. A family should be complete and harmonious. Turning around, they saw Lin Qingyun approaching with her toiletries in hand. Chapter 62. Bedtime stories. Once they had completed their evening routines, the two little ones carefully returned their toiletries to their rightful places, obediently lying down in bed and covering themselves with blankets. Initially, they assumed that Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun would depart after assisting them with their brushing. However, the couple positioned 2 small stools and sat beside the girl's bed. Mommy and Daddy, are you not leaving? Will you tell us bedtime stories?" Every day, my classmate's parents would regale him with bedtime stories. Upon hearing Han N's words and observing the adorable sight of her and Lin Qingyun lying obediently in bed. Both Xiao Chen and Lin Qing felt a pang of melancholy in their hearts as parents. "What story would you like to hear?" Lin Qing inquired softly. "I don't want to hear the same stories that other children have heard. I want to hear stories that no one else knows." Han In replied. "Me too." This posed a dilemma for Lin Qing. Did she have to create a story herself? It would be far better to weave a tale together. Xiao Chen suddenly had a clever idea and encouraged the two children to imagine and create a new story collaboratively. "Shall we tell it together? What kind of story should we narrate?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's suggestion to share a story, and Han In were filled with excitement. "Let us tell a tale of a brave and free adventurer at sea, shall we?" Lin Qing silently admired Xiao Chen's ability to inspire the children's creativity. She gently kissed the side of Xiao Chen's face. And Han In were deeply engrossed in contemplating the story of this courageous maritime adventurer and did not notice Lin Qing's subtle gesture. Xiao Chen felt a soft warmth on his cheek. Disregarding the presence of the children, he embraced Lin Qing, kissing her lips. And Han In, gazing at the ceiling, remained oblivious. "But, Daddy, who will be the protagonist of the story?" Lin Qing was relieved that and Han In had not seen her, giving Xiao Chen a pointed glance. "Of course, the protagonists are you two. Us? Can we really be the main characters?" And Han In looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. "Absolutely. In your own story, you must be the stars." Hearing that they could take center stage, and Han In's hearts blossomed with joy. "Then, Daddy, you must be in the story too." "Yes. I want Daddy to be in it, and Mommy must be there as well." Lin Qing felt a twinge of comfort at Han In's words. "I thought that once you saw your father, you would forget about me." "How could that be? Both Daddy and Mommy are equally important to us. You are both our closest and dearest. Don't worry, Mommy. We would never cast you aside." The two little sweethearts looked at Lin Qing's sorrowful expression, feeling a sense of unease. "All right, I understand." And Han and noticed Lin Qing's demeanor soften, alleviating their concerns about her unhappiness. "Daddy, where should we begin our story?" "Yes, we don't even have our own ship. How can we set sail to become brave adventurers?" As Xiao Chen gazed into their eager eyes, he began, "In a perilous sea, every young person dreams of possessing their own ship. For the sake of their dreams, they yearn to ride the winds and waves, to explore the tumultuous ocean and carve out their future, to create their own narrative and become the most courageous and free adventurers of the sea." Moo and Han currently find themselves devoid of any particular thoughts, a situation that Xiao Chen had anticipated. He decided to proceed with his narration, thus providing the two children with a captivating introduction. Among the tales, the adventurous exploits of the twin sisters, Lin Shui and Lin Shui Han, stand out as the most exhilarating, their stories having been passed down through generations. Legend has it that when they first set sail, they possessed not even a modest vessel. Instead, they embarked on their journey aboard makeshift rafts they had crafted themselves. How remarkable! Han, the intrepid adventurer of the seas. So is Moo. As they listened to Xiao Chen's tale, waves of excitement surged within them, as though they were currently navigating the vast ocean themselves. "Now, after your departure, where do you wish to venture for your adventures?" Noticing their curious tilts of the head, suggesting they had yet to formulate a plan, Lin Qingyun continued Xiao Chen's narrative. On the third day of their maritime escapade, Moo and Han found their supplies of food and fresh water swept away by a tempest the previous night. Lacking any sailing experience, they could only allow their raft to drift with the currents of the sea. This turn of events left Xiao Chen astounded. Truly, this was the work of a devoted mother, to plunge her own daughters into a storm right from the outset. Upon hearing this, Moo and Han's expressions began to reveal signs of panic. Fortunately, fate smiled upon them, guiding their drift to a small island. It was at this moment they realized they needed a sturdy vessel to support their future adventures. To their delight, the island they had reached was known for its shipbuilding. However, challenges soon followed, as the shipwrights on the island were reluctant to construct a ship for these two impoverished girls, mocking them instead. What kind of little girls become adventurers? You two should return home and knit. At this, Moo Moo and Han Han displayed their indignation. Mother, even if we are young girls, we dare to brave the seas. Mother, you know we fear no hardship. Upon hearing their earnest declarations, Lin Qingyun smiled warmly. Indeed, my Moo Moo and Han Han cannot be daunted by mere trifles. How could such challenges possibly deter you? With that, she continued her tale. Left with no other option, the two girls turned toward the shore. At that moment, a young, handsome, and kind-hearted shipwright named Xiao Chen intercepted their path, offering his assistance in building a ship. But with a caveat, he wished to accompany them on their voyage. He too longed to explore the world beyond the island and witness the wonders he had yet to behold. Lin Xuemu and Lin Xuehan readily accepted his offer. In pursuit of their seafaring dreams, Xiao Chen began aiding them in constructing a vessel along the shore. However, shipbuilding proved to be a monumental task, and the islanders doubted Xiao Chen's ability to complete the ship alone. Fortunately, with the support of Lin Xuemu and Lin Xuehan, the shipbuilding endeavor became far less daunting. One day, Xiao Chen woke up early to continue his shipbuilding endeavors, only to discover a victim lying on the shore. Chapter 63. Is your wife's money insufficient for your construction? Upon finding this unfortunate soul, Xiao Chen hurriedly administered cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Fortunately, she had not been submerged for long, and through Xiao Chen's diligent efforts, she gradually regained consciousness. Lin Xuemu and Lin Xuehan, upon learning of her skills in navigation and her desire for adventure at sea, invited her to join their team. Lin Qingyun, recognizing a kindred spirit, was also eager to become part of their small collective. Thus, the shipbuilding crew continued to expand. The island's inhabitants were moved by Xiao Chen's unwavering determination and began to lend their hands in the shipbuilding process, significantly accelerating their progress. Within a month, they had successfully constructed a vessel for Lin Xuemu and Lin Xuehan. After organizing the necessary supplies for their voyage, Captain Lin Xuemu and Lin Xuehan, accompanied by sailor and shipwright Xiao Chen, as well as navigator and cook Lin Qingyun, boarded their small triangular sailboat named Hope, embarking on a new adventure. As the tale unfolded, Moo Moo and Han Han began to show signs of sleepiness. Are you two feeling tired? No, Mommy, I'm not sleepy. Please continue, replied Moo Moo, immediately following her statement with a yawn. Hee, it's sister who is sleepy. I'm wide awake. Lin Qingyun smiled at their sleepy eyes. Look at you both. Your eyes can hardly stay open. It's time for bed. Xiao Chen gently ruffled their little heads and continued. The story is long, and we will share it gradually. Next time, I hope you both can add your stories instead of just listening to me and Mommy. All right, good night, Mommy and Daddy. Good night, Mommy and Daddy. Even before Xiao Chen intended to leave, the two children had already bid him good night, signaling their fatigue. Lin Qingyun exchanged a glance with Xiao Chen, and they both stood up. Good night, my darlings. Hearing Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun's good night, the children closed their eyes. As Xiao Chen stepped out, he turned off the light and gently shut the door. Upon turning around, he found Lin Qingyun standing behind him, smiling warmly. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chen swiftly redirected her attention. Wife, your storytelling was truly delightful. I believe you could be a novelist. Lin Qingyun, understanding his intent, continued the banter. Husband, you performed exceptionally well tonight. Come, I have a reward waiting for you in our room. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen realized he could not escape, but he still wished to make one last attempt. Dear, shall we return to my home tomorrow? You and T want me to drag a feeble body back, would you? My parents might think you bullied me. As he finished this clever excuse, a sense of triumph filled him. His reasoning was utterly flawless. However, he still underestimated Lin Qingyun. Upon entering the room, Lin Qingyun was seated on the bed and softly remarked, I understand now. What you mean to say is that you are incapable. Why not just admit it directly? Just say you are unable, and I shall not hold it against you. Observing Xiao Chen's stunned demeanor, Lin Qingyun continued. Why resort to such excuses? Just be straightforward. At this moment, Xiao Chen could no longer contain his frustration. A man cannot admit to inadequacy, especially in front of his wife. Ding! The system detected that the host's emotions were influenced by his wife and is now unlocking a branch. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Divine Inspiration Achievement, Supreme Sovereignty. This system will merge with your wife's achievement system to better serve you. Please utilize it wisely. It sounded rather promising. Hearing this mechanical voice, Xiao Chen understood the implications. Ding! Did not expect this? Is still I? That familiar voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind, leaving him perplexed. Why can't there be two separate systems? Why must we merge? Ding! In response to the host, I shall operate as I please. Do not question my authority. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. Authority? Now that there is a new branch meant to serve me, does that mean I am destined to become extremely wealthy? The kind that is super rich? Ding! Is your wife's wealth insufficient for your pursuits? You are already sufficiently affluent. This system will bring you many unforeseen outcomes. So do not doubt my existence. Xiao Chen felt no noticeable changes within himself. Could it be that this system was merely deceiving him? Ding! I have already informed you numerous times. Do not question my authority. You shall know whether there are changes through your own trials. Ding! Given your numerous inquiries, unless it pertains to an exceptionally remarkable skill, this system shall refrain from notifying you about enhancements to your physique or charm. Xiao Chen had forgotten that the system was aware of his every thought, but why was there no mention of enhancements? Ding! I have noticed you are truly bothersome. Why not test it yourself and discover everything? Why keep asking? Enough with the incessant chatter. Xiao Chen was now irritated. Is this system not meant to serve me and my wife? Why the arrogance? Ding! This system provides adequate service, with meticulous attention to detail. Xiao Chen retorted, Hey, you're not really backing down, are you? Are you afraid to move? Noticing Xiao Chen lost in thought, Lin Qingyun displayed a hint of annoyance. Hearing her voice, Xiao Chen returned to reality from his conversation with the system. Go ahead. You'll find out when you try, he heard the system say again. Now, he was too indifferent to care, shaking off the thoughts swirling in his mind. This time, he was determined to contest Lin Qingyun until a victor emerged. With the system's encouragement, Xiao Chen found the courage to confront Lin Qingyun. Observing the challenging expression on Lin Qingyun's face, Xiao Chen summoned his fighting spirit. Fight! Victory is certain. The night remained unusually tranquil, yet the people were still fiercely determined, and the struggle continued as a protracted battle. However, this time, it would not be a one-sided oppression. Both parties possessed their own momentum, and the dim sky foretold an earth-shattering battle between them. After several hours of stalemate, both individuals sensed an unusual tension. Simultaneously, they extended olive branches to one another, resolving to cease hostilities and negotiate peace. As Xiao Chen beheld Lin Qingyun's radiant expression, he felt a sense of validation. He had finally proven himself. The system's suggestion to give it a try had indeed led to this very moment. Lin Qingyun, too, noticed Xiao Chen's change in demeanor and retracted her battle intent. They lay together, sharing heartfelt conversations. Though they had just been adversaries, a warm camaraderie now enveloped them. Before long, drowsiness overcame them, and they embraced as they drifted into slumber. Chapter 64. Is this not satisfactory? At dawn, both awoke simultaneously. This time, Xiao Chen felt invigorated. His fatigue nowhere to be found. Rather, he was filled with a refreshing vitality. Lin Qingyun experienced no pressure after their encounters. She distinctly perceived an enhancement in her vision and cognitive agility. Her awareness of the world around her sharpened. Her spirit soared. She had not anticipated such benefits from her time with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, wielding the remote, opened the curtains and windows, allowing the fresh air to rush in. Both felt uplifted. Lin Qingyun glanced at Xiao Chen, yearning for another round, but he had grown too formidable, matching her prowess. Fearing that another bout would delay their return home, Lin Qingyun relinquished her combativeness. Xiao Chen discerned her thoughts, but chose to remain silent. Dear, I'll prepare breakfast. You should get up and freshen up. Let us get ready to depart. The thought of meeting Xiao Chen's parents made Lin Qingyun anxious, spurring her to action. After Xiao Chen began cooking, she proceeded to wash up, preparing outfits for herself, Xiao Chen, and the two children. The family needed to present themselves neatly So Lin Qingyun retrieved the matching outfits she had prepared in advance. Gazing at the coordinated attire laid before her, warmth filled her heart. Mommy, is this our clothing? Mommy, do we get to wear this? Even on weekends, Moo Moo and Han Han had no penchant for sleeping in. After washing up, they dashed into Lin Qingyun's room. Do you like it? Lin Qingyun inquired upon hearing her children's voices. Are you and Daddy wearing this too? Are we going to Grandma and Grandpa's today? Yes. If we wear this, do you think Daddy will like it? Upon hearing that Xiao Chen would wear the same outfit as them, Moo Moo and Han Han jubilantly leaped with excitement. Daddy will definitely love it. Daddy says Han Han looks good in anything, so he will surely like it. Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed at her children's words, realizing she was about to introduce them to Xiao Chen's parents. The three of them quickly changed into their matching outfits and stood before the mirror, admiring their reflections, twirling to appreciate each other's beauty. Mommy, look at Han Han. She is so vain. My dear sister is not much better off. Dad only compliments what Henin wears, never mentioning that you look good in anything. Lin Qingyun observed the two children and imagined Xiao Chen dressed in identical outfits with them, envisioning a heartwarming scene that made her smile. You both look so alike. Surely you are equally beautiful. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's voice, the trio turned toward the doorway, where he stood, beaming with joy as he gazed at his wife and children. Daddy, do you think my outfit is pretty? What about mine? Is mine pretty too? Xiao Chen found the two little ones adorable, and his heart swelled with delight. Of course, you look wonderful. Not only do you both shine in your outfits, but your mother is exceptionally captivating as well. With that, Xiao Chen lifted his gaze toward Lin Qingyun. Hearing his words and witnessing his admiration, Lin Qingyun felt her spirits soar. Go on, your outfit is in the bedroom. Hurry and change. Daddy, you should change too, so we can match. Please go, I want to wear the same as you. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen swiftly made his way to the bedroom, quickly donning his own matching attire. The three awaited eagerly for him to emerge clad in the same clothing. Moments later, the bedroom door creaked open, and Xiao Chen stepped out with a proud stature, basking in the sunlight that illuminated his face, making him appear utterly radiant. Wow, Daddy, you look so handsome. Wow, Daddy, you look so handsome. Hearing the identical exclamations from Moo Moo and Henin, Xiao Chen sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Am I handsome? Lin Qingyun couldn't suppress her laughter, saying, Can't you be a little more modest? Accept the compliment. Handsome, handsome, handsome. You are incredibly handsome. Lin Qingyun's praise held far more weight than the children's, and as Xiao Chen looked at his beloved wife and children, he felt as though he could soar into the sky. Then, to their astonishment, Xiao Chen's feet slowly lifted off the ground. Wait, is he really flying? Feeling himself suspended in midair, Xiao Chen was equally incredulous. Wow, Daddy, you're flying because you're so handsome. Lin Qingyun was taken aback by the surreal sight, her extensive knowledge making her skeptical of such phenomena. As she witnessed Xiao Chen ascend, she hurriedly rushed forward to grasp his leg. Moo Moo and Henin, noticing their mother's concern, quickly joined her in holding on to Xiao Chen. Hey, system, what's happening here? Xiao Chen recognized this as the system's doing, but found it all too mystical in front of his family. What if Lin Qingyun asked for an explanation? Ding! Did you not wish to fly? I am merely granting your desire. You are indeed airborne now. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Chen was left dumbfounded. This feature exists? Ding! I informed you of this last night. You only need to try it out. Then how do I come down? Xiao Chen hastily inquired, realizing that Lin Qingyun was on the verge of losing her grip on him. Ding! When you wish to descend, you shall. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Chen swiftly concentrated, commanding his body to touch the ground. In an instant, he was suddenly pulled by gravity, plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. He caught Lin Qingyun in his arms, for if his weighty figure had fallen upon her, it would have been too much for her to bear. Moo Moo and Han Han, witnessing Xiao Chen's successful landing, clapped joyfully. However, Lin Qingyun, nestled in his embrace, was already in tears. It's all right, my dear. I will never leave you. Do not be afraid. Xiao Chen gazed down at Lin Qingyun, his heart heavy with remorse. I apologize, my love, for frightening you. I promise to explain everything gradually. You need not worry or fear. As I have vowed, I will always be by your side. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's reassuring voice, Lin Qingyun gradually regained her composure. She had never believed in supernatural phenomena, yet this time she had witnessed Xiao Chen ascend without any aid. Such defiance of the laws of physics could scarcely exist in reality. Even Newton's coffin could not contain it. You wretched man! You wretched man! Lin Qingyun exclaimed, shaking her small fists at Xiao Chen's chest. Chapter 65. To fulfill all my requests? Mu Mu and Han Han, bewildered by the unfolding events, could only stand frozen, observing their parents. Do not worry, my love. I will be fine. Once you have calmed down, I will slowly elucidate the circumstances for you. Gazing into Xiao Chen's earnest eyes and hearing his unwavering words, Lin Qingyun chose to trust him. He gently wiped away her tears, holding her tightly to provide a sense of security. Gradually, Lin Qingyun's spirits began to settle. If you cannot clarify everything, shall we become sisters? Lin Qingyun teased. That may not align with your desires, for I assure you I will elucidate everything. Daddy, are you leaving us? I don't want you to go. Mu Mu and Han Han, seeing Lin Qingyun in such distress, seemed to find their own answer. Observing the obedient demeanor of his daughters, Xiao Chen felt a pang of sorrow. These were his beloved girls, and the thought of leaving them was unbearable. I will not leave. Rest assured, I will always accompany you as you grow. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's promise, Mu Mu and Han Han felt reassured, rushing to hug his legs. I knew it. Daddy would never leave me. Indeed, I have great faith in Daddy. He could never bear to part with us. Lin Qingyun smiled at the joyous sight of her children. Silly, it's us. Daddy cannot live without us. Witnessing the profound affection among the three, Xiao Chen's heart swelled with warmth. Let us depart. The meal is prepared. After dining, Father will take you to the place where I grew up. How delightful. Father is taking us out for a day of fun. Huan Huan loves Father the most. Xiao Chen bent down to embrace Mu Mu and Huan Huan, who in turn clung to his head. At that moment, it seemed as though they both sensed something. Huan Huan adores Mother too. So does Mu Mu. As Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun observed the two children, an indescribable sense of happiness welled up within them. Descending the stairs, they found Chu Ichio and He Beichen already seated at the dining table, eagerly awaiting their meal. Chu Ichio appeared vibrant and full of energy, while He Beichen looked particularly frail. Qingyun, you're up, Chu Ichio exclaimed. Why is your family dressed so neatly today? Having been impatient to eat, she greeted Lin Qingyun and her family as they descended. How come you two are up so early? Had it not been for Lin Qingyun's phone call, these two would likely have slept in for hours longer. Oh, it was Ichio who mentioned that if we woke up late, we might miss Xiao Chen's cooking. He Beichen spoke straightforwardly, while Chu Ichio felt a bit embarrassed, pinching the flesh on He Beichen's thigh. No, we simply woke up early today. Upon noticing Chu Ichio's fierce gaze, He Beichen promptly fell silent. Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen paid no mind to the banter. They were all friends, after all, with nothing to feel awkward about. Let us commence the meal, Lin Qingyun declared, and the servants began to arrange the breakfast prepared by Xiao Chen on the table. Watching the array of dishes, Chu Ichio dove into the food with gusto. Seeing his wife enjoy the meal so heartily brought He Beichen a sense of contentment. Your family is dressed so uniformly. Are you off somewhere? Before Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun could respond, Huan Huan interjected, We're going to grandfather and grandmother's house. This answer stirred a hint of sadness in He Beichen, though it went unnoticed by others. Conversely, upon hearing that Lin Qingyun intended to visit Xiao Chen's family, Chu Ichio's face betrayed a touch of panic. Qingyun, are you truly going back? Lin Qingyun regarded Chu Ichio with curious eyes, as if she had heard something intriguing. What is the matter? Can't I visit my parents? Chu Ichio found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. It was indeed natural for one to return to see their parents. However, upon reflection, since marrying He Beichen, she had not visited his family, and he rarely returned as well. Observing He Beichen's one demeanor, Chu Ichio felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed she ought to accompany him home. Yet, there were more pressing matters at hand. For how many days are you preparing to stay? 2 days, perhaps. Mu Mu and Huan Huan still have school. Chu Ichio felt a twinge of discomfort at Lin Qingyun's casual response. Would she not miss 5 meals, deprived of such culinary delights? Can we join you on your trip? Lin Qingyun understood Chu Ichio's implication. No, we're going home. You need not accompany us. Desiring to accompany He Beichen back to his home, He Beichen seized the opportunity with alacrity. Indeed, my dear wife, shouldn't we pay a visit to my family? Let's go, let's go. I shall accompany you home, replied Chu Ichio, her words eliciting a euphoric response from He Beichen, as if he had struck a fortune. Wonderful. When shall we embark? Why the haste? We can return whenever we please, she reassured him, allowing He Beichen to temper his excitement and refrain from further discourse. Before long, Xiao Chen, Mumu, and Han Han contentedly patted their round bellies. Daddy, I am full, declared Han Han, echoing her sister's sentiment. Observing their delight, Lin Qingyun mimicked their actions, patting her own flat stomach, which failed to achieve the same effect. I am full too, she chimed in, as Xiao Chen beheld the trio of mother and daughters. A profound sense of joy enveloped him. How blissful it was! He gently stroked their little heads, affirming, as long as you're full, that's what matters. He Beichen, witnessing this tender scene, felt a pang of envy, longing for a similar warmth and happiness in his own home. Throughout the morning, Xiao Chen's keen observations did not escape He Beichen's notice. As a fellow man, Xiao Chen wished to assist his friend, yet found himself at a loss for viable solutions. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. Of course, there are ways. Do you think the newly integrated system lacks efficacy? Puzzled, Xiao Chen questioned the system's silence regarding its capabilities, exclaiming, Test it yourself? What nonsense! You should be grateful for my generosity. I shall not hold it against you. This system can fulfill all your requests. Have you forgotten the earlier suggestion to take flight? All requests, he inquired, skeptical. Indeed, all reasonable and lawful requests are within my reach. Then can you ensure that Chu Ichio and He Beichen lead a harmonious life together? Chapter 66. Greed. Xiao Chen remained doubtful of the system's assurances. If everything were attainable, it would indeed be extraordinary. Absolutely. At that moment, Chu Ichio picked up a tissue, beginning to wipe He Beichen's mouth. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by Chu Ichio's sudden transformation into a caring partner. Why was she so attentive all of a sudden, even taking the initiative to assist him? Chu Ichio herself was perplexed by her actions. Why had she felt compelled to wipe He Beichen's mouth? Though somewhat unaccustomed, her heart yearned to do so. He Beichen hastily grasped her hand, gently touching her forehead. You're not unwell, are you? What has prompted this behavior? Blushing, Chu Ichio lowered her head and softly replied, Darling, I noticed something on your lips and wish to help you clean it. As the others beheld her delicate demeanor, they were momentarily taken aback, particularly Lin Qingyun. Sensing something amiss, cast a wary glance at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could no longer tolerate Chu Ichio's behavior, although he was not treated in such a manner. He feared that He Beichen might become arrogant. Enough is enough. It is time for Chu Ichio to return to her usual self. This sudden shift was overwhelming for him. Upon sensing Xiao Chen's thoughts, the system immediately restored Chu Ichio to her original state. Why am I wiping He Beichen's mouth? Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun watched as Chu Ichio transformed back, her gaze sharpening, completely shedding the previous demeanor of a delicate woman. Darling, could you please massage my shoulders again? Upon hearing He Beichen's voice, Chu Ichio was puzzled. Where did He Beichen find the audacity to request such a thing? He Beichen. Chu Ichio called his name coldly. He Beichen instantly felt that something was amiss. My dear wife, I think I was just dreaming my foot. Chu Ichio immediately commenced her retribution against He Beichen. Xiao Chen hurriedly shielded Mu Mu and Han Han's eyes, preventing them from witnessing such a gruesome scene. Indeed, altering such deeply ingrained dynamics is futile. When the weak suddenly assume strength, they often become insatiable. Human desire knows no bounds. Xiao Chen realized that he could not indiscriminately assist others. Not only would it yield unfavorable outcomes, but could also backfire. He Beichen and Chu Ichio exemplified this state of affairs. Merely wiping He Beichen's mouth was already a significant act of kindness. If he were in He Beichen's position, he would undoubtedly feel content with Chu Ichio's treatment. However, Beichen's insatiable greed for a shoulder massage was too much. It was not that they could not change, but rather that it was unnecessary. Some individuals are simply suited to remain in a position of weakness. Once they attain power, the consequences often befall many others. After the meal, Lin Qingyun, having briefed Aunt Liang, sent people to begin loading the car with items. Xiao Chen observed the myriad of gifts and chose not to intervene. This was Lin Qingyun's heartfelt gesture. If he were to hinder her, it would surely weigh on her conscience. Ultimately, Xiao Chen only required one vehicle to return home. But Lin Qingyun had orchestrated it to resemble a wedding procession. My dear, do we really need so many cars? Why not? Our family will travel in one car. The bodyguards in two, and the rest are gifts I have prepared to meet your parents. It is better to be well prepared. Listening to Lin Qingyun's explanation left Xiao Chen's mind in a whirl. Darling, we don't need this much. My parents are humble laborers. They don't require so many things. Why not? These are all practical items for daily life. Lin Qingyun looked at Xiao Chen with a puzzled expression. You truly believe we don't need them? We can hardly accommodate all these items at home. After contemplating, Lin Qingyun also realized that if Xiao Chen's parents did not want the multitude of items, they would have to be returned. All right then, we will do as you say. But we must take the items from the first few cars. Lin Qingyun made a concession, and Xiao Chen ceased his objections. However, when Xiao Chen opened the trunk, he was taken aback by the array of gifts prepared by Lin Qingyun. There were 1,000-year-old ginseng, exquisite tea leaves, and various health supplements he had never encountered before, leaving him dazzled by the assortment. Among them was even a massage chair, a neck massager, and an array of massage devices. Faced with such an overwhelming selection, Xiao Chen hesitated to explore further. Many of these items were beyond his previous experience. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy in his heart, recognizing that these were heartfelt gifts from Lin Qingyun. Her thoughtfulness toward his parents reassured him that he had chosen well. Darling, it's the thought that counts. Even if we return empty-handed, my parents would be delighted. It might even make them feel we are being overly extravagant, Xiao Chen remarked. Lin Qingyun found merit in his words. Yet after investing so much effort, she felt reluctant to leave without taking something. But we must bring something back, right? Let's not overthink it. We should just follow my plan. Xiao Chen, acknowledging that these were indeed gifts from his wife, chose to acquiesce. Adopting Lin Qingyun's perspective, he agreed to take the items home. Dad, are you driving today? Hanhua wants you to drive. I want to ride in Dad's car. Mumu and Hanhua, eager to set off, insisted on riding with Xiao Chen. All right, the three of us will ride in Dad's car, Lin Qingyun said, holding Mumu and Hanhua's hands as she looked at Xiao Chen. Okay, let's get ready to depart. The entire family gathered to see Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun off, embarking on their journey home. The convoy was grand and impressive. Leading the way was Xiao Chen in his Maybach, followed closely by a procession of Rolls-Royces. As the convoy set out, it captured everyone's attention, with no vehicle daring to approach them. Those who spotted them quickly made way for Xiao Chen's entourage. Once they left the city, Mumu and Hanhua marveled at the vibrant flowers and greenery that blanketed the hills. The lush crops were neatly arranged in the countryside, prompting their excitement. Dad, look, it's so beautiful outside, they exclaimed. Yes. Did you grow up here your whole life, Dad? Hearing their words, Xiao Chen felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Indeed, I spent my childhood here. It's truly beautiful, he replied. I wish I could grow up here too. Their innocent remarks reminded Xiao Chen of the enchanting simplicity of childhood. Chapter 67. You little dreamers, did you know? Children raised in the countryside often dream of going to the city, Lin Qingyun observed, watching Mumu and Hanhua ponder thoughtfully, choosing not to interrupt them. Why don't we switch places with them then? One suggested. Exactly, they want to go to the city while we wish to experience the countryside, Xiao Chen responded, not opposing their idea. When you have your holidays, we can bring you back to stay with your grandparents for a few days. With Xiao Chen's agreement, the two little ones gazed longingly out the window, eager to explore the scenery beyond. Xiao Chen parked the car by the roadside, allowing the two children to alight and observe their surroundings up close. Once out of the vehicle, Mumu and Han dashed into the fields like wild horses set free. Fortunately, Xiao Chen kept a close watch, otherwise, given their short stature amidst the tall corn. They might have lost their way in the maze of greenery. As they brushed against the dewdrops clinging to the corn stalks, a sense of hesitation washed over them. "Daddy, why is there water here? It feels so uncomfortable," they exclaimed in unison, expressing their discontent as they ran back toward Xiao Chen. This is because, in the early morning, the temperature is low and the moisture in the air reaches saturation, forming these droplets, he explained. Although some of the technical terms might escape their understanding, the children grasped the essence of the phenomenon. Delighted to learn something new that Xiao Chen had known since his childhood, they beamed with joy. At that moment, Xiao Hua took out her camera. "Miss, would you like to take a picture with us?" "Yes, please take a photo for us." Xiao Chen heard their exchange and gathered Mu Mu and Han Han to walk towards Lin Qingyan. The family stood by the roadside, with a bountiful field of crops as their backdrop. Click! With the flash illuminating the scene, the photograph gradually developed. Xiao Hua presented a neatly framed picture to Lin Qingyan. The family gathered around, admiring the image. It must be said that Xiao Hua's photography skills were quite impressive. "Wow, Daddy looks so handsome. Mommy is so beautiful. And Han Han is lovely too," Mu Mu exclaimed, showering praise primarily on Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyan. Not to be outdone, Han Han chimed in, "But Mu Mu, he was talking about all of us." Observing the spirited exchange between the two children, Lin Qingyan interjected, "He didn't just mention you. He said I was beautiful too." Despite Lin Qingyan's words, Mu Mu and Han Han remained unconvinced. "All right, you are all beautiful. Let us move on. It's time to set off." Realizing that their bickering would lead nowhere, Xiao Chen ushered them back into the car, hoping a change of scenery might divert their attention. "Daddy, do you remember the story from last night?" Mu Mu asked. "Of course I remember," Xiao Chen replied, pleased that the children were engaged in thought. "Can I tell the next story?" Han Han chimed in eagerly. "Of course. This story is meant for all of us to share," Xiao Chen affirmed. Han Han, feeling somewhat dismissive, remarked, "Humph, I have stories too." Lin Qingyan observed the siblings, who had previously been harmonious, but were now vying for Xiao Chen's attention. "Regardless of whether you planned your tales, as we continue, focus on moving forward together. Do not let trivial matters sow discord between you." Mu Mu and Han Han understood Lin Qingyan's guidance and its implications. "Don't worry, Mom. I will take good care of my sister," Mu Mu assured. "Mom, I will protect my sister too," Han Han chimed in. Hearing this, Lin Qingyan felt a sense of relief. These two little ones, though they often played and bickered, were capable of thinking of each other when it truly mattered. That alone was sufficient. Before long, the village emerged in the distance. Upon spotting the houses ahead, Mu Mu and Han Han realized they were nearing their destination. "Dad, are we almost at Grandpa's house?" they inquired eagerly. "Soon, but not just yet. We need to drive a little further," Xiao Chen replied, meticulously steering the wheel, suppressing his own excitement. As he prepared to leave home for school after the new year, Xiao Chen had been filled with ambition, looking forward to graduating and earning money. Initially, he had envisioned returning home to honor his parents with the fruits of his labor. But now he was bringing home his beloved wife and two adorable daughters. Regardless, the outcome was favorable, and this thought brought him a measure of comfort. Leading the convoy, Xiao Chen passed through several small villages, attracting curious onlookers. With the advancement of technology, many villagers recognized these vehicles. "Whose son is this? Making a fortune and returning to honor his parents?" One remarked, "This isn't just any son. It's clearly a city leader, possibly here for an inspection," another speculated. "If that's the case, I must hurry to report to the village secretary." Inside the car, Xiao Chen and the others were oblivious to the villagers' discussions. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyan felt a twinge of anxiety. She worried that upon arriving at Xiao Chen's home, his parents might disapprove of her. What if they opposed their union? She had staked everything on Xiao Chen. If his parents were adamant against their marriage, all her efforts would be in vain. Her gaze remained fixed on the man she loved deeply. "Dear, there's no need to worry. My parents adore you and the children. You needn't fret about any of that." Xiao Chen reassured her, sensing her unease as he held her small hand in his. His gesture provided Lin Qingyan with a semblance of comfort. She thought to herself, "It's all right. Xiao Chen is my man, and he wouldn't let me suffer. I should trust him. Yes, trust him." In the distance lay the small village, Xiao Chen's home. He spotted two figures near the village entrance. There was no need for clarity or contemplation. "Hold on tight," he exclaimed as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The luxurious Maybach surged forward, eager to return home. Finally, it came to a halt before them. Opening the car door, Xiao Chen stepped out and greeted his parents. "Dad, Mom," he called out. "You reckless child. Why are you driving so fast? Are you in such a hurry to get yourself killed?" Li Huiyin was also concerned about Xiao Chen. Every day, she saw tragic incidents caused by reckless driving among the youth on her phone. Chapter 68. But I'm your biological son. Lin Qingyun didn't wait for Xiao Hua to open the door for her. She exited from the passenger seat on her own. "Hello, Mom and Dad." Upon seeing her daughter-in-law, Li Huiyun's expression changed instantly. "This must be Qingyun. She is truly beautiful. You must be tired from the journey. Gulme, let us go home and rest." Lin Qingyun felt a bit shy as she received compliments right away. At that moment, Xiao Hua brought Mu Mu and Han Han out of the car. Li Huiyun's affection grew even more upon seeing her granddaughters. "Mu Mu and Han Han, do you recognize your grandma?" Upon seeing his granddaughters, Xiao Zhan's previously stern expression softened. "Hello, Grandma and Grandpa. Hello, Grandma and Grandpa." Hearing these words from Mu Mu and Han Han, Xiao Zhan's demeanor relaxed further. "Oh, my dear granddaughters, come here and let Grandpa hold you." Li Huiyun noticed Xiao Zhan attempting to take her place and quickly interjected, "You old man, look at your scruffy beard. Those delicate children can't endure your roughness." Xiao Zhan grew anxious upon hearing this. "I shaved 3 times this morning. I'm perfectly clean." "What? You don't want me to hold my granddaughters?" Lin Qingyun found their bickering amusing, and her initial awkwardness dissipated. "Let them walk a bit. They've been sitting in the car the whole time." Not wanting Xiao Chen's parents to tire themselves, she suggested that the two children stretch their legs. "All right, we'll listen to our daughter-in-law." Seeing Lin Qingyun speak up, Li Huiyun ceased her attempts to hold the children. "Qingyun, let us head home. The wind is strong outside." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun glanced at Xiao Chen, momentarily at a loss. If she heard correctly, Xiao Chen had just been scolded upon exiting the car and was then overlooked by his parents. Lin Qingyun was uncertain whether she was following Xiao Chen's mother or walking alongside Xiao Chen. "Let us not worry about him. We'll head home first. He can find his way," Li Huiyun said, sensing Lin Qingyun's hesitation as she looked at Xiao Chen. She took Lin Qingyun's arm and led her back home. Xiao Chen stood there, dazed, as his beloved daughter was being led by his father and his wife was being held by his mother, while they all walked towards home, leaving him behind with no one to attend to him. "Grandpa, my dad hasn't caught up yet. I want my dad." Mu Mu and Han Han's words were perhaps the only comfort to Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan turned back to glance at Xiao Chen. "You little rascal. What? Do you want me to hold you too?" Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, hurriedly followed suit. No matter how unflattering his father's words were, he had to listen. The main road at the village could not accommodate their convoy, so they could only slowly trail behind Xiao Chen and his family. Li Huiyun found this too ostentatious. "You all can come back, but why are there so many people following us?" Upon hearing those words, Lin Qingyun felt a tinge of embarrassment. Xiao Chen insisted on bringing so many vehicles, despite being told not to. "Mother, the car is filled with gifts prepared for you." Xiao Zhan, aware of Lin Qingyun's background, was already somewhat displeased with their relationship. Bringing so many people home prompted him to cast a disapproving glance at Xiao Chen, after which he fell silent, merely guiding his granddaughter home. Meanwhile, Li Huiyun and Lin Qingyun engaged in lively conversation throughout the journey. "Mother, have you recently become a police officer?" Li Huiyun, understanding the implication of her son's words, replied, "This is my daughter-in-law. Is it not permissible for me to ask a few questions?" Observing that he only seemed to irritate his parents, Xiao Chen refrained from further comment. Fortunately, Lin Qingyun was dutiful. She answered all of Li Huiyun's inquiries truthfully. The villagers, upon seeing Xiao Zhan's beautiful daughter-in-law and the long procession of vehicles behind her, quickly grasped the situation. Along the way home, neighbors and relatives came forth to extend their congratulations. "Huiyun, your Xiao Chen is truly fortunate. Indeed, just look at how charming this daughter-in-law is. And 2 granddaughters, one impressive sight." In no time, The guests were showering compliments upon Lin Qingyun and her daughters, Mu Mu and Han Han, who felt a bit shy as they greeted everyone. Xiao Chen, unable to interject, parked the cars in the village square and assisted in transferring the gifts from the vehicles to their home. Such a light gesture bears great sentiment. Why have you prepared so much? Your mother and I could never consume it all before it spoils. Upon hearing his father's words, Lin Qingyun suddenly realized that perhaps she had indeed overdone it. Everything you see here is something Lin Qingyun has carefully selected for your daily needs. Xiao Chen feigned indifference while still observing his parents' reactions, but they acted as if they had not heard, continuing their conversation with Lin Qingyun and the children. Xiao Chen felt a sense of frustration. What had happened? Everything had seemed fine over the phone, yet upon arriving home, it felt as though his parents had transformed completely. Lin Qingyun and the children remained oblivious to any tension, warmly welcomed by Xiao Chen's parents, who, however, ignored him, making him feel as though he were invisible and utterly uncomfortable. Mu Mu, Han Han, tell Grandpa what you would like for lunch. I'll ask your grandma to prepare it for you. As he looked at his granddaughter perched on his lap, Xiao Zhan was momentarily transported back to when Xiao Chen had sat there as a child. I want to eat the meal my father cooks. Grandpa, did you know my dad is a fantastic cook? Hearing this, Li Huiyan interjected. Would you like to try Grandma's cooking? The two girls exchanged glances before responding in unison. Yes. With this, Li Huiyan rose and headed to the kitchen. Today, let us not prepare any elaborate dishes. We'll make dumplings instead. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun also stood up and followed Li Huiyan into the kitchen. Making dumplings sounds wonderful. A family should be united in harmony. As he spoke, Xiao Chen made his way to the kitchen, while Xiao Zhan remained engrossed in play with Mu Mu and Han Han outside. From the gifts received earlier, Xiao Chen retrieved the premium beef prepared by Lin Qingyun, intending to showcase his culinary skills and share his craft with his parents. Lin Qingyun had never made dumplings before and was entirely unfamiliar with the process, so she could only observe as Xiao Chen and his mother worked together. Sensing Lin Qingyun's awkwardness, Xiao Chen stepped forward to guide her through the process, hand in hand. Watching the two of them, Li Huiyun felt an indescribable sentiment stirring within her. The aspirations of youth often fade into the mundane passage of time, leaving behind a haunting reflection in the mirror of life. Observing their interaction, Li Huiyun reminisced about her own youth, recalling the days when she and Xiao Zhan ventured to establish their business in the capital, a time steeped in nostalgia. Lin Qingyun quickly grasped the art of dumpling, making under the guidance of Xiao Chen and Li Huiyan. The initial attempts were somewhat clumsy, but as she continued, the dumplings transformed into exquisite creations. Li Huiyan, impressed by her talented daughter-in-law, praised Lin Qingyun's skill. Since Xiao Zhan adored handmade dumplings, they aimed to prepare a sufficient quantity at once. Following Li Huiyun's direction, they filled the work's surface to capacity. Suddenly, Li Huiyun remembered the large group of people who had followed them. They would need to ensure there was enough food for everyone. That would take 7 or 8 hours. She exclaimed, "No need. I'll send them out to eat," Lin Qingyun suggested, feeling somewhat embarrassed about the crowd accompanying them. If it were her home, it wouldn't be a concern, but coming to Xiao Chen's house felt akin to flaunting wealth. Regretting not heeding Xiao Chen's advice, Lin Qingyun realized she was unaccustomed to rural life and couldn't anticipate such awkwardness. "Going out is fine. The restaurant serves much better food than I could make," she added, relieved that Xiao Chen's mother understood her predicament. Seated at the dining table with Xiao Chen's family, Lin Qingyun felt none of the initial awkwardness typically associated with first encounters. Xiao Chen's parents welcomed her warmly, allowing her to relax and engage in conversation with them. To Lin Qingyun's surprise, Xiao Chen's father possessed a remarkably clear understanding and insight into the current business landscape. Some concerns that Lin Qingyun had not perceived as urgent were astutely pointed out by Xiao Chen's father. This lunch proved to be enlightening for Lin Qingyun. The guidance she received from Xiao Chen's father was as valuable as the lessons imparted by her own father. "Did you venture into business when you were young? How come you understand these matters so well?" she inquired. Xiao Zhan chuckled softly. "Those are merely old tales, best left unspoken." He intended to offer a few pointers to his daughter-in-law, not realizing she would surmise his past. "Dad, you had a business? I had no idea, Xiao Chen remarked, intrigued by the newfound revelation about his family's history. Just focus on living your own life. What is the point in probing into adult affairs? Li Huiyin spoke up to halt Xiao Chen, clearly not wishing for him to learn about their past. Observing this, Xiao Chen refrained from further inquiries. Qingyun, how are your parents faring these days? This was a question Li Huiyin had longed to ask, but never found the appropriate moment. They are well. Lin Qingyun, unaware of any underlying concerns, replied directly. That's good to hear. What do they think about your relationship? Xiao Chen had met my mother, who held him in high regard. But my father, being often preoccupied, had yet to visit us. Lin Qingyun remained uncertain about her father's stance on their relationship, as her mother had not provided her with a clear answer since returning home. I see. We harbor no objections. You are both grown and capable of discerning right from wrong. As long as your elders approve, we shall not interfere. Feel free to state your demands regarding the betrothal gifts. We can accommodate. Xiao Chen had not previously considered the matter of betrothal gifts, given Lin Qingyun's family's affluence. He wondered how his father would dare claim they could afford such expenses. If Lin Qingyun's father were not particularly enthusiastic about their union, the issue of betrothal gifts could not be resolved with mere hundreds of thousands or millions. Reflecting on the luxury cars Lin Qingyun had prepared for him, each worth in the millions, the notion of betrothal gifts weighed heavily on Xiao Chen's mind. I do not desire any betrothal gifts. I trust my parents will not impose undue burdens upon us. Xiao Chen has his own aspirations, so you need not worry about that. Upon hearing about the betrothal gifts, Lin Qingyun promptly declined, expressing her willingness to marry Xiao Chen without such demands. What is necessary shall be provided. Since you are willing to join our family, Xiao Zhen, will ensure you are afforded a grand wedding. Lin Qingyun felt warmth in her heart upon hearing Xiao Zhen's resolute tone, a testament to her acceptance by Xiao Chen's parents. I wish to bring my parents to stay with us, making it easier to care for them. At Lin Qingyun's suggestion, Xiao Zhen and Li Huiyin exchanged amused glances. As long as you both are happy, that is sufficient. We have long grown accustomed to our lives here. We prefer not to venture out. Then I shall hire a caretaker for you. No trouble, we are still quite capable of taking care of ourselves. Xiao Chen's parents firmly declined. Lin Qingyun wished to enhance their quality of life, but the couple remained resistant, leading her to set the matter aside for the time being. After dinner, Xiao Zhen engaged Mu Mu and Han Han in play, and the children eagerly joined their grandfather. Meanwhile, Li Huiyin began to chat with Lin Qingyun about everyday matters. Throughout the afternoon, Xiao Chen found no opportunity for private moments with Lin Qingyun, as he remained busy addressing his mother's inquiries. Indeed, any attempt he made to interject would be met with resistance, leaving him to listen to the lively conversation. Xiao Chen had never realized his mother possessed such a wealth of words, as she ceaselessly chatted with Lin Qingyun, until after dinner. The two finally had the opportunity to be alone while taking a stroll. Little did they expect such warmth from their parents. It's because they really like you. Look at me. Don't I resemble a consort cast aside in a cold palace? Xiao Chen's teasing did not amuse Lin Qingyun, for her heart was occupied with more anticipated matters. Darling, do you remember our agreement from yesterday afternoon? Agreement? Xiao Chen suddenly recalled the matter of the Sailor Moon. He had resolutely decided not to prepare, for he considered himself a manly figure. Sailor Moon? That's simply impossible. With no preparations made, and having brought her home to meet his parents, Xiao Chen gradually forgot the issue. However, Lin Qingyun had kept in her thoughts all along. Observing the expectant glimmer in Lin Qingyun's eyes, Xiao Chen feigned sudden recollection. Oh, you mean that? I completely forgot, and Haven Tea prepared it all. He braced himself for Lin Qingyun's ire, yet instead of anger, she wore a cheerful smile while gazing at him. I knew you wouldn't prepare, but don't worry. For such an important matter, if you forget, I certainly won tea. Seeing the blush on Xiao Chen's face brought a flicker of joy to Lin Qingyun's heart. Could a manly figure truly feel shy? Wife, this is my home. It wouldn't be good if someone overheard us. I had already anticipated you would say that. Xiao Chen believed Lin Qingyun would let him off the hook, but the smile on her face suggested otherwise. I've already sent the bodyguards away. Xiao Hua is still at your place. Let us go. I've hidden everything in the car. Xiao Chen could hardly believe that Lin Qingyun had made so many preparations behind his back. It was utterly overwhelming. Hurry up. Mama's told me she wants to hold a grandchild. Chapter 70. Why are we still holding hands while asleep? Daddy, where have you and Mommy been? We haven't seen you for so long. Moo Moo and Han Han were curious as to where Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun had gone, given their prolonged absence. We went for a walk, Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, patting the heads of the two little ones, appearing unfazed. Qingyun, come and see. I've made the beds for both of you. The beds here aren't as soft as yours at home. If you find them too hard, just let me know, and I'll add more layers. Li Huiyun, upon seeing their return, pulled Lin Qingyun to check if she found the bed comfortable. Xiao Chen followed into the room. Before attending university, he had always lived in this room, but the bedding was remarkably splendid. He recalled sleeping on a hardboard bed back then, while Lin Qingyun now had 4 or 5 layers of padding beneath her. The disparity was astounding. Mom, if I'm not mistaken, I used to have just one mattress and a sheet. This difference is quite remarkable. Seeing Xiao Chen's playful remarks, Li Huiyun earnestly responded. At that time, as you were growing, a firm bed was beneficial for your back. Otherwise, how could you have grown so tall and upright? You have certainly seen your second uncle's child at the village inn, who, despite being young, hunches over all day. If not for Qingyun's presence, you would have been made to sleep on a hard plank bed today. Hearing Li Huiyun speak to Xiao Chen in such a manner, Lin Qingyun felt a mix of amusement and a deeper sense of sympathy for him. Noticing Lin Qingyun's silence, Li Huiyun urged her to sit and experience the bed for herself. Is it hard? She inquired. If it is, I can add a few layers of bedding. If it's not hard, then that's acceptable. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun affirm that it was fine, Li Huiyun felt relieved. Once Xiao Chen's mother left the room, Lin Qingyun cheerfully placed her hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Is there anything else you wish to play? Xiao Chen, recalling the earlier moments, felt a surge of embarrassment. I don't want to play anything. Are you truly not interested? If you wish to, just tell me. I will arrange it. The mischievous smile on Lin Qingyun's face only strengthened Xiao Chen's resolve. Daddy, today Han Hai can sleep with you. Hearing Han Hai's voice, Xiao Chen realized he was momentarily saved. My precious daughter, come here and let Daddy hug you. Han Hai burst in, interrupting Lin Qingyun's progress. No, Grandma said I should sleep in that room by myself, allowing me to be with Mommy and Daddy. Moo Moo, hearing the conversation, rushed in. Didn't Grandma prepare a room for you? Don't you want to sleep there? Xiao Chen understood that the two little ones, in this unfamiliar environment, might feel a bit frightened at night. Grandma said, if you don't want to sleep there, you can sleep with her, but I want to be in the same room as Mommy and Daddy. Seeing Han Hai's pitiful expression, Xiao Chen agreed to let the two of them stay. After the family freshened up, the two little ones quickly dashed to the bed, fearing Xiao Chen might change his mind. Look at how eager you are. Don't worry, I agree you can sleep here. Since they were at Xiao Chen's home, Lin Qingyun couldn't do anything inappropriate, and this was a good opportunity to spend time with her daughter. Daddy, shall we tell stories today? Of course. Haven't you already thought of your own stories? Han Hai, thrilled by Xiao Chen's response, waited eagerly for everyone to settle down, then began to narrate her tale with great enthusiasm. Once more, they embarked on a perilous journey across treacherous seas, often besieged by storms. Yet their crafted ship helped them withstand crisis after crisis. Ultimately, under the captain's guidance, they arrived at an uncharted island, where they encountered many animals they had never seen before and discovered hidden treasures. It seems Han Hai is quite serious. Her story is truly captivating. Hearing Xiao Chen's praise, Han Hai's chubby little lips curved upwards, showcasing her achievement. All right, sister, it's your turn now. After Han Hai finished, she obediently lay down between Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, allowing Moo Moo to take her turn. Legend has it that in those ancient waters, there existed many ferocious sea beasts that delighted in destroying passing ships. On that day, they encountered the legendary sea beast and endured a perilous battle. Moo Moo's tale was indeed thrilling. What inspired her to conjure the image of a sea monster? Upon hearing Moo Moo's identification with the sea beast, Xiao Chen's interest was piqued. Are there monsters on land, but not sea beasts in the ocean? This retort left Xiao Chen momentarily speechless. As the story concluded, Time had passed swiftly, and Moo Moo and Han Han engaged in a light-hearted debate about who would sleep next to Xiao Chen. The ultimate decision was that Han Han would occupy the first half of the night, while Moo Moo would take the latter half. Upon hearing their resolution, both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun expressed disbelief, doubting these two little ones would manage to switch positions after midnight. Nonetheless, the children's affairs were theirs to determine. Once the two had settled their arrangement, they quickly drifted into slumber. Observing the sleeping children, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun soon felt the pull of sleep as well. In a state of drowsiness, Xiao Chen felt something pressing against his hand. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Moo Moo and Han Han were in the process of changing places. Due to the dimness, they inadvertently stepped on Xiao Chen, unaware that he had awakened. After settling in, Moo Moo gently patted Xiao Chen's chest and whispered, "Daddy, I'm sorry. It was unintentional." Xiao Chen stifled a chuckle, finding his precious daughter irresistibly adorable. His heart melted at her innocence. As he listened to the steady rhythm of Moo Moo and Han Han's breathing, he soon succumbed to slumber as well. The following morning, Moo Moo and Han Han were the first to awaken. Rather than getting out of bed or causing a ruckus, they quietly sat up, observing Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun as they slept. "Sister, why are Daddy and Mommy still holding hands while asleep?" Moo Moo, upon hearing Han Han's inquiry, found herself at a loss for an explanation. Yet, as her younger sister posed a question, Moo Moo pondered deeply and arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps this is what Daddy calls love. Han Han recalled Xiao Chen's earlier discussions about love and familial bonds. "Sister, if we hold Daddy's hand, does that mean we are expressing our familial love?" "It should be." The two girls first clasped each other's hands. Then one reached out to grasp Xiao Chen's hand, while the other took Lin Qingyun's. After doing so, Han Han whispered, "Sister, do you feel the love?" "I don't know. Daddy's hand is so heavy." Chapter 71. You can escape for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Moo Moo tugged earnestly at Xiao Chen's hand, yet it remained immobile. Sister, look. Mommy's hand rests on her belly, and I don't even need to pull. I can just touch it." Their chatter roused Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun from their slumber. "Oh no, we woke them up." Moo Moo and Han Han exchanged apologetic glances with the bleary-eyed Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun. "What you two up to?" Lin Qingyun rubbed her eyes and inquired. "Sister is teaching me about love." "Feeling? Love?" Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun exchanged incredulous looks. "What love are you feeling?" Lin Qingyun could not help but pose another question. "No, Han Hai is unaware of it. When we awoke, we saw you two sleeping while holding hands. Father said that is love." Moo Moo paused briefly before continuing. "We wish to hold your hands and experience the warmth of familial affection." Listening to Moo Moo's explanation, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun comprehended the underlying sentiment. "Han Hai knows. I understand what love is and what familial affection is," Han Hai retorted, defending herself upon hearing Moo Moo's claim of ignorance. Xiao Chen, intrigued, decided to test them further. "Then, can you explain to me what love is and what familial affection is?" "Love is what exists between father and mother, while familial affection is what I share with father." Observing her earnest demeanor, Lin Qingyun found herself momentarily at a loss for words. At this tender age, such understanding was sufficient. As they matured, they would gradually grasp more profound meanings. Two individuals who hold each other in their thoughts. Those with blood ties share familial affection, while those without such ties experience love. While society often deems familial affection more significant than love, in my eyes, both are equally essential. You are all indispensable to me. Xiao Chen's heartfelt declaration this early in the morning brought a faint blush to Lin Qingyun's cheeks. How utterly vexing. It is said that couples are akin to birds of the same forest. Yet when calamity strikes, they take flight separately. However, in the hearts of Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, there existed an inexplicable bond. Indeed, in their hearts, each held the other in the same regard as their own family, equally vital and irreplaceable. They occupied significant places in each other's lives. Moo Moo and Han Hai, observing the exchange between them, felt a sense of curiosity and mimicked their gaze, peering into each other's eyes. In no time, they became cross-eyed, prompting them to hastily separate. Noticing Lin Qingyun gazing lovingly at Xiao Chen, respecting their moment, Mu Mu and Han Hai adeptly changed out of their sleepwear into the family outfits prepared by Lin Qingyun, tiptoeing gently towards the door. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chen hurriedly donned his clothes and followed suit. Lin Qingyun, feeling a sense of helplessness, thought, I merely wish to look at you. Why run away? Really? Am I going to consume you? She too changed her attire, preparing to rise and freshen up. Li Huiyun and Xiao Zhan had already risen early, having prepared breakfast. Xiao Zhan sat alone in the courtyard, puffing away at a cigarette. Dad, please refrain from smoking in the morning. It is harmful to your health. Hearing Xiao Chen's voice, Xiao Zhan did not turn around but continued smoking. Xiao Chen sat beside his father in silence, simply observing him. When you plan to hold the wedding? Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss. The topic of the wedding had only been briefly mentioned by Lin Qingyun, without any specific timeline discussed. Aren't you going to meet her parents before deciding on this matter? No need to meet. I do not wish to see her parents. It is too bothersome. Just inform us when the time comes. Xiao Chen could not fathom why his father had suddenly become so distant. In the past, whenever Xiao Chen returned home, they would engage in long conversations throughout the night, with Xiao Zhan discussing the future and the current times with him. This time, Xiao Zhan's indifference made Xiao Chen sense the looming trouble. The young lady is willing to marry into our family. You must not disappoint her. Observing Xiao Chen's silence, Xiao Zhan could not help but add, Rest assured, Dad, I will not betray this affection. Xiao Zhan glanced at Xiao Chen, speaking nonchalantly. Perhaps this is the only way I can assist you now. Given Qingyun's affluent background, her father may not approve of your relationship. If he disagrees, Dad, that won't happen. My father will undoubtedly support my relationship with Xiao Chen. Lin Qingyun had come out with Xiao Chen, so she was not eavesdropping. She had been standing behind them, unnoticed by either man. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's voice, both Xiao Chen and Xiao Zhan were startled. They quickly turned to find not just Lin Qingyun, but also Li Huiyun listening intently. Qingyun, do not overthink this. My words aim to ensure your happiness together. Xiao Zhan reassured. Lin Qingyun, touched by the paternal guidance, felt a swell of emotion at hearing a father instructing his son to cherish his future wife. Which daughter-in-law would not be moved by such sentiments? It's fine. If Xiao Chen dares to bully me, I shall return to report to you, Lin Qingyun declared. Xiao Chen exhibited no signs of guilt upon hearing her words. After all, who is truly bullying whom? If that little rascal dares to mistreat you, just tell me, and I shall break his legs. Mom, I am your biological son. Why do you always threaten to break my legs? Xiao Chen felt a sense of injustice welling up inside him, realizing that his parents favored Lin Qingyun far more than they did him. At home, I can handle him. There is no need for you two to worry. Observing the mischievous smile on Lin Qingyun's face, Xiao Chen sensed the precariousness of the situation. He could only internally wish that she would not take it too far. After all, he possessed a system designed to assist him. Altering Lin Qingyun's attitude would be a mere trifle. However, he was reluctant to resort to such measures, as it pertained to matters of the heart. If he did so, what would distinguish her from a mere automaton? Moreover, Xiao Chen was acutely aware of the immense power granted by this system. Wielding it poorly could lead to dire consequences, as exemplified by He Beichen and Chu Ichio's predicament. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen felt no need to employ the system's capabilities against Lin Qingyun. He understood well how his wife treated him. Aside from her slightly assertive nature in certain aspects, she was otherwise impeccable. Do you two not wish to meet my parents? Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's question, Xiao Zhan felt chagrined for not considering her presence before speaking. What I meant to convey is that we do not wish to meddle in your affairs. You may decide on your own and simply notify us. That is unacceptable. My mother mentioned her desire to come along with my father during her last visit, so that we can all meet, Lin Qingyun replied. Lin Qingyun fondly recalled her mother's promise to Xiao Chen, stating that during their next meeting, she would bring along her father. It was essential to meet Xiao Chen's parents. Xiao Zhan and Li Huiyun were aware that certain matters could no longer remain concealed. After all, one could evade for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Chapter 072. Can I not call you if I have nothing to say? When Lin Ji's company went public, Xiao Zhan faced bankruptcy and had lost the desire to pursue any ventures. Lin Ji had already fulfilled Xiao Zhan's aspirations, and without Xiao Zhan's assistance, Lin Ji would not have reached the IPO milestone. Witnessing Lin Ji's success brought Xiao Zhan a deep sense of satisfaction that was sufficient for him. Li Huiyun also yearned to have a child in their rural home, wishing for a tranquil life ahead. After distributing salaries to the employees and saving a little for themselves, Xiao Zhan took Li Huiyun back to their hometown. They thought they would never meet Lin Ji again. Yet who could have foreseen that their children would forge such connections? Next time my parents visit, I will surely bring them to pay their respects to you both. Xiao Zhan extinguished his cigarette and sighed. Let us eat. It will be cold soon. Receiving no response, Lin Qingyun refrained from further inquiry. They would come with their parents when the time was right. They certainly had to meet, as they would soon become in-laws. During the meal, Xiao Chen's parents behaved as if nothing had transpired earlier, warmly engaging with Lin Qingyun. It was essential to turn the page on the past. Dwelling on it would not lead to a fulfilling life, nor would it foster happiness. Lin Qingyun learned a profound lesson in this regard. Why not just say it plainly? However, upon reflection, Lin Qingyun recognized the charm in Xiao Chen's parents' words and actions. If they had directly imparted such notions to her and Xiao Chen, the two would have felt somewhat annoyed. Yet, experiencing the essence of these sentiments was truly enriching for both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun. Some lessons and truths cannot be grasped through mere words. They are shaped by personal experience. Without living through certain moments, one cannot fully understand another's feelings. Daddy, I want to play in the fields. I want to go too. Mumu and Hanhua recalled the beautiful scenery they had seen the previous morning, their hearts brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen seized the opportunity. This time, he intended for the two little ones to learn a lesson about the environment Lin Qingyun had created for them. If Mumu and Hanhua were to go, Xiao Zhan and Li Huiyun would surely accompany them. Lin Qingyun also wished to join Xiao Chen for an outing. Xiao Hua grabbed the camera and followed the family into the fields. Along the way, Xiao Chen encouraged Mumu and Hanhua to walk on their own. In the morning, it was manageable, but as noon approached, the scorching sun became relentless. Initially, Mumu and Hanhua had energy, but gradually their pace noticeably slowed. Daddy, I'm tired. Hanhua can't walk anymore. Come, let Grandpa carry you. Xiao Zhan could not bear to see his granddaughter exhausted, so he rushed to embrace them. Xiao Chen initially wished to encourage them to continue walking a bit longer, reflecting on her own childhood when working in the fields was far more taxing. Yet, she lamented their lack of gratitude towards Lin Qingyun's kindness. Father, why on such a hot day must they toil in the fields? Xiao Zhan was more than willing to answer his granddaughter's query. Before Xiao Chen could speak, he interjected, "It is the dignity of a farmer." Perhaps this sentiment was common among the older generation, while the modern youth lacked such awareness. As society progressed, monetary gain became the paramount concern for the younger generation, whereas the previous generation valued the bounty of their crops and the abundance of grain. Listening to Xiao Zhan's explanation, both Mumu and Han Han, along with Lin Qingyun and Xiao Hua, gained a newfound understanding and respect for farmers. The older generation dedicated their lives to the land, relying on it for sustenance. Although every household today enjoys financial stability, many are reluctant to strive for the land, yet the emotional attachment of the elder generation to it remains unbreakable. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's remark, Xiao Zhan feigned indignation, retorting, "You little rascal, you speak so eloquently. Yet I recall few instances of you helping me in the fields during your youth." Xiao Chen, incensed by this, replied, "You worked the fields while I was at school, and during holidays, I accompanied you in labor." Xiao Zhan acknowledged this, recognizing Xiao Chen's filial piety and diligence. He mused that Xiao Chen only sought to indulge in a bit of banter, as future opportunities for such exchanges would be scarce. Along their journey, they encountered many warm-hearted individuals who praised Lin Qingyun for her grace as a daughter-in-law. Xiao Hua captured numerous photographs, documenting their day for posterity. As the sun crested the mountaintop, Xiao Zhan led the family back home. Approaching the doorstep, they spotted a young man seated outside, smoking. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's family return, the young man approached to greet them. "Zhang Hao." Xiao Chen squinted, unsure. "Xiao Chen, after all these years, you return without seeking me first." After scrutinizing him closely, Xiao Chen confirmed it was indeed Zhang Hao. Together with Gui Tao, they had been inseparable during their childhood. But after Zhang Hao failed to pass the high school entrance exam and instead attended a technical school, he lost contact with both Gui Tao and Xiao Chen. Uncle and aunt. Zhang Hao greeted Xiao Chen's parents politely. I just returned home yesterday. I thought you were still working away. After their mutual recognition, they exchanged pleasantries. Where is Taozi? Why isn't he returned? He remains at school, likely fretting over where to find a job. Lin Qingyun, recalling a voice message she had sent, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Zhang Hao had heard about Xiao Chen's newfound prosperity, including his impressive fleet of luxury cars, prompting his return from town. Xiao Chen introduced Lin Qingyun and the two children to Zhang Hao, who regarded them with envy. After reminiscing, they exchanged contact information before Zhang Hao returned to his home. He simply could not bear to watch as Lin Qingyun alternately wiped Xiao Chen's sweat and peeled fruit for him. After a considerable time, he felt that he could only postpone his visit. He simply could not consume any more of this dog food. Xiao Chen's mother wished to keep him at home for dinner, but he fled too swiftly. Just as Li Huiyin reached the doorway, Zhang Hao had vanished without a trace. Xiao Zhen and Li Huiyin gazed at the photos taken by Xiao Hua earlier, their faces adorned with unceasing smiles. Let us keep this album at home. Whenever we wish to see it, we can take it out. This is for you too. Once we return, I will also send back the old photos. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's parents beamed even more joyfully. After lunch, Xiao Zhen and Li Huiyin understood it was time for them to depart and chose not to take a nap. Instead, they entertained Mu Mu and Han Han, narrating stories to them. However, it seemed the two little ones were far more amused by Xiao Chen's childhood mishaps. Lin Qingyun joined in the revelry, listening to tales from Xiao Chen's youth, and laughter filled the air. At that moment, however, Gui Tao inconveniently called Xiao Chen. Hello. What is up? What is going on? Can't I call you without a reason? Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Gui Tao fell silent. Ever since Xiao Chen ceased staying in the dormitory, he felt Xiao Chen had grown increasingly distant. One might even say he had become heartless. Where are you? I'm in our village. What? You're home. Surprised by the revelation, Xiao Chen curiously inquired, What's wrong? Can I go home? What's wrong? You used to call me every time you went home, and now you return alone. Why do you ask me what's wrong? You've changed. You've changed. What is wrong with going home? I'm just taking my wife and children to visit. What's the issue? Upon hearing this, Gui Tao lost all desire to converse further with Xiao Chen. They were the same age, having grown up together. Yet this guy had just graduated from university and hastily married, and he even had 2 daughters of his own. Moreover, his wife was financially capable. Nevertheless, despite their banter, the bond between the two remained strong, always ready to support each other in times of need. I'm just letting you know that our department is hosting a graduation gathering at our school this evening. With that, Gui Tao abruptly hung up the phone. His manner of speaking, as if he remembered something and casually mentioned it, amused Lin Qingyun. Is he always in such a hurry to hang up? Xiao Chen sighed, feeling helpless. It had barely been a week since they last met, yet Gui Tao seemed transformed. However, Xiao Chen was oblivious to Gui Tao's inner turmoil. Was Xiao Chen still the same person he once knew, especially with Lin Qingyun's repeated blows? Are you going tonight? Lin Qingyun hoped Xiao Chen would attend. This gathering was the last opportunity for him to reunite with his university friends. I feel that if I don't go, Gui Tao might just take a stab at me. Lin Qingyun was unsure what Xiao Chen meant by stab, but she looked at him with eager anticipation. Perhaps this was the essence of their unspoken understanding. Do you wish to go as well? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's inquiry, Lin Qingyun nodded with delight. It had been quite some time since she had immersed herself in the atmosphere of university life, a feeling she deeply cherished. However, the primary reason was to uphold Xiao Chen's reputation. After dinner at home that evening, they planned to venture out together. Mu Mu and Han Han had been listening intently. Both eagerly awaited Xiao Chen to invite them, saying Mu Mu and Han Han can come too. Yet, noticing Xiao Chen's apparent lack of intention to include them, Han Han approached Xiao Chen with a tentative inquiry. Daddy, are you going out with Mommy? Observing Han Han's adorable expression, Xiao Chen understood the little one's intentions. Indeed, I shall accompany Mommy. Xiao Chen mimicked Han Han's tone. Daddy, stop being annoying. Why are you copying me? Han Han retorted, choosing to ignore him. Mommy, are you going out with Daddy? Lin Qingyun watched as Han Han posed the same question to her, mirroring the same gesture. She affectionately patted her charming little head and replied, Yes, I'm going out with Daddy. The laughter from Moo Moo was uncontrollable. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun's mimicry was simply too amusing. Sister, are you laughing at me? It's so annoying. Han Han's discontent was palpable, and she glanced helplessly at her grandfather. Enough. Xiao Chen, stop laughing. Look at how you're teasing the child. Lin Qingyun's father, Xiao Zhen, had a stern tone. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun immediately fell silent, realizing they had indeed been too harsh on Han Han. Han Han, I was just joking with you. Don't take it to heart. I'll ask Daddy to take us out tonight. Lin Qingyun reassured her. Xiao Chen, taken aback by Lin Qingyun's words, found himself in a quandary. While attending a graduation gathering with his wife might be acceptable, bringing their daughter along was a different matter altogether. However, seeing Han Han's expression made it hard for him to leave her behind. All right, you all can come with me tonight. I am exceptional. I possess this ability. Initially intending to attend as an ordinary individual, Xiao Chen decided to abandon that pretense when his wife and daughter expressed reluctance. I want to be low-key, but my capabilities simply do not allow it. Upon hearing that Xiao Chen was willing to take them out, Han Han's previously sullen expression transformed into one of pure joy. I knew Daddy would definitely take me. You're the best, Daddy. Xiao Zhen mused. Why do I feel like I'm working for someone else? Words flowed endlessly. It was time for Xiao Chen's family to return home. Xiao Chen's parents bid a reluctant farewell to Lin Qingyun and her daughter. Make sure to visit often. Li Huiyun watched the departing vehicle with lingering affection as she returned home with Xiao Zhen. Children need their own lives. They cannot revolve around just the two of us. Seeing Li Huiyun's reluctant expression, Xiao Zhen offered her comfort. As long as they could live happily, that was enough. Li Huiyun linked her arm with Xiao Zhen's, and they walked home together. Xiao Zhen felt nothing amiss. Their neighbors looked on with envy at the couple's harmonious and blissful demeanor. Since returning to the village, the couple had never been seen quarreling. Xiao Zhen always indulged Li Huiyun, and she never acted unreasonably. This alone was enviable enough, and now with Xiao Chen's newfound wealth and a beautiful, understanding wife, Xiao Zhen's standing in the village had significantly risen. Moo Moo and Han Han sat in the car, also feeling a deep reluctance towards their grandparents. Dad, why don't Grandpa and Grandma come back to our house with us? Xiao Chen explained because Grandpa and Grandma are a family, so they live together. Now, we are a family, and we live together. When you grow up, you will also form your own families, and we will all be apart. Xiao Chen was unsure how to elaborate further. Don't you want to live with us? He asked, knowing it might sadden them, so he could only respond vaguely. Han Han insisted, I will never abandon you, Dad. When I grow up, I will be with you and Mom. Lin Qingyun glanced at Han Han, silently thinking, oh please, just you? You can hardly move when you see a handsome guy, and you won't abandon us? It's good enough that you don't annoy us when you grow up. Moo Moo and Han Han were oblivious to Lin Qingyun's inner musings. In time, you will think differently. Dad, are you doubting me? Chapter 074. Let us get to know each other again. I am Xiao Chen. Why does this sound so familiar? After some thought, he realized it was something that annoying system often said to him. Damn it, he muttered, it only bullies me, gives me abilities without telling me what they are, making me discover them one by one. Xiao Chen felt quite speechless. Ding, please do not question this system. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with the lazy system. Ding, host, please keep your language clean. The system had indeed provided Xiao Chen with considerable benefits. His prowess with Lin Qingyun had reached impressive heights. Reflecting on this, Xiao Chen no longer felt the need to contend with the system. Now, he had everything he desired, and whether the system complied was of little consequence to him. This isn't doubt. Han Han, don't overthink it. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Han Han pouted disdainfully, as if to say, how dare you question me? My love for Mom and Dad is genuine. Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen exchanged amused glances through the rearview mirror, chuckling at the little one's antics. She is so young. When she grows up, she'll definitely be quite the character. Throughout the journey, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun continued to joke with Moo Moo and Han Han, while Xiao Hua sat nearby, unsure of whose side to take, only able to stifle her laughter. Han could not reach Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, but upon seeing Sister Xiaohua smile at her, she playfully covered Xiaohua's mouth with her hand. Yet, no one was angry, it was all in jest. Xiaohua reciprocated the playfulness with Moo and Han. Observing this lively scene, Lin Qingyun felt a sense of warmth in her heart. Such interactions had never occurred before Xiao Chen's return. The usually reserved and aloof Lin Qingyun radiated a brilliant smile, which brought joy to Xiaohua, Moo, and Han. The group continued their playful banter, returning home in a cheerful uproar. Upon arriving home, Lin Qingyun ascended the stairs directly, preparing her attire for the evening banquet. She was determined not to let her husband lose face in front of his classmates. After a long drive, Xiao Chen rested in the living room, contemplating what to cook later. While he sat on the sofa, eyes closed in contemplation, the tea prepared by the others to welcome Xiao Chen's family remained unserved. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed from the entrance, startling Xiao Chen awake. Given that they lived on a mountain, it was unusual for anyone other than Lin Qingyun's family to be there. The bodyguards would not be idly playing with cars, as Lin Qingyun had designated specific areas for the servants' entertainment. Turning his head, Xiao Chen saw Aunt Liang warmly welcoming an unfamiliar man into their home. "Aunt Liang, it's fine. You go about your business. No need to bother with me. Isn't it true that the young master hasn't been here for months? Look how happy you are to see him. Go on. I'm sure your sister misses you too." Aunt Liang brought the man in and returned to her own tasks. Xiao Chen scoffed at her words. "What nonsense! My wife thinks only of me. Who is this fellow?" The man's flamboyant punk attire was ostentatious, clearly a dandy seeking attention, which made Xiao Chen disinterested in engaging with him. Before ascending the stairs, Lin Qingzi took note of Xiao Chen lounging on the sofa, his expression one of disbelief. "So lazy. I wonder how my sister manages to keep you in line." He marched straight towards Xiao Chen and plopped down on the sofa, glaring at him with irritation. Xiao Chen squinted, regarding the imposing Lin Qingzi with disdain. Lin Qingzi's agitation grew upon seeing Xiao Chen's nonchalant demeanor. "Why aren't you doing anything?" Xiao Chen finally realized that Lin Qingzi had mistaken him for a servant. "Doing what? It's not even time for me to work yet. Besides, what do you know? You little brat?" Lin Qingzi's temper flared at Xiao Chen's retort. "You can't just sit here sleeping. Don't you have your own room? Who gave you permission to nap here? What if guests come and see you like this? My sister would be embarrassed." Xiao Chen found Lin Qingzi's attitude amusing. This young brother-in-law certainly had a fiery temperament. Sensing the situation, Xiao Chen decided to have a bit of fun, wanting to temper Lin Qingzi's arrogance. While it was acceptable for the youth to be a bit reckless, it was inappropriate for him to blather on without grasping the situation. As a brother-in-law, Xiao Chen felt it was his duty to impart some wisdom. "After all, who said I couldn't rest here? Moreover, I'm merely taking a short break. Why should that be a source of embarrassment?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's reasoning, Lin Qingzi was determined not to yield. His mother had always remarked that he was quite the talker. How could he possibly lose an argument to a mere servant? "Aren't you supposed to wear work attire? Is that just a t-shirt enough to start working?" Faced with the criticism, Xiao Chen retorted defiantly, "In my own home, I can wear whatever I wish. Do you wear a school uniform at home too?" Lin Qingzi felt exposed, realizing he was being recognized as a student, and his face flushed with embarrassment. "Humph, I don't wear a uniform at school either. Then why should I adhere to the rules if you can flout them?" Lin Qingzi was momentarily rendered speechless. This guy spoke just like my sister. They both seemed to take on the role of a disciplinarian. But that was his sister. She had the authority to do so. What right did a servant have to chastise him? "We pay your salary." "Indeed, but it is your sister who pays me, not you." As he saw Lin Qingzi at a loss for words, Xiao Chen pressed on. "Your sister pays me, so I abide by her rules. Your parents give you money. Is it to foster these bad habits?" Observing the earrings adorning Lin Qingzi's ears and the makeup on his face, Xiao Chen couldn't help but scoff. "Can't a man display a masculine demeanor? You look more like a woman." With that, Xiao Chen pretended to feel hot, lifting his shirt to reveal his sculpted abs. Lin Qingzi couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of Xiao Chen's muscles, startling Xiao Chen in return. Could he really be a man? He quickly lowered his shirt. Lin Qingzi wasn't lacking in masculinity. It was simply that the influence of wealth had surrounded him with male celebrities who often frequented his life and introduced him to makeup trends. He had absorbed some of their less desirable habits. However, upon witnessing Xiao Chen's robust masculinity, his firm physique, and his clean-cut face, Lin Qingze couldn't help but compare and feel rather feminine in contrast. "Who exactly are you?" Xiao Chen tugged at his collar and replied nonchalantly, "Let's reintroduce ourselves. I am your brother-in-law." Chapter 75. Is this how the wealthy operate? Brother-in-law? Lin Qingze's expression reflected disbelief upon hearing Xiao Chen's claim. Outside of school, he spent all his time with a group of dubious friends, showing little interest in family matters. Lin Ji would strike him every time they met, and now he was too afraid to return home, seeking refuge with his sister instead. Brother-in-law? Xiao Chen regarded Lin Qingze with mild disdain. "What else would you expect? I'm not your romantic partner. When did my sister ever get married? I was completely unaware." Lin Qingze continued to gaze at Xiao Chen in disbelief. "Even you, the notorious troublemaker, know how to come home." The voice of Lin Qingyun echoed from upstairs. She had not anticipated Lin Qingze's visit, let alone him sitting and conversing with Xiao Chen. At home, this fellow was beyond anyone's control, with Lin Ji often striking him whenever they met. "Sister, is he really my brother-in-law? What else could he be?" Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's response, Lin Qingze was at a loss as to whether he should feel joy or sorrow. "It's nothing. I just wanted to say, brother-in-law, you're quite handsome." Ever since Xiao Chen revealed his abs, Lin Qingze had sensed something amiss about him. "Damn, is this how wealthy people behave? Get lost. Let me tell you, I'm a decent person. Put away that greedy look in your eyes." It was then that Lin Qingze realized his gaze towards Xiao Chen was somewhat inappropriate. "A brother-in-law." Hearing Lin Qingze's words made Xiao Chen's skin crawl. "Scram! Don't look at me with those lustful eyes." Lin Qingze felt embarrassed. He merely wished to practice with Xiao Chen to gain a bit of masculinity. "Brother-in-law, can you please stop that? Look at all these goosebumps. They could practically be used for cooking, you know?" Listening to Lin Qingze's voice, which was coarse yet softened when directed at him, Xiao Chen grew increasingly annoyed. "Haven't I told you? I'm a decent person." Noticing Xiao Chen's reaction, Lin Qingze became aware of his own awkwardness. Nevertheless, he still sought to clarify. "I just wanted to— What, you little rascal?" With that, Xiao Chen stood up and rushed to Lin Qingyun's side. "Wife, is our brother's orientation a bit off?" Observing Xiao Chen's serious demeanor, Lin Qingyun, who had not seen Lin Qingze in quite some time, noticed that Xiao Chen did not appear to be joking. Instantly, her expression turned cold, her tone frigid yet filled with fury. "This is my man. If you want to die, just try it." "Sister, I'm your biological brother. How would you think that of me? Let's take it slow." Lin Qingyun's icy tone genuinely frightened Lin Qingze. At home, she was the only one who treated him well. She had never scolded him before. Suddenly feeling the weight of her presence, Lin Qingze was somewhat intimidated. "Brother-in-law, don't be scared. Just what? You little brat. I can indulge you in many ways, but if you dare say another word about this, I will castrate you." "Castrate?" Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. As for Lin Qingze, he could only sit stiffly on the stool, too afraid to utter a word, frozen in place. Witnessing his demeanor, Xiao Chen patted his own clothes, knowing that with his wife present, this brat wouldn't dare misbehave. Just as he intended to approach Lin Qingze to steer him towards the righteous path of becoming a proper man, Lin Qingze, sitting on the sofa, quietly murmured, "Brother-in-law." "You all misunderstood." Lin Qingyun, upon witnessing his predicament, felt a twinge of compassion. She sat beside him, offering words of comfort. "Brother, fret not. Such matters can surely be remedied. I will find you a doctor and a girlfriend, and we shall take our time to mend this. Rest assured, I shall never allow my brother to become a homosexual." However, Lin Qingyun's reassurances did little to soothe Lin Qingze's emotions. Instead, he became even more agitated. "Sister, do you think I am that kind of person?" he protested vehemently. "How stubborn you are. Just look at yourself, all brooding and effeminate. You exude no semblance of masculinity. It's evident you are inclined the other way." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's incessant remarks, Lin Qingyun cast Lin Qingze a reassuring glance. No worries. Your brother-in-law has plenty of solutions. Even if you're indeed inclined that way, he can surely set you straight. Each of Lin Qingyun's and Xiao Chen's words pierced Lin Qingze's heart, bringing him to the verge of tears. I swear I am not. Sister, brother-in-law, please listen to me. I am not. Fear not. As long as you cooperate, your brother-in-law will surely restore you. Lin Qingyun interjected, cutting him off. Yes, if you heed your brother-in-law's advice, I will ensure you become a proper man, allowing you to showcase your true prowess. Lin Qingze, at this moment, found himself at a loss for words. I am not. You misunderstand. I have a girlfriend. Xiao Chen gazed at Lin Qingze in disbelief. Is this fellow truly capable of having a girlfriend? He appears so effeminate. If Guitao and the others were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Could this be the power of wealth? Your sister knows that individuals like you refer to each other as girlfriends and boyfriends. You should end that relationship. Collaborate with your brother-in-law for treatment. And I believe there is still hope for you. Although Xiao Chen lacked extensive knowledge in this area, Lin Qingyun's words resonated deeply. This does seem quite convincing. This fellow has indeed been exposed. Realizing he could not articulate his defense, Lin Qingze pulled out his phone and unlocked the screen. Look, the screensaver is a photo of me with my girlfriend. He displayed his phone, revealing an image of himself with a blonde beauty, blue eyes, and fair skin. Well, a foreign girl, no less. Xiao Chen exclaimed, genuinely impressed. At this moment, both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun's attention was wholly captivated by their younger sibling. Lin Qingyun took the phone, examining it closely. Not bad. Quite impressive to have secured a girlfriend right after high school. Lin Qingze and Xiao Chen exchanged awkward glances, pondering the implications of Lin Qingyun's words. Xiao Chen's mind wandered briefly, wondering if Lin Qingyun might be referring to him as having secured a pair of twins right after graduating university. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, this was his wife. He couldn't entertain such frivolous notions. Husband, do you think I am more attractive? Or is our sibling the more alluring one? How could Xiao Chen falter on such a life-and-death question? Of course, my wife is more beautiful. Just look at that photo. Who is that? How can anyone compare to my wife? It is not mere boasting when I say that, even if another 10 were to stand before me, they would not possess even a fraction of her beauty. Lin Qingze, Chapter 76. You might as well end my life. Lin Qingyun, however, was amused, while Lin Qingze wore a grim expression as he gazed at the couple. Brother, do you think what your brother-in-law said is true? I feel he is deceiving me. Lin Qingyun held her phone beside her face, prompting Lin Qingze to make a comparison. Is there any need for comparison? It is utterly without suspense. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Qingze with unwavering confidence, awaiting his response. Lin Qingze feigned confusion and spoke. Shall I take my leave then? Only then did they realize, oh, this is the younger brother, not Chen. Gust ist. Why get upset? A man must embody a certain masculine charm. One cannot falter in that regard. Lin Qingze felt as if he had been struck down a peg, staring speechlessly at the two. Sensing Lin Qingze's gaze, Xiao Chen stood up and said, Ahem, I shall go prepare the meal. Seeing Xiao Chen leave, Lin Qingyun quickly followed suit. Dear, I wish to cook with you. Lin Qingze began to regret his visit. Initially, he sought comfort from Lin Qingyun, but what awaited him was not solace, but rather a crushing blow, a devastating strike, and an endless supply of dog food. In their home, when had Lin Qingyun ever cooked? Now, she eagerly rushed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. How the tides have changed, how the world has transformed, how people have evolved. Lin Qingze sighed helplessly and ascended the stairs in search of his little niece and nephew. Moo Moo, Han Han, do you recognize me? The two children, engrossed in their toys, looked up at Lin Qingze, momentarily failing to recognize him, as it had been half a year since their last encounter. Being so young, their impression of Lin Qingze was rather vague. Observing the bewildered expressions of Moo Moo and Han Han, Lin Qingze quipped, Do you not recognize me? Perhaps I have become more handsome. Have you forgotten? I am your uncle. Uncle? Moo Moo and Han Han stared at the man before them, incredulous that he could possibly be their uncle. Lin Qingze felt a pang of disappointment. Do you not remember me? Moo Moo and Han Han set down their toys, scrutinizing Lin Qingze intently. Are you truly our uncle? Indeed, you can be certain of one thing. I am your uncle. The two children finally recognized him, recalling their childhood memories. Uncle, why do you resemble a woman? Were you born from our grandfather's hand? Lin Qingze stood there mortified. Was he truly so unremarkable in his niece's eyes? Mu Mu and Han Han had scant memories of Lin Qingze, save for the times they visited their grandfather's house, where they witnessed him being scolded and hung on the door by their grandfather. Though Lin Qingyun had shielded them from seeing, they still caught glimpses of Lin Qingze enduring punishment through the gaps between her legs. Their sympathy, coupled with the fact that they had never witnessed such scenes, left a lasting impression on them. Seeing Lin Qingze lost in silence, Mu Mu and Han Han speculated that perhaps he was recalling the moment he was struck. Their hearts ached unbearably, rendering them speechless. It's all right, Uncle, we won't hit you. I will tell my father not to hit you either. Rest assured, we shall protect you. Their comforting words moved Lin Qingze to tears. Observing his sorrowful expression, Mu Mu and Han Han felt compelled to embrace him. But then one of them said, Uncle, please wash off your makeup. I don't want to hug you with that on your face. For a fleeting moment, Lin Qingze contemplated fleeing from the scene. Is this social death? No, rather familial death. However, considering that his dear nieces meant well, he went ahead and washed his face. Wow, even after washing your face, you're still not as handsome as my father. You're still a bit lacking, one of them teased. How can you say it's a bit lacking? Can he even be compared to my father? Lin Qingze retorted. Do you not believe I could perish before your eyes? If you don't wish to praise me, just say so instead of taking turns at it. What is this? Are you conducting a debate? You started with a wow, and I was prepared for compliments. Yet what followed was increasingly hurtful. This is even worse than what Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun did. Laughter erupted as Mu Mu and Han Han observed Lin Qingze's awkward grin. They tilted their heads in confusion. Are you all right, Uncle? Mu Mu asked, waving her hand in front of his eyes. Are you feeling fine? Yes, Lin Qingze replied, reveling in the moment. You may continue as if you have never seen me. With that, he descended the stairs and sank onto the sofa, staring vacantly out the window, lost in thought. Was he truly so inadequate that it provoked such disdain from his sister's family? He couldn't help but feel drawn to Xiao Chen, a man who inexplicably captivated him. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were blissfully unaware of Lin Qingze's plight, immersed in the joy of cooking together, having long since forgotten about him. Before long, Lin Qingyun ascended the stairs to call Mu Mu and Han Han for dinner. Uncle, come quickly, it's time for dinner. Han Han made sure to summon Lin Qingze before they began eating. Hearing Han Han call for him again, Lin Qingze looked up to see the family awaiting him at the staircase, and a pang of sadness pierced his heart. In his childhood, he too had waited for his sister and mother, anticipating Lin Ji's return for dinner. Over the years, he had unknowingly transformed into the very person he once despised in his youth. Unlike Lin Qingyun, who excelled academically and was dutiful to their parents, Lin Qingze felt like a failure, relying solely on his allowance, a mere shadow of his former self. What about a girlfriend? Lin Qingze was uncertain whether she liked him or merely his wealth. As for his so-called friends, they were hardly worth mentioning. Purely driven by her own financial interests, she drew closer to him, observing Xiao Chen feeding Mu Mu and Han Han. It evoked memories of Lin Ji feeding her during her childhood. The scene of this family's happiness resonated with the warmth she once experienced at home. Lin Qingze feebly picked at his food. What? Goodness! Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were equally perplexed. How could a meal provoke such exclamations? Brother-in-law, your cooking is exceptionally delicious. Xiao Chen wore an expression of disdain, thinking, at least he graduated high school. Could he not possess a modicum of culture? Was it appropriate to describe his own cooking with such exclamations? Enough said. The civilization of Huaxia is profound and expansive. Chapter 077. Was that a genuine gunfight? Oof. My father's cooking is superb. Uncle, you should eat more. You seem so thin, not as robust as my family's dodo. Lin Qingze retorted, can I possibly be compared to a dog? Oh wait, can that dog compare to me? Huh, it seems no matter how I phrase it, it feels off. As Lin Qingze noticed his sister's family looking at him with strange expressions, he lowered his gaze to the ground. Uncle, what are you searching for? Oh, me? I'm looking for a crack in the floor to see if I can slip into it. This sudden remark made Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was their younger brother. How could they allow him to feel such discomfort in their home? Brother, don't look. This is a marble floor. And even if there are cracks, you cannot slip into them. As soon as Lin Qingyun finished speaking, she sensed she might have misspoken. However, upon reflection, it seemed innocuous enough. Indeed, even if there are cracks, he cannot slip through. She merely intended to comfort him and encourage him not to overthink it. Yes, he is my dear brother. How could I possibly be so cruel to him? Upon hearing her remark about the cracks, Lin Qingze felt it was a blatant mockery. Sister, if you wish for my demise, you need not be so indirect in expressing it. Xiao Chen sensed the atmosphere had become awkward and attempted to smooth things over. Qingze, let us eat. Is this dish to your liking? Yes, it's fantastic. Lin Qingze fell silent, quietly consuming his meal, observing his sister's family. He couldn't help but admire Xiao Chen's prowess. The fact that even someone as formidable as his sister could be managed by him spoke volumes about Xiao Chen's capabilities. After all, since he couldn't return home for the summer break, he might as well stay here. Although their words often stung him, this too allowed him to confront reality. Gazing at Xiao Chen's masculine aura, Lin Qingze couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. As a man, the disparity between himself and Xiao Chen was indeed stark. After the meal, Tao called. Are you coming or not? We just finished eating and are about to head out. Hearing the urgency in the voice, Xiao Chen felt a bit embarrassed, realizing they were all waiting for him. Eating? Liang is still waiting for you to treat us to a meal. Have you already dined home? Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Xiao Chen felt helpless. He had to ensure his daughter was well fed first. I will treat you all soon. I'm almost there, so don't rush me. On the other end, damn it, he hung up. Brother-in-law, are you going out to play? Observing that Xiao Chen, Lin Qingyun, and even Mu Mu and Han Han had donned their formal attire, Xiao Chen curiously inquired. We have a reunion with college classmates. They invited me over. Hearing this, Lin Qingze became quite interested, as he too was soon to embark on his university journey, leaving the arduous high school life behind and approaching the harbor of happiness. Lin Qingze mumbled softly, wishing to join but unsure of how to express it. Upon hearing his half-spoken words, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun responded, What's wrong? If you wish to ask someone for a favor, you must first offer a compliment. Brother-in-law, you look really handsome in that suit. Wow, you're still concerned about my health, huh? This child never learns. Lin Qingze dared not deny it. Lin Qingze, I believe this is my final warning to you. Upon seeing Lin Qingyun's fierce gaze, Lin Qingze felt intimidated. I want to go with you. To say it directly. Why beat around the bush like a woman? Let us go. Brother-in-law will take you. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's agreement, Lin Qingze's spirits lifted, and he immediately followed Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt no embarrassment. With his wife and children in tow, what did it matter if he had one more little brother-in-law? He chuckled at the thought, not caring about others' opinions of him. On the road, 2 Rolls-Royces sped along. Naturally, Xiao Chen's family occupied one vehicle, while Lin Qingze sat with the bodyguards in the other. Nevertheless, he was delighted to be out with Xiao Chen rather than cooped up at home. Moreover, being with Xiao Chen allowed him to absorb a bit of manly charm. At the entrance of Luoqing University, the 2 Rolls-Royces came to a stop. Xiao Hua and the driver exited to open the doors as Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun stepped out with the children. Gazing at the school sign, Lin Qingyun's thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling the moment she first met Xiao Chen. Dad, is this your school? Indeed, this is where your father studied, and your mother was also a student here. So, are you here to study? Hearing such innocent questions from the child, Xiao Chen chuckled. Your father and mother have already graduated. We are here for a reunion with old classmates. Upon hearing this, Mu Mu and Han Han ceased their inquiries, content to be held by Xiao Chen. At that moment, Lin Qingze also disembarked from the car, his expression brimming with excitement. What are you excited about? Brother-in-law is going to show you the world today. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun couldn't help but laugh. What does seeing the world mean? Her brother had seen plenty already. She secretly found Xiao Chen quite endearing. As they entered the campus, Xiao Chen spotted a familiar figure. Wow, Chunner, you've finally shown up. You've become even more handsome. In the past, whenever I was out with others, I always remembered to return and check on you. Yet, you have vanished without a trace. For days. A full 4 days without a glimpse of you. Even when I was outside, I never forgot to come back and see you. Do you not miss home after being away for 4 days? Listening to Wang Jiaoyang, I was taken aback, and Xiao Chen was speechless as well. Was that a proper gunfight? No, it was not 4 days. It was 103 hours. I recall that at that moment, my compressed slide was at 6. And then the dreadful news arrived. Have you considered our feelings? Can you empathize with our emotions? Enough. Can you not act like a bunch of women? Am I not your man? Is it so hard for you to be apart from me? Xiao Chen had also heard enough of their chatter. The child was still nearby. They were spewing nonsense. What would happen if it influenced the child? Greetings to you all. Lin Xingyun politely greeted the group. Hello, senior sister. Hello, senior sister. Truly absurd. Who calls her senior sister? Guitao, hearing them refer to her as such, was also at a loss for words. Surely, this would give Chunner a reason to be displeased? Hello, sister-in-law. Chapter 78. No worries, I have my boundaries. Upon hearing Guitao's address, the others immediately grasped the implication. Why not seize the opportunity? Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. At this moment, Xiao Chen's face was already shadowed with displeasure. There is nothing better than dumplings. Nothing more enjoyable than this group of individuals who remain unrepentant. Upon seeing Mu Mu and Han Han, they acted as if they had discovered treasures, each reaching out to embrace the girls. This is our daughter? Go to hell. This is my little lady. Xiao Chen was irked by their words. Mu Mu and Han Han glared at them, refusing to allow them to touch them. Wang Jiaoyang was no fool either. I would wait 20 years for you. Damn it. You silly bird, Scram. How dare they provoke my daughter? However, Xiao Chen refrained from acting out. Given his current condition, he feared he might inadvertently harm Jiaoyang, which would not bode well. At that moment, Lin Xingze felt as though he had entered a new world. Previously, he had only witnessed such dialogue in movies or novels, with curses flowing freely. So manly, his celebrity friends would only express their disdain to him. Suddenly, he found Xiao Chen genuinely impressive. Hello, Xiao Chen is my brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Lin Xingze. Young man, you're quite perceptive. Wang Jiaoyang patted Lin Xingze on the shoulder, finding it amusing. Lin Xingze felt the recognition from Xiao Chen's friends through their gestures. It was an approval of his inclusion in their circle, and he wore an expression of excitement. Alas, this was merely his own imagination. There was not so much drama at play. They were merely greeting him. Chunner, why do I feel you become more handsome? Tian Beixing had always envied Xiao Chen's looks, 2 eyes and a nose. Xiao Chen playfully tousled his hair and cheekily inquired, Am I handsome? The banter between Tian Beixing and Xiao Chen piqued the attention of Wang Jiaoyang and Guitao. Indeed, Chunner looks far more attractive than before. Mu Mu and Han Han retorted upon hearing their remarks. My father has always been handsome. Yes, he has always been this dashing. You shouldn't speak carelessly. The group continued to jest and laugh along the way, with their bodyguards trailing leisurely behind them. Lin Xingze stealthily approached Wang Jiaoyang and whispered, What you mentioned earlier, was it about a real gunfight? Wang Jiaoyang, perceiving the earnestness in Lin Xingze's eyes, decided to indulge him with a little fabrication. Of course, look at me. I am the foremost artillery expert at Luo City University. Would I deceive you? Upon hearing this, Lin Xingze's eyes brimmed with admiration for Wang Jiaoyang. Aren't you afraid of dying? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. Xiao Chen interjected. Then you certainly got a poor bargain for your dictionary. The jest went unnoticed by both. As Wang Jiaoyang continued, remember, I am a top artillery expert at Luo City University. Fearless. Lin Xingze, under the impression that Wang Jiaoyang referred to actual artillery, was further impressed by the notion that such things could exist in this harmonious society. I want to become an artillery expert too. I wish to learn from you. With Wang Jiaoyang on the verge of graduation, the sudden emergence of a protege sparked a twinkle in his eyes. Is that true? Do you really want to learn? Lin Xingze nodded vigorously. Yes, I want to learn. His dream was to join the military and serve his country. I will impart all my knowledge to you. I hope you will carry this craft forward. Though Lin Xingze felt somewhat bewildered, He nodded earnestly. Could you show me your artillery first? Wang Jiaoyang's face flushed with embarrassment, wondering how to respond. He rarely showed even his roommates, let alone a stranger, such things. Yet, encountering the sincere gaze of Lin Qingze, he thought to himself that there were few who were so eager to learn in this day and age. All right, I will find an opportunity to show you. Upon hearing that he would get to see it soon, Lin Qingze was brimming with excitement. He never anticipated that his brother-in-law's friend would be so generous, willing to reveal such dangerous items to him. Instantly, Lin Qingze regarded Wang Jiaoyang as his superior. As the two whispered, they distanced themselves from the others. Jiaoyang, why are you running so far away? Tian Beisheng called out upon noticing Wang Jiaoyang pulling Xiao Chen's younger brother aside for a private conversation. Xiao Chen, seeing Lin Qingze follow Wang Jiaoyang, felt an unsettling premonition. Damn it, Wang Jiaoyang, if you lead him astray, just try it. He has just graduated high school. Is your conscience truly clear? Wang Jiaoyang, already blushing, found it difficult to discuss such matters with Lin Qingze. With Xiao Chen's remark, Wang Jiaoyang's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Before he could muster a retort, Lin Qingze interjected, No worries, brother-in-law, I know my limits. Wang Jiaoyang thought, limits? What limits do you possess? You barely know me and already wish to see my treasure. And you dare claim to have limits? What wisdom could he impart? Leading him astray? Lin Qingyun, entwining her arm with Xiao Chen's, listened to the conversation with curiosity. How could a university student possibly misbehave? Moreover, he was Xiao Chen's good friend. Xiao Chen himself was at a loss for how to respond. After all, there were matters of privacy involved. It's nothing, dear. I'm just chatting, he reassured. Lin Qingyun, however, held little curiosity about Xiao Chen's friends, her focus entirely on him. Guided by Guitao, they soon arrived at the venue of the day. The crowd was dense, reminiscent of gatherings among affluent families. Everyone was sipping red wine and engaging in conversation on the dance floor, exuding an air of wealth. Naturally, this attracted the attention of the wealthy second-generation students from their department, who seized this rare opportunity to flaunt their riches. Numerous girls, well-versed in the art of wealth, approached in exceedingly short skirts and shorts. As Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun entered, they instantly became the center of attention. Is that Xiao Chen? Have you heard? He was dumped by Li Yaoyao a few days ago. And who is this by his side? She is even bringing a child. Is he already married? Such a handsome man, what a shame. Xiao Chen, unaware of the murmurs, would have retorted, what a pity indeed. Many eyes were also drawn to Lin Qingyun, along with Mu and Han Han. Wow, this brother has found such a beautiful wife. Is that Xiao Chen? Does he already have a child? That is quite fast. You fools. Freshly graduated. How could he possibly have such a large child? He must be a stepfather. Chapter 79. Barefaced envy and jealousy in an instant. Everyone was discussing Xiao Chen and his companions. Such scrutiny was not new to Xiao Chen. He had grown accustomed to the chatter, indifferent to the affairs of others. The group found a secluded spot to sit, engaging in conversation that felt discordant with the atmosphere of the venue. Unbeknownst to them, as Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun entered, they had attracted the gaze of onlookers. Look, ISNT, that our department's academic prodigy. Xiao Chen? No wonder we haven't seen him in a while. He has a family now. Little lady, let your brother hold you. Observing the unfriendly demeanor of the newcomers, the bodyguards promptly positioned themselves in front of Xiao Chen and his friends. Isn't that Long Zhen? How have you been? Han Long Zhen, notorious in school as a wealthy second-generation student, had proposed this gathering. Due to his affluence, the class counselors, teachers, and even the department head wholeheartedly supported him, encouraging students to attend. Upon hearing Xiao Chen refer to him as Long Zhen, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. Were it not for his grandfather having bestowed upon him that name, which he was forbidden to change, he would have long since adopted a different one. At school, no one dared to utter his full name. They simply called him Long Ge. Xiao Chen, soon you'll be addressing the class's top student, so do prepare yourself. Long Zhen responded with indifference, turning away as if he had not heard. What is this fool trying to show off for? I can't stand him. And yet here he is, strutting around. Guitao and the others voiced their irritation upon seeing Han Long Zhen leave. At that moment, several of Xiao Chen's classmates approached, congratulating him on his child. Though they were well-meaning, Xiao Chen found it absurd to celebrate when the child was already of a considerable age. It wasn't as if the child had just been born. However, he graciously acknowledged their gestures. Many recognized that Xiao Chen's wife was Lin Qingyun and approached them to extend their greetings, lamenting that their goddess had already married. With a child now in kindergarten, they expressed their discontent, claiming Xiao Chen had acted too swiftly, leaving them no chance. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun could only shake their heads, recalling that when Lin Qingyun departed from this school, these individuals were still basking in the sun during military training. At that moment, Li Yaoyao, accompanied by the wealthy Zhang Hao, deliberately walked past Xiao Chen. How dare this shameless girl show her face here? Xiao Chen thought. Such trash should be brought to kneel with just one punch, yet she dares to prance before us. Chener, don't hold me back. I could easily take care of those two nuisances. Xiao Chen replied, I'm not even holding you. Sensing the tension, Lin Qingyun noticed something amiss. Understanding her gaze, Xiao Chen explained, Wife, this was my girlfriend from school. I was unaware of your existence at that time. Lin Qingyun dismissed the matter, adhering to the principle that ignorance absolves one of guilt. Perhaps we should send Mu Mu and Han Han back. Their presence here is inappropriate. Lin Qingyun recognized that most individuals present harbored hostility toward Xiao Chen, their envy and resentment unmistakable. Their occasional profanities were not suitable for children. Let us depart together then. I merely wish to catch up with Tao and the others, nothing more. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun understood his intentions were solely for her sake. All right, I will follow your lead. Xiao Chen felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks, eliciting envy from Guo Tao and the others. Let us go. I'll treat you all to a meal. Excitement sparked among them at the prospect of a feast. I want skewers, grilled kidneys, they exclaimed. Today, I shall treat you well. Xiao Chen replied, while I had intended to offer something nice, if you all insist on street food, don't blame me for being frugal. Lin Qingyun had no objections. She only wished to be with Xiao Chen. Lin Qingze was even less inclined to voice any dissent, as he was eager to watch the spectacle unfold. On stage, Han Longjin was delivering a speech, while Xiao Chen and his companions made their way towards the exit. Han Longjin had planned to put on a grand show, intending to summon Xiao Chen to humiliate him. Zhang Hao had generously provided funds to Han Longjin, urging him to find an opportunity to undermine Xiao Chen, as he could not shake off the grudge he harbored. What was initially a minute of bravado had been reduced to a mere 5 seconds of true masculinity after Xiao Chen's earlier fright. This had nearly led to a breakup with Li Yaoyao. As Xiao Chen approached the door, Han Longjin found himself unable to finish his self-important lines. Now, let us welcome our department's top student, Xiao Chen, to the stage. The crowd followed Han Longjin's gesture, locating Xiao Chen. Hello, fellow students. Xiao Chen greeted, waving his hand in farewell as he continued towards the exit. There had been arrangements at the door to stop him, but upon seeing the group of bodyguards trailing behind, no one dared to intervene. Han Longjin stood awkwardly, watching Xiao Chen's retreating figure, while the students looked on in confusion. Zhang Hao quickly pulled Han Longjin to pursue him, insisting, we can't let the money go to waste. Long brother, if you succeed, I'll give you 5 million. Although Han Longjin was not in dire need of money, he certainly did not wish to turn down a generous offer. The other students, witnessing this, also followed suit, some even lugging speakers as they chased after him. Xiao Chen, stop. Upon hearing his name called from behind, Xiao Chen positioned Mu Mu and Han Han behind him, glancing back at the throng in pursuit. Most were merely spectators, aware of the unfolding drama. Xiao Chen, who typically traversed between the classroom, library, and dormitory, had little interaction with his peers. What is it? Do you need something from me? He inquired, signaling for the bodyguards to step back. As our department's top student, don't you have anything to share with your classmates? Xiao Chen recognized their ulterior motives, but feigned ignorance. Oh, did I not just speak with them? The crowd stumbled in their response. In the past, during school events, you would always take the stage and speak at length, often more than the principal himself. Surely, you have more to say this time? Han Longjin struck a chord with the audience, recalling the times many had jeered at Xiao Chen during his speeches, thus resonating with their collective sentiment. Xiao Chen, adopting a disdainful demeanor, retorted, "Do you think I wish to speak more? It was the teachers who preferred to ignore you, which compel me to say a bit more." He unequivocally expressed his stance, labeling them as a bunch of fools, eager to witness his downfall. Even the teachers do not wish to engage with you. Han Longgen's embarrassment was palpable, as the crowd felt a profound insult, but found themselves at a loss for a comeback. Upon hearing that you were abandoned by Li Yao, you seemingly vanished. Were you so heartbroken that you chose to retreat? Retreat? How absurd. You hardly deserve such sympathy. This is simply a question and answer session. Yet they wish to play. Xiao Chen does not refuse. "No, I want to seek solace from my wife. Just look at Li Yao. Can she even compare to the tip of my wife's fingernail?" The crowd turned to Lin Qingyun, the undisputed beauty of Luoqing University, and in person, she was far more stunning than any photograph could convey. Zhang Hao glanced between Li Yao beside him and Lin Qingyun beside Xiao Chen. "Indeed, so are you now living off your wife's wealth?" Xiao Chen, typically an ordinary student, often had to work part-time to earn a living. Yet now, his attire far surpassed that of his peers, accompanied by bodyguards no less. Just as Xiao Chen was about to respond, Lin Qingyun interjected. "My husband has a delicate stomach. Our meals are soft, which he prefers." Xiao Chen felt a swell of pride at his wife's words. Truly splendid. The crowd gazed upon him with envy. To marry a transcendent beauty like Lin Qingyun was already a source of admiration. Moreover, she possessed considerable wealth. Who could withstand such envy? Anticipating the next question, Xiao Chen preemptively seized the microphone before anyone could inquire. His speed was such that Han Long hardly noticed the microphone had been taken from his grasp. Ahem! Clearing his throat, he prepared to speak. The brother carrying the speakers nearly fainted. "I met my wife during my freshman year while you were still undergoing military training, basking in the sun. Alas, there's no helping it. My charm is simply overwhelming. I never intended to marry right after graduation, but my wife is waiting for me with our child. In the past, I was like you, focused on graduating and finding a job to earn money. However, my wife cannot bear to see me work. She generously provides me with a monthly allowance of tens of thousands, even millions. Money? It is merely a figure. Classmates, you cannot even begin to fathom my happiness." With that, Xiao Chen handed the microphone back to Han Long and turned to leave with his companions. "To hell with basking in the sun. The military training has left me sunburned. Xiao Chen is so handsome. I wish I could be like him. If only I had money, I would support Xiao Chen too." Some expressed envy, while others, unable to attain the same, harbored resentment toward Xiao Chen. He ignored their disdain and headed straight for the school gates, making his way to the nearby food stall. "Boss, the menu," Wang Jiaoyang shouted as he took his seat. "Goodness, it's clear that this ISNT coming out of his own pocket. He shows no restraint." The atmosphere had become lively. Previously, they would pool their money for meals, but now, with Xiao Chen as their benefactor, they felt free to indulge without hesitation. "Go ahead, eat to your heart's content. If you can't finish, just take it home." Lin Qingyun arranged a table for her bodyguards, allowing them to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Their dedication was unwavering. Wherever she went, they followed, never faltering in their duties. Although they found themselves in a humble eatery this time, they were deeply appreciative of her kindness. Guo Tao and his companions perused the menu, deliberating their choices. Ultimately, they refrained from ordering too many dishes, as Lin Qingyun discerned their intention to help Xiao Chen save money. Saving money? How much could one possibly spend at a casual eatery? "Do you doubt my ability to reserve the entire place?" She jested. "Boss, bring 5 pounds of your skewers for each dish, and the rest you may decide upon." Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's directive, Xiao Chen added, "Serve the grilled fish and beer generously. Let us not skimp on the kidneys and lamb testicles. Today we revel." Guo Tao and the others were taken aback. Guo Tao exclaimed, "This is what you mean when you say we cannot experience their joy?" Having traversed many eateries over the years, they had never witnessed such a grand ordering style. Typically, patrons ordered by the skewer. Today, however, it seemed they were purchasing by weight. Even the owner was momentarily taken aback. "For your 2 tables, the beer is on the house." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun promptly interjected, No need. We are all in business here. We do not require free offerings. We are quite capable. Xiao Chen was equally astonished by his wife's boldness. They were foregoing free drinks in favor of payment? Such financial prowess was truly impressive. Guo and even the owner gazed at Lin Qingyun in disbelief. Are you serious? Lin Qingze, unable to contain himself, suggested, shall I settle the bill for you now? No. Please wait. Your dishes will be served shortly. Guo and the others were astonished, questioning if such extravagance was genuine. Why are you looking at me? I'm not the skewers. Lin Qingyun sensed their stares and felt a tinge of embarrassment. Had she done something amiss while ordering? Sister-in-law, do you need a younger brother? Get lost. What younger brother? Sister-in-law, if you desire, I can be your son right now. I am a second son. Upon hearing their banter, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. You dare to covet my wife's favor. Lin Qingyun was taken aback by their boldness. Goodness, do you wish to be my son right away? Am I that old? The three eagerly responded to her query. You look younger than my sister. At your age, you must be in your prime at 18. You appear far younger than even your daughter. Coughing awkwardly, Lin Qingyun replied, young people should strive for their own success. If you find yourselves unemployed, feel free to come work at our company. The three nodded in agreement. Before long, the owner approached with a smile, carrying skewers. Guo and his companions wasted no time in diving into the feast. Observing Lin Qingze's technique, Wang Jiaoyang corrected him. You must do it this way to truly savor it. If you nibble just a little, you'll miss the spirit of the meal. Hold the skewer in your right hand, take a bite, and pull it off with vigor. Behold, they've all managed to eat properly. The trio watched as Lin Qingze struggled comically, unable to even handle skewered meat properly. This sent Mu and Henin into fits of laughter, their mouths stretched wide with mirth. Xiao Chen, however, meticulously peeled the meat off the skewers piece by piece, feeding the two girls who obediently cradled their little bowls. Dad! Chapter 81. Crisis. Guo and his companions indulged heartily this time, savoring the primal joy of devouring meat and downing liquor in great gulps. Ordinarily, they wouldn't dare be so reckless. Otherwise, their feast would be over in no time. Most days, it was just one skewer and a single bottle of beer. Grateful glances were exchanged between them, directed at Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun. As the meal drew to a close, everyone lingered in conversation. Wang Jiaoyang tugged at Lin Qingze's sleeve, and the two slipped away into the restroom. Here, let me show you my treasure. Lin Qingze was startled. Wasn't this supposed to be about artillery? Why was he undoing his pants now? Bro, wasn't this about cannons? What are you taking your pants off for? Wang Jiaoyang looked equally bewildered. Hadn't they been talking about the same thing earlier? Without hesitation, he dropped his trousers and gave a few demonstrative shakes. Isn't this what you wanted to see? Lin Qingze froze, a wave of nausea rising from his chest. What the hell? So this is the cannon you meant? Seeing Lin Qingze's horrified expression, Wang Jiaoyang smirked in satisfaction. Exactly the reaction I wanted. Lin Qingze felt his worldview shatter. What in the actual? Can you stop flailing that thing around? Holy shit. Jiaoyang, what the fuck are you doing? Xiao Chen strode into the restroom just as Wang Jiaoyang was brandishing himself at Lin Qingze. What the? Stop swinging that around. Wang Jiaoyang jumped at Xiao Chen's sudden entrance. Chen, what are you doing here? If I hadn't come in, this kid's ass would been history. Xiao Chen retorted, rubbing his temples as he took in the shell-shocked Lin Qingze. What kind of human does something like this? Yes, just a kid. Be brother-in-law. Lin Qingze stammered, trembling. This was not what he had expected. Who the hell could guessed cannon meant this kind of cannon? Don't talk to me. And you dare deny it. The moment you meet my roommate, you're already making moves? Xiao Chen glared at Lin Qingze with undisguised revulsion. Wang Jiaoyang, mortified, hastily yanked his pants up. Chen, it's not what you think. The hell at isn't. Another minute, and this kid would been violated. Xiao Chen's gaze flicked to Lin Qingze's innocent face. How could you even? He just turned 18. Three shattered innocents, now fully clothed. Wang Jiaoyang was desperate to explain, otherwise his entire university reputation would be ruined. What are you standing around for? Pin him down. Wang Jiaoyang barked at Lin Qingze before lunging at Xiao Chen. Lin Qingze stood frozen, utterly lost. Shouldn't it be you, the pervert? In what way is Wang Jiaoyang even a rival to Xiao Chen now? Still wanting to contend with him? Xiao Chen seized Wang Jiaoyang's arm and applied pressure. Wang Jiaoyang was like a child, pinned to the ground by Xiao Chen. Do you still wish to fight me? Speak honestly. Have you been harboring ill intentions towards me all along? Wang Jiaoyang found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Chen cast Wang Jiaoyang aside against the wall and shot a glare at Lin Qingze. Lin Qingze was all too familiar with this situation. At home, Lin Ji would often treat him like this. He quickly squatted down next to Wang Jiaoyang. The two exchanged explanations, each trying to clarify. What the hell? Xiao Chen understood their words and, upon realizing it was a misunderstanding, decided to let them off the hook. Brother-in-law, can you keep this a secret? Indeed, Chener. I do not wish for my esteemed reputation to be tarnished here. Observing their expressions, Xiao Chen had no intention of disclosing the incident. He turned and walked away, leaving the two to exchange glances. Lin Qingze instinctively maintained his distance from Wang Jiaoyang. Wang Jiaoyang was curious. How could this fellow mistake casual banter for something serious? Moreover, he had merely spoken offhandedly, yet the other truly believed it. Lin Qingze emerged from the restroom, his face still a mask of shock. Brother, what is wrong with you? Lin Qingyun noticed Lin Qingze's demeanor and inquired with concern. Hearing his sister's question only added to Lin Qingze's embarrassment. It's nothing, sis. After a while, Wang Jiaoyang exited the restroom, awkwardly regarding Xiao Chen and Lin Qingze. I say, this matter is not my fault. Do you believe me? After enjoying their meal, Xiao Chen settled the bill, and the group meandered onto the street. As the driver went to fetch the car, they stood by the roadside, relishing the evening breeze. I have felt the evening breeze that you felt. Does that mean we are embracing? Xiao Chen suddenly hummed a line. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Only Lin Qingyun blushed slightly, gazing at Xiao Chen with starry eyes. What did you learn to sing? Guo Tao and the others were quite puzzled, recalling how Xiao Chen's singing had often tormented them during their outings. The young master knows many things. You know nothing, knows many things. What do we know? Hey, what are you all imagining? Observing Guo Tao and the others lost in thought, Xiao Chen realized they were indulging in fanciful thoughts. Soon, the driver arrived with the car. After bidding farewell to the three, Xiao Chen and his family set off for home, chatting and laughing along the way. Yet Xiao Chen's expression remained grave. He kept an eye on the rearview mirror. The driver, curious, noted that the same few Wuling Hongwangs had been following them all along. Turn around. Head toward the outskirts. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's command, the driver quickly complied. However, Lin Qingze and Xiaohua sensed the coldness in Xiao Chen's voice. What is wrong? Is something amiss? It's nothing, dear. Just a trivial matter. No need to worry. Noticing Xiao Chen's serious demeanor, Lin Qingyun refrained from pressing further. She subtly shifted closer to Mu Mu and Han Hai. Two Rolls-Royces sped along the road, one leading and the other trailing closely behind. Following them were 5 or 6 vans. The driver navigated several turns. Yet those vans remained steadfastly in pursuit. At that moment, the leading van accelerated and overtook from the side. Naturally, the trailing Rolls-Royce was acutely aware of the situation. The bodyguards within the vehicle were all rigorously trained. As the Wuling Hongguang caught up, the bodyguards in the rear swiftly turned the steering wheel, causing the Wuling to recoil sharply. Observing their disadvantage, the other vehicles swiftly flanked the Rolls-Royce from the right, effectively sandwiching it in between. Accelerate. Let the brothers in the back break free. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's command, the driver pressed the accelerator to the floor, instantly widening the gap between them and the pursuing vehicles. The trailing car also hastened, bursting forth. However, the two Wulings maintained their pace, flanking the Rolls-Royce on either side. The sudden acceleration, coupled with Xiao Chen's stern demeanor, prompted Mu Mu and Han Han to tilt their heads in inquiry. Daddy, what's happening? It's nothing. Just some folks wanting to race us. You two just sit tight. Xiao Chen looked tenderly at his beloved daughters, but as he raised his head, his expression shifted to one of cold indifference. Chapter 082. Captured with a couple of punches, not only did they fail to shake off their pursuers, but they found themselves in an even more precarious situation. A shadow of concern crossed Xiao Chen's face as the cars trailing behind gradually picked up speed. surrounding the two Rolls-Royces on both sides. The only option left was to accelerate and break free ahead. Yet, the intersection before them was completely blocked. Three Woolings obstructed the road, leaving the driver momentarily at a loss. Stop the car. Even if we manage to lose them, they might retaliate against our families. Upon receiving Xiao Chen's command, the driver slowly brought the vehicle to a halt in the middle of the road, allowing for a more comprehensive escape when the time came. However, the Woolings encircled Xiao Chen's car, preventing any sudden escape. "Honey, don't get out," Lin Xingyun exclaimed, grabbing Xiao Chen's arm as he reached for the door. She was genuinely worried about his safety. "It's all right, my dear. Have you forgotten? I could take on 7 at once." Xiao Chen offered Lin Xingyun a reassuring glance before pushing the door open and stepping out, instructing her and the children to stay hidden inside. The Rolls-Royce was bulletproof, and with them inside, he felt a sense of security. At that moment, all the bodyguard drivers had already exited their vehicles. "Leave that woman in the car. The rest of you scram." A man leaning against the car door brandished a baseball bat, exuding an arrogant demeanor as he pointed at Xiao Chen. Indeed, it seemed the attack was aimed at Lin Xingyun. Han Longjin lacked the capability to confront this situation, not wanting to act impulsively before understanding the adversary's intentions. Xiao Chen calmly inquired, "Might I ask where you hail from? Have you mistaken your target?" The man sneered, responding leisurely, "Lin Xingyun, without a doubt, is your wife. Today, there is no escape for you." In a span of just 2 sentences, 5 or 6 dozen individuals emerged from 8 vans, brandishing various weapons, encircling Xiao Chen and his companions. On Xiao Chen's side, including himself, there were merely 7 people. Goodness, it appears that today, I truly must face 7 adversaries alone. Lin Xingyun watched this scene unfold from the vehicle, her anxiety reaching its peak. The disparity in numbers was overwhelmingly vast. She contemplated exiting the car to negotiate. Yet Xiao Hua clutched Lin Xingyun's clothing tightly. Xiao Chen had instructed her not to get out. Lin Xingyun was in a state of frantic desperation. No matter how much she shouted, Xiao Hua remained unyielding. In a moment of urgency, she took out her phone and dialed Yao Yao Ling. "Halt! I must ascertain who you all are and how we have offended you. We deserve clarity, even in death." Xiao Chen feigned a weak demeanor and shouted at the opposing group, "It's your misfortune for having offended the wrong people. Comply with us, and you shall be spared from suffering." The leader of the opposing group offered no further discourse with Xiao Chen and promptly commanded his subordinates to seize them. "Bring that woman from the vehicle down." The bodyguards and driver were not to be underestimated. Upon seeing the oncoming threat, they engaged in a direct confrontation. Observing this, Xiao Chen also joined the fray. Suddenly, a plethora of hand-to-hand combat techniques surged in his mind. Goodness, so this is what the system meant by trying it out? At this moment, Xiao Chen was too preoccupied to ponder further. He plunged into the chaotic melee. With the enhanced physique granted by the system and the recently awakened combat skills, no one could approach Xiao Chen. Without exception, all were swiftly incapacitated by him, lying on the ground and howling in disarray. Though Xiao Chen gained the upper hand, the bodyguards were merely ordinary individuals, while the opponents were all armed. Soon enough, they found themselves cornered by the vehicle. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chen dashed into the throng, urging the bodyguards to flee. Even so, wherever Xiao Chen passed, no one could withstand his might. Before long, Xiao Chen had shielded the bodyguards behind him. They were astonished by his prowess. Is this young man truly so formidable? This is simply incredible. Where he tread, not a blade of grass could survive. Come on, why are you running? Approach us. The bodyguards, invigorated by Xiao Chen's display of strength, called out to their opponents. Meanwhile, the opposition lay sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. Many writhed and trembled, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. The number of those capable of fighting back was scant, perhaps only a handful. At that moment, they gazed at Xiao Chen as if witnessing a specter. Never had they encountered someone so powerful. In less than 5 minutes, he had single-handedly subdued 5 or 6 dozen foes. This wasn't merely enduring blows for 5 minutes. This was 5 minutes of overpowering 50 to 60 individuals. Lin Xingyun, with wide eyes, leaned against the window, fixated on Xiao Chen's silhouette. This man, regardless of the circumstances, is remarkably dependable. She had not been idle. Not only did she report to the authorities, but she also initiated an investigation into the other party's background. She was utterly perplexed about whom she had offended. Lin Xingze was equally astonished to discover just how formidable her brother-in-law was. Truly, he was remarkably impressive. At this moment, Xiao Chen gradually approached the leader of the opposing group. He, too, was taken aback by his own ferocity. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat was indeed an extraordinary display of strength. The muscular adversaries posed no real threat to him. Against such brawny opponents, Xiao Chen launched a couple of powerful punches without hesitation. As Xiao Chen advanced toward him, the gang of henchmen discarded their weapons in sheer defeat. They stood no chance against him. Xiao Chen strode directly toward the leading man, demanding to know who had sent them. Little did that man anticipate that his entourage of 50 or 60 would struggle to withstand 5 minutes against Xiao Chen. Before departing, he had confidently asserted that he would bring the target back. Now, faced with the current predicament, his own return was uncertain. Damn it, we pursued the wrong person. What kind of vehicle did you all drive? He berated his subordinates before turning to Xiao Chen. My apologies, brother. We mistook you for someone else. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. The sharp crack resonated even through the luxurious soundproofing of the Rolls-Royce. Yet Lin Xingye could still hear the impact. The man flew sideways like a kite severed from its string, landing amidst the nearby bushes, his face instantly swelling. Xiao Chen was relentless, advancing into the underbrush. The man, stricken with fear, retreated rapidly, scrambling on all fours as he pleaded, "Please, please, I'll tell you everything." However, Xiao Chen seemed impervious to his cries, seizing the man's collar and striking him again. Fortunately, he was present. Otherwise, who could fathom what Lin Xingye and her daughters would have endured? Chapter 83. I am not your father. Only when Xiao Chen felt satisfied with his punishment did he release the man, leaving him crumpled on the ground. Now you may speak. The leader, his face swollen and unrecognizable, struggled to articulate a coherent response, his mouth opening and closing without sound. I ask you again, who sent you? Are you a member of an ethnic minority? I am not your father. Speak plainly, or else. The man was utterly incapable of responding, his lips unable to part, producing only muffled sounds. Xiao Chen, realizing the leader was at a loss for words, turned to the remaining henchmen, who trembled in fear. They had never encountered such a formidable opponent, one who could send a man weighing over 160 pounds flying several meters with a single slap. I'll tell you, I know everything. One of them, unable to withstand the pressure, raised his hand in surrender, eager to divulge the truth. Earlier, my brother and I were sitting right behind you, enjoying skewers. Suddenly, a text message arrived on my elder brother's phone, threatening us with escalating trouble. Moreover, a staggering 1 million was transferred to my brother. 1 million. In our entire lives, we had never encountered such a sum. These individuals were all gathered by my brother, each contributing 100. However, Xiao Chen dismissed them with indifference, oblivious to any useful information. He turned to leave for home. Stop. Everyone, crouch down and cover your heads. The police soon arrived, and upon witnessing the chaotic brawl, drew their weapons. Xiao Chen signaled for his bodyguards to crouch down as well. At that moment, Lin Xingye rushed out, heading straight for Xiao Chen, searching his body. Darling, are you hurt? I'm fine, dear, but could you please withdraw your hand? Goodness, is this a physical examination? A blush crept across Lin Xingye's face. It's merely to be thorough. Xiao Chen, noticing her rosy cheeks, affectionately ruffled her hair. Everything is resolved. My love. Just as they were still basking in their closeness, a police officer in a neat uniform approached and inquired, who called the police? Lin Xingye recounted the events to the officer. However, as she glanced at the scene, with some writhing on the ground, she struggled to believe that Xiao Chen was the victim. Ultimately, several ambulances were summoned, yet they could not accommodate everyone. Consequently, some had to be transported in police cars. One bodyguard was taken for questioning. In the vehicle, Xiao Chen asked, Dear, have you recently had any business partners? Or perhaps offended someone? He too was perplexed. How could they attract trouble while merely dining peacefully? Lin Qingyun was equally baffled. The current collaborators were all old acquaintances, and her routine revolved around the company and home, 2 points on a line. I can't think of anyone I've upset. I haven't wronged anyone. Hearing her words, Xiao Chen fell into contemplation. If there was no animosity, why would someone seek them out for no reason? In their daily lives, Lin Qingyun had not offended anyone, leading him to suspect that this was indeed related to business, a monetary motive behind the trouble directed at Lin Qingyun. Since you haven't offended anyone, then certainly. Dear, please call home and inquire. No sooner had Xiao Chen spoken than Lin Qingyun's phone rang. Upon checking, it was indeed her father. Hello, Dad. Yinner, I'm relieved to hear you're safe. Lin Ji spoke, his voice trembling. What happened, Dad? Are you facing difficulties or some crisis? Lin Qingyun, not wishing to burden her father with worry, concealed the recent events. Convert as much as you can into cash and take the money to hide at Xiao Zhen's house. Lin Qingyun was taken aback. What is going on? Run with the money? Dad, what has happened? What exactly has happened on your end? Lin Qingyun's inquiry slightly calmed Lin Ji's emotions. We have been schemed against. The stock market is in free fall. There are daily disturbances at the factories and subsidiaries. It is becoming increasingly unmanageable. We are on the brink of bankruptcy. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun was utterly stunned. How is this possible? She had only been away from work for 2 days. How could such chaos have unfolded? Moreover, the Xingchen Group is such a colossal enterprise, with a market value reaching astronomical heights. How could it possibly be on the verge of bankruptcy? Why did her father only reach out at this critical juncture? Doubts began to creep into Lin Qingyun's mind. Then why did you only contact me now? Why not inform me sooner so we could devise a strategy together? According to your account, it has already reached an irreparable state. What use is it to notify me now? The call was abruptly disconnected, and Lin Qingyun sensed that something was amiss. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Chen and immediately redialed. Mu Mu and Han Han were oblivious to the situation, but observing the expressions of Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, they sat quietly, neither crying nor causing a ruckus. Hello, you know? The voice on the other end belonged to He Hui, Lin Qingyun's mother. Hello, Mom. Where's Dad? Why did he call me and suddenly hang up mid-conversation? Could it be that he fell victim to a scam? Your father has been in the shower since earlier. How could he have called you with his phone left outside? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt an ominous premonition. Lin Qingyun also sensed that something unexpected was about to transpire. If it was not Lin Ji who had called her earlier, then it must have been an impersonator. Perhaps they used a voice changer, mimicking her father's voice perfectly. This would explain the tremulous tone she had heard. Mom, has there been any issue at the headquarters recently? Not really. Aside from a few partners suddenly withdrawing their investments in a new project, which has resulted in some losses, but those are minor matters. Everything else seems fine. Why do you ask? Upon hearing about the withdrawal of investments, Lin Qingyun suddenly recalled something, though the details remained vague. A hazy impression surfaced in her mind. It's nothing. I was just checking on you. Well, if everything is all right, you both should get some rest. After saying this, she hung up, but Lin Qingyun still felt something was off, unable to pinpoint the source of her unease. Why did that person call her? Why were they deceiving her? Why would someone pay to create trouble for her? Chapter 084. We star you star these questions left Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen in a state of distress. Who could be behind this? What could their motives be? Xiao Chen felt that the individual was not merely instigating panic. He believed that the words spoken could indeed manifest into reality. Lin Qingyun shared a similar sentiment. This was not a mere nuisance call. The earlier robbery was a clear indication of something far more sinister. Yet, they remained puzzled as to who was orchestrating these events from the shadows. Who is orchestrating all of this? What could be their intention? It's all right, my dear. You need not worry. I am here, as long as I am by your side. Nothing unfortunate shall befall you, the children, or our parents. Lin Qingyun cradled Xiao Chen's face, feeling a profound sense of security. Nestled in his embrace, the omnipresent dread of the unknown momentarily subsided, and only beside Xiao Chen could she muster the strength to carry on. Yes, my husband, I trust you. Mu Mu and Han Han sat quietly to the side, observing the scene unfold. They remained oblivious to the circumstances, clutching Xiao Hua's hand in silence, hesitant to speak. Noticing the children's demeanor, Xiao Chen felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He gathered them into his arms, reassuring them not to worry or overthink. The driver navigated the roads, and soon they arrived home. Lin Qingze, still unaware of the events that transpired, rushed toward Xiao Chen as soon as he stepped out of the car. "Brother-in-law, you were absolutely magnificent just now. I saw everything from the car. There were so many of them, armed with various objects, yet you made them too afraid to retaliate. Truly impressive." Mu Mu and Han Han exchanged puzzled glances. For throughout the ordeal, Xiao Hua had shielded their eyes, preventing them from witnessing Xiao Chen's encounter outside the car. "Daddy, did you fight with someone? Are you hurt?" Mu Mu inquired, looking into Xiao Chen's eyes with concern. "No, didn't I tell you? They merely wished to race with us. It wasn't a fight." He believed it best to shield the children from such matters, lest they conjure up worries and anxieties. If something foolish were to happen, Xiao Chen would regret it deeply. "So did you win? You must have one, right?" "Of course. My skills are unparalleled." Lin Qingyun took hold of Lin Qingze's arm, guiding him back into the house. Lin Qingze, no fool, quickly deduced the cause of the tension. Observing the serious expressions on Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun's faces, he quietly asked, "Sister, is there something troubling our family?" "It's nothing. Just take care of yourself." Lin Qingyun's curt reply only heightened Lin Qingze's suspicions. There was undoubtedly something amiss, though they seemed unwilling to confide in him. A thought began to take root in Lin Qingze's mind. Promises made must be kept. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun found themselves in Mu Mu and Han Han's room, assisting them with their evening routines. After spending some time playing and lulling them to sleep, they finally exited the room. They decided that Xiao Hua would spend the night with Mu Mu and Han Han to keep an eye on them. Upon returning to their own room, the atmosphere remained heavy as the implications of the recent events weighed on them both. It was clear that not only were Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen involved, but their parents were entwined in this as well. They understood without a doubt that the mastermind behind it all was orchestrating a grand scheme and that significant developments were imminent. As for the words spoken, both remained skeptical at this juncture. At that moment, Xiao Chen's phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number. "Hello, who are you?" A chilling voice emanated from the other end, stating nonchalantly, "I heard you won the car race just now." A cold sweat broke out on Xiao Chen's forehead. How could he know what had been said downstairs earlier? "Who are you? What do you want?" Xiao Chen shouted into the phone. Lin Qingyun was startled, tightly gripping Xiao Chen's hand. "Calm down. Let's talk this through. It's just the beginning. If you're this agitated, how will we proceed?" With that, the caller abruptly hung up, leaving Xiao Chen no chance to respond. Maintaining his composure, Xiao Chen promptly removed his shirt and spun around in front of Lin Qingyun. She couldn't help but swallow hard as she gazed at his physique. Xiao Chen chuckled at her reaction, amused by the absurdity of the moment. "Wife, do I have anything on me?" Lin Qingyun finally grasped Xiao Chen's intention, awkwardly averting her gaze. On Xiao Chen's back, there was a device resembling a listening device. It was undoubtedly affixed during the earlier scuffle, and Xiao Chen had been oblivious to it. Clearly, the opponent possessed considerable skill to attach a tracker to Xiao Chen without detection. Holding the small black plastic casing, Xiao Chen shouted angrily into it, "You coward! Dare to show your face and confront me." This outburst left Lin Qingyun bewildered. Who on earth was this mysterious adversary? Xiao Chen's tirade continued, resembling a machine gun's rapid fire. Meanwhile, in a rented room, a man removed his headphones. "He is cursing at me," the man sneered, choosing to remain silent thereafter. After venting his frustration, Xiao Chen decisively pried open the listening device and severed its internal wires. Remarkably, this plastic contraption, no larger than a fingernail, was dismantled by Xiao Chen's bare hands. Lin Qingyun was astounded by this display of strength. Is he truly that formidable? Xiao Chen then powered on his computer. The system prompted, "Why not try it yourself?" He decided to take a gamble. Indeed, a flurry of numerical codes flashed before his mind. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and Lin Qingyun began to doubt whether Xiao Chen was truly a university graduate or perhaps part of some underground organization. This sequence of actions was far more thrilling than anything depicted in a film. Lin Qingyun chose not to interrupt him, instead sitting quietly by his side in support. Following the number from the earlier call, Xiao Chen discovered that the caller was merely a woman in her 60s. After exiting the page, he turned to Lin Qingyun beside him. This time, the adversary targeted the company of Xiao Chen's wife. Yet he remained oblivious to who might harbor a grudge against the Lin family. He found himself ensnared in distress. While he bore no fear for himself, his paramount concern lay in the potential harm that could befall his wife and children. That was what truly troubled Xiao Chen. Chapter 85. With the advantage in hand, Xiao Chen meticulously inspected the room, ensuring there were no listening devices before he felt at ease to sit down. Lin Qingyun gently caressed Xiao Chen's back, embracing his head and drawing him into her warm embrace. "It's all right, darling. You need not worry. I'm here with you. Whatever comes our way, we shall face it together and resolve it together." Xiao Chen gazed upon Lin Qingyun's exquisite visage, his heart heavy at the thought of his wife enduring such turmoil. It was evident that the recent robbery was merely a warning. However, the Lin family had ascended rapidly over the past 30 years, flourishing ever since going public. Xiao Chen was utterly unaware of the events that had transpired during this time. All he knew was that the name Starry Group was a household name across the nation. In a mere 30 years, it had transformed the economic landscape of Xia country, establishing countless factories and companies that ensured the prosperity of many citizens. A tall tree catches the wind, he understood now. With great success comes great envy. Despite the Lin family's immense wealth, their endeavors had undeniably created opportunities and jobs for innumerable citizens, contributing significantly to the economic elevation of Xia country. Their tax contributions even surpassed those of the tobacco industry by several multiples. Neither the government nor the populace could oppose Lin Ji. Over the 3 decades, the state had provided substantial support to the Lin family enterprises. Lin Ji managed affairs adeptly, and no other company had been able to shake Starry Group's standing. Opportunities were abundant in various sectors, each reflecting the presence of Starry Group, a testament to its enduring survival. Xiao Chen could not fathom who sought to disrupt this tranquility. Lin Qingyun recounted to Xiao Chen the journey of Starry Group, detailing the trials faced prior to its public listing, which were overcome with the assistance of benefactors. They could hardly conceive of anyone who would dare to take action against them. After confirming their parents' safety with a phone call, they finally dared to close their eyes for a moment's respite. The following morning, everything appeared as if nothing had transpired, save for the listening device submerged in the basin and the call records on their phones. Everything else remained unchanged. After the family had breakfast, Xiao Chen opposed Lin Qingyun going to work alone. "Do not rush to the office. Accompany me to drop off the children, and I shall take you to your company." Lin Qingyun recognized that Xiao Chen's insistence stemmed from concern for her well-being and readily agreed. Meanwhile, Mumu and Han Han were overjoyed, for both their parents were taking them to school that morning. Their excitement was palpable as they boarded the car. Lin Qingze, too, wished to accompany Xiao Chen. Observing his demeanor, he certainly resembled a young master of the Lin family, yet retained a childlike essence, which left Xiao Chen in a state of concern. "Well, I might as well accompany him. Perhaps I can impart some knowledge along the way." From the moment Lin Qingze encountered Xiao Chen, he found himself captivated, aspiring to emulate Xiao Chen's ability to safeguard his family in times of peril. Lin Qingyun watched her younger brother. Typically defiant, he displayed a respectful demeanor towards Xiao Chen. She too hoped to learn something valuable from him, as it was quite possible that the Lin family would one day entrust him with its legacy. As Xiao Chen drove, Mumu and Han Han, seated in the car, were anything but quiet, chattering incessantly. Despite his own worries, Xiao Chen exhibited remarkable patience with his precious daughters, addressing each of their inquiries with care. Upon arriving at the school entrance, Xiao Chen personally escorted Mumu and Han Han to their classroom. Like a detective, he meticulously scrutinized the staff and the overall layout of the school. Only after confirming that no mishaps were likely to occur did he return to the vehicle, though unease still lingered within him. After dropping Lin Qingyun off at her company, he conducted a thorough inspection of her office, repeatedly checking every detail. To outsiders, such behavior might appear obsessive. However, Xiao Chen's actions stemmed from a deep concern for the safety of his wife and children. After all, The adversary lurked in shadows while they remained exposed, necessitating a degree of vigilance, as they were the most cherished individuals in his life. Having completed his precautions, Xiao Chen settled in Lin Qingyun's office, content to simply observe her. Lin Qingyun, in turn, meticulously reviewed various details, ensuring that the company was free from potential mishaps. Every contract, expense, and revenue report showed no discrepancies. It was not until nearly noon that Xiao Chen decided to take Lin Qingze home to prepare a meal. Confused by Xiao Chen's suspicious demeanor, Lin Qingze finally voiced his concern after a morning of contemplation. "Brother-in-law, is something amiss?" Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. Lin Qingze was no longer a child, and treating him as such would do him a disservice. If it were not for intimidation, our family might be in danger. Xiao Chen recounted the events of the previous night. Upon hearing the tale, Lin Qingze's face lit up with excitement. "Brother-in-law, should we not seek out their hideout and dismantle the criminal organization?" Xiao Chen regarded Lin Qingze as if he were a fool, bemused by the naivety of his thoughts. How could he even contemplate confronting a criminal syndicate? There was not a shred of evidence to pursue such an endeavor. "How will we locate them? Through satellite tracking, perhaps?" Lin Qingze suggested, as if inspired by cinematic narrative. Watching this naive youth, Xiao Chen felt a pang of regret for his earlier considerations. This was reality, not a science fiction film. Exasperated by Lin Qingze's enthusiasm, Xiao Chen refrained from dissuading him. "Satellite tracking? Where would you procure such equipment? How would you ascertain their identities? How would you even breach their stronghold?" Xiao Chen's expression was one of confusion, while Lin Qingze appeared distinctly embarrassed. Some matters are not as simple as one might imagine. Characters in films often possess a protagonist's halo, surviving gunfire unscathed. "Go ahead, take a bullet and see if you can survive." This wasn't Xiao Chen attempting to belittle him, but rather a response to the absurdity of his suggestion. Indeed, characters in movies seem to have a cheat code, excelling at everything. Upon hearing Lin Qingze mention the concept of cheating, Xiao Chen suddenly felt invigorated. After all, he had his own cheat. "Hey, system, are you there? Ding, I've always been here." Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Chen's prior annoyance dissipated, replaced by a sense of familiarity. "Can you help me identify the individuals from last night?" he tentatively inquired. "Cannot. You're supposed to be impressive. How can you not handle this trivial task?" The system had even granted Xiao Chen the ability to alter others' thoughts, yet it deemed this task unmanageable, which he found hard to believe. "Ahem, this system exists solely to serve you. I can provide what you desire, but assisting you in identifying individuals is beyond my capabilities." "Is that all? Then you're not that remarkable," Xiao Chen retorted with derision. "Don't think that taunting me will work. I can only tell you that those individuals exist and do not pose a threat to you. Their aim is to bring down your wife's family business. Thank you for this information. That is more than sufficient." Chapter 86. Warning. Upon hearing the system's words, Xiao Chen's suspicions were confirmed. Historically, one must confront challenges head-on. There is no point in evasion. Understanding this invigorated Xiao Chen, as he felt a surge of eagerness. If he relied on the system to resolve issues, what would happen if he encountered similar situations in the future? What if the system decided to leave and no longer serve him? Some challenges must be faced independently, step by step. Moreover, Xiao Chen now possessed abilities rewarded by the system. Armed with these, he felt emboldened to confront the opposition. Upon returning home, Xiao Chen entered the kitchen, as he routinely did, preparing lunch for Lin Qingyun. Lin Qingze, the young master, had never set foot in the kitchen. Observing Xiao Chen's culinary prowess left him utterly astonished. "Brother-in-law, you're truly multifaceted. You could do everything," Lin Qingze exclaimed, his eyes wide in admiration. "Is this all you can do?" A bystander scoffed, unimpressed. "Young master, your skills are far beyond mere cooking." As Xiao Chen continued to prepare the meal, he engaged in contemplative thought. Worrying without action was futile. It was better to live life fully. After all, the other party had yet to make a move. With a skilled flick of the ladle, Xiao Chen packed the meal, his sole focus on being by Lin Qingyun's side. Such significant matters surely weighed more heavily on her than on him. Having completed his tasks, Xiao Chen ascended to his vehicle with a buoyant stride. leisurely making his way as he whistled a tune while driving. Lin Qingze was rendered speechless by the turn of events. The transformation was astonishing. Just moments ago, there was such urgency, and now the attitude had shifted so dramatically during the time it took to prepare a meal. While waiting at a red light, a car beside them rolled down its window. The man inside, clad in a cap and mask, was wrapped up tightly. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen recognized him. Sensing Xiao Chen's disdainful gaze, the man appeared taken aback, promptly responding with a provocative gesture. Xiao Chen returned the gesture in kind. As the green light illuminated, the man shot forward with a burst of speed, leaving Xiao Chen's vehicle behind. Expecting Xiao Chen to closely follow, he was surprised to find that when he glanced back, there was no sign of Xiao Chen's car. Instead, Xiao Chen smoothly shifted into second gear and turned leisurely to the left. Lin Qingze was even more bewildered. Did the man not intend to race with them? Why did his brother-in-law simply turn around? Are we not pursuing him? Why should we? My wife is still hungry. Lin Qingze was unable to comprehend Xiao Chen's line of thought, casting a puzzled glance at the direction the man had fled, then turning back to see Xiao Chen whistling nonchalantly. If we pursue him, we might discover their identities, and then we could confront him for some information. Xiao Chen, still whistling, replied at an unhurried pace. They are merely provoking us, aiming to create pressure and induce panic. What purpose does that serve? Are we just going to let him escape? What else can we do? By the time we catch up to him, the meal I prepared for my wife will have gone cold. Lin Qingze was even more perplexed. Which is more crucial, the meal or the intelligence? Xiao Chen drove leisurely to Lin Qingyun's office, carrying the food to her workspace. Lin Qingze could only follow behind, utterly befuddled. Dear, it's time to eat. Lin Qingyun felt a warmth in her heart as she saw Xiao Chen enter with the lunchbox. As long as this man was by her side, no matter what transpired, she would never feel panic. Gazing at Xiao Chen's smiling face, all her worries dissipated. The two enjoyed their lunch joyfully, while Lin Qingze remained far from at ease. He could not fathom how Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun had changed so swiftly. Just this morning, they were in a state of distress, yet now, their smiles had not faded. Could this be the allure of love? Lin Qingze found it utterly incomprehensible. In the afternoon, Xiao Chen accompanied Lin Qingyun in reviewing documents. When Mu Mu and Han Han were about to finish school, they went together to pick up the children. It was as if nothing had happened. Xiao Chen had already made all necessary preparations, and Lin Qingyun had communicated with the police. Since the other party had not taken action, why should they allow themselves to be ensnared in such distress? After collecting the children, they strolled along the river before returning home. Lin Qingze could not resist asking sister, "Brother-in-law, why are you both so unconcerned?" The other party had already informed them, yet they continued to live their lives carefree and untroubled. Since they were already aware, what was there to be anxious about? Lin Qingyun responded to Lin Qingze's inquiry with an air of indifference. Xiao Chen took Mu Mu and Han Han to play in the park. In the distance, a voice exclaimed, "Hey, big brother." The other party seemed entirely unperturbed, even engaging in play outside. Before we had frightened them, they were not this joyful. The person on the other end of the call expressed their astonishment. "You say they're playing outside? Good heavens! Has this person lost their mind? Don't they realize we're planning something against them?" "I have no idea. Big brother. Should we just take action?" After Mu Mu and Han Han had their fill of play, Xiao Chen escorted them home. Dinner was a delightful affair for everyone, though Lin Qingze appeared rather glum. After the meal, Xiao Chen took the children to watch a movie and tell stories. Mu Mu and Han Han, as expected, laughed more heartily than anyone else. That night, nothing unusual occurred. The following morning, the family resumed their usual activities, completely devoid of any sense of tension. Days passed without incident, the tranquility of life remaining unaltered. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun continued to bask in their sweet, affectionate routine. Lin Ji learned of the situation from Lin Qingyun and remained unfazed. After all, what tribulations had they not weathered over the years? How could they be intimidated by a mere phone call? Meanwhile, the other party had shown no signs of action. The small-time thugs taken to the police station had yet to be released, merely waiting for the adversary to reveal themselves. The authorities took the matter seriously, issuing statements to safeguard the interests of the Star Group. Just when everyone thought this incident was nothing more than a farce, a phone call shattered their illusions. Hello. You are the parents of Moo Moo and Han Han, correct? I sincerely apologize. The children have gone missing from school. We have already reported it to the police, who are investigating. This oversight falls upon us. Please rest assured. At that moment, Xiao Chen found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure and immediately rushed to the school. Just as he pushed open the door, the phone rang again. It was a video call, and upon connecting, the faces of Moo Moo and Han Han appeared on the screen. Daddy, we're at Grandma and Grandpa's house. A kind uncle brought us here from school. Chapter 87. Is this also within your control? Xiao Zhen and Li Huiyin had no idea who had brought Moo Moo and Han Han over. Hearing a knock at the door, Xiao Zhen went to answer, but he saw no one who had brought the children. Instead, he only caught a glimpse of the departing car and the two children standing at the doorstep. Fearing for Xiao Chen's worry, he hurried inside to call him and report their safety. Although they eventually tracked down the hideout through surveillance footage, it was already deserted. The police were baffled as to why the perpetrators had acted in such a manner. Was it merely to toy with emotions or to showcase their power? Dear, what are your thoughts? Xiao Chen stood by the window, gazing out at the scenery. I wish to confront them. Lin Qingyun observed the serious demeanor of Xiao Chen and realized that she could no longer prevent the inevitable. This matter must reach a conclusion. Her acquiescence provided Xiao Chen with ample motivation. Perhaps she should have retaliated from the outset rather than merely biding her time. Although these events had yet to transpire, the intimidation and eavesdropping were sufficient to sustain them for several years on the nation's resources. Lin Qingyun wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen's waist from behind, resting her head against his back, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat and breath. I will wait for you at home. She knew that accompanying Xiao Chen would only be a burden, offering no assistance and potentially hindering him instead. Don't worry, my dear. I will return just as I leave. Xiao Chen reassured her, gently brushing his fingers against her nose. Provoked by his playful gesture, Lin Qingyun grasped Xiao Chen's hand, saying, Take care of yourself. You must not get hurt. I have a surprise for you when you return. Feeling Lin Qingyun's hand clasping his, Xiao Chen felt a surge of determination. Rest assured, my love. Lin Qingyun rose on her tiptoes, cradling Xiao Chen's head and placing a tender kiss on his forehead. She stood by the window, watching as his figure became increasingly indistinct while he drove away. Immediately, she headed to the office, knowing that Xiao Chen was alone in investigating the whereabouts of those individuals. Lin Qingyun would not remain idle at home. She wanted to ensure that Xiao Chen had no worries on his mind. In the car, Xiao Chen noticed a bank transfer of 5,210,000 from Lin Qingyun, labeled as Action Fund. He smiled broadly, appreciating her straightforwardness. Just a few kilometers from home, he noticed that someone was already tailing him. With a cold snort, Xiao Chen pressed the accelerator, causing his speed to surge. The pursuers were taken aback. Unlike their last encounter when he fled, this time he seemed more proactive. Nevertheless, they pressed on, disregarding the risks. Having learned from their previous experience, Xiao Chen assumed the adversaries would refrain from leaving their vehicle to confront him. Driving his Jeep Wrangler, he headed towards the outskirts, where there were fewer people. The pursuers presumed that Xiao Chen was returning to his parents' home to fetch a child, aware of his capabilities, and thus they dared not follow too closely. However, they were under orders to exert pressure on Xiao Chen, aiming to instill a sense of panic. They followed closely behind him. Seeing that their speed had increased, Xiao Chen executed a drift around corner. Just at that intersection, there were trees that obscured the view, and the pursuers lost sight of him, causing them to panic. Hurry, don't lose him. We'll be in trouble if we return empty-handed. Those in the back seat urged the driver, who was growing increasingly impatient. My skills won't allow him to escape. The driver snapped. Quiet. Everything is under my control. The driver, brimming with confidence, approached the intersection without reducing speed. He executed a drift around the corner when suddenly, bang, cough, cough. Are you blind while driving? Is this what you call being in control? After rounding the bend, Xiao Chen parked his vehicle at the intersection, lying in wait for them to approach. In the rear seat, two individuals were jolted by the impact, one of them tumbling directly into the passenger seat. All three were dazed from the collision. The front of their vehicle reduced to ruins, while the rear end of Xiao Chen's Wrangler merely bore a few dents. Xiao Chen emerged from the adjacent thicket, exerting force to wrench their car door off its hinges. The trio, startled by his sudden appearance, were rendered speechless with fear. They wished to flee, yet found themselves paralyzed, unable to move their legs, merely watching as Xiao Chen reached out with his large hand, effortlessly pulling them, one by one, into the small grove. "Brother, are we going to be, one of the red-haired men stammered, his face a mask of terror as he glanced at the older companion beside him. "What team know?" another remarked, swallowing hard as he observed the rope Xiao Chen had retrieved from their vehicle. "I think he might prefer someone younger. I'm the oldest here, so I probably want to be his target." The red-haired man, feeling the approach of Xiao Chen, instinctively tightened with apprehension. "Brother, I'm still young. There are so many things I haven't done yet. Please let us go." Xiao Chen regarded the three of them with an icy demeanor, uttering not a word while fiddling with the rope in his hands, which only intensified their fear. That evening, the car's camera had captured the moment Xiao Chen faced off against a group of people, something they had all seen. "I'll tell you everything. So will I. Ask me anything," the red-haired man blurted out, seeing his two elders capitulate. "We were tasked with monitoring you, and we wanted you to realize we were watching to instill fear in you." Xiao Chen responded with a swift slap to his face. "Stop your incessant chatter. Do you think I'm unaware?" The red-haired man felt a fiery sting on his cheek and promptly fell silent. Xiao Chen proceeded to bind all three to a tree, patting his hands together as if satisfied with his handiwork. He then returned to the main road and drove away. As the sound of the engine faded into the distance, the three men exhaled in relief. The red-haired man felt fortunate to have avoided further torment. "Brother, did he really just drive off? Could he be that foolish? Why didn't he ask us anything? I had a whole plan to deceive him, and he just left?" Throughout, Xiao Chen had not uttered a single word, and the three exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. They began to struggle, attempting to free themselves from their bindings. Xiao Chen parked the car in a concealed spot, camouflaged it with branches and leaves, and then made his way back on foot. Stealthily, he crawled into their trunk. Yet, he found it perplexing that despite having loosened the ropes considerably, the three had not yet managed to escape. Chapter 88. Infiltration. After waiting for over an hour, Xiao Chen felt increasingly uncomfortable in the trunk. Just as he contemplated shifting positions, he overheard their voices approaching. "At long last, I have managed to untangle the situation. Although my hands are now sore, if I ever encounter him again, I shall ensure he is thoroughly tormented. Goodness, brother, the front of our vehicle is utterly wrecked." The three of them gathered around the damaged front, squatting there, deliberating on how to explain their predicament upon returning. "Let us just say we were racing against Xiao Chen and accidentally crashed into a tree. Isn't that humiliating? To be fair, it was our collision that overturned Xiao Chen's vehicle, leaving this proud scar on ours." "Good grief. What a bold claim you make, my brother. Absolutely remarkable." After some spirited discussion, the trio climbed into the car and set off towards their lair. Xiao Chen had anticipated they might converse about something during the drive. However, the only words that emerged from their mouths were utterly vile. Their thoughts were more unsavory than a public restroom. Xiao Chen endured a bumpy ride in the trunk. Yet ultimately, they reached their destination. Once the three alighted from the vehicle, Xiao Chen noticed an unusual silence outside. He quietly kicked open the trunk door. Upon surveying the surroundings, he was astounded to discover a garage full of Wuling Hongguang vehicles. If this convoy were to hit the road, it would certainly be an impressive sight. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen selected a relatively new vehicle, removed the key, and tucked it into his pocket. He stealthily made his way up through the safety passage, only to realize that they were in an abandoned factory, now managed by this group, resembling an office space. As Xiao Chen passed by a door, he overheard some commotion inside. "Shang Chong, it's time for the shift change. Hurry up and wake the brothers outside for their rest." Goodness, they seemed quite professional indeed. A shift change? The footsteps grew increasingly louder, leaving Xiao Chen no opportunity to eavesdrop further. He dashed off. If discovered, the entire plan would be thrown into chaos. Upon reaching the hall, Xiao Chen climbed onto a water pipe on the roof, just out of the reach of the searchlights below, ensuring he remained undetected. Perched atop the pipe, he observed the individuals below, busily typing away at their keyboards. Some were monitoring the stock market, while others were communicating with the outside world, even receiving live video feeds. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Such professionalism? An organized, premeditated group, each absorbed in their respective tasks. After a while, the shift change personnel returned. They had a meal at a nearby table before retreating to their quarters for rest. Xiao Chen discerned their responsibilities. The masterminds were not even in Luocheng. With this understanding, he leapt from the water pipe. Since they were not the masterminds, there was no need to engage with them. Strike first. The group was taken aback when someone jumped down from the roof. Goodness, is that Johnson? Upon realizing it was Xiao Chen remained unfazed by their cries, for there was no one else around. After binding them together, he strode towards the dormitory with the steel pipe hoisted over his shoulder, exuding the aura of a warrior. A cacophony of wails erupted as those in the dormitory found themselves similarly restrained. The trio of red-haired individuals quaked in terror at the sight of Xiao Chen, their legs turning to jelly, surrendering without a fight as they collapsed to the ground. A throng of captives lay huddled together, trembling in fear as they gazed at him. "Brother, did you not vow to torment him upon your next encounter?" one of them uttered, prompting another to hastily stifle his words with a shoulder. "Keep your voice down. I have no desire to be beaten." Their hushed conversation reached Xiao Chen's ears, yet he chose to disregard them. "Who among you is the leader?" The crowd exchanged apprehensive glances, still nursing the pain inflicted by Xiao Chen moments earlier, and none dared to step forward. Xiao Chen adjusted his grip on the steel pipe, a playful smirk gracing his face as he surveyed them. "It appears your bravado is merely a fade." At that moment, one of the first individuals he had captured rose to his feet. "We do not have a leader." "No leader? Do continue. We are organized into departments, each interconnected, and those of us who execute tasks do not distinguish between leaders." As he spoke, Xiao Chen's expression grew increasingly frigid. Without a leader, how could these individuals function cohesively? How could they fulfill their responsibilities punctually each day? The thought of the person orchestrating this team sent shivers down Xiao Chen's spine. "What did you commence this scheme?" The group appeared momentarily bewildered, perhaps expecting Xiao Chen to inquire about the nature of the plan instead. "I joined 10 years ago, primarily overseeing stock market operations." The man, meeting Xiao Chen's gaze, refrained from deceit, acutely aware of the pain that lingered from Xiao Chen's blows. 10 years. Xiao Chen's face registered shock, realizing this plan had been in the works for over a decade. What immense financial backing must this entail? Upon further inquiry, Xiao Chen learned that those he had initially bound were skilled individuals, while the others had only recently been recruited for labor. Their aim was to scrutinize the daily expenditures and revenues of enterprises associated with the Star Group nationwide, manipulating the stock market to reap profits. However, the recent upheaval was intended to sow discord, seeking to secure a foothold within the Star Group by controlling shares. Xiao Chen could scarcely fathom how much wealth they had accumulated over the years or the extent of their shares. The audacity of attempting to unseat Lin Ji from his position as chairman was staggering. Had Lin Ji truly been oblivious all these years? Such a grand conspiracy, if left undetected, could indeed result in a change of ownership for the Star Group. It was evident that the mastermind behind this plot was someone capable of standing toe-to-toe with Lin Ji within the organization. A chill ran down Xiao Chen's spine, prompting him to urgently contact Lin Qingyun to relay this information, urging her to inform Lin Ji. Meanwhile, upon learning of the situation, Lin Ji was drenched in cold sweat. After years of orchestrated schemes, all devised by those closest to him, he found it utterly inconceivable that this was reality. Fortunately, he had his son-in-law by his side. One must admit, this Xiao Chen possesses a courage akin to that of Xiao Zhan. He dares to investigate this matter alone. As Lin Ji listened to He Hui's words, his heart brimmed with astonishment. "We owe the Xiao family a great deal. It is quite amusing how those who once opposed Yun'er and Xiao Chen are now singing praises." Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh at He Hui's expression. "At such a juncture, there is no need to mock me further. He turned and instructed his assistant to arrange a meeting. Clearly, there are significant flaws in our management. Chapter 89. Tap, tap, tap. Receiving a reply from Lin Qingyun, Xiao Chen felt a sense of relief. The gazes directed at him by the onlookers resembled those of ravenous wolves encountering a tender lamb. Brother, spare me. I have only been here for 3 days, and I am still young. I do not wish to become a burden on the state. The red-haired youth trembled as he spoke. Xiao Chen noted that he appeared to be merely 18 or 19. Then why not seek a stable job and earn a living peacefully? What brings you here to stir up trouble? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, the red-haired youth was on the verge of tears. It's not that I don't want a stable job. Since graduating middle school, I've been working. I've switched jobs countless times, certainly more than 100. This revelation piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity. Why have you changed jobs so frequently? The red-haired youth's face was full of grievance. When I first started, I served plates. But within a couple of months, that restaurant shut down. I moved through several establishments. Yet each time, I barely lasted 2 months before they closed. I even trained as a chef, but shortly after, the owner went out of business. I've tried every position imaginable. None have lasted beyond 5 months. At this proclamation, even Xiao Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Having heard of the luck of the European emperor, he wondered what to call this. Perhaps a non-lucky player? At that moment, the red-haired youth sensed the palpable hostility from those around him. I cannot assist you. When the police arrive, you shall explain yourself to them. With that, Xiao Chen settled into his chair, engaging with his computer. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Whose phone is that? The man who had just stood up asked again. It's mine. Xiao Chen answered the call, activated the speakerphone, and held the phone near the mouth of the man who had just risen. What is happening? Why did you sell all your shares in Luo City at the lowest point? Upon hearing the voice on the other end, the man's face turned pale as he looked at Xiao Chen. Based on his understanding of the Luo City stock market, there shouldn't be a downer for at least a month. How could you sell at the lowest point? The man's eyes were filled with shock as he regarded Xiao Chen. Hello, can you hear us? The man, unsure of what to say, stammered for a moment before finally uttering, tap, tap, tap. What on earth are you doing? Do you even realize what time it is? With exasperation, Xiao Chen abruptly hung up the phone, having overheard a cacophony of voices in the secure passageway. Our shift is simply delightful. We've just arrived. The game hasn't even commenced, and we're being sent back. But alas, what arrangements could possibly await us? A throng of dozens emerged from the security corridor. Upon seeing the group bound and seated together, Xiao Chen sat on a chair, savoring the scene before him. Did we perhaps stumble into the wrong place? Yes. We must have come to the wrong place. Brothers, please continue. We shall take our leave. The sight of Xiao Chen left the group bewildered. They had all witnessed his prowess on video, and despite their numbers, they dared not confront him. Fortunately, someone took the initiative. The group pretended as if they had seen nothing and began to retreat. Halt! Will you come willingly, or must I take action? At the sound of Xiao Chen's voice, they dared not act out. One by one, they lined up and squatted beside him. Initially, they thought they could still resist, but to their surprise, they complied, squatting obediently alongside their captors. Before long, the wail of police sirens filled the air, signaling their arrival. The data and video evidence on the computer had become incriminating proof. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Xiao Chen made his way to the basement, driving his Wuling Hongguang home. The bodyguards at his residence were already aware that the individuals in the Wuling Hongguang were there to monitor them. Previously, Xiao Chen had advised against alarming the enemy, so they refrained from taking action. However, this time, the Wuling Hongguang had driven directly to the doorstep, and the bodyguards could no longer contain their frustration. They stood at the entrance, their tempers flaring, fixated on the approaching vehicle. A group was prepared. Should anyone dare to approach, they would seize the opportunity to drag him away and deliver a sound, thrashing, to vent their anger. As Xiao Chen parked the car, an axe suddenly came crashing down upon it. Startled, Xiao Chen wondered, is this a welcome? An axe is a greeting? Not one to linger. He promptly opened the car door and stepped out, observing the bodyguards, their tempers boiling over as they regarded him like a lamb to the slaughter. A hint of apprehension crept into Xiao Chen's heart. Was he to blame for not bringing them along? Why such fare? Why are there still people saying I'm truly amazing? Come on, my friend, you've gone too far. Lin Xingyun had just returned from the company and, curious about the commotion outside, stepped out to investigate. Hey, darling, I'm back. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Lin Xingyun realized that he had taken care of everything. She hurried forward, feeling around on his body. The bodyguards, sensing the intimate moment, discreetly stepped aside. Dear, we're still at the doorstep. Let us not rush things, Xiao Chen said, noticing Lin Xingyun's anxious exploration. Oh dear, why can't I undo this belt? Xiao Chen smirked. I anticipated your eager hands and deliberately tied a difficult belt. In the past, you could have unfastened it in mere seconds. You were quite adept. Clearing his throat, he suggested, how about we have dinner first? Lin Xingyun, feeling somewhat exposed, blushed. You're making it seem like I'm overly eager. Xiao Chen had been out all afternoon and was indeed hungry. After a satisfying meal, Xiao Chen patted his belly contentedly. Lin Xingyun patiently awaited his next words. Her anticipation palpable. Have you heard back from your father? Changing the subject was one of Xiao Chen's specialties. Not yet, but it should be fine. If you're worried, we can check tomorrow. Lin Xingyun pouted, fully aware of Xiao Chen's intentions. Don't think I can be easily deceived. Seeing Xiao Chen's anxious demeanor, she held his hand tightly. Darling, I think we should go over. I have more experience in this area. Why don't we head out now? Lin Xingyun's previously cheerful expression clouded with displeasure. Xiao Chen, sensing her shift in mood, prepared to relent. No, let us go in the morning. It's late, and we should head upstairs to sleep. Xiao Chen found her adorable when she softened like this. All right, we'll go back tomorrow. He could never bring himself to abandon his wife. Let us hurry. I prepared everything. Everything? Xiao Chen recalled the embarrassing outfit from his nightmares. He found himself in a dilemma, caught between his beloved wife and the mortifying clothing. Lin Xingyun tugged him upstairs, and he could only muster the courage to follow. After all, it was a small request from his wife. At the dining table, Lin Xingyun sat in bewilderment. Am I not considered a person here? He tilted his head, glancing toward the upstairs. This isn't fair. As the couple entered the room, they locked the door and drew the curtains tightly. Shall I take a shower first? I've been out all day. Look at you. Upon hearing that Xiao Chen intended to bathe alone, Lin Xingyun immediately expressed her discontent. What is wrong with me? She suddenly berated herself, leaving Xiao Chen bewildered by her reaction. I have already mentioned the importance of conserving water resources. Just wait. We shall bathe together. With that declaration, Lin Xingyun swiftly removed her shoes and, like a playful little rabbit, leaped into Xiao Chen's embrace. Xiao Chen gazed at Lin Xingyun with affectionate indulgence, his warm palm gently tousling her hair. We are already like an old married couple. Why be shy? Lin Xingyun grasped Xiao Chen's hand and dashed toward the bathroom. Even as an old couple, why the rush? Their relationship was steeped in subtle intimacy and clandestine promises, reminiscent of romantic poetry and tales of love. A few hours later, Lin Xingyun emerged from the bathroom, radiant and content, while Xiao Chen followed behind in a daze. Thankfully, the system had bestowed him with enhanced vitality. Otherwise, he doubted he could have walked out of that door. As Xiao Chen reclined on the bed, he pondered how he would assist his father-in-law in the capital the next day. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyun rummaged through the wardrobe and finally selected a few outfits, emerging to change before Xiao Chen's eyes. Brothers, I assure you, this is no mere coincidence. Xiao Chen had always maintained his composure. Yet Lin Xingyun seemed to possess an uncanny ability to ignite the flames of passion within him. As she giggled at the sight of the flag rising, Lin Xingyun playfully asked, Darling, do I look beautiful? You tell me? The earlier moments were merely a prelude. The main event was yet to unfold. A grand spectacle poised for ignition. It wasn't until the late hours of the night that Lin Xingyun finally settled down, yet her eyes still sparkled with mischief. Had there not been obligations for the following day, she would have ensured Xiao Chen experienced a sleepless night. Observing Lin Xingyun in her disheveled state, Xiao Chen was equally determined not to concede defeat. Let's sleep. My dear, we must meet my father tomorrow. With that, Lin Xingyun nestled against Xiao Chen, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, both awoke invigorated. Xiao Chen mused to himself about the system's impressive capabilities. At that moment, he felt entirely rejuvenated, devoid of any fatigue. After a brief morning routine, Lin Qingyun accompanied Xiao Chen into the kitchen. "Miss, what brings you here so early?" The kitchen staff were taken aback by Lin Qingyun's presence. "I am here to cook. What is the matter?" Noticing their astonished gazes, Lin Qingyun felt a surge of curiosity. The staff exchanged glances, concerned that if things continued this way, they might find themselves out of work. However, they knew their culinary skills could not rival Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen chuckled and reassured them, "There is no need for concern. This household cannot function without you. With so many waiting for meals each day, you need not worry about your jobs." Lin Qingyun finally understood. Were they afraid of being dismissed by her? How could that be possible? For so many years, she had relied on their culinary skills, with two of them having followed her from the capital. How could she ever consider letting them go? She had never entertained such a thought, especially since they were all so familiar with one another. Hence, she was perplexed as to why they appeared so astonished. "Indeed, Aunt Wang, I have grown up on the meals you prepared. How could I ever fire you? Please do not entertain such notions." Upon hearing the exchange between Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, the tension in the hearts of the others dissipated. However, since they were receiving a salary, they felt obliged to fulfill their duties. Originally, they were hired to cook, and now that they were not allowed to prepare meals for Lin Qingyun, they felt a twinge of guilt. "Miss, you have employed us, yet now you wish to cook for yourself. How can we reconcile this?" The others nodded in agreement. Lin Qingyun gazed at them with a charming smile. "What is wrong with wanting to learn to cook for my husband? Do you have any objections?" Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Qingyun's feisty demeanor. She was simply too adorable. The others looked at her, unsure of what to say. Nevertheless, in their eyes, Lin Qingyun had undeniably changed. The Lin Qingyun of the past was the epitome of an aloof goddess, exuding an air of regal elegance with every movement. But now, she resembled a delicate woman. They couldn't help but admire Xiao Chen. "Master, you are truly remarkable." Thankfully, Xiao Chen did not overhear that remark. "Why do all my family members insist on calling me impressive? Am I truly that remarkable? Is there such a thing as false greatness?" Chapter 91. All for your own good. Just as the two finished preparing the meal, Lin Qingze happened to wake up. "Hee. I have diligently inquired about your wake-up time and meal schedule. I am well aware." Lin Qingze's heart was clear on the matter. Upon hearing that the two planned to return to the capital, Lin Qingze, although apprehensive about going home, felt reassured with Xiao Chen by his side. He wished to return to see his parents, for such significant matters warranted his presence. Although Lin Ji was quite strict with him, he was, after all, Lin Qingze's father. "Even if your hand holds a deep affection for my face, I do not wish to see you suffer such indignities." Lin Qingyun felt a sense of comfort knowing her brother had such resolve. "Aren't you afraid of Dad hitting you when you return? A man must not yield to brute force. I will return and reason with him. I shall make him refrain from striking me." Lin Qingze spoke with bravado, yet deep down he was still quite fearful. After all, his childhood had been profoundly marked by such experiences. Belts, wooden sticks, bamboo whips. He held vivid memories of each. What ambition! A true man cannot succumb to physical pain. Xiao Chen patted Lin Qingze on the shoulder, gazing at him with pride. As Lin Qingze felt the weight of Xiao Chen's hand on his shoulder, he nearly crumbled under the pressure. Goodness, I wonder if my two little nieces have ever experienced the joy of childhood. Xiao Chen's strength surpasses that of Lin Ji by a considerable margin. Is this a joke? Mu Mu and Han Han are indeed Xiao Chen's treasured darlings. She would rather deny them a complete childhood than lay a hand on them. Lin Ji is so fierce. Yet he has never struck Lin Qingyun. How can one compare a son to a daughter? It is utterly absurd. Brother-in-law, my father can be quite fearsome. When you come to our house, you must protect me. With your skills, my father would stand no chance against you. He simply disapproves of your relationship with my sister. At that point, you should confront him. We shall subdue him together." Upon hearing Lin Qingze's spirited words, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were nearly rendered speechless. After so much effort, Lin Ji had finally developed a slightly favorable impression of Xiao Chen. How dare her own brother incite Xiao Chen to confront their father? Lin Qingyun swiftly seized Lin Qing's ear. If you wish to be punished, I can gladly assist our father in dealing with you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sis, why are you tugging at my ear? It hurts. Lin Qingze stood on his tiptoes, grimacing at Lin Qingyun. How dare you suggest that your brother-in-law should strike our father? It seems to have been too long without a good thrashing. Lin Qingze shot a defiant look at Lin Qingyun in response to her words. What is wrong? Our father simply cannot tolerate me and wishes to subdue me. I see no fault in asking my brother-in-law to do so. His retort was as stubborn as a dead duck. Xiao Chen observed the exchange, shaking his head in disbelief. No wonder he gets beaten. Such a provoking demeanor. If he were my son, I would surely discipline him until he could no longer recognize his father. Lin Qingze, today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of our father. Sister, I'm a grown man now. Can you please refrain from hitting my backside? Besides, your strikes hardly hurt. Watching the playful banter between the siblings, Xiao Chen was reminded of his own brother. I wonder how he is faring at school now. Brother-in-law, please help me. Lin Qingze's plea jolted Xiao Chen back to reality. He stepped forward and effortlessly lifted Lin Qingze, who flailed helplessly like a chick, offering no resistance. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyun playfully swatted at his backside. It seemed as though they had transformed into a pair of combatants. Only when Lin Qingze ceased his incessant shouting did Lin Qingyun relent. Gazing at his brother with a sorrowful expression, Lin Qingze lamented, at home. It is merely our father who punishes me. But here, you two are ganging up on me. Brother-in-law, you are a man too. How can you not assist me? Xiao Chen could not help but burst into laughter at Lin Qingze's plight. I haven't laid a hand on you. I merely lifted you. Why do you blame me for this? Lin Qingze pouted, knowing full well that he would inevitably be bullied by the two of them. If it were not for a lack of alternatives, I would never have come here. Xiao Chen tossed Lin Qingze into the helicopter and turned to gently embrace Lin Qingyun. Lifting her up, Lin Qingze could not help but wonder if this was what it meant to be treated differently. As for Mu Mu and Han Han with their father, Xiao Chen felt assured. On this journey to the capital, Xiao Chen brimmed with confidence. As the propellers whirred, the helicopter ascended gracefully. Having never flown before, Xiao Chen had only heard others speak of the exhilarating experience of air travel. It was nothing extraordinary. Gazing down at his diminishing home through the glass, he pondered indeed. It was quite high. The capital was not exceedingly far from Luo City, and the helicopter soon arrived, landing on the Lin family's helipad. Miss, you have returned. Xiao Chen initially thought that the number of bodyguards hired by Lin Qingyun was sufficient, but upon seeing the Lin residence, he was astounded to find over 100 individuals present to greet them. Such a spectacle. One could easily mistake this for preparations for battle. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Xiao Chen reached out and embraced Lin Qingyun as she descended. Who is this man? How dare he carry the young lady down? In my prime, I could only hold her hand to assist her. The onlookers noted that the young lady appeared quite pleased. Times have indeed changed. After Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun alighted, Lin Qingze jumped down behind them, feeling a wave of nostalgia upon seeing his home. I, Lin Han-san, have returned. Lin Qingze spotted a few familiar bodyguards at once. Brother Su, I'm back. The group quickly gathered around him. What brings you back? Lin Qingze appeared bewildered. What is the matter? Am I not allowed to return? Just the other day, the old master was eagerly awaiting your return from vacation, only to find you had already left school. The old master was quite irate, and it seems you cannot escape a beating this time. Remember what I taught you. When the master strikes, do not resist. You know the technique. Take care. If you manage to emerge unscathed, we shall meet again. With that, the group returned to their posts. Xiao Chen listened attentively to their conversation, feeling compelled to assist Lin Qingze in his dire situation. Leaning close to Lin Qingyun's ear, he whispered, Buja Buja Ginyuni. Lin Qingyun feigned indifference, casting a glance at Lin Qingze. Will this work? Whether it will or not, we shall find out. The pair exchanged mischievous glances at Lin Qingze's bewildered expression. Brother, sister, and brother-in-law are doing this for your own good. At that moment, Lin Qingze was overwhelmed with anxiety. How could he evade this calamity? Brother, stay close to me, and I will protect you. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Lin Qingze felt as if he had found a savior. Sister, are you truly willing to help me? When our father strikes you, it pains me deeply. Lin Qingze was moved by Lin Qingyun's words. Wow, sister, why are you suddenly so kind to me? He nodded vigorously, displaying a look of trust. It's nothing. When we meet later, just speak earnestly. Don't be so obstinate. I refuse to believe he can truly make things difficult for you. Lin Qingze, placing his faith in Xiao Chen's words, followed Lin Qingyun into the living room. The three of them rose early in the morning and set out promptly. At this moment, Lin Ji and He Hui were enjoying breakfast, while Lin Qingyun entered the living room with Xiao Chen and Lin Qingze. Lin Qingze had mentally prepared himself for this encounter. Yet upon entering, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread due to the unknown. Miss, young master, the master is having breakfast. Why not join him? The butler hastily greeted upon seeing the trio. We've already eaten. Let us wait here, they replied. The butler, seeing this, quickly went to prepare tea and pour water. Xiao Chen observed the elegant decor of Lin Qingyun's family home, pondering whether poverty had indeed stifled his imagination. Lin Qingyun, on the other hand, appeared composed and unruffled. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingze, however, were both in a state of panic. One was about to meet his father-in-law, while the other feared the wrath of his father. Lin Qingze glanced at Xiao Chen, seemingly pleading, brother-in-law, you will protect me, won't you? Meanwhile, Lin Ji and He Hui, upon learning that Lin Qingyun had returned with Xiao Chen, set down their chopsticks and made their way to the living room. Master, the sound of the servant's greeting sent a shiver down Xiao Chen and Lin Qingze's spines, and both boys instinctively turned to the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Qingyun rise, they too hurriedly stood up. Lin Ji observed the two young men behind Lin Qingyun, saying nothing as he settled onto the sofa. Father, this is my husband, Xiao Chen. I am Xiao Chen. Father, I'm back. Xiao Chen blurted out, his mind racing, unsure of what to say. The founder of Xingxin Group exuded an imposing presence. Lin Qingze felt relieved that Lin Ji had not immediately lashed out at him. A weight lifted from his heart. You are Xiao Chen? Lin Ji inquired slowly. Yes. Was my previous statement not clear enough? Father-in-law, I am Xiao Chen. Lin Ji scrutinized Xiao Chen, noting the resemblance to Xiao Zhan in his youth. He stood tall, with broad shoulders, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. Indeed, quite handsome. How is your father? Both my parents are in good health. Well then, that's satisfactory. An awkward silence enveloped the five of them. How quiet it is. He Hui observed the interaction between Xiao Chen and Lin Ji with amusement. It was clear that both wished to impress each other, yet now that they faced one another, words eluded them. Xiao Chen, how wonderful to see you again. Mom, you look even more beautiful. By heavens, even more beautiful. Is meeting my father-in-law truly this nerve-wracking? Haha, your flattery remains charming. He Hui felt a surge of joy at Xiao Chen's compliments, as few ever remarked on her youthful appearance. Please sit down. Why are you all standing? Lin Ji admitted to feeling at a loss for words. This was his first time meeting his son-in-law. Look at me. This is our first meeting, and I am at a loss for words. Father-in-law, it's all right. It is my first time too. Lin Qingyun and He Hui could not help but burst into laughter. How had they never realized how endearing these two were before? I heard that you single-handedly dismantled their hideout in Luochen. Not all. It was entirely thanks to Qingyun and Qingze's assistance. Otherwise, I would have been captured. Lin Qingze tilted his head. How did I help you? Upon noticing Lin Qingyun giving him a knowing look, Lin Qingze understood that the credit was being graciously attributed to him. Indeed, it was I who devised the strategies that enabled my brother-in-law to eradicate their base in one fell swoop. You little rascal, be quiet. When did it become your turn to speak? Lin Ji suddenly raised his voice, startling Lin Qingze so much that he trembled. If I'm a little rascal, then what does that make you? A big rabbit, perhaps? Lin Qingze tugged at Xiao Chen's sleeve, feigning innocence. Children can sometimes be thoughtless. Let's not be angry with him. Look at how sensible he has become this time. He has severed ties with that group of friends and is solely focused on studying diligently and turning over a new leaf. Xiao Chen continuously spoke in favor of Qingze. After all, he was his brother-in-law, who had suffered so much that he dared not return home. Let us not even mention his dubious companions. Just thinking about them makes me furious. Chun, you have no idea. This rascal even wears makeup. The last time he returned, he had more powder on his face than the white paint on the wall. He looked nothing like a man. His sister has never worn such thick makeup. Dressed in those ridiculous baggy pants, with one shoulder exposed, and his hair dyed in a riot of colors. When I confronted him, he had the audacity to claim it was fashion. It was trendy. Lin Ji seemed to have opened a floodgate of grievances, incessantly lamenting to Xiao Chen about how infuriating Lin Qingze was, stating that punishing him was merely for his own good. Hearing this, Xiao Chen stood up, intending to confront Lin Qingze. This startled Lin Qingze. Brother-in-law, didn't you say you would protect me? Why do you want to hit me too? Hit you? A disobedient brat like you? I could easily bring you to your knees. Seeing Xiao Chen ready to act, Lin Ji also rolled up his sleeves. Fortunately, it was Lin Qingyun and He Hui who restrained the two, or else Lin Qingze would have faced a chaotic brawl. Father-in-law, look at him. He already knows he must repent. Let us spare him this time. Humph. Since your brother-in-law is interceding on your behalf, I shall let you go this once. If you dare to misbehave again, I will break one of your legs. Xiao Chen noticed Lin Qingze frozen on the sofa, motionless. Alarmed, he thought, could this boy have been scared into silence? He quickly nudged him with his elbow. Did you remember what I said? I remembered. For a fleeting moment, Lin Qingze found himself doubting the world. No love left. It seems you still have a way, Chun. As he spoke, Lin Ji placed his arm around Xiao Chen's shoulder, the two of them chatting amiably like brothers. Xiao Chen discreetly exchanged glances with Lin Qingyun. Isn't this just perfect? Chapter 93, Your husband, my brother, however. Nothing escaped He Hui's keen eyes. Observing the camaraderie between Xiao Chen and Lin Ji brought her immense joy. Lin Jijing spoke passionately, and Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. Have we uncovered who in the company is plotting rebellion? This is a matter of great importance. Xiao Chen had come here primarily for this issue, while meeting his father-in-law was merely a secondary affair. This situation has been weighing heavily on my mind. Aside from the few who initially followed me, the others simply lack the capability. Isn't this a clue? Why still be troubled? Xiao Chen was equally perplexed. The situation could not be clearer, so why the worry? Brother, you do not understand. Those few individuals have outstanding performance records, and they're all working tirelessly for the company. How do we investigate? Upon hearing Lin Ji's words, Lin Qingyun's smile vanished from her delicate face. Brother, this is my husband. How can you address him as brother? Even Xiao Chen was taken aback. He did not think there would be such a misunderstanding concerning his daughter. Dad, this is my husband. Lin Ji was momentarily stunned. I know this is your husband. Then why do you still call him brother? What did you just call him? Realizing the generational gap, Lin Ji's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly glanced at Lin Qingyun. Well, this husband is still your husband. This brother, he is indeed my brother. At this revelation, He Hui nearly spat out the water she had been drinking. What the hell, brother? You call your daughter's husband brother? Dad. As the saying goes, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Lin Ji, calm and composed, grasped Xiao Chen's hand. A daughter who has been married is like spilled water. From now on, you will live your life, and we will live ours. A brother is a brother, and a younger brother is a younger brother. Xiao Chen found it difficult to address him as brother. Father-in-law, brother, father-in-law. The two went back and forth countless times, and Lin Ji lost count of how many cups of water he had consumed. Xiao Chen could only play along with this farce. He glanced at the time. It was time for him to take action. Father-in-law, you all continue as usual. I will return shortly. Xiao Chen had apprehended a whole gang in Luo City, and Lin Ji had complete faith in him, yet he still worried for Xiao Chen's safety. Lin Ji insisted on assigning another set of bodyguards for Xiao Chen. Otherwise, he would accompany Xiao Chen, reasoning that he could not let his only younger brother venture out alone into such danger. In his helplessness, Xiao Chen spotted Lin Qingze and immediately took her arm. Father-in-law, just having him is sufficient. All right, Dad, I will accompany my brother-in-law. Seeing this, Lin Ji decided not to press Xiao Chen further and handed him a phone number. This is Chief Zhang's number. If any issues arise, you can call him at any time. Xiao Chen glanced at the number, but said nothing as he turned to leave. Lin Qingyun grasped Xiao Chen's arm and nestled into his embrace. Husband, you must not come to any harm. Rest assured, my dear, such petty thieves cannot harm me. Xiao Chen gently cupped Lin Qingyun's face and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Ahem, brother, why are you not more discreet? Lin Ji and He Hui sat on the sofa, gazing at one another. Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Apologies. I became so engrossed that I completely forgot about you too. After bidding farewell once more, Xiao Chen led Lin Qingze out through the back door. Brother-in-law, do we have any plans? None. Should we disguise ourselves? No need. Then how are we supposed to find them? Wait. Lin Qingze bombarded Xiao Chen with questions, to which he responded curtly while surveying the surroundings. Eventually, he guided Lin Qingze to a spot at the front street corner, where they sat down directly on the ground. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his pocket, took a sip, and placed it beside him. Lin Qingze was momentarily bewildered by this sequence of actions. Why are we resting here? Brother-in-law, why are you taking a break? Aren't we supposed to find their lair? Xiao Chen appeared languid, seated on the ground, his gaze fixed on the passing vehicles without lifting his head. What's the rush? Someone will come looking for us soon. You might as well sit like this. The two sat by the roadside, resembling despondent youths who had just experienced a failed venture, burdened with debt and devoid of direction. At that moment, a car had already passed Xiao Chen 5 times. He broke into a subtle grin, prompting Lin Qingze to chuckle in confusion. Must you mimic me? Just because I smile? You do too? Meanwhile, inside a nearby vehicle. Hey, did you notice those two sitting by the roadside? What do you care about them? What are you here for? Focus on your work. Exactly. Our team is in this predicament because of people like you. The plan hasn't even succeeded. They reprimanded the distracted individual, expressing their frustrations. Our monthly salary isn't insignificant, but if we succeed, how much will we earn? I could recruit someone new and earn a bonus of 300. If you don't want it, I will. The man parked the car by the roadside. If you two don't come, don't say you regret it. The others in the vehicle hesitated. What are you hesitating for? Don't you see how those who bring in new recruits double their pay? If you won't go, I will. With that, the second person followed suit, and soon the third could no longer stay put, joining them in pursuit. Xiao Chen murmured, See, they're coming. Lin Qingze was utterly impressed. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. You made them come to us. How did you manage that? As their pursuers drew near, Lin Qingze refrained from speaking, silently admiring Xiao Chen. Hey, why are you squatting here? Mind your own business. Lin Ji retorted. You can call me brother if you want, but who are you to address me that way? Xiao Chen had no desire to engage with them, while Lin Qingze, observing Xiao Chen's silence, feigned arrogance in his response. It wasn't an act. It was simply his true nature. What do you want? Why should it concern you? Is my elder brother someone you can address, casually? Lin Qingze, initially quite arrogant, was now emulating lines from films. In this moment, he had indeed captured that essence. The 600 yuan was not something the man intended to relinquish easily. I have a lucrative opportunity here. I wonder if you gentlemen might be interested? Chapter 94, Damn. Brother. Upon hearing the matter at hand, Xiao Chen began to engage. What kind of work? How does it pay? I refuse to partake in any disreputable jobs. The man's expression darkened, clearly irritated by the implication. Our work is quite straightforward. We simply drive to designated locations, circling around. Meals and accommodation are provided, with 12-hour shifts divided into 2 teams. It's quite easy. Noticing the lack of transparency, Xiao Chen felt a sense of unease. If you lack sincerity, why not specify the details? This wouldn't happen to involve selling one S-body, would it? The man, suppressing his irritation at Xiao Chen's flippant demeanor, knew he couldn't let that 600 slip away. Leaning closer, he whispered conspiratorially, Gugni, ababa, ababa. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he smiled at the man. The Xingqin group isn't to be trifled with. Before he could finish, the man hurriedly covered Xiao Chen's mouth. Out here, we merely enjoy the scenery. We mustn't speak so openly. Xiao Chen nodded, feigning understanding. How many of us are there? The man calculated and replied earnestly, in our department. There are about 400 to 500 individuals spread across various locations in the capital, keeping watch. Including other departments, we total approximately 600 to 700. We don't interact much with them, Occasionally, you might be asked to follow a vehicle. At that moment, the two individuals behind them joined in. You have no idea. The stronghold in Luocheng has been taken down, and by a single person, no less. They're currently recruiting muscle. Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled at the mention of muscle. Adopting a calm facade, he remarked, I have 200 to 300 brothers, each a capable fighter. Interested? What is the monthly pay? Upon hearing the mention of 200 to 300 fighters, the three men's expressions shifted, calculating the potential earnings. Wow, that's not a trivial sum. They regarded Xiao Chen as if he were a treasure. Brother, can you really gather 200 to 300 fighters? Xiao Chen scoffed. That's the baseline. Whatever number you need, I can provide, but you must ensure the salaries are paid. Without that, I cannot deliver. You should call back and confirm. The three men, upon hearing this, promptly pulled out their phones. Hello, Changge. We've found 200 to 300 people to serve as muscle. Interested? A robust voice responded from the other end. What the hell? I sent you out to work, and now you're recruiting? Have you lost your minds? 200 to 300, you say? Seeing the other party's excitement, the three men felt a surge of exhilaration. Yes, Changge. After receiving affirmation, they exclaimed, This is fantastic. No matter how formidable Xiao Chen may be, he cannot withstand such a multitude. Inquire when the other party will arrive. We are always ready to welcome them. Wait, how could you forget? First, we must exchange the code. The man paused briefly, discreetly covering the phone. Flipping the dough, Bridgen. Flipping the dough, Bridgen. Upon exchanging the code, they promptly ended the call. He hurriedly pulled out a cigarette for Xiao Chen. Brother, when will your people come to work? Any time is fine. With a single call, my brothers will be here in an instant. Xiao Chen, with the cigarette dangling from his lips, swayed it as he spoke. Lin Xingze observed Xiao Chen conversing with the nefarious characters, noticing how they initially referred to him as brother, but now had escalated to calling him big brother. Their admiration for Xiao Chen had undoubtedly reached new heights. Then go ahead and make the call. We shall wait here. Alas, not at this moment. I must discuss matters face to face with my brothers first. Although the other appeared disheartened, his eyes still sparkled with intensity. Brother, we are bound to be friends. Without further ado from now on, you are my big brother. In an instant, Xiao Chen sprang to his feet and slapped the man's face with a resounding crack. The man was left in a daze. So what are you waiting for? Call me big brother. I demand you refer to me as little brother. Lin Xingze struggled to suppress his laughter at Xiao Chen's demeanor. After the initial shock, the man quickly revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. Just as he contemplated retaliating, he refrained, realizing the wealth Xiao Chen could potentially bring. Wow, brother, your strength is truly remarkable. Xiao Chen, adopting a mature demeanor, placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Since you have called me big brother, I shall bring my men here at 6 in the afternoon, right in this spot. The man, seeing the matter settled, felt a sense of joy. All right, big brother, our shift changes at 6. We will wait for you here. With that, he prepared to leave, understanding they could not be away from their posts for too long. Otherwise, they would attract unwanted attention from above. Oh, wait, Xiao Chen called out, prompting the three to turn back. What was that code you just mentioned? What was it? Flipping the dough, Bridgen. The three exchanged glances. And since Xiao Chen was now one of their own, they deemed it harmless to share. It is flipping the dough, Bridgen. Each level has its own code. You will learn upon your arrival. With that, they made their way to a car across the street. This was no trivial matter. If the three of them could succeed, they would reap significant rewards. Indeed, this time we owe it all to Xiao Chen. Otherwise, we would never have discovered this opportunity. The initial man expressed his discontent. When I proposed this, none of you were eager. Now that benefits are in sight, you rush to claim credit. The other two quickly chimed in, recognizing that this endeavor relied heavily on Xiao Chen. Without him, it would not have come to fruition. This time, I shall take 60%. You two will each receive 20%. After all, those who witness should share in the spoils. Although the two were somewhat reluctant, receiving any share was better than none. 20% it is. Let us proceed and explore the area. Let us see if we can find a few more people. The three of them, having tasted success, embarked on a fervent quest. Brother-in-law, shall we simply let them go? Shouldn't we pursue them relentlessly? Xiao Chen remarked. observing Lin Qing's naive demeanor. Did he not hear that there were over 1,000 individuals? He confoundedly suggested that he should confront 1,000 people head-on. You are my dear little brother-in-law now. Moreover, the primary objective this time is to unearth the mastermind behind it all. Charging in recklessly serves no purpose. Besides, have you not heard the signal? They are still ranked, and each level varies. Let's go home. Home. Lin Qingze incredulously grasped Xiao Chen's arm. Brother-in-law, is that it? We are simply returning home? Observing Lin Qing's expression, Xiao Chen chuckled softly and replied, "What are you so flustered about? The best part is yet to come." Chapter 95. Have you always been this brave? Xiao Chen led Lin Qingze, deliberately avoiding the gaze of others, and stealthily climbed over the wall into the Lin residence. After explaining the situation to Lin Ji, Xiao Chen took Lin Qingze to select individuals for their mission. Brother-in-law, your strategy is impressive. We are infiltrating the inner sanctum directly. At that moment, all the bodyguards were gathered in the courtyard, numbering over 1,000. Brother-in-law, why don't we bring them all along? We could overpower them in one fell swoop. Xiao Chen patted Lin Qing's little head. You foolish child, why do you only think of grand ideas? Bringing so many people would only arouse their suspicion. How many can a bankrupt little company like ours muster? After contemplating Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingze realized that recruiting too many was impractical. Then how many should we have? 300 will suffice. Xiao Chen surveyed the ranks of bodyguards before him. Victory does not lie in numbers, but in skill. You have always been loyal to the old master, who has treated you well. Now that enemies have emerged, what shall we do? The household matters were clear in their minds, and Xiao Chen's words ignited a fervor within them. Let's act. 1,000 voices echoed this declaration, startling even Xiao Chen. He whispered to Lin Qingze, have they always been this brave? Lin Qingze scratched his head, indicating that he too was uncertain. At that moment, Su Yuan, who had just entered and spoken to Lin Qingze, stepped forward. Young master, we have heard of your exploits in Luocheng. Our hearts are also stirred with enthusiasm. This time, whatever you say, we shall follow, allowing us to contribute to the Lin family. Hearing their words, Lin Ji felt immense gratitude. Seeing you all in such spirits brings me great joy. My younger brother will take charge. You shall all follow his orders. Xiao Chen turned to see Lin Ji accompanied by He Hui and Lin Qingyun, who had also come to join the excitement. Upon hearing Lin Ji refer to Xiao Chen as younger brother, everyone was taken aback. Wasn't this person the one who returned with the young lady? To be called younger brother by the old master? Xiao Chen's standing in their eyes rose another notch. After all, few had ever witnessed Lin Ji addressing someone in such a fraternal manner. This time, we venture forth on a mission, not merely for leisure and sightseeing. I urge everyone to consider this carefully, for there may be peril involved. Xiao Chen regarded the crowd with utmost seriousness. Those willing to join, please raise your hands. Lin Qingze also spoke earnestly. In a swift motion, over 1,000 hands were raised in unison. Xiao Chen, Lin Ji, and the others looked on with great satisfaction. The enthusiasm displayed signifies the profound respect you all hold for old Master Lin. However, with such a large group, it is impractical for everyone to participate. After contemplating, Xiao Chen ultimately decided, you shall nominate 300 individuals whom you deem fit for this mission. Selecting individuals yourself pales in comparison to allowing them to recommend their peers, as they spend their days together, and Xiao Chen is not intimately familiar with them. This approach will undoubtedly yield the most capable candidates. Lin Ji was equally pleased with Xiao Chen's proposal. The bodyguards demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Within 20 minutes, the 300 had been chosen. They stood before Xiao Chen, donned in civilian attire. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we shall set forth. Understood. Observing their spirited demeanor, Xiao Chen felt a sense of contentment. After disbanding, Lin Ji threw an arm around Xiao Chen's shoulder, showering him with praise. Lin Qingyun and the others could only follow closely behind the two of them. Around 11 o'clock, Xiao Chen entered the kitchen. He wished to personally prepare a meal for those brothers willing to accompany him into the unknown. The Lin family's kitchen was significantly larger than his own, as it catered to the culinary needs of thousands. Upon seeing Xiao Chen enter, the kitchen staff recognized him as the son-in-law and greeted him warmly. No need for formality. I am merely here to cook. The kitchen staff gasped in astonishment. Cook? You can cook, son-in-law? Observing their incredulous expressions, Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders. When he first stepped into his own kitchen, they had displayed the same disbelief. Why is it so hard to believe that I can cook? Indeed, I can prepare dishes that will leave you awestruck. The crowd was at a loss. They had never encountered someone from such a prominent family who could cook. Only Lin Ji occasionally took the initiative to prepare a dish for He Hui. Beyond that, they had never seen anyone enter the kitchen. My husband's cooking is not just any ordinary culinary delight. Lin Qingyun followed closely behind Xiao Chen, eager to stay by his side. The moment they parted, an unsettling feeling enveloped her heart. The dishes prepared by her brother-in-law were truly remarkable. Lin Qingze, too, wished to remain near Xiao Chen, for there was much about him that captivated his interest. Wife, why are you here? What is it? I simply wish to be with you. Hee. I came to watch brother-in-law cook. The onlookers, witnessing the young lady and young master supporting Xiao Chen, reluctantly yielded their positions, allowing him to take the lead in the kitchen. Xiao Chen wasted no time. With so many awaiting their midday meal, he picked up the ladle and got to work. The ingredients have already been prepared to avoid waste, so Xiao Chen began his culinary endeavors using the ingredients at hand. Those who initially doubted his cooking skills were now utterly captivated. Everyone, don't pause your tasks. The side dishes are falling behind. Lin Xingyun observed that everyone was fixated on Xiao Chen's cooking, forgetting to chop the vegetables they were working on. With a kind reminder, she brought them back to reality. Upon hearing her voice, they collectively regained their focus. Was this cooking skill acquired from the womb? His profound understanding of ingredients is indeed remarkable. Perhaps Miss Lin is enamored with her son-in-law's cooking, which is why she has taken a liking to him. After all, to capture someone's heart, one must first win over their stomach. Lin Qingyun smiled at their remarks, for her allure encompasses more than just culinary prowess. They were merely witnessing the tip of the iceberg. Seeing the proud expression on Lin Qingyun's face, the others felt a sense of joy for her. Miss, you have been raised on my cooking since childhood. At that moment, someone playfully teased Lin Qingyun. Indeed, Sisterly's dishes are truly delectable. Sisterly, upon receiving Lin Qingyun's praise, felt a flicker of comfort in her heart. However, my husband's cooking is the best in the world. Laughter erupted around the room. Miss truly treasures her son-in-law. In nearly every sentence, her affection for him shines through. The kitchen bustled with a lively atmosphere. While Lin Ji and He Hui peeked through the window, their hearts filled with happiness. After all, their daughter's happiness is of utmost importance. After preparing meals for everyone, Xiao Chen made a special effort to cook a separate dish for Lin Qingyun's parents. Everyone who tasted his cooking was filled with admiration. After finishing the first plate, they eagerly returned for seconds. Xiao Chen had prepared plenty, anticipating their appetites. At the dining table, the servants brought out the lunch he had prepared. Lin Qingze could barely contain his excitement. Dad, quickly try my brother-in-law's incredible dish. Lin Ji, though tempted to scold him, decided to give Xiao Chen some credit. He took a bite and savored it. This skill is truly remarkable. The family erupted in laughter at Lin Ji's words. Indeed, it's incredible. Quick, dear, try this. Lin Ji insisted, feeding He Hui with chopsticks. The children are still here. Besides, I've already tasted Xiao Chen's culinary delights before you. He Hui was equally satisfied with Xiao Chen's cooking. A mother-in-law's admiration for her son-in-law only grows stronger with time. However, as Xiao Chen observed Lin Ji feeding He Hui, he couldn't help but notice the resemblance to himself. This wasn't mere fear of his wife. It was love, a genuine care and affection for one another. Lin Qingyun, at that moment, covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, her eyes brimming with tenderness for Xiao Chen. After the meal, Xiao Chen instructed the 300 guests to return to their rooms and rest well, for he had grand plans for the evening. Lin Ji and He Hui also retired after dinner. Xiao Chen sat on the sofa in Lin Qingyun's room, his mind swirling with plans for the evening. My dear, would you like me to add some excitement to your expedition tonight? Lin Qingyun's sweet, tingling voice sent a shiver through him. Why is it that while others rest, I must toil? At 5:30, everyone changed into casual attire, eagerly awaiting Xiao Chen's emergence in the courtyard. They had all taken a brief nap in the afternoon and now felt invigorated. At that moment, Xiao Chen stumbled out. The sight of him elicited a wave of excitement among the crowd. "Oh, are you all ready? Always prepared to set forth." Their voices rang out, full of energy. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. He intended for them to rest, not to appear so sprightly. Although they were heading to interview for a bodyguard position, such exuberance was unwarranted. Ahem, no need to be so spirited or so formal. Think about the demeanor of a little hoodlum. Just emulate that. His words left everyone astonished. Emulate hoodlums? Indeed, you all look far too respectable. If we venture out like this, it would be quite conspicuous. They envisioned themselves as little rascals, though they did not quite capture the essence Xiao Chen desired. Nonetheless, they resembled it to some extent. Leading them, he guided them to scale the wall from the side. The entrance was under constant surveillance. Should the adversaries detect them, matters would become complicated. The group marched resolutely to the designated meeting spot Xiao Chen had arranged earlier. He plopped down on the ground, leaning against the wall, feigning a lack of energy. Observing his posture, the others mimicked him, sitting on the ground as well. Xiao Chen, bemused, wondered why they were copying him. He genuinely felt a bit drained. "Brother-in-law, your performance is remarkable. You resemble a washed-up, bankrupt boss." Lin Xingze gazed at Xiao Chen with admiration. Xiao Chen could hardly be bothered to respond. Perhaps when he reached this age, Lin Xingze would comprehend his struggles. At 6 o'clock sharp, dozens of small trucks rolled in, led by the 3 individuals from the morning. Upon arrival, none of the passengers disembarked. "Hey, big brother, quickly, get in." Xiao Chen waved, and the group swiftly boarded the trucks, neither blindfolded nor collecting their phones. This surprised Xiao Chen slightly, but he refrained from commenting. It made their operation more convenient. Meanwhile, a group observed real-time surveillance on their computer screens. Did these individuals pose a threat? Were they aware of the leader's background? Inside the vehicle, a man turned to Xiao Chen upon hearing the voice in his earpiece. "Big brother, what was your previous occupation? How did you manage to have so many employees?" Xiao Chen recognized this as a test of his background. Moreover, he had noticed the earpiece on the man's ear. This was rather unprofessional. Cursing under his breath, he thought, the less said, the better. The more he speaks, the angrier I become. What does this brother mean? The man needed to clarify matters. Otherwise, he would be left to bear the consequences alone. Nowadays, the youth seem to have a penchant for enrolling their children in martial arts. In a moment of impulsiveness, he decided to rent land and construct a martial arts academy. He foolishly hired 400 martial arts instructors, yet only 2 students registered. It was disheartening to say the least, and he could hardly contain his tears of frustration. Listening to Xiao Chen, everyone found his tale credible. His dramatic delivery, complete with expletives and tears, was truly convincing. Even Lin Xingze, seated beside Xiao Chen, was swayed by the performance, offering a comforting pat on Xiao Chen's shoulder. "Don't be disheartened, brother-in-law." Upon uttering those words, Lin Xingze realized he had misspoken, inadvertently referring to Xiao Chen as brother-in-law. "Ize, how can I face your sister now?" Lin Xingze's unexpected address left Xiao Chen momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was quick-witted enough to recognize the sympathy directed towards him, suppressing his laughter. "Ah, how clever I am!" Viewers of the video, captivated by Xiao Chen's narrative, felt a wave of empathy. "Bring them back." Upon hearing the command through his earpiece, the individual promptly turned around to return. Xiao Chen recognized that he had garnered the other party's approval. Shortly thereafter, the convoy arrived at the dilapidated, abandoned factory, which had been transformed into a surprisingly comfortable space. The layout bore a striking resemblance to that of the city of Luo. Accompanied by Lin Xingze and 300 bodyguards, Xiao Chen entered the factory with great fanfare. A welcoming party awaited their arrival. As soon as they stepped inside, one of the individuals sprang to his feet, grasping Xiao Chen's hand. "Brother, I've heard all about your situation. Now that you are here, we are family. Feel free to voice any concerns. As family, we shall assist you in resolving them." What a remarkable way to begin their acquaintance. Such an instant indoctrination. The guide accompanying them felt a jolt of recognition. It was as if the script had not changed at all from when he had arrived. Seeing the other party's theatrics, Xiao Chen had no reason not to play along. He embraced the man warmly, exclaiming, "Brother, we have found our home. It is our fate to be part of such an organization." Chapter 97. Why do I feel like she is interested in me? The individual gazed at Xiao Chen, astonished, not for any other reason, but due to the sheer authenticity of his demeanor. From now on, consider this your home. No need for formality. We will arrange accommodations for you, and then we will dine together. After our meal, we could discuss further. With that, they followed him to their assigned quarters, where they enjoyed packed meals before gathering downstairs. "Brother-in-law, when shall we make our move?" Lin Qingze whispered conspiratorially in Xiao Chen's ear. A wave of tingling sensations coursed through Xiao Chen's body. "What the hell? Why are you whispering in my ear? There is no need to rush. We haven't even grasped the situation yet." Lin Qingze nodded and conveyed the message to those behind him. At that moment, his heart raced with an exhilarating rhythm, thumping incessantly within his chest. The thrill of the situation sent his adrenaline soaring. He had never anticipated that his earlier words about infiltrating their ranks in Luocheng would materialize into reality. Upon completing his message relay, he felt a large hand patting his shoulder, startling him into a shiver. "Damn it, brother-in-law, you nearly scared me to death," Lin Qingze complained, casting a reproachful glance at Xiao Chen, whose sudden gesture had almost knocked the breath out of him. "It's nothing serious. I merely noticed your anxious demeanor and thought I should remind you not to draw attention to yourself." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingze realized he was still within the enemy's stronghold. Relaying messages one after another was indeed a bit excessive. Before long, a group approached, led by a man and a woman. The man appeared to lack any semblance of masculinity. Xiao Chen distinctly sensed that he was either a sissy or something akin. The woman, clad in revealing attire, exuded a mature and alluring charm. "Brother-in-law, why does that woman's gaze towards me seem somewhat peculiar?" Lin Qingze observed the woman, whose captivating eyes were fixated upon him, causing goosebumps to erupt all over his skin. "Hello, everyone. I am." The woman promptly covered the man's mouth. "How go? These are my people. Kindly refrain from intervening." Sun Hao, undeterred, pried open Xiao Wan's hand, his eyes scrutinizing the robust bodyguards behind Xiao Chen. Licking his lips, he remarked, "Sister Wan, our reconnaissance team needs personnel too." Xiao Chen nearly expelled the meal he had just consumed upon witnessing Sun Hao's demeanor. "This guy is utterly revolting." The bodyguards behind shared his sentiment. "Look at them. Each one is immensely strong. They are ill-suited for petty thievery. A man ought to protect his own rear." This statement rendered Sun Hao speechless, and he could only depart in frustration, casting a reluctant glance back at the bodyguards. "Hello everyone, I am Xiao Wan. You must have heard about us upon your arrival. We are all enforcers, primarily guarding against the Lin family's son-in-law. We are a united family, working together and assisting one another." Listening to her somewhat brainwashing rhetoric, Xiao Chen nodded. The bodyguards observed his agreement and followed suit. They hardly absorbed Xiao Wan's words, each preoccupied with thoughts of how to dismantle their adversaries. "Furthermore, we each have our own code. If you make contact without the proper signal, you are deemed an undercover agent." Lin Qingze, without hesitation, inquired, "What is our code?" Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Wan's expression and tone became somewhat animated. "Oh, little brother." She approached Lin Qingze, gently extending her index finger to trace circles on his chest. "Our code is Wan is truly remarkable." In the sultry evening, Summer Wan's provocative gestures, coupled with her alluring lips that parted and closed as she conversed with Lin Qingze, rendered him momentarily paralyzed, as if struck by lightning. The bodyguards behind them subtly raised their heads in a show of respect. "Sister Summer, what is our secret code?" they inquired, whistling and cheering in excitement. Xiao Chen glanced at Lin Qingze and then turned to the rowdy group behind. The fire in their eyes was unmistakable. Surely, they wouldn't allow a mere woman to dismantle them so effortlessly. Was my purpose in bringing them here merely to complicate matters for myself? Summer once smirked at the bodyguards, her laughter echoing mischievously. "Your code is Oily Ghost." Just utter this phrase, and others will recognize you as my people. Xiao Chen initially found the term flipping ghost absurd enough, but now an oily ghost seemed even more ludicrous. What madness was this? The bodyguards were palpably excited, the whistling never ceasing. Xiao Chen pondered whether this was truly how it would end, bringing them here only to let a ragged woman claim victory? There was little else to clarify. You all can wander around a bit, familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. As long as no one troubles us, we can relax and enjoy ourselves as if we were at home, eating, drinking, playing, and making merry. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards remained stationary, their gazes fixated on Summer Wan. Xiao Chen noticed their unwavering attention and felt compelled to interject. You all should abandon such thoughts. It's impossible for anything to develop between us. There are plenty of other lovely ladies here. Finally, the bodyguards reluctantly dispersed, meandering through the factory. Xiao Chen constantly reminded herself that she was on a mission, not indulging in frivolities. As others scattered, Lin Qingze lingered beside her. Why are you following me? Go explore on your own. With people surrounding them, Xiao Chen added, this job isn't half bad. Don't lose focus. Hearing this, the others dismissed their suspicions and drifted away, no longer fixated on the two of them. Lin Qingze pulled Xiao Chen to sit on a chair, leaning close to her ear. Sister-in-law, why do I feel that woman has an interest in me? Xiao Chen jolted in surprise. Don't you dare whisper in my ear. After all, we are siblings. How tightly she held onto that leverage. Yet, Xiao Chen noticed that Summer Wan's gaze remained fixed on Lin Qingze, never straying from his form. Qingze, the choice is yours. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingze felt as if his heart might cease to beat. Sister-in-law, I don't want to lose my virginity here. Oh no, she is coming. Lin Qingze gazed at Xiao Wan with a face full of terror as she approached him with her enchanting stride. Chapter 98. He is still just a child. Xiao Wan's captivating movements drew the attention of all, their gazes fixated on her swaying figure. Her delicate, fair thighs were particularly eye-catching. Xiao Chen, observing her approach, felt a jolt of concern. Could she genuinely harbor feelings for Qingze? After all, he is still just a child. While they were conversing, Xiao Wan reached Lin Qingze's side, playfully adjusting her figure and alluringly leaning against his shoulder. Lin Qingze, save me. Xiao Chen distinctly sensed Lin Qingze's body tremble unexpectedly. Good heavens, this 18-year-old lad. He wondered if he could withstand such a situation. Xiao Chen was genuinely worried for Lin Qingze. Giggle, little brother, don't be nervous. I want to bite you. She teased. If you don't bite me, please refrain from touching me indiscriminately. Lin Qingze felt as if his body was scorching with embarrassment. Xiao Wan's cool hands roamed over him, akin to the reckless abandon exhibited by Wang Jiaoyan. Lin Qingze could sense he was on the verge of bursting. Indeed, he was about to explode. With a face full of desperation, he looked at Xiao Chen, silently pleading, brother-in-law, please save me. Cough, cough, this is my younger brother. He is still young, merely a child. Sister Xia, please don't do this. He can't handle it. He truly cannot handle it. Xiao Chen was at a loss, unsure of how to navigate this predicament. Xiao Wan disregarded Xiao Chen entirely. Despite his striking looks, she felt no attraction to a married man. Little brother, do you remember our secret code? Lin Qingze shook his head, his innocent mind already undergoing a transformation. Wan is amazing would usually be a compliment, but in this moment, Lin Qingze found himself unable to utter such words. Xiao Wan expertly lifted Lin Qingze's chin, feigning anger. Oh, you've forgotten what I just told you. You truly have a poor memory. Xiao Chen, witnessing this, thought it was all over. Xiao Wan clearly had experience. Her movements were far too practiced. Moreover, she had identified Lin Qingze's vulnerability, his subordinate status. At this moment, Lin Qingze yearned to refute her, yet he found himself unable to speak. He was entirely at her mercy, completely ensnared by Xiao Wan. Leaning close to Lin Qingze's ear, she whispered, our secret code is amazing. Remember it, all right? Even Xiao Chen was covered in goosebumps. He genuinely did not know if Lin Qingze could resist such temptation. In that instant, Lin Qingze understood why Xiao Chen shivered when he spoke close to his ear. The tingling sensation was almost overwhelming. Yet, recalling his mission, he knew he could not succumb to such distractions. Who knows how many people she has played with before? Temptation is the first trial of youth. Lin Qingze pinched his thigh to keep himself alert. He firmly reminded himself to say 3 words with undeniable clarity. At this moment, Xiaowan also rose from Lin Qingze's side. A sense of relief washed over him. This woman had him completely under her control. Xiaowan placed her hand over Lin Qingze's, which was still gripping his thigh. It was done. Lin Qingze felt electrified. Xiaowan lifted his hand and pressed it against her chest, pushing it inward forcefully. Under Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, Lin Qingze's hand was entirely enveloped. He attempted to retract it, but his body felt utterly weak and powerless. He could only submit to Xiaowan's playful manipulation. Xiaowan, undeterred, took it a step further. She wrapped her arms around Lin Qingze's waist and leaned her face close to his. With a gentle touch of her nose against his, she announced, "I arranged for someone to help you move dorms. Come to my room tonight." Lin Qingze hurriedly recoiled, shaking his head vehemently. "No, you dislike this. But, darling, I'm concerned for you. I don't want you cramped in a room with those burly men. You saw it yourself. The beds are bunked. How can you endure the snoring and grinding at night?" She continued, "In my room, there's a spacious bed. We can roll around without worry." Xiao Chen was covering goosebumps. "Sister Xia, he is still just a child. We can't act on this yet." Xiaowan shot Xiao Chen a glare. "Don't think just because you're handsome, I'd be interested in you. What is wrong with liking a younger man? Is it so outrageous to crave fresh grass?" She turned to stroke Lin Qingze's face. "Look, someone is already vying for your sister's affection. Can you bear to let her be bullied by such a person?" Lin Qingze was on the brink of despair. 18 years of life, and he had never encountered such an ordeal. "I like men." He recalled Xiao Chen's earlier comment to Lin Qingyun, as if he had discovered an antidote. With newfound resolve, he extricated his hand from her grasp and pushed Xiaowan aside. "I like men. I have no interest in women. None." Xiao Chen was taken aback. Could it be that this child had lost hope in women? Don't give up an entire forest for a single blade of grass. Xiaowan's face momentarily registered surprise, but quickly transformed into determination. She seized Lin Qingze's hand again. "It's all right. Even if you're bent, I can straighten you out." As she spoke, her hands continued to move. Xiao Chen hastily pushed her away. "Though this is a mission, I cannot allow my little brother to endure this. He is still just a child. I cannot bear to see him subjected to such torment. This is devoid of love. It is mere torture for Lin Qingze. It could lead him astray." Xiao Chen cherished Lin Qingze, this obedient child. Xiaowan's expression turned fierce, resembling a ferocious beast robbed of its prey. Her once beautiful face now appeared somewhat menacing. In the dimly lit room 301, a playful voice echoed, "Little brother, I'm waiting for you. I prepared a surprise." With a swift glare at Xiao Chen, Xiaowan turned and made her way to the workspace, her striking legs drawing attention. She settled into a chair, casually sipping her milk tea from the natural wooden table. Xiao Chen, eager to rouse Lin Qingze, shook his shoulder urgently. "Qingze, you mustn't be enchanted by her." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Not all women are like that. There's no need for concern. Just don't stray from your orientation." Lin Qingze, still reeling from Xiaowan's earlier teasing, was jolted back to reality by Xiao Chen's insistence. With unwavering determination, he declared, "Brother-in-law, I believe we can extract valuable information from her." Xiao Chen swallowed hard at Lin Qingze's resolute gaze. "Are you certain? It's like sheep entering a tiger's den." With a conspiratorial whisper, Lin Qingze leaned closer. "What if we play it cool? How about that?" Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. What a brilliant plan. This could significantly shorten our mission. Time was of the essence, and the two hurried towards the dormitory, deliberately avoiding their own rooms and stealthily entering room 301. Upon looking back, Xiaowan noticed the absence of their figures and curiously wondered where the two had vanished. After registering Xiao Chen and the others' details, she stretched and returned to her room. In the security department, time dragged on in tedium. Pushing open the door, Xiaowan was taken aback to find Lin Qingze seated at the edge of the bed, engrossed in his phone. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased, "Ah, I see you understand my feigned modesty and my ulterior motives. Little brother, you've come after all." Lin Qingze shivered at her laughter, realizing how challenging it was to maintain composure in her presence. "You're quite captivating," he stammered, delivering the secret phrase. Xiaowan's laughter grew even more exuberant. "You're adorable. We're practically kin. No need for secret codes. But later, feel free to shower me with compliments." With that, Lin Qingze sensed an overwhelming pressure as Xiaowan boldly settled onto his lap. One arm draped around his neck while the other roamed curiously. Anxiety coursed through him. But fortunately, Xiao Chen had tied his pants securely, rendering any escape impossible. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, Xiaowan grew impatient. Her attempts thwarted by the fabric. Lin Qingze, feeling a surge of nervousness, implored, "Sister, can we at least talk for a moment?" It dawned on Xiaowan that Lin Qingze was indeed quite innocent. Indeed, it is necessary to offer some comfort for a while. If Lin Qingze were to be frightened, how could they continue to frolic together in the future? Little brother, you seem to possess quite a bit of understanding. Allow me, dear sister, to engage you in conversation for a spell." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingze let out a sigh of relief, only for Xiaowan to continue. "However, soon enough, you may find yourself utterly captivated by your sister." Sister, I wish to know what we do here. I'm fresh out of school and know nothing. Could you enlighten me?" A flicker of doubt crossed Xiaowan's eyes, prompting Lin Qingze to hastily mimic her movements. After all, the mission comes first. He certainly did not wish to disappoint Xiao Chen. Feeling Lin Qingze's compliance, Xiaowan's heart leapt with joy. Who would have thought this little brother could be so proactive? Is he perhaps enchanted by my charm? Xiao Chen hid within the wardrobe, peering through the crack at the scene outside. Lin Qingze is truly dedicated. Observing the fiery exchange between the two, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of longing for Lin Qingyan. Shaking off such impractical thoughts, Xiao Chen reminded himself that the task must take precedence. Yet, Xiaowan was undeniably skilled, simultaneously conversing while launching her advances toward Lin Qingze. "Our primary endeavor here revolves around seizing opportunities in the stock market for profit." Lin Qingze, sensing the trap, eagerly inquired further. "Seizing the stock market? Whose stock market? Why don't we establish our own factory or something?" Xiaowan cradled Lin Qingze's head in her embrace. "Little brother, we are merely working for others. The stocks we purchase merely serve as adornments for someone else's gain." Initially resistant, Lin Qingze found himself surrendering upon hearing Xiaowan's words. "We are merely adornments for others?" Suddenly, Lin Qingze acquiesced, and Xiaowan appeared particularly exhilarated. She believed her advances had borne fruit. "Indeed, ultimately, we are also laborers. Yet, working has led me to you. I cannot complain." With that, Xiaowan pressed herself against Lin Qingze, beginning to kiss his cheek. Lin Qingze was utterly taken aback. "Sister, you haven't finished speaking yet. A forcibly picked fruit is not sweet." Although there are instances of forced consumption, Xiaowan still wished for Lin Qingze to willingly partake. "We purchase stocks, and when we accumulate enough, they will be attributed to a single individual, enabling them to realize their aspirations." Just as Xiao Chen had surmised. Now, they merely needed to extract the name of the individual involved. Lin Qingze felt himself on the brink of losing control, but for the sake of his parents, sister-in-law, he would persevere. "Then, sister, who are we working for?" At this moment, Xiaowan had entered a state of oblivion. I do not know either. Although this is the headquarters, I have yet to meet the true owner." Upon hearing that she was entirely unaware, Lin Qingze felt an urge to kick her away. However, Xiaowan's subsequent words made him feel he could endure a little longer. In our usual meetings, we communicate solely through video calls, never having encountered each other in person, let alone knowing each other's names. All I know is that the code word is Jen. What a peculiar obsession with the word Jen. Why not name his son Jen? Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Chen. Isn't there a classmate named Hanlong Jen? Could it possibly be him? Xiao Chen was uncertain. But at this moment, the only clues available were these. Is it merely Jen? At that moment, Xiaowan was playfully teasing Lin Qingze. Her top was already torn open, yet his belt was tied far too tightly. It simply wouldn't budge. Xiao Wan felt a surge of urgency. She even wondered if Lin Xingze was intentionally trying to provoke her, as it had been quite a while without any progress. Little brother, have we talked enough? Shall we begin? Xiao Wan, dressed in particularly convenient attire, reached out and grasped a dagger, brandishing it towards Lin Xingze's belt. Lin Xingze was taken aback. Sister, you can't possibly intend to destroy it if you can't have it. Xiao Wan gazed at Lin Xingze's delicate appearance, saliva pooling in her mouth. Don't be afraid, little brother. I'm merely here to assist you. In Chapter 100, are you attempting to surround us with just one person against 1,000? Seeing the situation unfold, Xiao Chen realized he could extract no further information. He leaped from the cabinet, worried that Xiao Wan's dagger might harm Lin Xingze. He swiftly covered Xiao Wan's mouth from behind, pulling her away from Lin Xingze. Lin Xingze was startled, nearly losing his innocence. Xiao Chen hastily stuffed a towel into Xiao Wan's mouth to prevent her from crying out and raising suspicion. Xiao Wan was equally startled by the two of them. MMM, brother-in-law. She seems to have something to say, Lin Xingze awkwardly remarked. Xiao Chen doubted she would divulge any information. Yet the look in Lin Xingze's eyes made him hesitate. If I remove this towel, you must not scream. Otherwise, Xiao Chen waved the dagger in his hand. The warm light made the blade appear particularly cold. Xiao Wan was frightened, fervently nodding her head. Xiao Chen removed the towel from her mouth. Pa, pa, pa. Xiao Wan spat repeatedly. I advise you to behave. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Wan ceased her movements, gazing at Lin Xingze with a face full of grievance. Tears were nearly spilling over. How can you treat me like this? I have no affection for this old man. Are you planning to continue this charade? Xiao Wan exclaimed. Her face flushed with indignation. Both Xiao Chen and Lin Xingze were bewildered. Does she truly believe I can cooperate with you, allowing you to ascend, while you bully me like this? Tears streamed down Xiao Wan's cheeks as she pointed at Lin Xingze. You are inhumane, a pervert. I see that you two share a good relationship. I didn't realize you would share this as well. The two individuals listened as Xiao Wan's words grew increasingly absurd. Xiao Chen spoke slowly, urging, do not be agitated. We bear you no harm. Indeed, my brother-in-law would not harm you, provided you cooperate with us. Xiao Chen turned to Lin Xingze, muttering to himself about the absurdity of cooperation. You are crossing the line. You expect me to cooperate? I would rather perish than let you succeed. With that, she attempted to throw herself against the wall, but Lin Xingze swiftly restrained her. It is not as you imagine. I am a member of the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wan ceased her struggles. The Lin family. Gazing at Xiao Chen's face, he suddenly recalled the vague image that had circulated before the fall of Luo City. It bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Chen, though he now appeared somewhat disheveled, with unruly hair and a stubbly beard. How could such a large group have overlooked this? You are Xiao Chen? How can you not see the resemblance? Xiao Chen opened Xiao Wan's phone to examine her contacts, only to find them thoroughly erased. If only he had access to a computer, he could uncover the deleted call records. You would do well to cooperate. Your cooperation may earn you leniency in court. Otherwise, you may find yourself languishing in prison for decades. Clearly, Xiao Wan was unsettled by Xiao Chen's words. For a woman, the thought of imprisonment without her partner was daunting. What do you intend to do? Despite her internal turmoil, Xiao Wan maintained a facade of composure. Take me to your work area. I wish to see your computer. While rummaging through her phone, Xiao Chen kept his gaze fixed. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Wan replied, All right, I will take you there. She adjusted her attire and makeup before leading Xiao Chen and Lin Xingze to the work area. Lin Xingze alerted the bodyguards to prepare for action. Xiao Chen sent a WeChat message to Lin Xingyan. Dear, please gather the upper management of the company. I will finish up here shortly. Lin Xingyan responded almost immediately, understood. Darling. Upon arriving at the work area, Xiao Chen was met with a flurry of rapid keystrokes, his fingers moving almost like phantoms across the keyboard. Ultimately, the only phone number discovered belonged to a 60-year-old woman. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. The adversary was evidently cautious and would not naively use their personal contact information. Lin Xingze observed Xiao Chen's dexterity from behind, exclaiming, "Incredible! Brother-in-law, you truly are a master at everything." The bodyguards positioned themselves at the periphery of the factory, ready to prevent any potential escape. Xiao Chen prepared to take control of the stock market, but the presence of these individuals was somewhat obstructive. Clearing his throat, he loudly declared, "Now, everyone, cease your work. You are surrounded. Surrender without resistance." In response, the group chuckled, regarding Xiao Chen with amusement. "Are you a jester sent by the monkeys? Out of the thousands of us, how dare you think you can encircle us alone? Has this fellow watched too many cop and robber films? Where are the reinforcements? Come here and bind him." Faced with an avalanche of ridicule, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. Lin Qingze, upon witnessing Xiao Chen's smirk, felt a spark ignite within him. With utmost seriousness, he declared, "You have the right to voice your opinions. I shall document this. It will serve as evidence in court." Observing Lin Qingze's demeanor, Xiao Chen thought, "All right, the young man is quite astute." This only fueled the crowd's defiance further. How absurd. Here we are, hundreds in number, intimidated by two mere children. Do you two not grasp the situation? Let us confront them together. As he spoke, some began to approach Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Chen chuckled coldly. Lin Qingze understood that his brother-in-law was preparing to take action. His heart raced with excitement. How magnificent! Lin Qingze felt as though a phantom had surged past him. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. The individual who suddenly found Xiao Chen in his path was immediately struck dumb with fear. He turned to flee. This was no ordinary person. Yet, he barely had time to react before Xiao Chen's fist sent him crashing down. It was swift and decisive. Experiencing the sensation of free fall, he realized the truth. They were indeed encircled by a single individual. Xiao Chen did not indiscriminately attack. Instead, he selectively targeted those who had previously boasted the loudest. Once he had knocked them down, he lifted them as if they were mere chicks, standing atop a table. He questioned, "Do you wish to try again?" As the crowd beheld Xiao Chen's display, terror swiftly crept into their hearts. They had witnessed someone capable of lifting one person with ease. Such individuals were beyond their reach. Moreover, Xiao Chen was now lifting 3, even 6 people. In less than a minute. Fight? Who was it that said to fight? Flee. Split up and run. Xiao Chen chuckled. "Where will you run to?